The classroom was in the midst of a job transfer ceremony. Classmates around me were awakening to various professions one after another, with cheers and curses ringing out incessantly. When it was my turn to step into the transfer beam, after some operations, the awakening stone actually exploded. Just as I was in a panic, the profession panel appeared. I became a boss apprentice. At that moment, the privileged second-generation professional who often bullied classmates sneered at me with cold sarcasm. Without a word, I reached out, grabbed his face, lifted him clean off the ground, and slammed him hard against the wall. Then, I transformed into a beam of white light and entered the dungeon where a massacre was about to begin. I sat by the window in Class 4, Grade 3 of Luocheng Third High School, watching as games redefine lives, in the classroom. Career determines fate. These two slogans left my mind in complete chaos. One moment I was an internet-addicted teenager on Earth, obsessively grinding a game and about to defeat the final boss after 4,999 deaths. The next, everything went black, and I found myself in this world. This world is called Blue Star, where 800 years ago, the game world invaded reality, and monsters ran rampant. At the age of 18, humans can change professions to acquire game classes to fight against monsters, entering dungeons to kill monsters and level up. However, the original host was considered a poor student because they disliked playing games. When I realized that human power in this world all stems from games, I couldn't help but rejoice. I knew gaming could save the world. On the podium, the homeroom teacher Niu Bai and the temple envoy in charge of profession changes exchanged a glance, preparing to begin the profession change ceremony. Niu Bai said, "The other day, a hidden profession, the necromancer, appeared at First High School next door. I hope you all get lucky too. Students whose names are called will come up on stage to undergo profession selection. There are many tiers of profession quality. The higher the tier, the more powerful, but the lower the probability. Anything above rare tier is considered elite, legendary, and above are exceptionally rare, and there are also special hidden professions." Students filed onto the stage one after another, enveloped in beams of multicolored light from the awakening stone, as curses and cheers filled the classroom. Someone excitedly shouted, "Warrior. I'm a high-tier combat profession." "Ha ha ha," someone exclaimed in surprise, "Cleric. I actually got a rare profession." Some people complain, "Damn it, I enjoy getting massages, not giving them. How did I end up as a lowly masseur?" Finally, Lu Xingyuan stepped onto the stage to awaken. Hearing my name, I took a deep breath and walked into the job change light pillar. Remembering online advice that imagining during awakening could increase the chance of landing an awesome job, I instinctively muttered some special incantations. "Who's your daddy?" Plus AC. Up, down, left, right, B, A, B, A. The next moment, the awakening stone erupted with intense light, followed by a crackling explosion that released a wisp of black smoke. The temple envoy was stunned. Having overseen the class change ceremonies for decades, he had never witnessed such a phenomenon. The classmates were also shocked. Damn, insane skills. Looking at the awakened stone emitting black smoke, I panicked. Could there be anti-cheat detection in this game world? Fortunately, the profession panel appeared immediately after. My profession turned out to be boss, trainee, quality unknown, level 0, with mediocre stats and no skills. I'm devastated. I was trash before crossing over, and I'm still trash after crossing over. So didn't I cross over for nothing? At this very moment, the divine level boss interface successfully loaded. Please select your primary attribute and receive divine tier talents. The options appeared. Looking at the choices to enhance strength, agility, constitution, and spirit attributes, I decisively chose constitution as my primary attribute. Instantly, my blood and energy boiled within my body, forming crimson blood threads that converged in my meridians. The attribute panel also underwent dramatic changes, with the Constitution attribute increasing to 100, hit points rising to 1000, and multiple exclusive skills being unlocked. I quickly did the math and realized the stat gains from killing monsters were ridiculously overpowered. The temple emissary cautiously asked, "Classmate, what class did you awaken? Is it impressive?" I played coy, hard to say, but let's just say it's kinda badass. Nyobai suddenly blurted out, "Are you awesome, or am I Nyobai?" The temple envoy looked puzzled. Looking at my classmates, I showed a friendly smile. "I don't eat beef." This boss class is not only extraordinarily powerful and unique, but also has a different way to level up. Killing other players grants double experience and guaranteed loot drops. In the future, this blue planet will be my gaming arena. I had just turned down my classmates' invitation to team up, declaring my intention to solo the beginner dungeon, when Lu Guangyao, a second generation awakened, let out a mocking laugh. "So what if you're a little good looking? Who are you trying to impress? Admit it, you failed your awakening, that's why you're scared to team up." Hearing those words, memories of how my former self had been bullied by him instantly flashed through my mind. Now that I'd been reborn, there was no way I'd let him get away with it again. The next moment, I stretched out my big hand, grabbed Lu Guangyao's face, lifted him up, and slammed him heavily against the concrete wall, then coldly asked, "Still running your mouth off?" Scalding blood streamed down from his head as he clutched it, his eyes wide open, looking at me with a face full of terror. The classmates were all stunned. They never could have imagined that the once timid and book-loving me would suddenly erupt with such ruthless ferocity. Weren't you scared before? Yeah, Lu Guangyao used to bully him all the time. Why is he so fierce today? He must be really strong professionally, that's why he's not afraid. Everyone was chatting about it, but I didn't pay any more attention and vanished in a flash of white light. Lu Guangyao shouted at the homeroom teacher Nyobai, "Teacher, didn't you see? He hit me." Teacher Nyobai rolled his eyes without hesitation and snapped back, "If you hadn't been asking for it, would anyone have hit you? Not only were you asking for trouble, but you also couldn't hold your own. Forget that, you even had to whine and play the victim first. Can you even handle the dungeon? Get out if you can't take it." Teacher Nyobai was so furious it seemed he might smash the lectern. Lu Guangyao still refused to back down, squeezing out a few words through gritted teeth. "Teacher, my dad is a triple awakener, are you sure you want to treat me like this?" Teacher Nyobai didn't give him any face. Running to the teacher when you can't win a fight? What's next? Crying to mommy? What are you, still not weaned yet? Lu Guangyao's face turned crimson with rage, viciously thinking he'd kill me in the dungeon once his injuries healed. However, he had awakened as a rare class, the cleric, with a gradual healing skill that rapidly restored his wounds. As space rotated, I entered the dungeon. The sky here was overcast with dark clouds, the world shrouded in gloom, visibility less than 10 meters. From within the thick fog came intermittent beastly roars that sent chills down one's spine. I activated boss mode, undergoing a tremendous transformation. My figure became more robust, muscles exquisitely sculpted like works of art, while my original school uniform morphed into a set of black attire. A massive hood concealed my face, exuding the demeanor of a formidable shadowy overlord. Checking the mission panel, the first 3 were standard missions. Level up to 1, exit through the dungeon's entrance, and challenge to slay the dungeon lord. The exclusive mission, however, was to eliminate all professionals, with a countdown of 5 hours. Time was of the essence. With a mere thought, I activated blood manipulation. Around me, capillaries released a dense crimson mist, coalescing under my will into a blood-red spear now clenched in my grasp. Although using the skill cost 10 health points, it was fully restored the next second by the blood tide, with a 10-point health regeneration per second. With this recovery ability, I could easily sweep through the entire class. At that moment, a white beam descended, and Lu Guangyao appeared. Talk about enemies crossing paths. Without a word, I thrust my blood-red spear straight at his head. With a thud, he collapsed. The system notification sounded. You have defeated a rare great profession holder, granting double experience. EXP plus 5. HP plus 1%. I totally dominated in the school dungeon instance. In the classroom at that moment, several classmates who hadn't entered the dungeon were eagerly discussing who would be the first to clear the beginner instance. Some suggested it would definitely be Jiang Yueli with her hidden class, while others thought Lu Guangyao, with his rare class, also had a shot. No sooner had those words been spoken than Lu Guangyao came rolling back into the classroom in complete disarray. He's a rare class, a cleric with a whopping 100 HP, yet he got insta-killed just like that. The guy was completely dazed, still muttering, "I'm a rare class, I'm a cleric." The homeroom teacher, Nyobai, quickly asked him what happened. Lu Guangyao said there was a special monster blocking the entrance that insta-killed him. The whole class was shocked. Nyobai speculated that a mutated attribute monster had appeared in the dungeon and warned the other students to be careful when taking on the challenge. Truth is, I was the one who insta-killed Lu Guangyao. The world's values aren't fixed, and attacking different body parts deals varying damage. With my stats overwhelming his, I took him down instantly. After his death, he dropped a silver light bracer, bronze, with +2 strength. What a steal. Later, a flood of white light descended. Watching my classmates, I thought to myself, dear classmates, here I come. Below the teaching building, the twin brothers were teaming up to kill monsters, still debating where the special creature Lu Guangyao mentioned was hiding. Note, I preserved the in-game item name Silverlight Bracer, Bronze, as a proper noun and kept the Chinese name Lu Guangyao untranslated for cultural consistency. I leapt down from the teaching building, my black cloak swirling with crimson energy. They thought I was a monster. My brother even hurled a fireball at me with his staff. For a split second, I got excited seeing the damage, but then they noticed my absurdly long health bar and full HP instantly regenerated. Terrified, they screamed, "That's a boss. No way we can win, retreat." But how could they escape? I activated blood dominance, threads of scarlet energy coiling around their necks, lifting the mage high into the air. He cried, "Little brother, save me." But when the warrior charged at me, I skewered them both in one strike with my spear. The system notified me that I'd slain the mage and warrior. Not only did I gain EXP, but my max HP also increased by 1% for each kill. They were even forced to drop Silverbind Vest, Bronze, and Hunter's Boots, Bronze. I stared at their corpses pondering, if the blood of the living is hard to control, what about the blood of the dead? To my surprise, it actually worked. It could gather into a blood orb, though manipulating it was difficult, and it couldn't be used as a weapon. With a grand flourish, the blood orb exploded into a crimson firework. That was when things escalated. So many classmates were drawn to the spectacle, practically delivering themselves to me. Without mercy, I slaughtered them one by one. As classmates fell under my hands, the system's notifications chimed non-stop. Half an hour later, I killed 14 classmates, and the experience bar increased to 42%, while my health points also rose to 1,149. Meanwhile, the classroom erupted in chaos. The eliminated students asked each other how they died, all claiming it was by a humanoid monster that could manipulate blood. They even speculated that my health points were at least 1,000. Nyobai grew restless then. He still had his eyes on the prize and pinned his hopes on Zhang Yueli, asking if she wanted to challenge me. Zhang Yueli hesitated at first, saying she wanted to quit gambling, but after seeing the 10,000% multiplier on the novice dungeon bet, she immediately shouted, "I'm going all in." Chapter 4, Gamblers Meet Their Demise. The school beauty questions her existence. A beginner's dungeon with a whopping 10,000% multiplier. Meaning, if she bets 1 gold coin, clearing the stage would net her 100 gold coins. In her previous life, she had never encountered such astronomical odds in a gamble. Zhang Yuli threw her entire profession and a tribute panel into the wheel of fate. I, Zhang Yuli, am no gambling addict. I'm a gambling god. Going all in isn't an impulsive act. It's simply because I have absolute confidence in clearing this. Zhang Yuli knew the difficulty of the beginner dungeon all too well. She had cleared it in her previous life. Reborn, she possessed the formidable combat experience of her past life. Clearing the beginner dungeon? It was a piece of cake. This time around, I'll start by dominating the world from the beginner dungeon. With this resolve, Zhang Yuli transformed into a white light and vanished. Campus dungeon. Within the thick gray fog, swarming with hideous monsters. This was the iron-armored lizard, its entire body covered in dark green scales. Towering in stature with bulging muscles, they resemble the lizard men from Spider-Man movies. Ordinary novice adventurers would likely struggle to defeat an iron-armored lizard in a one-on-one fight. Logically, these iron-armored lizards should be guarding the dungeon exit. Yet, all iron-armored lizards instinctively avoid the school entrance. Because there, a far more terrifying presence loomed. Directly in front of the main gate. A blood mist swirled around a crimson throne, blocking the entrance to the school. A man wearing an enormous hood sat sprawled across the blood crystal throne. Scattered across the surrounding ground lay over a dozen withered corpses. Lu Xingyuan idly fiddled with the weapons and gear in his hands. All of these had been looted from his classmates. Forced drop. Far higher drop rates than killing monsters. This trip out would definitely net him a hefty sum of gold coins. Just then, a slender figure approached from the distance, moving slowly. Zhang Yuli held her spear, eyes narrowed. Is that a boss? But who cares what it is? Just kill it. With that thought, Zhang Yuli raised her spear and charged forward. Lu Xingyuan's lips curved into a faint smile. The genius school beauty, huh? Let me test your depth. The spear in his hand thrust forward. Swish, swish, swish. Zhang Yuli shifted her stance, her spear swinging effortlessly to parry Lu Xingyuan's attack. A weapon forged from blood? Interesting. Zhang Yuli's lips curved upward slightly, revealing a hint of a smile. But that alone won't be enough. As the words fell, Zhang Yuli charged forward in an instant. Her spear thrust forward in a straight, horizontal stab. As the saying goes, a staff sweeps a wide area, a spear pierces a single line. Though spear techniques are endlessly varied, every move evolves from the fundamental blocks, grabs, thrusts, and jabs. Simple techniques. Yet in Zhang Yuli's hands, they became masterful. When it came to combat skill alone, Lu Xingyuan was utterly crushed. His body bore several gaping holes, yet he hadn't even grazed a single strand of Zhang Yuelu's hair. Fortunately, his health bar was thick enough. He could endure it. Zhang Yuelu was cursing under her breath the whole time. This beginner dungeon, man. How could the monsters have such ridiculously high health? And what's up with its healing speed? Though Zhang Yuli was a hidden class, strictly speaking, Gambling God was a utility role. Its early game attack power was only average. It needs to be developed. Through stacked bonus attributes, gear, he gradually grows stronger. Facing monsters with such thick health bars is quite troublesome. But Zhang Yuli believes she could take it down. Kill this boss. And she'd clear the stage outright. A 10,000% multiplier reward. It was within her grasp. Zhang Yuli was thrilled. Meanwhile, Lu Xingyuan acknowledged the school beauty's prowess. You are indeed formidable. But I'm about to cheat. Lu Xingyuan left himself wide open, charging straight ahead. Using his own body, he caught Zhang Yueli's most ferocious shot. SSSSHHH. The spear pierced Lu Xingyuan's abdomen, blood gushing out as if it were free for the taking. Yet Lu Xingyuan smiled. He clutched Zhang Yuli's body tightly. The blood-soaked spear in his hand thrust upward, piercing into Zhang Yuli's body. The resistance was immense due to her exceptionally high attributes. Fortunately, Lu Xingyuan's strength attribute was no slouch either. Only then could he forcefully pierce through the school beauty. Her flawless face gradually lost its color in stunned disbelief. Huff! Lu Xingyuan stared at the gaping hole in his abdomen, blinking several times. His health bar was thick enough and with pain immunity. But this is just too freaking insane. The brief battle with the school beauty had also revealed Lu Xingyuan's weaknesses. Combat experience. His real-world combat experience was woefully inadequate. Facing a master manipulator like Zhang Yuli would put him at a complete disadvantage. Sure enough. Make that health bar even thicker. Experience points plus 10. HP plus 1%. Congratulations, boss. Defeating the hidden class gambling god doubles your rewards. Experience points plus 10. HP plus 1%. Ha! What a stroke of luck. Lu Xingyuan was somewhat surprised. Gambling god, ha! Dear school beauty. I'll make sure you learn what it means to lose every single bet. The real world. Classroom. Zhang Yuli transformed into a white light and appeared at her seat. She froze in place. How is this possible? I actually lost. The entire classroom fell into dead silence. This newbie dungeon was indeed bizarre. But they still believed Zhang Yuli had the strength to clear it. Yet unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, she was eliminated. Even the hidden class had been eliminated. The other eliminated students suddenly felt better. But the homeroom teacher was devastated. Zhang Yuli also collapsed. What the hell was the point of continuing? Zhang Yuli's face was pale. She was the reincarnation of a Valkyrie. How could she lose to a beginner dungeon boss? Most crucially, she'd already gone all in. If she couldn't clear the beginner dungeon, her attributes and class would vanish immediately. That would be the end of her. Of course, Zhang Yuli believed she wouldn't fail. She still had a chance to turn things around. Teacher, I made a mistake just now. Zhang Yuli took a deep breath. It truly was a mistake. She just hadn't expected that humanoid monster to be so intelligent. And its fighting style was so ferocious. It even knew how to trade blows for injuries. But after taking her shot, it was crippled if not dead. Before it recovers, there's still a chance. Rest assured, Master. I have the reset crystal to continue the challenge. Reset crystal. A special item that resets the dungeon challenge timer. Extremely rare. Logically, she shouldn't have used it in a beginner dungeon. But there was no turning back now. It's fine. As long as we clear the dungeon, we'll get a 10,000% multiplier reward from the fate wheel. Not only will we break even, but we'll make a huge profit. Zhang Yuli comforted herself this way. At the same time, she activated the reset crystal, transforming once more into a beam of white light. She returned to the campus dungeon. Without hesitation, she charged straight toward the school gate. After taking all those shots from me, you must be feeling pretty rough too. This time, Zhang Yuli will definitely slay you. Before her words had fully faded, Zhang Yuli saw the boss who had slain her, seated upon a throne drenched in blood. He toyed with the spear Zhang Yuli had discarded with keen interest. Zhang Yuli's pupils suddenly contracted. The wound, it's actually healed? And the health bar is full? This can't be possible. This boss is way too weird. Thankfully, it didn't wake the boss. Can't keep tangling with this boss. Time to level up and gear up. Once I'm stronger, I'll challenge this boss again. Zhang Yuli held her breath and turned to leave, intending to level up and grow stronger. But just then, the boss slowly raised its head. Though the blood mist was thick, Zhang Yuli stood out like a sore thumb. Lu Xingyuan spotted her at a glance. Reset the challenge count. That meant double rewards. Lu Xingyuan wouldn't let this opportunity slip away. This time, Zhang Yuli was prepared for his combat tactics. But facing Lu Xingyuan's absurdly high health pool, rapid regeneration, and complete immunity to pain, Zhang Yuli fought back desperately. Yet under Lu Xingyuan's relentless, no-holds-barred assault, she was quickly defeated. Lu Xingyuan used the 3 wounds on his body to seize a chance to thrust his spear. Whether it was due to enhanced attributes or sheer familiarity, this time, piercing through the school beauty's body felt distinctly smoother. Gazing at Zhang Yuli's lifeless body on the ground, Lu Xingyuan shook his head. This is ridiculous. And you still think you can kill me? Experience points plus 20. HP plus 2%. Congratulations, boss. Leveled up to level 1. All attributes plus 10. All attributes? Lu Xingyuan's eyes widened. After each level up, professionals gain free attribute points based on their class rank. Low-tier professions, 3 points. Rare professions, 10 points. Mythic and hidden classes, 20 points. But after leveling up, he actually gained a flat plus 10 to all attributes. A total of 40 attribute points. That's double the points of a mythic tier class. Over time, Lu Xingyuan's attribute advantage would become increasingly absurd. Just then, another notification chimed. Due to class traits, your primary attribute upgrade bonus is increased tenfold. Death again, back to the classroom. Zhang Yuli felt utterly defeated. I died again. How could this happen? The worst part was, she only had one reset crystal prepared. Within 24 hours, she would be unable to continue challenging this instance. The Wheel of Fate would also declare her wager lost. Her profession and attributes would vanish entirely. This time, it's truly over. Everything's over. Chapter 5, Full-Scale Assault. Crushed. Zhang Yuli got eliminated again? Even the hidden class couldn't beat that mutated boss? Damn it, that boss is insanely powerful anyway. Its health and regeneration are off the charts, and it just blocks the door to kill us. How the hell are we supposed to beat it? Normally, bosses in beginner dungeons don't appear right away. The boss only shows up once over 80% of the minions are dead. But that bastard? From the very start, it blocked the dungeon exit. It even launched preemptive attacks. As if, hunting down adventurers. They never even got a chance to level up or strengthen themselves. They were all cleared out of the dungeon by the boss. The homeroom teacher widened those little eyes. Jiang, you failed again? Ah, it's mainly because our class's dungeon mutated. Failure isn't really a big deal. Worst case, we'll just try again tomorrow. Nyobai had come to terms with it. Even Zhang Yuli, the hidden class, had been eliminated twice in a row. It was only natural that others would be eliminated too. But Zhang Yuli couldn't accept it. I went all in. Reborn into this world. She had greater ambitions and aspirations. She wanted to be stronger than in her previous life, to go further. But she collapsed before even clearing the beginner dungeon. How could Zhang Yuli accept this? At that moment, a gambler's spirit shattered completely. Suddenly, a powerful aura descended. A middle-aged man, so tall he couldn't see his own feet and slightly balding on top, walked in with a cheerful smile. A fourth-tier professional. Principal Li Yunfei of 4th Middle School. Congratulations on awakening your hidden class, Zhang Yuli. And congratulations to you too, Teacher Nyobai. Upon hearing that a hidden profession had appeared at the school, Li Yunfei rushed over immediately. But seeing the gloomy mood in the classroom, Li Yunfei hurriedly inquired. After Nyobai's explanation, he finally understood what had happened. Cases of newbie dungeons mutating were extremely rare. Even the hidden class couldn't clear it. Jiang, I have a reset crystal here. Consider it a personal sponsorship for you. With your strength, you still have a chance even if the dungeon mutates. Once you're inside this time, don't rush the boss head on. Kill the minions first to level up. Once you're higher level, then challenge the boss. Li Yunfei was exceptionally kind. The hidden class necromancer at First High School cleared the beginner dungeon on its first day of awakening. The principal of First High School was always showing off. Li Yunfei couldn't stand it. Now, a hidden class had also appeared at 4th High. He must also clear it on the very first day. Zhang Yuli instantly swallowed the tears welling in her eyes. The principal was right. That boss was truly insane. Especially its health pool and regeneration speed. Combined with its reckless fighting style. It was utterly hopeless. But Zhang Yuli knew her advantage. Her combat experience from a past life allowed her to easily suppress the boss. It was just that the boss played dirty, always trading injuries for life. This time, she only needed to avoid its sharpest blows. First, clear the minor enemies to level up and strengthen her abilities. Then she would challenge the boss. I will not disappoint the principal. She activated the reset crystal once more. Zhang Yuli activated the reset crystal once more. She entered the beginner dungeon with full confidence. Campus dungeon. After Zhang Yuli arrived, her first action was to survey her surroundings. It's the library. What luck! This was the farthest place from the school entrance. Plenty of time to level up. Zhang Yuli immediately began grinding monsters. The Valkyrie from her past life faced the minor monsters in the beginner dungeon. It was nothing short of a massacre. In just a few swings, Zhang Yuli slaughtered over a dozen monsters. This is how a beginner dungeon should be. Meanwhile, Lu Xingyuan, lurking at the school gate, glanced at his attribute panel. Character panel, Lu Xingyuan. Class, Boss. Trainee. Quality unknown. Level 15%. Strength 20. Agility 20. Stamina 200. Spirit 20. Health primary attribute 2450. Mana 200. Exclusive skills Blood Furnace, Blood Tide, Blood Mastery, Demon King's Bloodline. Currently, 35 professionals have been slain, triggering Blood Furnace 38 times with Zhang Yuli contributing 4 instances. An unexpected bonus, the Constitution stat points from level up rewards have also received a 1000% increase. Leveling up grants 100 Constitution points. Before even finishing a beginner dungeon, my HP has skyrocketed by 1450 points. This is the power of percentage-based increases. Normally, only defeating players of your current level maximizes the Blood Furnace effect. But as a boss, you can't just keep spamming basic attacks forever. After advancing, you gain exclusive skills tied to your health, significantly boosting your power. As for whether you'll struggle to find opponents after leveling up, as a 2.5-year veteran of tomato novels, Lu Xingyuan knew full well. The late-game environment will undoubtedly be swarming with nascent soul cultivators, and golden core practitioners will be as common as dogs. Those at the 7th or 8th transformation? They'll be lining up to hand over their heads. With this realization, Lu Xingyuan resolved to let loose completely. He'd grind professional players, he'd grind minor monsters, he'd grind bosses. In short, I want it all. Quest panel. Remaining professionals, 6. Ha! How did another one appear? He remembered clearly that there had been only 5 people just moments ago. Could someone else have used the reset crystal? It can't be. Could it be Jiang Yuli again? Lu Xingyuan felt a flicker of anticipation. He was about to take the initiative. Behind the academic building, a well-equipped squad was efficiently hunting ironclad lizards. The team centered its firepower around the rare class fire mage, complemented by a knight, warrior, priest, and hunter. The class composition was flawless. The 5 members worked together with seamless coordination. Most impressively, every single piece of gear was silver quality. With this setup, they could absolutely dominate the beginner dungeon. Xiao Chang, heal everyone back to full health. Keep grinding mobs, let's get to level 1 as fast as possible. Got it, boss. Push harder, brothers. Let's aim for the school's first clear. The first clear reward is a demon stone. But the real kicker? College entrance exam bonus points. Upstairs, Lu Xingyuan couldn't help but marvel at this little squad. What a formidable setup. Equipment in item tiers: bronze, silver, gold, dark gold, diamond, legendary, epic, mythic. A set of silver tier starter gear? At least 100 grand. 5 people means 500,000. A team of big spenders. Whether in my past life or this one, Lu Xingyuan has always hated the rich. Therefore, hand over your gear. Lu Xingyuan leapt down, blocking the path before them. By reflex, Fire Mage Li Yin channeled a ball of furious fire elements onto his staff. Crackle pop. The fireball tore through the air. Lu Xingyuan made no attempt to dodge, choosing instead to test its damage. 21. Damage, that's high. Truly befitting a rare class. Even this damage couldn't threaten Lu Xingyuan, though it did drain his mana completely. Seeing Lu Xingyuan's healing speed, the others were all stunned. Heals that fast? I can't even hit him. Boss, this must be the Demon Lord boss. The fire mage wielding a staff wore a grave expression. Retreat. We're not high enough level yet. Let's keep grinding. Lu Xingyuan? Did I tell you to leave? Several dozen seconds later, 5 corpses stained the ground crimson. Congratulations, boss. Defeated rare class fire mage. Experience +4. Congratulations, boss. Another wave of experience points rolled in. Unfortunately, since their levels were lower than Lu Xingyuan's, they couldn't trigger the blood furnace talent. Only one left. Campus dungeon, library. Finally leveled up. Jiang Yuli gripped her spear tightly in excitement. Just as she was about to head downstairs, she suddenly spotted that familiar figure. Her entire body froze in place. It's him! Even though she had leveled up, Jiang Yuli didn't believe her level 1 self could defeat this boss. The library was vast. Hiding would likely keep her undetected. Jiang Yuli hid in the stairwell where miscellaneous items were piled up. She held her breath. An unknown amount of time passed. Tap, tap, tap. Footsteps grew louder as they approached. Suddenly, a pair of blood-red eyes appeared through the door crack. I found you. Chapter 6, eliminating the entire class. The collapsing homeroom teacher. Luo City. Senior 3, Class 4, 3rd Middle School. Jiang Yuli clutched her head in despair. Yes. She had failed, yet again. She was completely shattered. Truth be told, failing just once wasn't the end of the world. Reset crystals are expensive. But she could afford it. Jiang Yuli's despair stemmed from the belief that even if she tried again, she still couldn't clear the stage. That boss. Not only was it absurdly powerful, but it actively hunted down practitioners. Even though she hid, yet she was still discovered. No one can clear this dungeon. This beginner dungeon is impossible to clear. Unnoticed, 2 tears escaped her eyes. Jiang Yuli, the former female warrior gambling goddess of her past life, was reduced to tears by a beginner's dungeon. Niu Bai's heart had completely died. Today was way too intense. During the awakening ceremony, 2 rare tier classes emerged in their class. One was a hidden class. In that moment, Niu Bai felt his life had reached its peak. But who could have imagined the beginner dungeon would mutate? No one could clear it. Even Jiang Yuli, the hidden class, failed 3 times in a row. Now the entire class had been eliminated. If no one can defeat that mutated boss, their class will be unable to clear the beginner dungeon. Not a single one of them will become a true professional. Niu Bai looked at his classmates. Could it be? I've taught a class with a 0% beginner dungeon clear rate? This is so embarrassing. I, Nyobai, am going to be forever branded with shame. Every student in class 4 hung their heads in shame. No one had cleared the beginner dungeon. This wasn't just the teacher's shame. It was their shame too. It would also permanently ruin their path to becoming professionals. Teacher, it seems one person hasn't come out yet. Suddenly, a student shouted out. Lu Xingyuan. Campus dungeon. At that moment, only one person remained in the entire instance. Lu Xingyuan flexed his limbs briefly. The next professional to take the stage, Lu Xingyuan. For the first time, his gaze fell upon the monsters. Iron Armored Lizard. Level 1. HP 100. Attack 10. Is that all? Lu Xingyuan let the opponent's attacks land on him. He now possessed 2450 HP, with a staggering 24 HP regenerating per second. He was practically a walking fountain of health. The Iron Armored Lizard's attack power was only 10 points. The rate at which he lost health was slower than the rate at which it regenerated. Lu Xingyuan ignored the monster's attacks. In the most straightforward and brutal manner, he began the slaughter. Watching the monster corpses on the ground turn into experience points one by one, Lu Xingyuan's lips curved into a faint smile. See? Killing my classmates wasn't just about killing them. It's all about leveling up and getting stronger. That way I can clear dungeons more efficiently. And if I ever need to fight monsters in the real world, I'll be able to contribute my share. That's how it is. I am the righteous boss. The experience monsters provide is nowhere near comparable to that of professionals. But their sheer numbers make up for it. Soon, every corner of the campus fell into deathly silence. Inside the classroom, the rest of the class began to panic. We've all failed. What good is Lu Xingyuan alone now? Yeah, maybe he just got lucky and avoided the boss. What should we do? If this keeps up, the boss will kill more and more people. Could it just kill its way to leveling up? Then we'd be completely hopeless. We're done for. If we can't clear the beginner dungeon, we won't be able to challenge any others. Does this mean our entire class is destined to never become true professionals? Just then, someone suddenly let out a shriek. Look! The progress bar is moving. Above the classroom, there was a percentage progress bar. It represented the number of monsters in the beginner dungeon. At that moment, it finally changed from 5% to 6%. Li Yunfei's eyes lit up. To survive this long in a mutated dungeon, this Lu fellow must be no ordinary player either. Nyobai felt a bit awkward. Lu Xingyuan is a good student. But compared to simulated dungeon games, he prefers reading books. The principal sighed. In this world, what good is reading anyway? True. Even Zhang Yuli, with her hidden profession, had failed. What hope could anyone else possibly have? Just then, Nyobai continued. But Lu Xingyuan's class should be rather unique. Ha! Li Yunfei rolled his eyes. Damn it! Can't you just say it all at once? A special profession? That might be something to look forward to. Li Yunfei glanced at the progress bar above the instance. As the two spoke, the progress bar began fluctuating. Dungeon progress, 6%, 10%. Nyobai and Li Yunfei both stared wide-eyed. Typically, the beginner dungeon spawns 1,000 monsters daily. 10% means 100 monsters. In just a few minutes since then, he's killed 50 monsters by himself? That kind of efficiency, could it be instant kills the entire time? Only combat classes above legendary rank possess such capability. Lu Xingyuan, you're no ordinary player. This was only the beginning. From then on, everyone kept their eyes glued to the dungeon progress bar. In the time that followed, the dungeon's progress bar surged forward at an utterly insane pace. The students of Class 4, who had already despaired, a glimmer of hope reignited. 10 minutes later, 20%. Half an hour later, 50%. 1 hour later, 90%. Whoa! Nyobai sucked in a sharp breath. This kid is freaking insane. 90% progress means he's probably cleared out all the minor enemies. Only the boss remains. Li Yunfei spun excitedly in place. Clearing all the mobs in a beginner dungeon solo in just 1 hour. Unheard of. Lu Xingyuan's class must be incredibly powerful. Is he going to take on the boss? Challenging the boss is the most dangerous moment in a dungeon run. Success grants special rewards. Failure means all gains from the dungeon will be forfeited. This beginner dungeon boss is ridiculously overpowered. Everyone in the class has already experienced it firsthand. I hope Lu Xingyuan doesn't go challenge that boss. Yeah, that boss is terrifying, way beyond what we can handle right now. Soloing all the monsters should get us to level 3, at least we can force our way out of the dungeon. Everyone stared intently at the dungeon progress bar. Lu Xingyuan was their class's sole survivor. He was their only hope. Zhang Yuli's mind flashed back to the boss that had killed her 3 times in a row. though she was destined to lose everything. She was, after all, a reincarnated soul. She could barely maintain a surface calm. Her insight far surpassed everyone else's. Jiang Yuli was certain. A novice practitioner could never defeat that boss. Unless it was a level 5. No, a level 10 elite team. A team with flawless gear, combat experience, and every aspect perfectly optimized. Only then would they stand a chance against this boss. Otherwise, it's just a one-hit KO. Chapter 7, Solo First Clear. Demon Stone. Campus Dungeon. The ground littered with the corpses of professionals and monsters. The adventurers were wiped out. Monsters were all slain. Lu Xingyuan glanced at his attribute panel. Character panel, Lu Xingyuan. Class, Boss. Trainee. Quality, Unknown. Level 32%. Strength, 40. Agility, 40. Stamina 400. Spirit 40. Health primary attribute, 4499. Mana 400. Exclusive skills Blood Furnace, Blood Tide, Blood Mastery, Demon King's Bloodline. Killing monsters may not grant double experience or health bonuses. But the sheer number of monsters is enough. After eliminating everyone from the dungeon world, Lu Xingyuan alone reaps all the experience. His leveling speed accelerated. Next, only the final boss monster remained. Let's see who the real boss is. Just then, a long, drawn-out wolf howl echoed across the playground. Woo woo. The dark clouds in the sky parted, revealing an eerie crimson moon that cast an unnatural glow. The entire land was dyed crimson. A colossal wolf, its shoulders towering 3 meters high, emerged slowly from the darkness. Its eyes had long been dyed a blood red by the moonlight. Lord Frenzied Demon Wolf. Level 5. HP 1800. Attack 41. Skill, Berserk. Rage, passive skill. Activation condition, health drops to 30% and enters a state of extreme fury. The Berserk Demon Wolf completely loses its mind, ignoring pain to unleash even more frenzied attacks. Is that all? Attributes won't cut it either. His health is only half of Lu Xingyuan's, and he lacks any life regeneration. Its attack power is even lower than Lu Xingyuan's health regeneration rate. As for the boss's enraged skill that strikes fear into ordinary adventurers, Lu Xingyuan simply ignored it. No more chatter. He hoisted his spear and charged in. Let's hurt each other. Lu Xingyuan's attack, 30. Frenzied Demon Wolf attack, 41. Lu Xingyuan's HP restored, plus 44. Two bosses, you with a claw, me with a spear. No retreating. Lu Xingyuan's black robes were stained crimson. It was stained with the blood of the Berserk Demon Wolf and his own. Anyway, his health regenerated quickly, and he felt no pain. Not only did he not back down, he grew more and more excited. Fighting is exhilarating. This unrestrained, all-out battle was utterly exhilarating. The Berserk Demon Wolf might not be the sharpest tool in the shed. It wasn't stupid. It quickly sensed something off about the adventurer before it. Woo! Don't you feel a thing when my massive wolf claws strike you? The thing is, the Berserker Wolf hurts like hell. Seeing this human across from it, looking like it wouldn't stop until it killed him, the Berserk Demon Wolf tucked its tail and ran. It fled, he pursued. Lu Xingyuan chased after it, stabbing its rear all the way. Overcome by sheer terror, the enraged Demon Wolf couldn't even activate its second phase before being slain. Defeated Lord Boss, experience plus 323. First kill reward, Frenzied Wolf Greatsword Golden. Congratulations! You have cleared the beginner dungeon. School-wide announcement will be made. Hide name? No. What's there to hide? You will automatically exit the instance world after a 10-second countdown. Instantly, the instance progress shot up to 100%. The flickering red light surrounding the classroom gradually faded. A notification echoed throughout 4th Middle School. Congratulations to Senior 3, Class 4, Lu Xingyuan, for completing the first clear of the beginner dungeon. Congratulations to Senior 3, Class 4, Lu Xingyuan, for completing the first clear of the beginner dungeon. The entire school heard this announcement. Inside Class 4, Senior Year, the teacher, principal, and all the students erupted in excitement. Solo clear, and a first clear at that. Lu Xingyuan's strength is beyond imagination. His class level must be incredibly high. At the very least, he's epic tier, and definitely a combat class. From utter despair at the start, to now, setting the first solo first clear record for a beginner dungeon in the history of 4th Middle School. The pace of this transformation was too rapid. So fast that even teacher Nyobai couldn't keep up. Swish! A flash of white light erupted. Lu Xingyuan materialized before the crowd. All eyes converged on him. Congratulations, Lu Xingyuan! You've achieved the first solo clear of the beginner dungeon. Holy crap, that's insane. First clear on the very first day the beginner dungeon opened. In previous years, it usually took 3 to 5 days before any team could achieve the first clear. Jiang Yuli got eliminated 3 times, yet Lu Xingyuan managed to clear it. That's insane. Pro, how did you clear it? Share some tips with us. The entire class started groveling. So the real pro was Lu Xingyuan all along. Nyobai pushed through the crowd to stand before Lu Xingyuan, his disbelief palpable. Lu Xingyuan, how did you pull this off? If this had been before, he would have immediately started congratulating him. But this year's rookie dungeon for their class had clearly undergone some mutations. The boss was far too powerful. Under these circumstances, Lu Xingyuan still managed to solo clear it first. It was utterly unbelievable. I can directly apply for extra rewards for you. Plus special admission to top-tier universities. Principal Li Yunfei beside him also stared wide-eyed like a curious child. The entire class awaited Lu Xingyuan's response. Lu Xingyuan weighed his options. His profession was too unique. He couldn't exactly tell the whole world, I'm going to use you all to grind experience points. It wasn't that Lu Xingyuan didn't trust the higher-ups of Xia Nation. It was that the boss profession was too unique. In the eyes of a boss hunter, all other classes are mere easy prey. Lu Xingyuan was the sole savage, bloodthirsty wolf. Was he supposed to tell others? By devouring you, I grow stronger and better able to protect you. Perhaps some might agree. But the vast majority would certainly refuse. And they would instantly regard Lu Xingyuan as another kind of monster. They might even resort to any means necessary to eliminate him. Therefore, Lu Xingyuan could be a genius professional. He absolutely must not reveal any profession-related information connected to the boss. At least not until he becomes truly powerful. Hide your dragon, conceal your blade, and play it safe. Lu Xingyuan looked up, meeting the expectant gazes of his teacher and principal. Just luck. Both men froze, then after a moment said. Very well. Luck is part of one's strength. Everyone has their own secrets. Especially those related to professional matters. Neither pressed for more details. Principal Li Yunfei looked at Lu Xingyuan with great solemnity. Congratulations, student, on completing the first run of the beginner dungeon. Here is your reward. Li Yunfei handed over an exquisitely crafted jade box and a bank card. The first clear reward was simple. 1 demon stone. And 1 million credits. Though simple, it was more than generous. For novice adventurers, these were the most crucial things. Chapter 8, The School Beauty. Must be thoroughly defeated. Demon stone. Grade level 010. Item description, a mysterious stone from another realm. Carrying the demon stone through a dungeon may attract the attention of demons. He reviewed the demon stone's information. Lu Xingyuan raised an eyebrow. The demon stone is extremely valuable. For it is the key to unlocking abyss mode. By possessing the demon stone and entering the dungeon world, there was a chance to enter abyss mode, challenging even more powerful beings. Acquire rare equipment and materials. Demon stones of levels 0 to 10 are relatively inexpensive. But each one is still worth around 80,000 yuan. It's already a great reward. Lu Xingyuan sat in his seat. A large pile of weapons and gear was stacked beside him. Holy Knight armor, obsidian gauntlets, bronze boots. Damn it, how did I end up with so many weapons? This is my silver grade equipment, the exploding staff. The autumn leaf blade I bought for 50 grand. The students of class 4 stared wide-eyed at the familiar yet unfamiliar gear. Some of these items were the starter gear they'd received. But others were silver grade gear their families had splurged on. Damn it! Now they all belonged to someone else. Lu Xingyuan not only completed the first clear but also wiped out every monster in the beginner dungeon. He scooped up every piece of loot dropped. What a huge score! Li Yan, clad in his robes, approached of his own accord. That blast staff had cost his father a tremendous effort to obtain. It had to be recovered. Thank you, Lu Xingyuan, for retrieving our gear. Li Yan's face was plastered with a smile, seemingly filled with genuine gratitude. Thanks, Big Shot. My silver gear cost me a pretty penny too. Without Big Shot Lu Xingyuan, these items would vanish once the dungeon respawns tomorrow. Making it even harder to clear the dungeon then. The other students immediately began to flatter him excessively. Some even tried to take the gear by force. Lu Xingyuan smiled. Your gear? I didn't know you had gear here. Li Yan's hand froze mid-air. Lu, stop joking around. This is my gear. I just died in the dungeon and got looted. How about this? I'll give you 200 gold coins as compensation. 200 gold coins? Are you trying to bribe a beggar? Lu Xingyuan remained expressionless. I won't make it hard for you. Call out to it, see if it responds. Li Yan's expression darkened considerably. So you don't want to give it to me? Come bite me if you dare. Li Yan's face turned green with rage. With a sweeping gesture, a fiery orb ignited in his palm. His henchmen rushed over to surround him. They grabbed hold of Li Yan. Calm down, boss. Lu Xingyuan soloed the beginner dungeon, you're no match for him. Li Yan's face flushed crimson. Yet he dared not say another word. Lu Xingyuan opened his attribute panel once more. Character panel, Lu Xingyuan. Class, boss. Trainee. Quality, unknown. Level 3 18%. Strength, 40. Agility, 40. Stamina 400. Spirit 40. Health primary stat, 4499. Mana 400. Exclusive skills Blood Furnace, Blood Tide, Blood Mastery, Demon King's Bloodline. After undergoing the trials of the beginner dungeon, Lu Xingyuan gained immensely. His health points increased by 3,474. His 4 core attributes also saw substantial growth. Plus 43 pieces of bronze gear. 4 pieces of silver great gear. 1 gold weapon, Frenzied Wolf Greatsword. 1 demon stone. Plus a cash reward of 1 million. Just a beginner dungeon and I got this much loot. Lu Xingyuan himself hadn't expected it. Being a professional really is an easy way to make money. Moreover, feeling the immense power coursing through his very bones, fueled by his enhanced attributes, Lu Xingyuan's lips curved into a faint smile. There probably wasn't a man in this world who didn't relish the sensation of power. Therefore, he would become even stronger. Next, he needed to plan his career path. He had slain countless professionals and monsters in the dungeons. Lu Xingyuan understood clearly that every professional player had their own strengths and weaknesses. Equipment, skills, items, consumables, pets. There were many avenues to enhance combat effectiveness. But only comprehensive strength is true strength. This holds true even for professionals. As the boss myself, I must be even stronger. A health bar alone is nowhere near enough. You must forge yourself into a well-rounded boss. When all adventurers face me, they shall know only despair. Class advisor Nyobai clapped his hands. Alright, everyone has completed their class change ceremony and had their first taste of the beginner dungeon. Though your experience with the dungeon was unpleasant, you must persevere. Students, please challenge the beginner dungeon repeatedly to level up. This also affects your future college entrance exam scores. Go for it, everyone. Teacher Nyobai was very serious. As time passed, the fusion between the game world and the real world deepened. The variety of monsters grew ever more numerous. Rumor has it that a recently discovered dungeon even harbors a monster capable of taking human lives. The situation for humans will only grow more perilous. After class, Lu Xingyuan dragged his loot out of the classroom. Just as he reached the bottom floor, a figure blocked his path. Jiang Yuli. Standing at a full 5 feet 8 inches, she possessed an absolutely stunning face and exquisitely defined features. And an innate, bone-deep coolness. Yet standing before the towering Lu Xingyuan, Jiang Yuli had to tilt her head back to look up at him. Lu Xingyuan still held Jiang Yuli in high regard. In the dungeon world, she had defeated the school beauty 3 times in a row. She never begged for mercy. Lu Xingyuan declared, I respect you as a true warrior. Come with me. I need to talk to you. Jiang Yuli's voice was icy cold. Without pausing, she turned and walked away. Watching her retreating figure, Lu Xingyuan furrowed his brow slightly. If he remembered correctly, his predecessor and this campus beauty had no connection whatsoever. In fact, they'd been classmates for 3 years. This was likely the first time Jiang Yuli had ever spoken to him. The small grove. A secluded spot behind the cafeteria. Rarely did anyone venture here except for couples on secret dates. Jiang Yuli led Lu Xingyuan here, glancing around cautiously. After confirming no one was around. Please. She knelt down with a thud. Jiang Yuli clung to Lu Xingyuan's leg, sobbing uncontrollably. There were too many people earlier and I didn't dare ask. Please take me with you. I have a reason I absolutely must clear the beginner dungeon. If I can't clear it within 24 hours, I'm done for. Seeing the cold, aloof school beauty kneel before him, sobbing uncontrollably. Lu Xingyuan's lips twitched slightly. What happened to her aloofness? Where was her pride? Where was the aloofness that kept others at arm's length? Who knew, school beauty, you had this side to you? However, from Jiang Yuli's words, Lu Xingyuan could roughly guess the reason. 24 hours. A time-limited challenge. It must be related to her gambling god-class trait. Seeing the school beauty in tears, Lu Xingyuan couldn't help but shake his head. This damn world. Why design such a difficult beginner dungeon? Look what it's done to the school beauty. Lu Xingyuan pressed his palm against the school beauty's forehead, preventing her from wiping her tears on him. Let go of me first. You're a hidden class. Jiang Yuli cried even harder. That boss kept chasing me to kill me. I couldn't do anything about it. If you can help me, I'll grant you one wish. Jiang Yuli gazed at the handsome face, her expression flushing with shyness. Lu Xingyuan's eyes lit up. Unlike the aloof school beauty he knew in normal mode, her slightly flushed cheeks were undeniably alluring. Lu Xingyuan's gaze scanned Jiang Yui's body repeatedly, his lips parting in a slightly excited lick. Really? Anything? Jiang Yuli closed her eyes and emitted an almost inaudible MHM. Lu Xingyuan's eyes lit up. Then could you go into the instance and let me kill you a few times? Jiang Yuli was utterly baffled. What the hell? This guy must be out of his mind. But given the current situation, as long as the request wasn't too outrageous, she couldn't refuse. After all, this bet. Everything about Jiang Yuli. Lu Xingyuan, that particular boss shouldn't appear again. After midnight, you can just go directly. Jiang Yuli paused, finding it hard to believe. Lu Xingyuan's level had already far surpassed that of his classmates. There was no need to waste time in the beginner dungeon. Without her as the boss. With Jiang Yuli's strength, she could naturally clear it. Jiang Yuli wiped away her tears and rose to her feet. Her expression hardened once more into its usual icy composure. Once I complete this mission, I'll come find you to fulfill our promise. Watching Jiang Yuli's retreating figure, Lu Xingyuan's lips curved into a faint smile. The school beauty. Possesses a special hidden profession and seems to be a rich kid too. She'll definitely have tons of valuable items and gear later on. I'm going to loot her clean. Chapter 9, No horse grows fat without nag feed, no man grows rich without windfall. Kill to seize treasure, that's how you build your fortune. After leaving school, Lu Xingyuan shouldered dozens of gear items. He hailed a cab and headed straight for Luo City's most bustling street. This street was lined with all kinds of weapon shops, equipment stores, pet shops. At the street's end stood a gilded building, its facade carved with a 5-clawed golden dragon. Perhaps the shop owner intended to flaunt their wealth. But they went a bit overboard, making it look a little tacky. Above the door hung a plaque bearing 3 characters in sweeping calligraphy. Treasure Pavilion. This is the largest trading hub in all of Xia Kingdom. Here, one could freely trade all manner of equipment, items, materials, and more. Everything imaginable. Lu Xingyuan dragged a large bag of gear to the entrance. At the front desk, a red-clad woman possessing the D will approached him proactively. Sir, how may I assist you? Lu Xingyuan tossed the large bag of gear in front of him. Sell this. This much? The red-clad woman looked surprised. Waving her hand, she summoned several attendants to begin sorting through the gear. All of it was beginner gear with no level requirements. The red-clad woman grew curious. Hey, handsome, where did you get all this gear? Lu Xingyuan's gaze darted around the treasures within the shop. Handsome is handsome, what's with the little? Right, you're absolutely right, handsome. The red-clad woman gave a slight bow, a minor gesture that sent shockwaves rippling through the room. Lu Xingyuan's eyes widened in astonishment. So, big. Handsome guy, how did you acquire all this gear? Loot. Impressive. The red-clad woman gave him a thumbs up. The gear was quickly inventoried. The red-clad woman handed the list to Lu Xingyuan. Hey, handsome. A total of 43 bronze-grade items. As you know, handsome, these are all class change gifts. Not worth much. They can only be sold as materials, totaling 130,000. As for these 4 silver-grade beginner items, our treasure pavilion's buyback price is 200,000. But since it's the newbie job change period, beginner gear commands a significant premium. If you're willing to sell, I'll personally offer 300,000. Consider it a gesture of friendship from our treasure pavilion. The red-robed woman offered a very high price. Lu Xingyuan naturally had no reason to refuse. Then he produced a long sword. Frenzied Wolf Greatsword. Grade, Gold. Effects, Strength +5, Constitution +3. Hull attacks have a chance to trigger a wolf howl, boosting your attack power. This is a gold grade item. And it even has a skill slot. Could it be that handsome guy got it from the dungeon boss? The red-clad woman's eyes lit up. Skill slots were the most precious. Forged weapons rarely feature skill slots. But gear dropped from dungeon bosses always comes with skill slots. Such gear is the pinnacle among items of the same tier. Their prices are equally top tier. Especially now during the class change season. Such top tier gear will definitely be in high demand. 1 million. The red-clad woman immediately quoted an astronomical price. Gold tier beginner gear typically sells for around 500,000. Lu Xingyuan raised an eyebrow. At such a high price, he had no reason to refuse. After the transaction, Lu Xingyuan checked his account balance. 2,430,109. This was a figure Lu Xingyuan had never dared to imagine in his previous life. Who would have thought that after reincarnation, merely completing a beginner's dungeon would net him? He'd made over 2 million. A horse doesn't grow fat without night feed, nor does a man become rich without windfall. Only by killing and plundering can one amass wealth. A flicker of anticipation danced in Lu Xingyuan's eyes. This was only the beginning. He believed his strength would only grow stronger in the future. His rewards would grow ever more abundant. Subsequently, Lu Xingyuan spent another 300,000 credits to purchase a 20 cubic meter storage device. Storage ring. Quality, silver. Effect, a mustard seed holds a universe, a speck of dust conceals a great thousand worlds. The ring contains 20 cubic meters of storage space. Note, cannot be dropped once bound. This is absolutely essential for home, travel, and even raiding. Especially for Lu Xingyuan. So many adventurers have perished in dungeon worlds. We must retrieve their gear. Mr. Lu, take care. We look forward to seeing you again. The red-clad attendant flashed a standard smile, escorting Lu Xingyuan all the way to the door. She handed him a business card. Here's my card, Mr. Lu. Should you ever need anything, feel free to contact me anytime. Watching Lu Xingyuan's retreating figure, a woman in a business suit asked respectfully, "Miss, is there anything special about this man?" The woman in red smiled, her eyes crinkling like crescent moons. "He's so handsome, of course he's special." She had already received the intelligence. This man had broken the newbie dungeon clear record at 4th middle school. And it was a solo first clear. This kind of news will be broadcast throughout the entire school. It cannot be concealed. The Treasure Pavilion's business deals in goods and people, especially those with potential as professional talents. Meanwhile, Lu Xingyuan, having left the Treasure Pavilion, glanced at the business card in his hand. Huajin. The name sounded rather nice. The gold-embossed card bore only the name and contact information. But Lu Xingyuan could tell. Huajin held considerable influence within the Treasure Pavilion. Barring any surprises, there would be plenty of equipment to handle in the future. Perhaps he would have to deal with this Huajin as well. Lu Xingyuan entered a lavishly decorated villa. Though spacious, the house was completely empty. The immaculate living room contained nothing but furniture. Only a yellowed photograph sat on the table. In the photo, besides Lu Xingyuan, there was a young couple. And a Siberian husky sticking out its tongue. The previous owner had once possessed a perfect family of 3, with parents who were both accomplished professionals. But 3 years ago, his parents traveled to the Magic City and entered a special dungeon. They never returned. Only their pet returned. That's the husky in the photo. His name is 2nd Battalion Commander. But it too was poisoned and fell into a coma. It remains hospitalized to this day, still unconscious. Only the former owner remains at home. Therefore, the original owner despises the dungeon world. To be precise, he fears it. Once I grow stronger, I'll go see for myself. And 2nd Battalion Commander, I'll cure you too, so you can wake up. At this thought, Lu Xingyuan recalled the details of the 2nd Battalion Commander's condition. The 2nd Battalion Commander's attending physician stated, to revive 2nd Ha, it would cost at least 10 million gold coins. Are you kidding me? I was just joking earlier. 2nd Battalion Commander, you can stay asleep for now. If I happen to roll a rich kid class, I'll strike it rich overnight. Then we'll restore our master-servant relationship. Lying on the bed, Lu Xingyuan's thoughts began to wander wildly. Soon, sleepiness washed over him like a tidal wave. A gloomy sky, shrouded in wisps of gray mist. Oppressive, desolate. What is this? Lu Xingyuan opened his eyes to the scene before him. He froze in place. Wasn't I just sleeping? What the hell happened to me? Chapter 10, starting out calling each other brother, ending up swallowing a mouthful of frustration. Lu Xingyuan looked up. A dark silhouette grew larger within the gray mist ahead. Finally, a monstrous, powerful creature covered in thick mane burst out of the haze. Lion Python Beast. Level 5. HP 300. Description: a monstrous fusion of lion and python, created for unknown reasons. Beware its thick tail, it conceals deadly fangs. A monster? This isn't a nightmare. I was dragged into this dungeon world while asleep. Lu Xingyuan stared around in disbelief. The dungeon invaded my home? At the same time, Lu Xingyuan instinctively reached out his palm. Blood control. Strands of blood surged from his body, coalescing before him into several crimson spears. Swish, swish, swish. The spears shot out in rapid succession. Before the lion python beast could reach Lu Xingyuan, it was pierced like a hedgehog by the crimson spears. Killed level 5 lion python beast, experience plus 10. Killing a monster above its level. The experience reward was quite decent. After slaying the lion serpent beast, Lu Xingyuan immediately began reviewing the dungeon information. Dungeon, deep in the haunted forest adventure level. Level requirement, level 5. In this world, each dungeon presents a distinct level of difficulty. Difficulty tiers are categorized as normal, adventure, hard, nightmare, and hell. I knew it. That's why the lion serpent's health bar was so thick. It's an adventure level dungeon. Lu Xingyuan's eyes lit up. The higher the dungeon difficulty, the richer the rewards for clearing it. Of course, Lu Xingyuan's goal wasn't the dungeon itself. It was the adventurers. If all went according to plan, it should be the location of his home. A dungeon entrance had conveniently appeared. That's why Lu Xingyuan was pulled in directly. Low-level new dungeons appearing during this period are the most popular. Many new adventurers come to challenge them. The real world. It was late at night and most people had already fallen asleep. At that very moment, a blinding crimson light suddenly shot straight into the sky, illuminating the skies above Luo City. In an instant, the earth shook violently, jolting half the city's population awake from their slumber. What's going on? Hey upstairs, keep it down. I thought we were having an earthquake. You think I'm some animal that can make the whole building shake? Open your eyes and look, can't you see the crimson beam of light? Mommy, it's an earthquake. It's an earthquake. Silly girl, relax. It's just a new dungeon portal opening, that's what's causing the disturbance. Go back to sleep. Game Administration Bureau, the official organization responsible for all matters related to the game world. Through energy detection, they immediately detected the anomaly. Damn it. How did a dungeon portal appear within the city? A tall, coldly elegant woman frowned deeply. Thankfully, the energy fluctuations aren't strong. It should be a low-level instance. Regardless, a dungeon portal appearing within the city walls is never a good sign. Game Forum. An official announcement was pinned at the top. A new instance has appeared in the Forest Peninsula community, southeast of Luo City. Qualified adventurers may proceed to challenge it. Dungeon, deep in the Haunted Woods adventure level. Level requirement, level 5. Upon seeing this announcement, the forum erupted in excitement. A level 5 dungeon, how did it cause such a huge stir? An adventure level dungeon, heh. This year's new transferees are in for a treat. Higher level adventurers began watching the spectacle unfold on the forum. The newbie adventurers were beyond excited. This year's new adventurers numbered over 10 million. Proportionally, about 60% are combat-oriented classes, but only 10% will successfully complete their first job advancement. The competition is brutal. Securing the first clear of the new dungeon would allow them to stand out. It would give them an edge in the college entrance exams. So even in the dead of night, countless party recruitment posts still flood the channels. Level 5 Shield Mountain with Silver Grade Shield, let's run dungeons together. PM me. Shield Mountain bro, add me. +1. Soon. A crowd gathered behind Lu Xingyuan's house. Damn it, how did this dungeon entrance spawn here? We almost ended up in someone's house. Who cares? Let's go, guys. New dungeon, here I come. Many newbie adventurers formed parties and rushed in, unable to contain their excitement. Dungeon, deep in the haunted forest. 5 figures slowly materialized within the gray mist. Guys, this first clear is ours for the taking. Team leader Shield Mountain kicked things off with a bold declaration. His words lifted the spirits of his 4 teammates. The 5 advanced with excitement. Soon, they spotted the first monster. It's humanoid. Generally speaking, larger monsters tend to be stronger. Humanoids, however, were among the weaker monsters in their tier. Without hesitation, the 5 attacked immediately. Water Surge. The mage in the party immediately began chanting a spell. Soon, a water orb shot forth from the staff. Boom! A direct hit. Seeing that terrifying health bar and the message filled with question marks, the 5 of them froze in place. This is the boss? F. What do we do? We're already in the fight, what else can we do? Roll up our sleeves and take it on. Shield Mountain raised his heavy shield and charged forward. The warrior followed closely behind. The mage channeled 3 fireballs, launching them with blinding speed. The archer drew his bow taut and released an arrow. The healer girl, shielded at the very center, glowed with a faint green light, her healing spell already ready in her hands. Lu Xingyuan slowly emerged from the gray mist. He calmly scanned the party members' information. This small party, though well balanced with 5 members, possessed only average class levels. They posed little threat. Lu Xingyuan nearly raised his palm. Threads of blood essence coalesced before him into a crimson spear. Gripping the crimson spear, he swung it in a graceful arc and charged forward toward the Shield Mountain ahead. Shield Mountain, seeing the boss being drawn toward him, flashed a look of excitement. He charged forward, shield raised, delivering a powerful Iron Mountain charge. He intended to hold Lu Xingyuan in place, allowing the others to unleash their attacks. Lu Xingyuan twisted gracefully, slipping past the Shield Mountain with effortless agility. The crimson spear thrust straight forward. Thud! The warrior following closely behind the shield wall had his chest pierced by the blood spear. You have killed a level 5 high-ranking warrior. You gain +20 EXP and +1% HP. This evasion technique was something Lu Xingyuan had learned from Zhang Yu Li. Before Shield Mountain could react, another blood-tipped spear pierced through his skull from behind. The corpse and shield crashed to the ground together, kicking up a cloud of dust. You have slain a level 5 rare class Shield Mountain. Experience +25, health +1%. From the moment he struck to now, only a few seconds had passed. Lu Xingyuan had already eliminated the team's core tank and warrior. Yet he remained unsatisfied. Compared to Zhang Yu Li, his execution was still too rough. Indeed, he needed to stack his stats even higher. Lu Xingyuan looked up at the 3 remaining backline members. Mage. Archer? Priest? The trio had been poised to strike, but before they could act, the front line was wiped out in an instant. Without the front line's support, Lu Xingyuan charged like a tiger among sheep. In a few swift moves, he finished off all three cleanly. The bodies of the five fell slowly to the ground. Congratulations, boss. Defeated a level 4 professional. Experience points plus 15, health points plus 1%. Congratulations, boss. Defeated a level 5 professional. Experience points plus 20, health points plus 1%. That much EXP? Lu Xingyuan was somewhat surprised. Defeating a higher level opponent plus double rewards. The experience gained was beyond imagination. At this rate, Lu Xingyuan would only need to slay a few dozen professionals to level up. By this calculation, leveling up posed no difficulty. Lu Xingyuan walked over to the 5 corpses and skillfully bent down to pick up several pieces of equipment. Evil Spirit Short Sword silver. Cowardly Mage Robe silver. 2 silver grade items? Brother Fu sure has a lot of loot. At the same time, 5 beams of white light shot out from the dungeon's portal. The Shield Mountain Squad 5 faces staring at each other in silence for a long while. Suddenly, the mage sighed. What the hell just happened? How did both of you frontliners get one shot? Before he could finish, the others' faces had already turned completely red. Chapter 11, Level Up Again. Power Surge. The warrior who got one shot immediately started passing the blame. I'm a freaking warrior, Shield Mountain. Shouldn't you have tanked the boss first? Shield Mountain, clad in heavy armor, stared at the vanished silver-grade shield in his hands, his expression grim. My fault? Why didn't you heal me, priest? You got one shot, why the hell would I heal you? The priestess was furious too, turning on her heel and walking away. Guys, don't get mad. We'll just come back tomorrow. You're the worst archer here, and you have the nerve to talk. Shield Mountain stormed off, cursing under his breath. Damn it. If I'd known you guys were this bad, I should have just picked random people off the forums. A few minutes earlier, when the 5 entered the dungeon, they were still calling each other brothers. Now they're breaking up. One after another, beams of white light shot out. The same scene played out at every exit point outside the dungeon corridors. Everyone entered the dungeon with smiles. They came out crying. Damn it, my bronze greatsword. Damn it, why is this boss charging right at us? This dungeon's not right. You run into the boss the moment you enter? That's definitely not right. These adventurers, who had eagerly arrived at the new dungeon ready to show off their skills, were being eliminated one after another. Soon, numerous reports about this dungeon began circulating online. This peculiar boss sparked heated discussions among many. The class group chat for Senior 3, Class 4 at Luocheng 3rd High School also buzzed with activity. Holy crap, that boss from our beginner dungeon showed up in other dungeons too. Could it be a new type of boss? Ha ha. Fairness, right? It can't just be tormenting us. Zhang Yuli also saw the messages in the class group chat. But she couldn't spare the time to care. Because it was already past midnight. It counted as the next day. The beginner dungeon had already refreshed. To be safe, Zhang Yuli had her family prepare 5 reset crystals. She took a deep breath. She re-entered the beginner dungeon that had once driven this female gambling goddess to the brink of collapse. Upon entering the instance, Zhang Yuli charged straight toward the school gate. Seeing the vanished blood throne, she exhaled sharply in relief. Lu Xingyuan really didn't lie to me. After collecting the reward, I'll find Lu Xingyuan and thank him properly. Meanwhile, deep within the Shadow Forest instance, 4 round heads rolled to Lu Xingyuan's feet. These guys are something else, they actually took 200 damage. Lu Xingyuan was somewhat surprised. That archer dealt some serious damage. Congratulations, boss. Defeated level 5 rare class Holy Archer Ranger. Gained plus 25 EXP, HP plus 1%. Congratulations, boss. Defeated a level 4 professional. Gained plus 10 EXP, HP plus 1%. Congratulations, boss. Leveled up to level 4. All attributes increased by plus 10. Leveled up that fast. Lu Xingyuan clicked his tongue. Sometimes leveling up wasn't necessarily a good thing. Out of habit, he opened the system panel after leveling up to check the attribute changes. Attribute panel, Lu Xingyuan. Class, boss. Trainee. Quality unknown. Level 40%. Strength, 50. Agility, 50. Stamina 500. Spirit 50. Health primary attribute, 70-63. Mana 500. Exclusive skills Blood Furnace, Blood Tide, Blood Mastery, Demon King's Bloodline. Killed 30 professionals. The reward from Blood Furnace, combined with the constitution points gained from leveling up, pushed his health pool past the 7,000 mark. Life recovery also saw a significant increase. Each time Blood Furnace triggers, it only increases by 1%. It doesn't seem like much. However, 1% of 1000 HP is only 10 points. 6000 points equals 60 points, a six-fold increase. This value becomes increasingly absurd as health points increase. After eliminating these few professions, Lu Xingyuan opened his friends list. The dungeon world allowed access to the friends list, yet lacked even a basic inventory system. Before invading the real world, this game must have been a pay-to-win scheme, he muttered under his breath. Lu Xingyuan opened the class group chat. He saw many people posting photos of their boss encounters in the group. Someone posted the boss's photo on the forum. It really is the mysterious boss we encountered. Damn, doesn't that mean this dungeon is going to be even harder to clear? Not necessarily. We couldn't clear it because we were all level 0, with low stats and poor team coordination. The Deep Forest is a level 5 dungeon. With a well-coordinated team, we might have a chance. That's the logic. I've already posted the boss info online. Hopefully more people will take on the challenge. Holy crap, Jiang Yuli cleared the beginner dungeon too. That impressive? For real, and Jiang Yuli cleared the entire dungeon. Damn it, does that mean we have to wait another day? Damn it! He closed the group chat. Lu Xingyuan continued his search for new prey. Dungeons have level restrictions. With Lu Xingyuan's strength, he was an unstoppable force against any party of practitioners below level 5. No matter the level of the adventurers, could pose no threat to him. As dawn broke. As time passed, news of the dungeon deep within the Shadow Forest spread across the internet. At the teleportation portal, more and more adventurers gathered. It even drew many formidable figures. Among them, the most eye-catching was a 5-person squad. A youth bathed in fiery radiance, wielding the Mad Wolf greatsword, gazed down with disdain. Those around him recognized the youth. Qin Tian. It's actually him. Who is this guy? I've never heard of him. You don't know the Qin family's young master? Rumor has it Qin Tian even awakened the legendary class Dragon Blood Warrior. He's incredibly powerful, and to level up quickly. He even formed a leveling party. In just a few days, he's already reached level 5. The surrounding crowd fixed their gaze on the figures behind Qin Tian. One legendary class for rare classes. The weakest gear among the 5 was silver grade. Some even sported gold tier gear. Qin Tian's lips curved into a faint smile. For this dungeon run, I shelled out 2 million to buy this Mad Wolf greatsword. Don't hold us back. Behind them, the mage's eyes flashed with lightning as he grinned obsequiously. Heh, our leader is wise and discerning, surely we'll breeze through this first clear. This subordinate offers congratulations in advance. Qin Tian basked in the flattery. You're the one who knows how to talk. If we clear it first, you can pick out a gold quality piece of gear. Thanks, boss. Thanks, boss. Standing behind him was a young man with a rooster crest hairstyle. The rare class Lightbringer, his face crinkled into a chrysanthemum-like smile. Just then, a young man appeared in the distance, staff in hand, his aura cold and sinister, an eerie chill emanating from his entire being. The moment he appeared, he captured everyone's attention. Su Muyu? One of the most renowned newcomers among this year's practitioners in Luo City. For he had awakened a hidden class. Necromancer. Chapter 12, Why the Sudden Silence? Not to your liking? Hidden classes possess uniqueness. This means that only one instance of the same hidden class can exist at any given time. Over a century ago, another individual awoke to the hidden class of Necromancer. He was immensely powerful, capable of single-handedly resisting the beast tide. I never expected this one to be here too. Necromancer, a hidden class with astonishing combat prowess. Indeed. Though Sumuyu is only level 5, he can summon 20 skeleton warriors. One person is an entire army. That's insane. Doesn't that mean he can solo any dungeon? Of course. This is a hidden combat-oriented class. Sumuyu's appearance made everyone else seem like mere supporting characters. This made Qin Tian extremely displeased. Sumuyu, wanna settle this? Sumuyu merely nodded slightly. Then she transformed into a streak of white light and entered the dungeon teleportation portal. Qin Tian laughed bitterly in frustration. Damn it, it's just a hidden class. Does he really think a stroke of luck can erase 3 generations of hard work by the Qin family? Let's go. I'm taking this boss's first kill. Qin Tian gave the signal, leading his team into the dungeon portal. The moment they entered the instance, the other 4 members of Qin Tian's party immediately unleashed their buff skills. Weapon Blessing. Judgment Light. Speed Boost, Strength Boost. The team Qin Tian had assembled was highly unusual. Besides him being a combat class himself, the other 4 members comprised 3 augmentation type classes, plus a healer. It was a classic 4 support, 1 tank formation. Upon entering the dungeon, over a dozen buffs were immediately stacked onto Qin Tian. His stats skyrocketed. Qin Tian. Class, Dragon Blood Warrior Apprentice. Quality, Legendary. Strength, 31 plus 15. Agility, 24 plus 8. Constitution, 25 plus 8. Spirit, 8+8. Level, 5. Talent, Azura's Soul. Skills, Immortal Dragon Body, Whirling Blade. Feeling the immense power coursing through his veins, Xingyuan let out a wild laugh. He charged straight toward the monster ahead. Roar! The mad wolf greatsword swung through the air, its blade howling like a wolf. The surrounding wolf-like monsters trembled in fear, one after another. Under the powerful attribute boost, combined with its inherently formidable signature skill, Xingyuan's slaughtering speed was unimaginably fast. In no time, he had mowed down over a dozen monsters in his path. Surveying the scattered corpses of monsters, Xingyuan let out a maniacal laugh. Ha 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 ha. A bunch of trash. Who else is there? Where's the boss? Bring that boss out here. The desperate support class players in the rear exchanged bewildered glances. What the hell is going on? They're crazy. Absolutely insane. Just then, a voice suddenly echoed from all directions. I hear you're looking for me? Xingyuan and the others immediately grew alert. Who's there? Hiding like a coward? If you've got the guts, show yourself. Soon, they saw the humanoid boss emerge from the gray mist. The 4 support members trailing behind were practically itching to kill. Damn it! Talk about jinxing it. No, the boss really showed up. Xingyuan, however, was thrilled. Boss, huh? I'm here to take down the boss. Lu Xingyuan stepped out of the gray mist, surveying the group of inexperienced newbies before him. A faint smile touched his lips. Finally, a few more rich guys have arrived. Lu Xingyuan's palm flickered, and a crimson spear coalesced in his hand. Hopefully, it'll drop a skill book. With that thought, Lu Xingyuan charged straight ahead. The crimson spear slashed straight toward his target. Under the immense force, Xingyuan was sent flying backward. He scrambled to his feet in disbelief. What overwhelming power! Immortal Dragon Body. A suit of armor adorned with dragon scales appeared on Xingyuan's body. Simultaneously, a faint, flame-like shield enveloped his entire body. The undying dragon body was the core skill of the Dragonblood warrior. It significantly boosts physical constitution and strength attributes. Strength +10. Constitution +10. Under the blessing of undying dragon body, both strength and constitution attributes surpassed 40 points. Whirling Blade. Xingyuan flung the mad wolf greatsword from his grasp. Unfortunately, even with the skill's amplification, Xingyuan's damage proved far too insignificant to Lu Xingyuan. Ignoring the hurled mad wolf greatsword, Lu Xingyuan seized Xingyuan. The crimson spear thrust into him again and again. His health bar emptied instantly. Xingyuan died, his corpse crashing heavily to the ground. Besides the mad wolf greatsword lying on the ground, a blood-glowing book appeared beside Xingyuan. This is a skill book. Ha! I never expected it to actually drop a skill book. My luck must be skyrocketing. Lu Xingyuan didn't rush to pick up the gear, instead fixing his gaze on the 4 support classes behind him. Thud! The cock-crested light user dropped to his knees. Wait! Boss, spare my life. We've all come together by fate. Why start with violence? The only response he received was a massive palm stained with blood. Lu Xingyuan bound them with blood. Then, one by one, he crushed their skulls. The agony of death drenched Xingyuan in sweat. He collapsed to the ground, utterly drained. I actually died? The most crucial thing was his equipment. That mad wolf greatsword, he'd shelled out 2 million credits for it at the treasure pavilion. And a golden quality skill book. Damn it! The astonished stares from those around him made him extremely uncomfortable. Xingyuan kicked down the nearby courtyard wall with one foot, venting his rage. The next second, 4 flashes of white light appeared in succession. The cock-crested light user, gritting his teeth against the agony of near death, approached Xingyuan. Congratulations, boss. Congratulations, boss. Xingyuan's face darkened instantly. What are you congratulating me for? Did you actually kill the boss? The rooster-crested light-bearer gave a shy smile and shook his head. No. Xingyuan. Then did you discover the boss's weakness? Not that either. Then what the hell are you babbling about here? Xingyuan instantly flew into a rage. The light user hurriedly explained. Boss, I spotted a mineral vein before I died. Grade 2 refined iron ore. Boss, the clan is preparing to build our main city in the game world and desperately needs mineral resources. Boss, this is a huge contribution. Xingyuan immediately grew cocky. Ha! They always call me a spendthrift. This time, I'll shut those old farts right up. The 4 support classes exchanged glances. A gold tier weapon tossed aside without a second thought. A skill book bought for 5 million, just carried around like that. If you're not wasting money, who is? Deep in the Shadow Forest dungeon, you slay the legendary class Dragonblood warrior. You gain +30 EXP. Health +1%. You have slain the rare class Lightbringer. Ignored the reward notifications. Lu Xingyuan picked up the Mad Wolf Greatsword. Unexpectedly, this blade had come full circle, returning to his hands. What a twist of fate. Once outside, he'd sell it to the treasure pavilion. He tossed all the weapons and equipment dropped by the others into his storage device. Lu Xingyuan's gaze settled on the skill book. Swordsman Universal Skill Book. Quality, Gold. Usage restriction, Strength attribute 40+. Skill books were extremely valuable. The drop rate is extremely low. Moreover, this is a gold quality skill book. I hope it drops a skill that suits me. Chapter 13, The Abnormal Necromancer. But I'm the real boss. To use a universal skill book, attribute requirements must be met. Xin Tian couldn't meet this condition. Therefore, he couldn't use it. One more thing. These universal skill books grant random skills. You can only know the type, such as warrior, mage, priest, and so on. Everything else is purely luck. It might be a skill completely unsuited to you. Lu Xingyuan wiped his face and chose to use the universal skill book. Congratulations, boss. You have successfully learned the Phantom Sword Technique skill. Phantom Sword Technique summons a swordsman clone of oneself. The clone possesses 50% of your attributes. Lucky break. Lu Xingyuan was pleasantly surprised. This skill significantly boosts his speed in clearing out enemy units. Moreover, it possesses 50% of Lu Xingyuan's attributes. That's an absurdly high figure. In the hands of other practitioners, Phantom Sword Technique might merely be a gold tier skill. But in Lu Xingyuan's hands, Phantom Sword Technique possesses at least legendary tier skill strength. This was a huge win. To see its actual effects, he'd need to test it against an opponent. Lu Xingyuan began searching for a lucky candidate. Meanwhile, on the other side of the deep shadowy forest instance, Su Muyu stood clad in gray robes, staff raised high in both hands. Necromancy, summon. He slammed his staff heavily onto the ground. Gloomy beams of light began to spread outward from Su Muyu as their center. Soon, a vast formation took shape. Roar! 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 Amidst waves of demonic howls, the ground began to tremble. One by one, ghastly white, monstrous claws emerged from beneath the earth. Soon, a vast horde of skeleton warriors crawled out from beneath the earth. Each one staggered unsteadily, their clothing appearing as though it might fall apart at any moment. Their stats weren't particularly high. Ragged Skeleton Warrior. Health 100. Attack power 10. Skill, slash. But there are so many of them. Surrounding Su Muyu were a full 20 skeleton warriors. He alone was an army. Little darlings, begin the hunt. Upon issuing the command, 10 skeleton warriors charged forward. They began to gang up on a monster. The skeleton warriors were too numerous, fearless of injury, and utterly relentless. They slaughtered the monster with remarkable efficiency. Su Muyu's experience points soared rapidly. And he was a cautious person. Although releasing all the skeleton warriors would have accelerated his leveling speed, he still chose to keep 10 skeleton warriors to protect himself. He understood clearly. The necromancer's only weakness was himself. At this rate, I'll level up in less than an hour. As for that so-called unknown boss, no matter how powerful it is, could it possibly defeat my skeleton army? Su Muyu had already laid out his plan. First, level up in the dungeon. Then, enhance the attributes of his skeleton warriors. Then challenge that boss. Claim the first clear reward for this dungeon. Just as he finished clearing the monsters here, Su Muyu spotted a humanoid monster walking right into his trap. Is this the boss? Lu Xingyuan had actually been observing this class player for a while. A hidden class? That's just insane. But the rewards are substantial enough. Hidden professions grant double health points. Let's test my new skill on you. Phantom Sword Technique. Activated. Lu Xingyuan extended his palm. A phantom-like, translucent figure, wielding a long sword, flew out from his body. The sword-wielding clone remained connected to its original body by a thread of energy. Swordsman Clone. HP Primary Attribute, 3835. Attributes, Strength 25, Agility 25, Constitution 250, Spirit 25. Skill, slash. With these stats, it should be able to serve as a minor boss. Kill. At Lu Xingyuan's command, the swordsman's clone charged forward. With just 4 or 5 swings, the swordsman clone could dispatch a skeleton warrior. Across the battlefield, Su Muyu's expression grew increasingly grim. His skeleton warriors, in the hands of that swordsman clone, were utterly powerless to fight back. His prideful area of effect tactics seemed utterly ineffective against this foe. Because that guy's health pool was simply too high. Damn it! This boss is insane. Su Muyu cursed under his breath. And this was different from the intel others had given. How could it have a clone ability? In the blink of an eye, one skeleton warrior after another was smashed to pieces by the swordsman's clones. As for the Phantom Swordsman, lost only 300 HP. The 10 skeleton warriors on the outer perimeter were cleared away in mere minutes. Su Muyu gripped his staff with both hands and began chanting a spell. Soon, a ball of flame appeared atop his staff. Soul Flame. Whoosh. A ghostly blue flame, trailing a long tail. It slammed into the swordsman's clone. The flames clung like flesh-eating maggots, impossible to extinguish or burn away. It relentlessly drained the swordsman's clone's health, accompanied by successive fireballs crashing down. The rate of life drain accelerated relentlessly. The swordsman's clone didn't possess Lu Xingyuan's monstrously fast life recovery rate. At this rate, it might not take more than a few minutes. The swordsman clone's health would be depleted. Lu Xingyuan refused to accept this. I've been diligently grinding in this dungeon, not daring to slack off for a second. I've been grinding for hours. Do you think this is easy? I finally summoned myself a backup fighter. I absolutely cannot let you kill it so easily. A spear materializes in my hand. Lu Xingyuan's true form emerges. Soul Flame is a sustained damage skill that stacks up to 3 times. But it has no effect on Lu Xingyuan. His health regenerates far too quickly. Moreover, Lu Xingyuan's 4 core attributes are double those of his clone. The clone requires an average of 4 attacks to kill a skeleton warrior. Lu Xingyuan only needs 2. In the blink of an eye, all the skeleton warriors were wiped out. Su Muyu crouched on the ground, clutching her staff and shivering. Not a single skeleton warrior remained. Her mana was completely depleted. This boss was just too damn overpowered. In the midst of her collapse, Su Muyu's vision went black as the boss brutally killed him. At that moment, the sun had climbed directly overhead. After clearing the beginner dungeon, Zhang Yuli headed home to catch up on sleep. She glanced at the storage device. That mythical great item radiated a dazzling glow. Zhang Yuli's eyes lit up. The main city order. Who would have thought the beginner dungeon gamble would actually yield a main city order? The main city order. It allows one to establish their own territory within the game world. Regardless of level, a main city order is incredibly valuable. And what's more, Zhang Yuli obtained a mythic tier 1. In her previous life, worldwide, only 3 mythic tier main city orders had ever appeared. Each time one surfaced, it sparked a bloody storm. Zhang Yuli let out a deep sigh of relief. At least it ended without disaster. No more reckless gambling. Wait, no, gambling is still necessary. But I'll never go all in again. With that thought, Zhang Yuli left the room. She was heading to find Lu Xingyuan. After all, it was thanks to Lu Xingyuan that the boss had been defeated. She really needed to thank him properly. Zhang Yuli quietly slipped into her father's treasure vault. From the row of golden gear, she selected the most dazzling special equipment. This level less gear it is. Chapter 14, Gamblers Never Lose Every Day. Reborn and Returned. Zhang Yuli's mind was filled with questions. Lu Xingyuan. In her previous life, she barely even remembered this name. He was just a nobody in class. This time around, things seemed different. Zhang Yuli wanted to figure out the key to it all. And that boss. Zhang Yuli combed through every memory in her mind. In both past and present lives, not a single piece of information related to this boss had ever surfaced. Could all this be the butterfly effect triggered by my rebirth? Or could it be that this life itself is fundamentally different from the previous one? Soon, she arrived at Lu Xingyuan's doorstep. From a distance, she could see a dense crowd of professionals gathered here. Outside the instance portal, the crowd fell deathly silent. Every pair of eyes was fixed on Su Muyu, who was huddled in the corner, shivering violently. What? Su Muyu got eliminated too? Qin Tian's team failed. Su Muyu failed too. This dungeon is way too terrifying? This is just an adventure-level dungeon, why is it so hard? That boss is seriously overpowered. Its health bar is absurdly high to begin with, and then there's that insane health regeneration. One more thing. I've seen several recorded videos that boss's combat tactics seem to be getting stronger. You mean it's learning from us adventurers' combat experience? Could it be a boss with advanced intelligence? Hard to say. Su Muyu recovered from the agony of death. She glanced at Qin Tian. The two fell silent. Gone was the haughty, contemptuous air they'd carried before entering the instance. They'd both been beaten into pulp. How could they keep up the act now? How about we team up? Qin Tian suddenly suggested. Su Muyu shook her head. That boss evolved again. He unleashed a clone ability. I don't think the two of us stand a chance. Silence fell between them once more. Zhang Yuli ignored the others. She sent Lu Xingyuan a direct message. I'll fulfill our agreement. Deep within the Shadow Forest instance. Before I knew it, we'd fought our way all the way to the dungeon exit. Gazing at the teleportation gate ahead, Lu Xingyuan kicked a professional adventurer's corpse aside. He picked up a silver tome. Another skill book dropped. Skill books were relatively rare. The drop rate from monsters is extremely low. But that's for monsters. Skill books dropped by adventurers are much more common. Mage skill book. Quality, silver grade. Usage restriction, requires 30 or more spirit points. The grade is a bit low. Nevertheless, Lu Xingyuan still chose to activate this skill book. Congratulations, boss. You have successfully learned the Shadow Chain skill. Shadow Chains consumes mana to unleash shadow chains, binding enemies within a designated area. The greater the mana expenditure, the stronger the binding effect. A restriction type skill. Not bad. The main thing is that Lu Xingyuan's stats are exceptionally high across the board. Any skill in his hands can perform quite effectively. By the 10th hour of the dungeon run, Lu Xingyuan had slain at least 70 adventurers and countless monsters. Finally, Lu Xingyuan achieved his second level up. Character stats, Lu Xingyuan. Class, Boss. Trainee. Quality, Unknown. Level, 50%. Strength, 60. Agility, 60. Stamina 600. Spirit 60. Health primary attribute, 10519. Mana 600. Exclusive skills Blood Furnace, Blood Tide, Blood Control, Demon King's Bloodline. Universal skills Phantom Sword Technique, Shadow Chain. Health finally surpassed 10,000. Lu Xingyuan continued hunting down the professionals. Though leveling up meant he could no longer gain extra experience from defeating higher level foes. But with the addition of Phantom Sword Technique and Shadow Chain, these two skills, Lu Xingyuan's efficiency in clearing out the professionals increased significantly. The rate of experience gain hasn't slowed much. In fact, it had increased. At this rate, he would soon reach level 6. Lu Xingyuan planned to clear out the professionals one more time before officially starting to farm dungeons. Just then, a message arrived. Jiang Yueli, are you home? I'm here to fulfill our agreement. Lu Xingyuan, I'm running a dungeon. Just join me. After sending the message, Lu Xingyuan immediately closed the chat window. After a moment's thought, he began analyzing information about Jiang Yueli. Jiang Yuli's gambling god profession must be quite unique. If things go as expected, she should have obtained the beginner dungeon reward. Might be something valuable. Let's lure her in first and see if we can get it to drop. Outside the instance entrance, Jiang Yuli had already received Lu Xingyuan's message. But this dungeon. Her gaze fell upon the teleportation portal deep within the Shadow Forest dungeon, and her pupils abruptly contracted in cold alarm. The chime of fate sounded once more. The multiplier began to flicker. The final multiplier settled on a number that filled Jiang Yuli with dread. Gamble, Deep Dark Forest Adventure level. Multiplier, 12,000%. Time limit, 24 hours. It's actually higher than the beginner dungeon. Jiang Yuli's breathing grew slightly ragged. This is ridiculous. Is it because this is an adventure-level dungeon? No. It must be because of that boss. Jiang Yuli saw the content in the class group chat. She learned that the mysterious boss had also appeared in the Deep Forest dungeon. Could it be that such high drop rates are all because of that boss? Jiang Yuli clenched her fists. She was truly tempted. A 10,000% multiplier in the beginner dungeon could net her a mythic grade capital city order. That was a treasure beyond measure. This time, the multiplier was even higher. The rewards would surely be even more outrageous. If it were before, Jiang Yuli would have gone all in without hesitation. But this dungeon also contains that mysterious boss. Calm down. Jiang Yuli, calm down. She took several deep breaths. Jiang Yuli opened her eyes once more. She went all in. But this time, she didn't go all in. She only bet half of her attributes. The gift had been delivered right to her doorstep. Why would she refuse? I am the human race's foremost female war goddess. How could I possibly back down now? Of course. Jiang Yuli may be reckless, but she's no fool. This time, she wouldn't go it alone. I'll assemble the mightiest squad and kill you with my own hands. Jiang Yuli stood before Qin Tian and Su Muyu. Want to challenge them again? Together. Both men looked up simultaneously. Jiang Yuli. They had, of course, heard of the renowned beauty from third middle school. Qin Tian immediately rose with respect. Should you require my service, Qin Tian will brave fire and water, die 10,000 deaths without hesitation. Others might not know. But Qin Tian knew full well that Miss Zhang's background was far from ordinary. Jiang Yuli wasn't just some ordinary rich kid's daughter. Her father was once one of the human race's war gods. An 8th-tier powerhouse. Now he had merely retired after sustaining severe injuries. Compared to the Jiang family, the Qin family was but a minor player. Su Muyu may not be aware of these details. He still yearned to challenge that boss once more. We still need 2 more people. Qin Tian glanced behind him. I have a capable support and healer here who can join us. Jiang Yuli nodded. Excellent. As they spoke, piece by piece, golden-hued equipment appeared on her body. Protector set legendary. Level 3. Attributes, Constitution plus 10, Strength plus 10. Set bonus 1, plus 20 to all 4 primary stats. Set effect 2, Protector's Blessing. Grants 100 shield points. Set effect 3, Thorns. Inflicts bleeding on attackers after being struck. Before coming here, Zhang Yuli hadn't decided to challenge that boss again. She had already prepared herself. This legendary guardian set had been treasured by her father for years. Its critical wound effect was precisely tailored for this boss. I, Zhang Yuli, am no gambling addict. I'm the master of the game. I never lose a bet. Chapter 15, Slaying the Campus Queen again. My mythic tier item is mine. Holy crap. Miss Jiang, you came prepared. This humble servant congratulates you in advance on clearing the stage and securing the first clear reward. Qin Tian mimicked the rooster-crested guy's tone, launching into a flurry of sycophantic praise. But at that moment, no one was paying attention to Qin Tian. All eyes were fixed on Zhang Yuli. Zhang Yuli, radiating an orange aura. Holy crap. This, a full set of legendary gear? How much must that cost? Money? Legendary gear isn't something you can buy with money. That must be Zhang Yuli, the school beauty of 3rd middle school. Who knew she came from such a wealthy family? 2 hidden classes, 1 legendary class, plus 2 rare tier support classes. With this setup, she'll definitely beat that boss to a pulp. Half the crowd gathered here were failed challengers. Seeing such a formidable challenge team, the crowd erupted in excitement. Get the first clear. Get the first clear. Zhang Yuli wasn't done yet. With a sweeping gesture of her hand, a golden spear materialized in her grasp. Venom Spear Legendary. Level 1. Attributes, Strength plus 20. Special effect, attacks inflict poison, causing sustained damage. This spear is also designed to counter the boss's rapid healing speed. After equipping all the gear, Zhang Liyue glanced at her attribute panel. Attribute panel. Zhang Liyue. Class, Gambling God Apprentice. Quality, Hidden Profession. Level, 311%. Strength, 40 plus 50. Agility, 44 plus 20. Constitution, 45 plus 30. Spirit, 50 plus 20. Talent, Wheel of Fate. Seeing the formidable stats, Zhang Yuli felt even more confident about clearing this stage. Those around her were all gaping in astonishment. With the equipment's enhancement, Zhang Yuli's stats were now comparable to those of a legendary tier professional at level 10+. This is the power of money. Let's go! After sending the party invitation, Zhang Yuli handed each of the others a reset crystal. Then she led the way into the dungeon. The others activated their reset crystals and followed suit. Let's farm some mobs first. If we can level up, I want to do that first, Zhang Yuli said. Then, since they'd begun clearing the dungeon, although Zhang Yuli wielded a spear instead of her signature lance, it was close enough. Under the overwhelming attribute suppression, clearing minor enemies proved equally efficient. The 4 in the rear stared wide-eyed. This feeling was just like being carried by a high-level veteran. Meanwhile, Lu Xingyuan watched impassively as his swordsman clone slaughtered an entire squad of adventurers. Then he stepped forward to loot the gear. Too bad this swordsman clone can only fight, it can't help with chores like picking up gear. Lu Xingyuan suddenly looked up, gazing toward the gray mist ahead. Creak, creak. One by one, staggering skeleton warriors burst forth from the gray mist. Is that necromancer? Lu Xingyuan was taken aback. He hadn't expected the necromancer to be so relentless, returning once more. Then, Lu Xingyuan spotted 5 adventurers. Especially when he spotted Zhang Yuli, Qin Tian, and Su Muyu. Lu Xingyuan's eyes lit up. They'd banded together to take me down. Without hesitation, Lu Xingyuan charged straight at them. The skeleton warrior blocking his path was struck down in a single exchange, or smashed flying several yards away. Watch out, the boss is here. The moment the boss appeared, everyone held their breath. Zhang Yuli gripped her spear tightly. This time, I will redeem myself. With that, she charged straight ahead. Dragon Blood warrior Qin Tian followed closely behind. The necromancer remained stationary, chanting incantations to prepare his spell attack. The light wielders and healers in the rear stood ready to provide support at any moment. Lu Xingyuan swept his arm wide. Shadow chains. Black chains shot up from the ground. They targeted the 3 spellcasters in the rear. Then, a phantom blood red afterimage shot from Lu Xingyuan's body. It charged straight toward the necromancer. Thud. Zhang Yuli moved like a ghostly apparition. She charged forward the moment Lu Xingyuan unleashed his skill. The poison-tipped spear pierced straight through Lu Xingyuan's chest. 60. Empowered by her legendary tier set, every attribute except Constitution. All other attributes surpassed Lu Xingyuan's. But her attack power was too weak. It couldn't even keep pace with his health regeneration. Lu Xingyuan retaliated in kind. The blood spear pierced Zhang Yuli's arm. Qin Tian charged forward, blocking Lu Xingyuan as he prepared to strike again. Lu Xingyuan's brow furrowed. Thorns. Life recovery effect halved. With the reduction, it took a full 2 seconds to fully restore the lost health. Seeing this terrifying recovery speed, Zhang Yuli's eyes widened in disbelief. The Protector Set's Thorns effect had been triggered. His health regeneration was this fast? Did that mean this boss's base health regeneration exceeded 100 points per second? Impossible. Lu Xingyuan narrowed his eyes slightly. These individuals possessed formidable combat prowess. With his current stats, he couldn't claim to be completely invincible. He must eliminate them swiftly. After a full day of combat, Lu Xingyuan's battle experience had skyrocketed. He understood clearly. His greatest advantage lay in his exceptionally high health pool and his utter disregard for pain. With a wave of his hand, the crimson spear dissipated. In its place appeared a crimson dagger. Then, without a second thought, he charged forward. He grabbed Qin Tian in a bear hug. The crimson dagger plunged again and again, straight into his heart. The excruciating pain overwhelmed him. Qin Tian's mind began to scatter, let alone fight back. Behind him, Zhang Yuli relentlessly attacked Lu Xingyuan with her spear. Yet he felt nothing. 7 strikes ended Qin Tian's life. Lu Xingyuan, covered in blood, slowly turned around. Health 9,703-10519. Lu Xingyuan raised an eyebrow. In just a few seconds, Zhang Yuli had managed to chip away over 800 points of his health. But now, it was all over. Lu Xingyuan waved his hand. Over 500 points of mana vanished instantly. In exchange, a dozen shadow chains, billowing with black mist. They bound Zhang Yuli's legs tightly. No matter how she struggled, it was all in vain. Offense and defense transformed. Under Zhang Yuli's horrified gaze, Lu Xingyuan gazed at that flawless face, stabbing through his body, one blow after another. 17 stabs in total. It took that many to slay Zhang Yuli, clad in her legendary tier armor set. Alongside her corpse, a multicolored token rolled onto the ground. Lu Xingyuan picked it up, curious. A city lord's token? Chapter 16, an impossible boss, despair-inducing. With 2 main combatants slain, the remaining 3 were utterly defenseless. Blade to flesh. All of them fell lifeless. You have slain the legendary class Dragon Blood Warrior. Gained EXP plus 40, HP plus 1%. You have slain the hidden class Necromancer. Gained plus 40 EXP, plus 1% HP. Having slain these few adventurers once more, Lu Xingyuan's experience points rose once more. Level 512%. However, leveling up in the short term was definitely out of the question. After battling continuously in the dungeon world for an entire day, Lu Xingyuan was utterly exhausted, both physically and mentally. Exhausted. Wore wolf cape gold grade. Black feather armor silver grade. He picked up several pieces of equipment scattered on the ground. Lu Xingyuan glanced at the corpses of the few men, pondering briefly. Though it appeared he had dispatched them with relative ease. But in truth, it had nearly gone wrong. This time, Zhang Yuli and the others hadn't prepared thoroughly enough. Next time, if each of them wore a full set of gold tier gear, and recruited 2 more powerful professionals, Lu Xingyuan might actually be eliminated. Their stats still weren't invincible enough. But this problem is easily solved. After all, Lu Xingyuan is both a boss and a professional player. He can equip himself with a set of powerful gear. And then there's this mythic tier main city order. This has reached the limits of Lu Xingyuan's knowledge. He needed to go out and research what this thing was for. With that thought in mind, Lu Xingyuan rose and headed toward the teleportation portal, choosing to leave the dungeon world. 5 flashes of white light flickered. The figures of Zhang Yueli and the others gradually materialized. The pain of being killed left their faces pale. As a reincarnated individual, she possessed a relatively steadfast will. Yet at this moment, she felt only despair. I, Zhang Yuli, am a reborn soul. I'm a Valkyrie. Having been reborn, shouldn't I be slaughtering enemies left and right? Instead, I'm dying every single day? Not only did I nearly fail in the beginner dungeon. After finally clearing the beginner dungeon, I got stuck on the second one. Could it be all my past memories were just an illusion? That I'm not really a Valkyrie at all? Was it all just a dream? Or, did this world change after I reincarnated? But it doesn't really matter. I, Zhang Yuli, am still resourceful. I didn't go all in. With my abilities, even losing half my stats won't make much difference. That boss. I'll let him go for now. I'll come back when I'm stronger. Besides, I have the mythic tier main city order. This will be my rise. Where's my main city order? Zhang Yuli nearly stuck her head inside the storage device. It was looted. In that moment, Zhang Yuli was utterly plunged into despair. At the same time, the surrounding adventurers also ceased their attempts at this dungeon. 2 hidden classes, 1 legendary class, and 2 rare classes. One of the hidden classes was even clad in legendary gear. Even with such a lineup, they were all wiped out. Going back in now would be nothing short of suicide. This dungeon is probably impossible to clear now. Yeah, with that mysterious boss lurking, anyone who goes in is dead meat. We can only wait for the dungeon to fully materialize and let the high-level players clean it up. Meanwhile, across major adventurer forums, countless people were watching the video of Jiang Yuli and her group battling the boss. This boss is just ridiculous. Even though Jiang Yuli is only level 3, her hidden class stats are incredibly high. Add in that legendary tier set gear. Her stats easily rival those of a level 10 plus first-class character. With Qin Tian, Sumuyu, and the other two, they absolutely possess the strength to clear hard in dungeon instances. Yet against this boss, they're completely helpless. Didn't someone named Lu Xingyuan defeat this boss before? He himself has debunked the rumor he used a skip class strategy. Across all class forums, everyone was singing its doom. They believed this boss was invincible within the current level cap. No team can clear this stage. Game Administration Bureau, Luo City Headquarters. A tall woman with fiery red lips and clad in a black leather jacket frowned deeply. This is bad. As a professional organization, they conducted the most thorough research on every game instance. This boss's data is seriously off. Boss, everything about him seems to be growing exponentially. A subordinate with a bowl cut pushed his glasses up and handed the latest data to the director. Name, unknown. Level, unknown. HP, over 10,000. Attack power? Special ability, suspected blood manipulation? Common skills, phantom sword technique, shadow chain. Note 1, this boss possesses an extremely exaggerated maximum HP pool and life regeneration ability. Note 2, this boss is suspected to possess terrifyingly rapid scaling. Note 3, this boss possesses exceptional intelligence and excels at mimicking the combat styles of its opponents. Note 4, fierce combat style. Note 5. As she scanned each entry of the data above, Vera fell completely silent. Health bars far exceeding other bosses of its tier, absurdly fast healing rates, formidable learning abilities, battle will, intelligence, and skills. This isn't a boss at all. It's clearly the most perfect all-around warrior. Forget novice adventurers. No adventurer, regardless of level, could stand against such an existence. No one should be able to clear this dungeon. Notify the special operations team. Have them prepare for the worst at any moment. Vera's voice remained calm. This boss was indeed a formidable foe. But that was only for players of the same level. If he dares to lead this dungeon into full integration with the real world, then she wouldn't hold back from exploiting her advantage. Meanwhile, in the villa's bedroom, Lu Xingyuan gasped sharply, jolting awake from the nightmare. He glanced beside him at the dungeon portal that had breached the courtyard wall. Just as I suspected. Although he had been unexpectedly sucked into the dungeon world this time, the rewards were exceptional. Lu Xingyuan retrieved a jade token from his storage device, its surface radiating a multicolored glow. The main city token. He quickly checked relevant guides on the adventurer forum. Only then did Lu Xingyuan realize the true value of the main city token. Even a bronze-tier main city token was immensely valuable. Because a main city order allows players to establish outposts within dungeon worlds. People from the real world could freely enter and exit these bases, even transporting various resources from the game world. They could even slay monsters drawn to the vicinity and claim rewards. For every guild faction, the main city order is an absolute must-have. And that's just the standard main city order. Mythic tier ones are naturally different. First, mythic tier main cities are larger and more opulent. As everyone knows, bigger is always better no matter what it is. Second, mythic tier main cities can establish multiple subsidiary cities, featuring functions like mutual teleportation and more. Beyond that, they attract more monsters, gather more resources, and allow for multiple teleportation points. In short, mythic tier main cities possesses limitless potential, capable of propelling any faction to soaring heights. But none of this matters to Lu Xingyuan. For him, the main city is merely a sanctuary before achieving absolute invincibility. When faced with dire peril, he teleports directly to the main city. No one could find him. Lu Xingyuan immediately applied to join a guild. Its name Blood Court. Chapter 17, Boss Direct Hire. Residents near the dungeon portal fell into panic at the current situation. A doomed dungeon run? This dungeon's right outside my doorstep, what are we supposed to do? Yeah, if we can't clear it, these monsters will eventually descend, and we'll be the ones suffering. Sigh. We'll be fine, but the Lu family is the real unlucky ones. The dungeon entrance has invaded their home. Wonder how that kid from the Lu family is holding up. That family, they're just cursed. Just then, a steady, rhythmic march echoed from the distance. A squad of professionals in tactical gear cordoned off the dungeon passageway. Leading the group was a middle-aged man with a scruffy beard. Tang Hao produced an identification card. Special Operations Unit taking over this instance. All non-essential personnel stand down. This instance's difficulty defies reason. There's no point in strategizing anymore. Even if the professionals failed the challenge, they would still lose experience points. There was also the risk of losing equipment. Moreover, as the number of deaths within the instance increases, both the monsters and bosses may undergo mutations. Their power will grow stronger. Persisting in the challenge will only lead to greater losses. At the rear of the crowd, Shin Tian and Su Muyu both looked helpless. After 2 consecutive wipeouts, not only had their gear been looted, but their levels had even dropped to level 4. Damn it! I'm going to level up first. This damn dungeon, let whoever wants to challenge it do it. Shin Tian was furious. Zhang Yuli slowly clenched her fists. The others could leave. But she couldn't leave. My lord, city order must not be lost like this. Right. Zhang Yuli's eyes suddenly lit up. What about Lu Xingyuan? Lu Xingyuan had previously soloed the beginner dungeon, so he might have cleared this one too. This was Zhang Yuli's only hope of retrieving the main city order. Zhang Yuli sent a message to inquire about Lu Xingyuan's situation. Inside the villa, Lu Xingyuan was wolfing down a steaming hot meal. After grinding non-stop in the dungeon all day. Exhausted. It felt just like grinding games day and night in his past life. Except in this world, the rewards were tangible. Lu Xingyuan glanced at the system panel. Attribute panel, Lu Xingyuan. Class, boss. Trainee. Quality, unknown. Level 5 12%. Strength, 60. Agility, 60. Stamina 600. Spirit 60. Health primary stat, 10519. Mana 600. Exclusive skill. This expedition into the depths of the haunted forest dungeon. His gains were nothing short of extraordinary. Before entering, Lu Xingyuan's health points stood at just 4,454. Now, a whopping 10,519 points. More than doubled. Now, each time Blood Furnace triggered, his HP increased by over 100 points. The allure of percentage-based increases was gradually revealing itself. I'll handle the gear later. Then I'll clear this dungeon. To close the dungeon, you absolutely must achieve an SSS tier perfect clear record. Even for a hidden class player, achieving such a record is extremely difficult. But Lu Xingyuan possessed that confidence. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. Zhang Yuli arrived. Ms. Zhang, you don't seem to be in the best mood. Lu Xingyuan remarked casually. Zhang Yuli. She was on the verge of breaking down. How could she possibly be in a good mood? Lu Xingyuan, I need your help clearing this dungeon in your backyard. The boss looted an item from me, and it's incredibly important to me. I have to get it back. As she spoke, she placed a magic stone glowing with a faint blue light on the table. This is my thanks for clearing the beginner dungeon for me earlier. It's the reward. If you're willing to help me, I can give you another piece of gear. Lu Xingyuan hadn't thought much of it at first. But after checking the equipment details, he was utterly stunned. Proof of a real man. Quality, legacy grade. Effect 1, each time you take damage, your attack power increases by 10%, stacking up to 3 times. Effect 2, inflicts additional damage equal to 10% of your total 4 stat attributes when attacking. Equipment requirements, none. Description, scars are the true mark of a real man. Legacy grade equipment. Like hidden professions, legacy quality is a special tier independent of the standard equipment level system. Legacy gear also goes by another name. No level restriction. Legacy gear possesses the attributes of high-tier equipment. They also have no equipment requirements whatsoever. Players of any level can use them. Therefore, each piece of gear at this tier is priceless. Many major factions treat them as the foundation of their family legacy. Zhang Yuli actually just pulled out an heirloom-grade piece of equipment like that. Lu Xingyuan was stunned. It seems this campus beauty's family is exceptionally wealthy. He'd just teased her earlier. How embarrassing. He promptly stowed away the proof of manhood. I can help you. Zhang Yuli's eyes flashed with a sharp gleam. Lu Xingyuan's calm demeanor surprised her. It seemed he had absolute confidence he could take down that psychotic-level boss. But there's a condition. Go ahead. Lu Xingyuan stored the inherited equipment into his storage device. I've founded a guild and wish to invite you to join. That's the condition. A guild. A form of power within the game's rules. The guild leader could recruit members based on their own requirements. Lu Xingyuan was quite intrigued by this school beauty with her hidden profession. Of course, what intrigued him even more were the valuable items she possessed. Lu Xingyuan focused his thoughts. A white sheet of paper materialized before Zhang Yuli. Blood Court Membership Agreement. Guild benefits. The guild leader Lu Xingyuan will assist other members within his capabilities. Protection fee. As a guild member, you must provide 1 legendary grade equipment piece monthly as protection fee. Confidentiality agreement. No information related to the guild leader may be disclosed to anyone. Leakers shall die with their blood completely drained from their bodies. Unequal agreement. The guild leader reserves the right to terminate this agreement at any time. Beyond this, members may not voluntarily withdraw. The confidentiality agreement remains in effect even after leaving the guild. Jiang Yuli. Double standards. This membership contract is pure double standards. This isn't a guild, it's selling your soul. Jiang Yuli glared angrily. Lu Xingyuan's lips curved into a faint smile. So, are you selling? Without much thought. Jiang Yuli snorted lightly, snatching the contract away. She signed her name. The next moment, the contract dissolved into a shower of starlight, vanishing mid-air. Jiang Yuli's eyes narrowed slightly. This contract had actually been validated by the game's rules? In other words, the game rules deemed the sole guild benefit offered by Lu Xingyuan outweighed all the other requirements combined. This only deepened Jiang Yuli's desire to uncover Lu Xingyuan's hidden secrets. When are we heading into the dungeon? Now. Jiang Yuli's eyes lit up. I'll be damned if I don't see what class could possibly take down such a monstrous boss. Chapter 18. Jiang Yuli. Holy crap. The boss spawned right in front of us. Guild, Blood Royal Court. Level, 0. Members, 2. Main city, none. Points, none. Seeing the guild's message, Jiang Yuli felt a twinge of regret. But guilds and such never mattered much anyway. What mattered was that she could once again venture deep into the Shadow Forest to seek her mythic Tier City seal. And a new wager. And him. I hope Lu Xingyuan can truly defeat that boss. After forming the party, Jiang Yuli stared wide-eyed at Lu Xingyuan's base stats. You're already level 5? How fast is that? Lu Xingyuan gave a mysterious smile and activated a reset crystal. He turned and vanished into a flash of white light within the dungeon passage. Jiang Yuli followed closely behind. Deep within the haunted forest dungeon. The moment Jiang Yuli entered the instance, she felt an overwhelming sense of oppression. She slowly raised her head and saw the familiar yet terrifying black-clad boss. Holy! The boss spawned. Run, Lu Xingyuan. With that, she took off running without looking back. Seems like you're pretty scared of me. Lu Xingyuan's voice echoed from behind her. Jiang Yuli slowly halted her steps, turning her head stiffly. Beneath the hood's shadow, those slightly upturned corners of his mouth. You're Lu Xingyuan? Jiang Yuli's eyes widened in fury. It was you. You killed me over and over again. So that's how it was. It made sense. It was the only possibility. A boss with such absurdly overpowered stats could never be defeated. If Lu Xingyuan himself was the boss, it all made sense. In an instant, Jiang Yuli connected all the pieces from both instances. At first, she refused to believe it. But upon careful reflection, she herself had been reborn. What else could be impossible? So that means, you took my mythic grade main city order. Lu Xingyuan's lips curved into a faint smile as he produced the main city token, radiating a multicolored glow. Oh, this? It's my spoils of war. Ah. I'll kill you. Jiang Yuli's face flushed crimson. She was furious. Lu Xingyuan's smile grew increasingly dangerous. What? Want to get your gear looted again? Jiang Yuli's anger flared, then she immediately calmed down. She could only clench her fists, gritting her teeth, looking as if she could devour Lu Xingyuan whole. At the same time, she was utterly shocked inside. Boss class. Until this moment, Jiang Yuli had never imagined Lu Xingyuan was actually that boss. What a freak. But the guy was smart. After awakening, he immediately chose to hide his class panel. He didn't reveal his class information to anyone. When he wanted to team up with her, he even had her sign a non-disclosure agreement under the guise of a trade. Pretty cautious, huh? Your class is incredibly powerful. You're quite clever too. I hope you'll maintain this level of vigilance going forward. Otherwise, you might not even know how you died. Lu Xingyuan nodded. Rest assured. Those who know my secrets will never be able to reveal them. At least not until they have sufficient strength. Lu Xingyuan was well aware of the unique nature of his profession. This profession, whether one is powerful or not, is hardly the point. The crucial point is whether it makes other practitioners feel threatened. Lu Xingyuan had no time to concern himself with Jiang Yuli's feelings at this moment. We're about to start grinding mobs. Follow me. Jiang Yuli hadn't processed it yet. Lu Xingyuan looked toward the distorted monsters in the distance. Twisted Treant Common. Level, 5. HP, 400. Attack, 22. Skill, Old Tree Roots. 1 stab through. 155. Equip the legacy grade gear proof of a real man gifted by Jiang Yuli. Lu Xingyuan's attack power surged dramatically. 3 swings effortlessly dispatched a Twisted Treant. And this wasn't even his full potential. His stats would rise further after taking damage. Ding! You have slain a Twisted Treant. Experience plus 10. The experience gained from slaying monsters pales in comparison to that earned by professionals. But the sheer number of monsters and their tendency to gather in groups. Lu Xingyuan charged straight toward the monster gathering spot. With a ferocity surpassing that of the monsters themselves, he began to rampage through the monster's stronghold. Ding! You have slain a twisted Treant. Experience plus 10. Ding! You have slain a twisted Treant. Experience plus 10. He swept through relentlessly. No matter what monsters stood in his path, no matter how many. Lu Xingyuan never hesitated. He let the monster's attacks rain down upon him. He never retreated. He only attacked relentlessly. Kill. 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 It was a one-sided slaughter. Lu Xingyuan had no idea how many monsters he'd slain. Until a notification chime sounded. Ding! Your level has risen to 6. All attributes plus 10. All attributes plus 10. His health points rose once more. Zhang Yuli was also slaying monsters. With formidable combat skills and superior gear, she outwits and outmaneuvers the monsters. She managed to defeat a twisted Treant despite the immense difficulty of fighting above her level. Turning back, Zhang Yuelu discovered that this gathering spot of twisted Treants had been cleared out by Lu Xingyuan once again. Gazing at that blood-stained silhouette, Zhang Yuli couldn't help but shiver. This guy is insane. This guy. Whether in her past life or present existence, Zhang Yuli had never encountered such a terrifying being. She finally understood why the odds of the wager were so astronomically high. It was all because of this bastard's existence. Who the hell could possibly kill him? Having witnessed Lu Xingyuan's monster clearing speed. At this moment, the reborn female gambling goddess felt a sudden sense of relief. Because she and Lu Xingyuan were on the same side. Of course. If Zhang Yuli knew Lu Xingyuan was constantly thinking whether to make a mistake, slash her a few times, and loot her gear, she probably wouldn't feel quite so relieved. Lu Xingyuan picked up a ring gleaming with bronze light from the ground. Bracelet of Light's Dance. Quality, gold. Wear requirement, level 5 or above. Effect, restores 3 HP per second. Whoa. Not bad luck. Got some gear drops. Accessories have a pretty low drop rate, though. But this piece's effect is actually pretty decent. Restores 3 HP per second. That's pretty high, you know. Keep in mind, a normal level 5 character only has a few hundred HP. 3 HP restored per second is absolutely insane. But for Lu Xingyuan, it's pretty useless. Honestly, my max HP might even increase faster than the HP you're restoring. Put the gear away. Lu Xingyuan turned to look at Zhang Yue. Next, we'll be challenging the boss. Seeing Lu Xingyuan's serious expression, Zhang Yuli's lips twitched slightly. Boss? Do you even know who the real boss is? Chapter 19, SSS Rank Rating, Exclusive Territory. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Waves of scorching heat surged from the dark, dense forest ahead. The branches and leaves, dormant in the shadows, suddenly burst into flames. A thick, monstrous vine emerged from the depths of the forest, lashing indiscriminately at everything around it. Boss Mad Flame Ancient Tree mutated. Level, 10. HP, 5213. Attack, 99. Skills, Ancient Roots Entwined, Force of Nature, Blazing Thorns. Is this the mutant lord boss? If too many adventurers die within the dungeon, the boss has a chance to mutate. Mutated lord bosses not only possess greater strength, but also drop loot at a higher rate, potentially yielding more valuable gear. When it comes to health bars, I've never been afraid. Lu Xingyuan didn't care. He charged straight in, blade raised. Crash! The blood-stained blade in Lu Xingyuan's hand transformed into a spear. It pierced straight through the vines of the flaming ancient tree, driving deep into its core. 305. Weakness attacks deal additional damage. Though the blazing ancient tree is a boss with superior stats, it still retains the inherent weaknesses of its species. Its speed is far too slow. Lu Xingyuan thrust his spear 3 times in succession. That monstrous vine finally lashed out. 191. Zhang Yuli, watching from behind, raised an eyebrow slightly. The damage from the blazing ancient tree is surprisingly high. Even ordinary practitioners with decent gear can't withstand more than a few hits. Yet in the next instant, Zhang Yuli witnessed that absurd scene again. After enduring multiple consecutive attacks, Lu Xingyuan's health bar had barely dipped by the slightest fraction. Then, plus 105, plus 105, plus 105, plus. Several green health regeneration bars flashed in succession. He was back to full health. Freak, this is just too freaking insane. Zhang Yuli could only describe the scene before her with these 2 words. Indeed. This guy was the real boss. Lu Xingyuan didn't find anything wrong with this. He had long since grown accustomed to the allure of such numbers. The ancient flame tree still had substantial health remaining. The 2 bosses were merely scraping each other's health bars. Lu Xingyuan decided to stop dodging altogether. He stood his ground and fought the blazing ancient tree head-on. As the scene grew increasingly absurd, Zhang Yuli felt utterly sick to her stomach. She who had once stood at the pinnacle of the human race in her previous life. Whether legendary tier, epic tier professions, mythic tier professions, or hidden professions. She had seen every kind of absurdity imaginable. But she'd never seen anyone stand and tank a boss like this. The ancient flame tree, with its brain smaller than a walnut, seemed to sense something amiss. It began unleashing skills frantically. Ancient roots entwine. Natural force. Fiery thorns. Lu Xingyuan remained standing there. He let the ancient tree's fiery attack slash against his body. He let the sea of fire consume him. Thorns covered the ground. He continued to strike the flaming ancient tree blow by blow. The relentless barrage brought excruciating pain. The ancient tree's skills were forcibly interrupted. Does he not fear pain? What kind of monster is this? A mighty mutated adventure tier lord boss. In Lu Xingyuan's hands, it was like a newborn baby. This scene once again shattered Zhang Yuli's understanding. She felt fortunate once more. We're part of the same guild now, comrades fighting on the same side. This reborn Valkyrie was genuinely terrified by a novice adventurer. During the battle, the flame ancient tree's health bar steadily declined at a slow yet constant rate. Meanwhile, Lu Xingyuan's health fluctuated only slightly. It remained nearly full the entire time. Soon, the flame ancient tree's health finally hit zero. The final blow, completely emptying the blazing ancient tree's health bar. Ding! Congratulations, boss! You have defeated the Lord Mad Flame Ancient Tree despite being underleveled. Experience points plus 1010. Ding! Congratulations on achieving the first kill of Lord Mad Blazing Ancient Tree. Experience doubled plus 1010 EXP. You have earned an SSS tier rating. This instance will be permanently closed. You have made a significant contribution to humanity. Would you like to announce this citywide? Yes. Hide your name? No. Post it for me multiple times. We've all crossed over. If I don't show off, am I supposed to walk around in fancy clothes at night? Hiding his profession was only because Lu Xingyuan wasn't strong enough yet. It's just closing a dungeon portal. What's there to hide? Luo City. Suddenly, a resonant bell toll echoed throughout the entire city. Citywide announcement: Lu Xingyuan led his team to successfully clear the Deep Dark Forest dungeon for the first time today, achieving an SSS rank perfect score. This contributes to the survival of humanity. Citywide announcement: Lu Xingyuan led his team to successfully complete the first run of the Deep Dark Forest dungeon today. Outside, the adventurers still gathered around the Deep Woods dungeon. Stared in disbelief. WTF? What's going on? How did someone clear it so suddenly? Someone actually defeated that boss? SSS tier rating. Not only did they clear it, they permanently shut down the dungeon. Holy, that's insane. At 3rd High School, Class 4 of Senior 3, many students were also keeping tabs on the Deep Dark Forest dungeon. After all, the same boss appeared here as in the beginner dungeon. But they never imagined that the first to clear the Deep Shadows dungeon would be none other than Lu Xingyuan. Holy crap! Is this guy seriously that overpowered? Not our bro? Brother Lu's got no hair. Insane, absolutely insane. You should know that the hidden class team led by Zhang Yuli got eliminated pretty quickly. Lu Xingyuan actually cleared it. That's insane. Game Administration Bureau. Upon hearing this citywide announcement, every member froze in place. This can't be. They were all stunned. Based on data analysis, they had conducted multiple simulations. Practitioners below level 10 simply had no chance of clearing it. Yet now, reality stood before them. Someone cleared the game. And with an SSS rank rating. Close this instance portal immediately. Bring that adventurer named Lu Xingyuan to see me. From the main seat, Vela's fiery red lips parted slightly. Ding! Congratulations on completing the first clear of the Deep Shadows dungeon. Rewards, plus 10 free attribute points, Diamond Grade Lord's Weapon X1, Gold plus 10,000. Lu Xingyuan's lips curved into a faint smile. Unlike the beginner dungeons, this was the true reward for clearing a dungeon for the first time. He allocated all 10 free attribute points directly to his physique. Lord exclusive weapons drop with Lord skills. Only the first kill guarantees a 100% drop rate. Subsequent kills have a very low drop chance. Blazing armor. Quality, Diamond Grade Lord. Equip level, none. Effect 1, health plus 100. Effect 2, plus 4 HP regeneration per second. Skill, Sacrificial Flames. Burns 10 HP per second from the wearer, dealing double damage to surrounding enemies. Cannot be used when HP is below 10%. Lu Xingyuan sneered. The stats on this so-called Lord's weapon are utterly pathetic. Both effects are pretty useless. The only useful one is Sacrificial Flames. Too bad the damage was pitifully low. Better than nothing. Lu Xingyuan still chose to equip it. Just then, Jiang Yuli approached. Here, this is for you. She wanted to become Lu Xingyuan's teammate. True teammates. Teammates who could trust each other with their lives. Because, in Jiang Yuli's memory, the future of this world held no hope. Lu Xingyuan's strength seemed to offer her a glimmer of hope. Lu Xingyuan, what is it? Divine Concealment Ring. Quality, Epic. Wear requirement, 50 Spirit. Unique effect, Divine Concealment. Can disguise your class panel. Any perception or detection method below this equipment's quality cannot break the stealth disguise. Lu Xingyuan's eyes widened. He desperately needed this equipment. Although Lu Xingyuan had concealed his class information, there were still many detection methods that could bypass it. Especially for high-level practitioners. It was practically like running around naked. This issue had always been a source of concern for Lu Xingyuan. The Divine Concealment Ring. It completely resolved this concern. Lu Xingyuan looked at the school beauty. Consider this your protection fee for the past 6 months. Jiang Yuli was so furious she laughed. This bastard, his personality is truly awful. Don't get the wrong idea. I just think you're a powerful ally and I don't want you to die easily. I hope we can become real teammates. Lu Xingyuan had originally planned to pull some friendly fire stunt to embarrass Jiang Yuli again. But now, she's actually offering her gear voluntarily. Such initiative, I'll let it slide this time. Just then, another notification chimed. Ding! You have discovered an unclaimed territory. Activate the City Lord's Decree Mythic to claim this area as your exclusive territory. Chapter 20, The Blood King. Yes. The capital seal, radiating multicolored light, flew out automatically. The next second, waves of white mist surged from the command token, ultimately coalescing into a colossal city, its entire structure crafted from white jade stone. Above the 100-meter-wide city gates, 4 characters appeared. Blood King's Court. The entire city was shrouded in a thin mist resembling a fairyland. Within the walls stood numerous ancient-style buildings and a grand, opulent city lord's mansion. Lu Xingyuan's eyes gleamed. He never imagined he would possess a main city of his own. From now on, he could use the city lord's order to teleport to the Blood King's Court main city at any time. This would serve as a sanctuary. Even if his boss class was exposed and targeted, Lu Xingyuan could still teleport to the Blood Court's main city. Ding! Congratulations! You now possess your own domain. Your boss title has been automatically changed to Blood King. Attribute panel, Lu Xingyuan. Class, Boss Blood King. Apprentice. Quality, Unknown. Level, 610%. Strength, 70. Agility, 70. Stamina 700. Spirit 70. Health primary stat, 11519. Mana 700. Exclusive skills Blood Furnace, Blood Tide, Blood Control, Demon King's Bloodline. Universal skills Phantom Sword Technique, Shadow Chains. Equipment, Proof of a Real Man Legacy, Ring of Divine Concealment Epic, Flaming Armor Diamond. Reputation, your infamy is unknown. Meanwhile, Lu Xingyuan's attribute information has undergone some changes. So only territory bosses have names, huh? Jiang Yuli, who had entered the Blood King's Court main city alongside him, also widened her eyes. Like a curious child, she looked left and right. This was a mythic tier main city, after all. In her previous life, she had only seen a handful. A mythical tier main city truly magnificent. She had come to terms with it. Though that bastard Lu Xingyuan had stolen the main city order. But now she had entered this main city herself. In a sense, her main city pass wasn't lost. As a gambling genius, she was quite skilled at self-reassurance. Upon returning to the real world, Lu Xingyuan and the other heard a knock at the door. Good day, Mr. Lu. I'm Li Wei Gang from the Special Operations Unit. A muscular man presented his credentials. Our chief would like to request your presence. Would you be available? Lu Xingyuan waved him off immediately. No, thank you. If you're asking about that special boss, I don't know anything either. I've never even encountered that boss. I used my stealth ability to avoid it. He offered a brief explanation. Lu Xingyuan turned and walked away. He was in a hurry to sell his gear and head to the hospital. Treasure Pavilion. In the main hall stood an acquaintance of Lu Xingyuan. Lu Guanyao stood in the silver equipment sales area, agonizing over his choice. Can you knock off 500 gold coins on this chestplate? I'm just a student, you know. The saleswoman beside him shook her head expressionlessly. For 500 gold coins. He'd actually wasted half an hour haggling over it. Her smile had frozen stiff. I'm sorry, sir, but no items at our treasure pavilion are negotiable. Just then, the young lady noticed someone else entering through the doorway. Recognizing the figure, her eyes lit up instantly. Mr. Lu, hello. I'll have our young lady come out immediately. The waiter dashed upstairs without looking back. Lu Guangyao, standing nearby, spotted Lu Xingyuan. Felt utterly embarrassed. His face flushed pale then crimson, wishing he could sink through the floor. Soon, Hua Jin descended the stairs in a plain-colored qipao. The simple garment perfectly accentuated her striking curves. Mr. Lu, congratulations on completing the first run of Deep in the Dark Forest. You're quite the sensation now. Lu Xingyuan nodded. Miss Hua Jin, you flatter me. Same as always, I have some gear that needs handling. With that, a pile of gear clattered out from the storage device. Hua Jin stared at the mountain of gear before her, utterly dumbfounded. This much? Lu Xingyuan had taken down the notice announcing the first clear of the deep dark forest. Hua Jin had heard about it. But she never imagined this haul would surpass the last one. Moreover, there were quite a few silver quality items among them. There were even several gold quality pieces. Good heavens! Mr. Lu, is this also loot? Hua Jin had seen plenty of adventurers complete first clears before. But he'd never seen anyone come back with this much loot. It felt like they'd gone on a heist. Lu Xingyuan gave a slight nod. Name your price. Several attendant maids nearby had already begun sorting through the gear. Lu Xingyuan produced several more golden quality pieces of gear. War Wolf shoulder guards. Dark claws. Blast hammer. These are 7 pieces of gold quality equipment. Lu Xingyuan finally produced the frenzied wolf greatsword. Last time I sold you this blade for 1 million. This time it's 1.5 million. Hua Jin? Might you enlighten this humble maiden? Lu Xingyuan chuckled. Because the last buyer of the Mad Wolf greatsword was a sucker who valued face over common sense. Just show him this blade and he'd pay 3 million for it. Mr. Lu truly knows how to do business. Hua Jin has learned a thing or two. Then I shall follow your lead, Mr. Lu. Hua Jin's heart trembled with delight. Lu Xingyuan kept his gaze steady and his heart unflinching. He stared calmly at the pair of frantically beating rabbits. This woman, she's got some serious stuff going on. The attendant earlier was called Miss Hua Jin. She must be high-ranking within the treasure pavilion too. She's definitely loaded. If I could get my hands on her. The haul might not match Jiang Yuli's, but it wouldn't be far off. Soon, all the equipment was accounted for. Bronze tier gear, 61 pieces total, valued at 210,000. Silver grade gear, 28 pieces, totaling 2.8 million. Though there were only 8 gold tier items, their combined value reached 9.21 million. As per tradition. Since it was currently the job change season, lower tier equipment commanded an additional premium. Hua Jin settled an extra 10% for Lu Xingyuan. 13.442 million yuan deposited into bank account. Upon receiving the deposit notification, Lu Xingyuan's face broke into a smile. Mr. Hua Jin is so generous. I'll be back again next time. Hua Jin nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at grain. Then Hua Jin will be waiting here for Mr. Lu. Oh, and Mr. Lu, here is a gift for you. Thank you for choosing Treasure Pavilion. After leaving Treasure Pavilion, Lu Xingyuan opened the box Hua Jin had given him. Inside lay a crystal clear ring. Storage ring. Quality, gold. Effect, a storage ring with a capacity of 100 cubic meters. Note, once bound, cannot be dropped. There's also a note. A 20 cubic meter storage ring might not be enough next time, you know. Hua Jin. V. A gold grade storage ring, a gift worth millions just given to herself. This woman named Hua Jin. In every way, she's incredibly generous. Lu Xingyuan whistled in admiration. He hailed a cab to the hospital. With this money, it should be enough to treat that mutt. Watching Lu Xingyuan's retreating figure, Lu Guangyao clenched his fists. He had been ignored. From the moment Lu Xingyuan entered to the moment he left, he never once looked at him. Meanwhile, within a luxurious estate, Jiang Yueli reclined comfortably in her chair, savoring lychees. Young master, every heir of our family throughout history has only ever joined the top guilds. Why would you join this newly formed guild? And while Lu Xingyuan has some skill, he did clear 2 dungeons first. Ultimately, he remains a man without any backing. His future potential is questionable. Jiang Yuli didn't even lift her head. Why should my actions mirror anyone else's? In her previous life, she had seen every kind of genius imaginable. In the final hour, facing those things in the abyss that were more terrifying than monsters. Didn't they all meet their end? But Lu Xingyuan is different. His profession was too powerful. Perhaps in the not-too-distant future, he will become the pivotal figure in resisting the abyss. And there's one crucial point. The gambling god is not strictly a combat class. It's better suited for support roles. In her past life, it was only because she hadn't found teammates powerful enough and trustworthy enough. Lu Xingyuan. The memory of that figure, more ferocious than any monster in battle, flashed through her mind. Jiang Yuli's lips curved into a faint smile. Hospital. A nurse volunteered to guide Lu Xingyuan. The special care ward is a bit unique. It'll be easier if I take you there. Though masked, the nurse's ears were flushed crimson. Mr. Liu, hello? My name is Liu Ying. I recall Mr. Liu is still in school, right? Any thoughts for the future? To become a combat professional. A combat professional? I have many friends who've chosen this path too. This nurse clearly took a keen interest in Lu Xingyuan. Not only did she keep initiating conversations, but also kept stealing glances at him from time to time. Led by the nurse, Lu Xingyuan arrived at an intensive care unit. Inside, there were no hospital beds. Instead, a massive transparent cylinder filled with a green liquid stood in its place. A creature that was both clever and handsome floated silently within it. Harrier. Level 10. HP 6000. Attack 66. Skill Howl. This was the final safeguard his parents had left him before their deaths. But Lu Xingyuan never imagined. The attributes of the 2nd Battalion commander were so formidable, even surpassing the mutated overlord he had just slain, the blazing ancient tree. This was already a boss-level existence. Logically speaking, his predecessor should have become a powerful professional. Become a formidable professional. Alas! No one could have predicted that while the 2nd Battalion commander returned alive, he too had been poisoned. The predecessor spent every last penny at home to save Erha's life. Could you give me your phone number? That way, if anything happens to your pet, I can contact you right away. The nurse seemed a bit nervous. She obtained Lu Xingyuan's phone number. The nurse skipped over to call the doctor for Lu Xingyuan. The 2nd Battalion commander's attending physician was a stern-faced middle-aged man, rarely smiling. Its vital signs are growing weaker by the minute. Have you considered that continuing to live might be a form of suffering for it? 10 million yuan for treatment. It's too expensive. The hospital recommends conservative care. The 2nd Battalion commander had been here for several years. At first, he was still quite strong, but now he's nothing but skin and bones. There's little point in prolonging its suffering. The doctors are well aware of Lu Xingyuan's family situation, they simply can't afford this expense. That's why they recommended conservative treatment. Lu Xingyuan handed the doctor a bank card and said calmly, "There's 11 million here. If it's not enough, come back to me." Making money was nothing but a piece of cake for Lu Xingyuan these days. 10 million? Piece of cake? The doctor froze. Seriously, spending 10 million to save a pet? Are you sure? This surgery carries significant risks. And honestly, it's just a pet. No matter how you look at it. Spending tens of millions on a pet just isn't worth it. Lu Xingyuan, in many cases, pets are far more reliable than people. Chapter 21, Can she handle me this well? The 2nd Battalion commander was wheeled into the operating room. Lu Xingyuan made his way alone to the rooftop. Gazing at the pitch-black night sky, he stared blankly for a while. It had only been 2 days since he arrived in this world. He wasn't sure if it was the merging of memories with his previous incarnation, or because he had fantasized about this very journey countless times before. In any case, he adapted quickly. In just 2 days, the experiences he'd had were more thrilling than his entire previous life. It was all incredibly interesting. Unlike his previous self, that insignificant nobody who could only curl up in a corner playing video games. In this life, he could effortlessly accomplish what others couldn't. He could wield immense power, amass wealth. Lu Xingyuan relished this sensation. Therefore, he must grow stronger. He wanted to see the higher vistas. Next, he must find a way to farm more professionals. Only then could he grow stronger. Buzz buzz. The vibration of his phone snapped Lu Xingyuan back to reality. It was the class group chat. Someone was tagging him. Congrats to Big Shot Lu Xingyuan for snagging another first clear record. Big Shot Lu Xingyuan is amazing. I heard you teamed up with the school beauty to pull it off. Holy crap, is that true? Of course it's true. I seriously suspect they're dating. No doubt about it, I saw Jiang Yuli go to Lu Xingyuan's place. Those two are definitely hooking up. Holy, that's wild. Where are the main characters? Come out and deny it. When the conversation turned to matters concerning the professionals, the class group fell into a dead silence. But when it came to gossip, everyone was practically crawling through the internet cables. They were beyond excited. Lu Xingyuan typed immediately. She can eat me that well? Then he closed the chat window. On the other side, Jiang Yuli saw the rest of the class linking her with that guy who didn't know the first thing about treating women with tenderness and respect. She was already annoyed. Then, she saw the line Lu Xingyuan had sent. Jiang Yuli instantly exploded with rage. Lu Xingyuan, I'll kill you. That bastard. The men chasing this lady stretch from my past life all the way to this one. And you dare look down on me. Lu Xingyuan drew the main city order and focused his intent. His entire form vanished from the spot. Blood King's Court, main city. Seeing Jiang Yuli appear before him almost simultaneously, Lu Xingyuan froze in place. Having just dissed her in the group chat moments before meeting face to face. It was indeed awkward. Therefore, he exercised his authority as city lord. He had Jiang Yuli confined outside the city lord's residence. Ignoring Jiang Yuli's curses, Lu Xingyuan surveyed the lavish decorations within the city lord's residence. An ancient imperial palace probably wouldn't be any different. All that was missing now were servants to massage his legs, give him massages, and warm his bed. As the boss, it wasn't too much to ask for these little perks. Lu Xingyuan lay on the bed, just about to drift off. Suddenly, the demon stone inside his storage ring began to glow. The next moment, a notification tone echoed throughout the entire main city district. Ding! Abyssal invaders are approaching. Please prepare at all times. Ding! Abyssal invaders are approaching. Please be prepared at all times. A series of alerts echoed throughout the entire main city of the Blood King's court. Lu Xingyuan immediately rushed out of the city lord's residence. Zhang Yueli knew urgent matters took precedence and began explaining. Every main city endures countless sieges. Typically, the strength of the attacking monsters escalates from weak to strong. The first wave of attacking monsters is very weak. Our combined strength is more than sufficient to handle them. Lu Xingyuan nodded. The two quickly reached the city gates. Through the gray mist, a twisted horde of monsters could be seen gathering not far from the main city. They were humanoid creatures. Yet each one was utterly terrifying. Their bodies were covered in copious amounts of rotting flesh, resembling desiccated corpses. Even from a great distance, the two could still smell the nauseating stench. These monsters, something's wrong. Jiang Yuli frowned deeply. Lu Xingyuan also saw the creature's status. Pathology, cannibal. Level, 9. HP, 500. Attack, 21. Skills, lacerating wound, mutation. Pretty tie stats. These mutated ogres are all level 9. Yet their stats are pitifully low, comparable to level 5 monsters. All monsters carry the degenerate prefix. Their skill sets also included an ability named mutated. What does mutation mean? Lu Xingyuan had never heard of it before. Jiang Yuli's expression grew unusually grave. Pathology. How could this be possible? In my past life, the mutated monsters didn't appear until 10 years later. Why did they appear a full decade early this time? If humanity must confront the mutated monsters at this stage, the situation will be infinitely more dangerous than in the past life. A few days ago, Jiang Yuli, who had just discovered her rebirth, was thrilled. She had once believed she was the chosen one destined to face the calamity. The child of destiny. The savior. But reality proved this world to be quite different from her previous life. Many unexpected events unfolded. For instance, Lu Xingyuan and these mutated monsters arriving a decade early. Watching the ogre steadily approach, Jiang Yuli quickly began to explain. The mutation is a very special power. They possess the ability to kill people outright. If you're killed by a monster with the mutation tag in the game world, you will truly die in reality. These are the true monsters. Be extremely careful. Lu Xingyuan's eyes widened in surprise. Monsters that can actually kill people in the game world. This was indeed terrifying. But these monsters' stats were far too low. Moreover, lacking any ranged attack capabilities, they posed no real threat to him. Lu Xingyuan charged straight out of the city gates. He charged headlong toward the gathering place of hundreds upon hundreds of monsters. A vast amount of crimson blood energy coalesced from within his body. Gripping a 2-meter-long saber, he swung it down with all his might. Boom! Killed level 9 mutated ogre, experience plus 100. Killed level 9 mutated ogre, experience plus 100. Killing monsters above his level yielded unimaginably high experience points. As Lu Xingyuan attacked the monsters attacked him in return. However, Lu Xingyuan's lost health instantly replenished. These monsters could not pose any threat to Lu Xingyuan. The nature of the Slayer class was utterly meaningless to Lu Xingyuan. Jiang Yuli also leapt down from the city wall. I'll help you. Don't come. Lu Xingyuan's expression grew more grave than ever. Your health is too low. It's dangerous. I'll handle the monsters. You defend the gate. Seeing Jiang Yuli retreat back inside the city gates, Lu Xingyuan let out a heavy sigh of relief. Trying to steal my experience points? No way. Beneath the city gates, Jiang Yuelu watched Lu Xingyuan alone, battling thousands of monsters. She froze in place. He was protecting me. Moved to tears, Jiang Yuli tossed the spear in her hand directly toward him. Take this poison spear for now. Venom Spear Legendary Grade. Level 1. Effect 1, Strength plus 20. Effect 2, attacks inflict poison, causing sustained damage. With this formidable weapon in hand, Lu Xingyuan immediately began his dragon dance. Wherever he passed, only piles of shattered corpses and scattered limbs remained. Though these monsters possessed low stats, they were all level 9 creatures. and their density was extremely high. Killing them was incredibly satisfying. As he slaughtered the ogres, Lu Xingyuan's experience bar surged at a terrifying rate. In just a short while, a white glow rose from Lu Xingyuan's body. Leveled up. Character stats: Lu Xingyuan. Class: Boss Blood King. Apprentice. Quality: Unknown. Level: 70%. Strength: 80. Agility: 80. Stamina: 800. Spirit: 80. Health primary attribute: 12519. Mana: 800. Exclusive skills: Blood Furnace, Blood Tide, Blood Control, Demon King's Bloodline. Universal skills: Phantom Sword Technique, Shadow Chains. Equipment: Proof of a Real Man Legacy, Ring of Divine Concealment Epic, Flaming Armor Diamond. Reputation: Your infamy is unknown. This leveling speed is absolutely insane. Good thing I didn't let Jiang Yuli share the experience. Lu Xingyuan continued his rampage against the monsters. Just as he was reveling in the kill, swish! A sharp dagger appeared abruptly. With a piercing whistle, it plunged deep into Lu Xingyuan's chest. Thud. 331. Damn it, an assassin. Damage that high? Lu Xingyuan blinked in disbelief as his health bar instantly refilled. He'd been so engrossed in slaying monsters that he hadn't sensed an assassin stealthily closing in. He stared at the professional before him, whose stealth ability had been dispelled. Lu Xingyuan's expression grew increasingly grave. This professional was very thin and very tall. He held a blood-stained tetanus dagger in his hand. His armor, clearly a size too large, was torn and tattered. His sunken face bore eyes shriveled like dried grapes. Wrinkled. They glowed with an inexplicable blue light. A diseased assassin. Chapter 22. The game world is sick. So are the players. Degenerate assassin. Quality: high. Level: 9. HP: 1300. Attack power: 139. Skills: Mutation, Stealth, Critical Strike. What the hell is this thing? If not for the information panel displaying the class panel text, Lu Xingyuan would never believe this was human. A mutated assassin, fully equipped with every piece of gear intact. His stats were off the charts. Those icy blue eyes still held a maddened killing intent. He was different from the other mutated ogres. This assassin possessed intelligence. He had just approached stealthily and struck directly at Lu Xingyuan's heart, inflicting devastating, fatal damage. Had an ordinary practitioner taken that blow, would have been unable to continue fighting. But Lu Xingyuan was different. During those few seconds of stalemate, his health had already fully regenerated. Being the boss feels pretty damn good. At that very moment, the mutated assassin roared. Damned intruder, die. Lu Xingyuan froze for a moment. It can talk. You're the one who's invaded, okay? Shadow chains. In the next instant, black chains erupted from the ground. They bound the diseased assassin tightly. Strike while the iron is hot. 135. 141. 199. Stab after stab after stab. 10 blows in total. Finally, it was completely slain. Ding. Defeated the mutated assassin. Reward: plus 200 EXP. Plus 1% HP. HP bonus. Lu Xingyuan's eyes widened. Right. A diseased practitioner is still a practitioner. Can trigger Blood Furnace, increasing HP by 1%. Plus double experience bonus. Plus the bonus for defeating higher level enemies. The experience gains are substantial. This is a gift from the heavens. Lu Xingyuan looked up at the tide of corpses ahead. Ordinary ogres lay dead in vast numbers. Among the remaining monsters were numerous mutated practitioners. Beneath the city gates, Jiang Yuli's eyes flickered with fear. Mutated professionals? Not only mutated monsters, but mutated professionals too. Lu Xingyuan, come back immediately. These mutated professionals might possess special abilities. With the city walls as our defense, we can hold out for a protracted battle. It wasn't that Jiang Yuli was backing down. It was simply that only she had experienced true terror. In her previous life, she had risen to become one of humanity's strongest warriors. Her demise was caused by these diseased practitioners. To be precise, the decade following her generation of practitioners was hailed as the golden age of human practitioners. Powerful professions emerged one after another. Alongside their rise to power, numerous instance portals were forcibly sealed. In this war of virtual and real invasions, humanity had gained absolute dominance. Just as humanity glimpsed the dawn of victory, hordes of mutated practitioners emerged from the dungeon portals, leading swarms of monsters. They were powerful and bloodthirsty. They felt no pain and possessed extraordinary intelligence. Everything humanity had guarded for centuries was reduced to ashes in a mere half-year. Jiang Yuli perished in the aftermath. Though she did not witness it herself, Jiang Yuli was certain. Human civilization itself would perish because of this. These diseased practitioners. possessed the power to destroy the world. Before him were practitioners who could increase life value rewards. How could Lu Xingyuan possibly choose to leave at a time like this? He kicked the mutated assassin's corpse aside. He picked up a piece of equipment. Ding! You have obtained the Abyssal Watcher set chestplate. Loot drop? And it's a set piece? Abyssal Watcher set. Grade, Dark Gold. Effect 1, Counterattack. All health lost is converted into your next attack. Max 1000 points. Effect 2, wearing this set in the abyss increases your chance of being attacked. When you gaze into the abyss also gazes into you. To be honest, this set's effects are pretty solid. At least for Lu Xingyuan. It works very well. Consider gathering some. After slaying this mutated practitioner, the surrounding mutated ogres fell silent. Ding! You have successfully defended your main city during the monster invasion. Would you like to continue challenging higher difficulty levels? Yes. With Lu Xingyuan's response. From the black mist emerged one after another of shriveled, mutated practitioners. Their sunken, hollow eyes stared fixedly at Lu Xingyuan. It was a bit creepy. You scared me. Go to hell, all of you. Degenerate Mage. Level 9. HP 800. Attack 51. Skill Fireball. A squishy mage daring to get up close? Lu Xingyuan thrust his spear forward. Headshot. 355. 319. 207. The shriveled skull exploded cleanly. Bones and rotting flesh scattered everywhere. Wrinkled, shriveled eyeballs rolled onto the ground. Ding! You have slain a mutated mage. Experience plus 200, health plus 1%. Ding! You have slain the mutated crusader. Experience plus 300, health plus 1%. Ding! You have slain the mutated tailor. Since it was a higher level kill, coupled with the double reward for defeating a professional, the experience points were exceptionally generous. Lu Xingyuan, relying on his substantial health bar and powerful life regeneration. These mutated professionals, though possessing some intelligence, but their coordination was generally poor. They simply lacked coordination. Beyond a few control abilities, they could barely make a dent in Lu Xingyuan. Bearing the firepower of these dysfunctional professionals forced the kill. Soon, 2 more pieces of gear dropped. Ding! You have obtained the Abyssal Gaze set helmet. Ding! You have obtained the Abyssal Watcher set boots. After slaying over 50 mutated professionals, a white glow appeared. Ding! You have leveled up to level 8. All attributes plus 10. Primary attributes receive a 10x boost. Leveled up. Beyond the overall stat boost, the most significant change was the dramatic surge in health points. Health points 18,644. Finally starting to look like a proper boss. HP nears 20,000. Health regeneration 186 per second. In 100 seconds, it can fully restore 18,000 health points. Lu Xingyuan now has effectively joined the ranks of the undead. The monster siege has concluded. The mutated professionals, accompanied by other monsters, began to depart. Not buddies? You hit me and think you can just walk away? Not so fast. Just one more level and I can advance to the first transformation. Plus, I'm still 2 pieces short of the Abyss Stalker set. Gotta keep grinding. Though utterly exhausted, as a true grinding master, Lu Xingyuan felt no fear. He prepares to hunt down these corrupted professionals. Chapter 23, Continuous Leveling, First Advancement Quest. Game Administration Bureau. Tang Hao entered the office with a sense of unease. Boss. Lu Xingyuan refuses to come. Vera slowly opened her eyes. Dare to refuse me? It's been ages since anyone dared refuse my invitation. Just then, another person forced their way inside. Boss, it's bad. Mutant energy detected within the city. The man's face drained of all color. Vera instantly grew serious. Mutated energy. Could it be that mutated force is truly descending upon Luo City? Vera had been parachuted into Luo City not long ago. Her mission was to investigate matters related to mutated monsters. Not long ago, newly emerged instances around the world began spawning mutated monsters. These creatures possessed unique abilities. They could instantly kill adventurers within the dungeon world. Such power was terrifying. Should the number of mutated monsters continue to grow, it would spell the end of humanity. Within the borders of Xia Nation, the last occurrence was 3 years ago. At that time, several adventurers perished within the dungeon. Blood King's Court. The glow on Lu Xingyuan's demon stone slowly faded. With the demon stone's energy gone, does the siege end? But there were still many infected adventurers leaving. We couldn't just stand by and watch them leave. He left the remaining scattered monsters to Zhang Yuli. Lu Xingyuan began a relentless pursuit. Mutated Knight. Level 9. HP 1800. Attack, 71. Skill, mounted combat. These escaped mutated practitioners mostly possess higher intelligence. They were stronger. But Lu Xingyuan had also leveled up. Combined with the dual effects of Proof of a True Man stacking and the legendary Tear Venom Spear, his attack power temporarily surged to 340. One spear strike dealt 610. It pierced straight through the knight's main artery. Double weak element damage. He was dispatched in mere moments. Lu Xingyuan resumed his pursuit of the other mutated professionals. These mutated professionals seemed to be responding to some kind of summoning. At first, they only fled relentlessly. They avoided engaging Lu Xingyuan in combat. Only after straying far from the main city did they begin to actively attack Lu Xingyuan. A dozen or so mutated professionals. A standard raid party would have no more than 5 class-specific players. Lu Xingyuan had never faced so many professionals at once. Fortunately, Lu Xingyuan had already eliminated many of them beforehand. Otherwise, this wave would have been quite troublesome. Mutated Minotaur Warrior. Mutated Frost Archer. Mutated Undead Warrior. One skill after another came crashing down. In an instant, Lu Xingyuan's health plummeted by over 2,000 points. Lu Xingyuan feared no damage skills from combat-oriented classes. But these support and tank classes posed significant trouble for Lu Xingyuan. Because their skills all carried crowd control effects, they would inevitably hinder Lu Xingyuan's movements. This is so annoying. Lu Xingyuan swept his arm wide. Shadow chains. Black chains shot up from the ground, controlled by Lu Xingyuan. They bound all the practitioners possessing control abilities. Then, kill the support first. Though it took a bit of effort, the rate of experience gain remained remarkably swift. After those support class practitioners were slain, Lu Xingyuan finally felt a bit more at ease. Without their crowd control abilities, it was smooth sailing from there. Soon, all dozen or so players were slaughtered. Lu Xingyuan's experience points and health bar both saw significant increases. Additionally, a large amount of equipment dropped. Rust-stained shield. Equipment requirement, level 8+. Grade, silver. Effect, strength +4, constitution +4. Rusted single-handed sword. Rotten magic cloak. Besides these junk items, there's also all Abyssal Watcher set lower garment. This set is just one piece short now. Lu Xingyuan continued chasing forward. Though he no longer received the extra rewards for defeating higher-level enemies, Lu Xingyuan's sheer volume of kills made up for it. He took down several waves of mutated professionals and ogres in quick succession. HP 23955. Level 8 99.9%. Lu Xingyuan was about to level up again. At this moment, only 2 professionals remained before him. Mutated Ice Crystal Mage. Level 11 First Job Advancement. HP 1870. Attack Power 102. Skills, Ice Seal, Ice Armor, Shatterblade, Ice Pierce. Degenerate Light Priest. Level 12 First Job Advancement. Health 1290. Attack Power 44. Skills, Light Healing. As for these last 2 fellows, according to human classifications of class quality, both are rare grade professions. Moreover, when these 2 mutated professionals channel their power, a white aura surrounds them. This is the hallmark of having completed their first class advancement. Therefore, their attributes surpass those of practitioners at the same level. Their intelligence is also higher. Most crucially, the Ice Mage wields the control abilities that Lu Xingyuan despises most. His staff. It also appears to be the most advanced among all mutated practitioners. Lu Xingyuan wasn't about to wait for the enemy to control him first. Phantom Sword Technique. Summoning a swordsman clone with his last shred of mana, he stepped forward to absorb the damage. Lu Xingyuan followed closely behind. Boom! Boom! 138. 51. Both Lu Xingyuan and the swordsman clone's attacks struck the Ice Mage. But a split second before impact, an ice armor shielded the Ice Mage. Whoosh, whoosh. Over a dozen shards of ice shot forth, striking Lu Xingyuan and the swordsman's clone. 91. 71. 90. 81. Dealing nearly 1,000 points of damage to Lu Xingyuan. Lu Xingyuan was stunned. Damn, that's some serious damage. Plus, the Ice Mage has a huge attack range and moves incredibly fast. After being hit, the accompanying frost effect slowed Lu Xingyuan's speed. Dodging was impossible. Plus 239. Plus 239. Plus 239. Plus. Fortunately, his health regenerated faster. Though the frequency wasn't as high as the Ice Mage's Shatterblade. But skills always come to an end. The instant the Ice Mage's skill ended, Lu Xingyuan's health was fully restored. Ice Mage. He dodged the Ice Mage's attack. Lu Xingyuan and his swordsman clone, 1 blade and 1 sword. They quickly reduced the Ice Mage's health below 50%. Health 931-1870. Victory seemed within reach. But at that very moment, the light priest who had been lurking in the distance began chanting a spell. Light healing. Plus 469. The ice mage's health instantly recovered 50% of the life points he had lost. Lu Xingyuan? This skill is awesome. You wanna race me in healing speed? Come on. With his speed restricted by the ice mage, Lu Xingyuan struggled to bridge the distance and force a kill on the light priest hiding behind. But he himself felt no fear. If you want to die, I'll kill you first. Lu Xingyuan charged recklessly, hacking at the ice mage. 3 seconds the ice armor shattered. 10 seconds later, his health was halved. 20 seconds later, the light priest began healing. 10 minutes later, fear flickered in the ice mage's horrifying eyes. Lu Xingyuan stood on his chest. But the poison spear plunged deep into his skull. Then he slew the light priest whose mana had been drained dry. Killed level 11 mutated ice mage EXP plus 200, HP plus 1%. Killed level 12 mutated light priest EXP plus 220, HP plus 1%. Simultaneously. Ding. You have leveled up to level 9. All attributes plus 10. Primary attributes receive a 10x boost. Ding. You have reached level 9 and can now undertake the first job change quest. Note, before completing the first job advancement quest, your level cap will remain at 10 and you cannot obtain any form of reward. Ding. Please select your first job advancement quest, boss. Chapter 24, Blood Demon. Core class abilities. Quest 1, Evolve Phantom Sword Technique. Quest 2, Shadow Chain. Active selection? Lu Xingyuan froze for a moment. Aren't advancement tasks supposed to grant higher tier skills based on the skill tree after completion? This seemed reasonable enough. After all, the boss class had never existed before. Which meant there was no class skill tree for bosses either. In that case, he'd have to be more cautious when learning universal skills from now on. After a moment's thought, Lu Xingyuan chose Phantom Sword Arts. Ding. Boss Blood King has claimed the first advancement quest, Blood of the King. The King's blood possesses a powerful forbidden power. Travel to the real world and find a monster willing to consume the Demon King's blood. Must be 100% willing. Coercion will result in mission failure. A mission in the real world? Lu Xingyuan frowned deeply. This quest seems rather troublesome. But it must be completed. Because according to the rules, failing to complete the advancement quest would cap his level at 10 and prevent him from receiving any form of reward. Whether it be experience points, skill gains, team benefits. Nothing at all. Lu Xingyuan picked up the final piece of equipment from the Abyssal Watcher beside the Light Priest. Abyssal Watcher bracers. The set was complete. Lu Xingyuan returned to the main city of the Blood King's court. By the time he arrived back at the Blood King's court, Jiang Yuli had already cleared out the remaining monsters. She was waiting here for Lu Xingyuan. Her level had also risen to 5. However, Jiang Yuli's gaze toward Lu Xingyuan felt distinctly off. Even though you're the school beauty, I still warn you, don't get any ideas about this president's handsome face. Lu Xingyuan declared with righteous indignation. Jiang Yuli. Sure, you are quite handsome, but could you please not be so self-absorbed? Did you forget something? You just left the main city's boundaries. Normally, Blue Star's professionals can only go to 2 places in the game world. One is the instance world. The other is the main city area established through the main city order. But Lu Xingyuan had just left the main city area to hunt down those mutated adventurers. Lu Xingyuan paused in surprise. It might be because of my profession. After all, I'm a boss. Jiang Yuli frowned deeply, seemingly deep in thought. Seeing Jiang Yuli had forgotten about the poison spear, he snapped back to reality. Hospital rooftop. Lu Xingyuan stretched lazily, gazing at the pale dawnlight in the east. Dawn was approaching. Another all-nighter. Just then, the young woman from the hospital who had asked for Lu Xingyuan's phone number called. There's been a problem with the surgery. Come to the hospital immediately. Lu Xingyuan. His drowsiness vanished instantly. He sprinted downstairs at top speed. He reached the ward. He saw the 2nd Battalion commander lying on a blood-soaked sheet. The doctor sighed. I'm sorry. Mr. Lu, we did everything we could. Lu Xingyuan took a deep breath. Get out. Your emotions, we can. I said get out. A terrifying killing intent swept through the room. Everyone in the hospital room froze in terror. No one could have imagined that this young man, who looked as handsome as the boy next door, could unleash such terrifying murderous intent. Everyone scrambled to escape, scrambling and crawling out of the ward. His aura is terrifying. Lu Xingyuan, he's incredibly strong. Didn't you hear the announcement? After his class change, Lu Xingyuan secured 2 first clears in the dungeon world. That good? Rumor has it his class is shrouded in mystery. No one knows what he is. He must be incredibly strong, otherwise there'd be no need to hide it. Inside the hospital room, Lu Xingyuan gently stroked Erha's head. Its life force was already faint. Like a candle in the wind, it could be extinguished at any moment. I'm sorry. I couldn't fulfill that promise. But now, there's another chance. 2nd Battalion Commander, are you willing to take a gamble? Was it just his imagination? Lu Xingyuan sensed a surge of energy emanating from the 2nd Battalion Commander. If you trust me, absorb this power. Come back to life and I'll show you a higher view. With a flicker of intent, a single drop of crimson blood shot forth from Lu Xingyuan's brow. It landed on the 2nd Battalion Commander's forehead. Accompanied by a dull thud, it felt as though boundless power erupted from within the 2nd Battalion Commander's body. A crimson energy continuously gathered within the 2nd Battalion Commander's body. The entire 2nd Battalion Commander transformed into a crimson cocoon. Thump, thump. Thump, thump. The blood cocoon pulsed violently in rhythm with the 2nd Battalion Commander's heartbeat. With each beat, that piercing aura grew ever more potent. Accompanied by this force, an endless crimson storm engulfed the entire ward, with the 2nd Battalion Commander at its epicenter. The tables, chairs, and benches within the ward. Everything within this terrifying force was obliterated. What the hell is happening? That bastard Lu Xingyuan isn't going to tear the hospital apart, is he? It can't be that bad. Every surgery carries risks. If it fails, you can't blame us. The lead surgeon was trembling all over. Being a doctor these days is a high-risk profession. Fortunately, things calmed down quickly. Just as everyone thought it was all over, the entire building began to sway slightly. A terrifying wolf-like howl erupted from the ward. Holy monsters! There are monsters! The monsters are attacking the city. Run for your lives. Try to stay positive. What if it's just Lu Xingyuan trying to demolish the hospital? Chaos erupted throughout the hospital. Inside the ward, Lu Xingyuan calmly stared at the blood cocoon before him. Bang! Bang! Bang bang! Bang! Swish! A slash erupted from within. A massive half-beast creature tore through the blood cocoon, transforming into a blur. It burst straight through the window. Whoa! A wolf-like howl echoed relentlessly through the hospital, drawing crowds of onlookers. Beneath the moonlight, a massive figure stood over 2 meters tall. A wolf's head on a human body. Clad entirely in silver-gray armor, a massive sword as wide as a door panel was slanted through the hood of the cloak draped over its back. A chilling, murderous aura radiated from every inch of its being. Sword dog. Holy, what a badass dog. Stop drooling over it, you idiot. That's the boss, for us sake. Boss Wolf Lord. Class, Swordsman. Rarity, Rare. Level, 10. HP, 12,318. Attack power, 60. Skills, Mad Dog Roar, Sword Draw Slash, Ferocious Dog Sky Splitting Slash. Seeing the boss's stats, everyone panicked. Holy, it's a monster siege. Run for your lives. The boss is attacking the hospital. Just as many fled in despair. That towering, powerful boss slowly lowered its body. Kneeling on one knee. That handsome, intelligent head bowed low. Lu Xingyuan stood with hands in his pockets, the gale whipping his hair into disarray. After undergoing the transformation of the king's blood, Ha was completely different now. His skills changed. His attack power had decreased. But its health had more than doubled. And it's both a boss and possesses the abilities of a professional. Just like Lu Xingyuan. This is interesting. Wait a minute. Lu Xingyuan glanced at his attribute panel. Health primary stat, 24,636. The Wolf Lord's HP stat was exactly 50% of his own. Just like the Phantom Sword technique. The other attributes seemed irrelevant to Lu Xingyuan. Welcome back, 2nd Battalion Commander. Lu Xing ruffled Ha's head. Master. The 2nd Battalion Commander's voice was deep and resonant, his movements crisp and precise. He exuded an air of dependability. Reliable Ha. Lu Xingyuan remained puzzled. Regardless, he had fulfilled his promise to his predecessor. Ding! You have completed the first advancement quest. You have acquired the exclusive skill Blood Demon. Blood Demon. 1. Using the blood of a sovereign, grant rebirth to fallen bosses and transform them into blood demons. 2. Blood demons possess infinite growth potential. 3. Shared abilities. The Blood King can utilize the Blood Demon's powers. 4. The Blood Demon is immortal and indestructible, able to transform into a single drop of blood and persist within the king's body. 5. Absolute loyalty. Hiss. Is this a skill? Lu Xingyuan couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. Gaining a class's core ability upon advancement, it's only natural for it to be powerful. But this is just too insane. This single skill alone rivals that of a powerful class. The necromancer Lu Xingyuan encountered 2 days ago. His hidden class wasn't even as powerful as this skill. Insane. Way too overpowered. But hey, I'm the boss. Then it's fine. Bosses are supposed to be overpowered. Otherwise, how else would I keep all those professionals in their place? And what kind of boss can show off without a strong underling? Of course. This ability is insane, but it comes with some limitations. 1. When transforming into a blood demon, the king must expend a significant amount of health. 2. If the target is too weak to withstand the king's blood, the transformation will fail. 3. The blood demon's level cannot surpass that of the king. Is that it? Is this what you call a restriction? Isn't this just common sense? Lu Xingyuan dismissed it outright. Most crucially, if Lu Xingyuan hadn't misjudged. The blood demon possessed a hidden attribute. Their health would be 50% of Lu Xingyuan's. If he had more such minions, how terrifying that would be. This was only part of it. Lu Xingyuan envisioned an even more distant future. After transitioning to a boss class, he gained invincible health. After the first job advancement, he gained an invincible pet. Didn't that mean every 10 levels, he could freely choose an absurdly powerful ability from a different field? He could even achieve all-around invincibility. With a single thought. The massive form of the 2nd Battalion commander dissolved into a single drop of blood, merging into his body. Lu Xingyuan's figure vanished into the night sky. At the same time, at an estate in Luo City. Master, that dog is dead. What happened back then will never be known by a second person. Seated at the head of the table. A crimson light flared in the bald man's eyes. A bone-white sword pierced the throat of the man below. Now, no one else will ever know. Chapter 25, Monster Town. I'm not the school beauty who got dumped. After returning home, Lu Xingyuan focused his mind. A vast crimson mist of blood surged from his body, gradually coalescing. Behind him, it coalesced into a colossal figure. Master. The 2nd Battalion commander knelt on one knee, his face a mix of foolishness and dashing good looks tilted slightly downward. Lu Xingyuan inquired about the circumstances surrounding his parents' deaths. The 2nd Battalion commander's memory was hazy due to his prolonged unconsciousness. But one thing was certain. Both parents had perished within the dungeon. A level 30 instance called Tomb of the King. Dying inside a dungeon. Before today, Lu Xingyuan could never have imagined how human adventurers might perish within a dungeon world. But now he understood. There exists a peculiar force known as mutation. It allows monsters within the dungeon world to directly kill humans. It was certain that his parents' deaths were connected to mutation monsters. Whether or not there were mutated monsters didn't matter. Lu Xingyuan would head to the Tomb of the King dungeon. He will purge every monster within this instance. He will permanently shut down this instance. He slept until nightfall. Lu Xingyuan was awakened by a knock on the door. Jiang Yuli. Still dressed in her school uniform, she looked full of energy. Lu Xingyuan, I've got something special for you. Want it? Lu Xingyuan. He felt Jiang Yuli wasn't a gambling god, she was a money-bringing fairy. What kind of treasure? Tell me. Lu Xingyuan asked while brushing his teeth. I know of a place where a new dungeon has just appeared. A very precious treasure has appeared inside one that could change a professional's fate. Want to check it out together? Lu Xingyuan raised an eyebrow. If this rich lady called it precious, this dungeon must be no ordinary affair. What level is the dungeon? Level 15. Alright. Jiang Yuli nodded. In her previous life, she had never ventured into this dungeon, but she knew it contained an incredibly valuable treasure worth a fortune. There was a powerhouse who had made their fortune from this very dungeon. She hoped the dungeon hadn't changed too much. Seeing Jiang Yuli still standing there, Lu Xingyuan asked with a hint of confusion, is there something else? Jiang Yuli's expression grew serious. I want to form an alliance with you, a true partnership built on mutual trust. Lu Xingyuan remained non-committal. Jiang Yuli took the initiative to show her sincerity. Wheel of Fate, place your bets. Stake your wager and clear the dungeon within 24 hours to claim a supersized reward package. Note, the higher the stake, the richer the reward. This is my profession's greatest secret. You are the only person in the world who has seen the detailed information of this skill. If you're willing to form an alliance with me, we can run dungeons together and uncover the secrets of the abyss. I'll share the winnings from the gamble with you. Jiang Yuli spoke deliberately, her tone unwavering. What defines a gambling god? If it were merely about winning or losing in dungeons, how could one truly be called a gambling god? Jiang Yuli would stake her very self to secure humanity's future. This was the true all-in gamble. Lu Xingyuan was the trump card she held dearest. Reborn and returned. No matter what this world becomes, whether it mirrors her past life or not, she would do everything in her power to alter the fate of the human race. Lu Xingyuan, a professional who could freely enter the true abyss, might just be the one to change everything. I, Jiang Yuli, am no defeated school beauty. I am the gambling god. At that moment, Jiang Yuli radiated a dazzling glow. Call me sis, and from now on, I'll handle all your gear. You're dreaming. Lu Xingyuan raised his fist toward Jiang Yuli, the middle finger slowly extending. Jiang Yuli bared her fangs. What a clueless jerk with zero sense of romance. Hey, as allies, shouldn't you share your class info too? Lu Xingyuan shook his head. This campus beauty doesn't seem to be leveling up. Planning to just coast? And since you've laid your cards on the table, how am I supposed to exploit you? Just play your support role properly, gear me up, and I'll carry you to glory. Treasure Pavilion. Oh my, a little cutie just arrived. Lu Xingyuan had just stepped through the Treasure Pavilion's entrance. A curvaceous woman in black stockings called out cheerfully, instantly drawing the attention of several other companions. Lu Xingyuan was long accustomed to such reactions, merely nodding slightly. Then he prepared to walk inside. Still putting on airs? The muscular young man beside the curvaceous woman teased. If you were that handsome, you'd be even more full of yourself than he is. The curvaceous woman shook off the other woman's hand. Pfft, I bet you're just lusting after his body. Their behavior was suggestive. You touch me, I touch you. Yet they didn't seem like a couple. The other men in their group watched them with pure envy. One curly-haired young man tried to strike up a conversation. I hear a big shot has arrived at our Luocheng Treasure Pavilion. Wonder if we could get connected. Dream on, the muscular youth scoffed. Treasure Pavilion is the largest trading hub in all of Xia Kingdom. The powerful professionals stationed there are too numerous to count. And that young lady who came to Luo City is one of the Treasure Pavilion's young masters. Her status is incredibly prestigious. If we could connect with her, we'd be set for life. That impressive? The curvaceous woman paused her groping hands, gasping in surprise. Of course. The muscular youth trailed off mid-sentence, his eyes suddenly fixated on the second floor. There stood a breathtakingly beautiful woman radiating noble grace. Though dressed in a plain shipao, her presence was undeniable. She was no ordinary woman. Hua Jin scanned the crowd, his eyes narrowing into crescent moons. Mr. Lu, please follow me upstairs. Lu Xingyuan nodded. Heading into an unknown new dungeon naturally required thorough preparation. The crucial point was this. No one knew whether mutated, infected monsters might appear in the new dungeon. It was still best to be fully prepared. Watching the man and woman heading side by side to the second floor, the group of voluptuous women froze in place. After a moment, several men simultaneously let out roars of envy and resentment. Damn it! Seriously, he's just a bit better looking. What gives him the right? Mr. Lu. I knew he looked familiar. If I'm not mistaken, he's Lu Xingyuan from 3rd middle school. The genius who cleared 2 dungeons first run back to back? Who else could it be? Mr. Lu, as per your request, these are all the gear that meets your specifications. The first set is called the Sky Wolf set. A dark gold tier warrior set. 2 effects. 1. Dealing consecutive damage grants sustained increases to speed and strength. 2. After casting a skill, your next attack deals additional damage. What a splendid Warwolf set. It's perfect for Air Guzzi as if tailor-made for the 2nd Battalion Commander. Storm set. Savage Power set. Compared to the Sky Wolf set, the others are also dark gold sets. They still fell short. I'll take this one. Hua Jin flashed his signature smile. Mr. Lu's taste remains impeccable as ever. This Sky Wolf battle set is undoubtedly the finest among dark gold sets. It's the strongest dark gold set in our Luo City Treasure Pavilion. Upon hearing this, Lu Xingyuan sensed trouble brewing. 13 million in value. Hearing the price, Lu Xingyuan gave up hope entirely. I don't have the money. Chapter 26, Freeloading on Hua Jin. The second Husky's debut charging headlong. The stats are truly impressive. But they're also ridiculously expensive. Typically, a single dark gold tier item costs around 10 million. A full set consists of 5 pieces. The price doubles, easily hitting over 100 million. Lu Xingyuan sighed. Professionals earn money easily, but they also spend it just as easily. For anyone else, lacking funds would certainly be a problem. But since Mr. Lu is our most esteemed guest at Treasure Pavilion, Hua Jin flashed a sly grin, like a fox triumphant in its scheme. Before he could finish, he produced an IOU. It seemed she had prepared it long ago. Lu Xingyuan smiled. Freeloading, no borrowing money. Now that was something he enjoyed. Mr. Lu, remember to honor our agreement, okay? Hua Jin's terms weren't harsh. There wasn't even any interest. The only condition? He had to take Hua Jin through a dungeon run. Lu Xingyuan thought. Debts don't weigh you down, the one in debt is the boss. He didn't budge. Miss Hua Jin, with so many treasures on the 2nd floor, won't you show me around? Hua Jin looked wary. You don't have any money. No problem, I can just write another IOU. Ignoring Hua Jin's protests, Lu Xingyuan walked toward the nearby weapon section. Frost Giant Sword. Grade, Dark Gold. Equipment requirement, Level 10. Effect 1, Attack Power plus 10%. Effect 2, increases frost damage when casting sword chi skills. This weapon's pretty good. I happen to need another weapon to add it to my debt note as well. Hua Jin? You're out of your mind. This is my house, not yours. Do you think I'm just letting you freeload here? Seeing Hua Jin's reaction, Lu Xingyuan replied calmly. Sigh, we're heading into a very dangerous dungeon next. If your attack power isn't high enough and you die a few times, we might not be able to tackle other dungeons. Hua Jin took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to curse. She forced a smile. Alright, Mr. Lu. I'll add this weapon to your tab as well. Lu Xingyuan continued walking forward, arriving at the skill book section. Random skill books? Ignored outright. Skills were crucial for Lu Xingyuan's future advancement and exclusive abilities. He absolutely had to secure promising, high-potential skills. Designated skill books were extremely rare. The treasure pavilion held only 3 copies. One of them is precisely what Lu Xingyuan needs. Bloodlust. Quality, dark gold. Effect, consumes 10% of maximum HP to convert into attack power maximum 500. Bring this one along for me too. Hua Jin's face turned green. A dark gold tier designated skill book worth tens of millions. Don't push it too far. Lu Xingyuan could tell Hua Jin was on the verge of exploding. He decisively backed off. After signing 2 more IOUs, Lu Xingyuan patted his butt and walked away. Hua Jin stood by the window, watching Lu Xingyuan's retreating figure. Far from continuing to be angry, he had only piqued her interest further. Lu Xingyuan, quite the character. Zenbage was a business establishment. They preferred to build relationships with promising clients first, then pursue larger deals. As for the loss? The few items Lu Xingyuan took were utterly insignificant. Even if they couldn't recover it, it wouldn't matter. Investments always carry risks. However, Hua Jin believed. Lu Xingyuan has the means to repay this money. Moreover, he will bring even greater business to the treasure pavilion. Lu Xingyuan learned the bloodlust skill. He hailed a cab immediately. Driver, take me to the South City Gate. The slightly weary driver glanced back. Young man, you don't look too old. Must be a new professional this year, huh? Lu Xingyuan nodded. Yep, just transferred. Well, be careful out in the wilderness, then. If you die at the hands of those real monsters, there's no resurrection. With that, the driver floored it and took off. Lu Xingyuan, sitting in the back seat, fell deep in thought. Real monsters? I wonder how they differ from dungeon monsters. Soon, Lu Xingyuan arrived at the city gates. Stepping through the towering gate, a fierce wind swept toward him. Even the air itself was thick with the stench of blood. Every vehicle bore the scars of battle. The professionals coming and going all bore traces of blood on their bodies. Some belonged to monsters, some to ourselves. In the distance, even professionals and monsters were locked in fierce combat. Everything here reminded Lu Xingyuan. This was the true face of this world. Zhang Yuli seemed to have been fighting for a while, her body stained with blood. Let's go. We'll fight our way through. Let you get used to combat in the real world. Soon, the two found a gathering spot for monsters. They were towering, hideously grotesque creatures with human heads and bull bodies. Minotaur. Level, 12. HP, 1000. Attack power, 60. Skill, Bull Charge. A level 11 Minotaur, only its HP is somewhat decent. Its attack power is pitifully low. This area of Luo City is swarming with Minotaur monsters. Rumor has it there's also a Minotaur chieftain, a formidable foe. Lu Xingyuan charged straight in. He began fighting fiercely with the group of Minotaurs. A massive ice-blue greatsword materialized in his hand. Lu Xingyuan no longer relied solely on basic attacks. Instead, he borrowed the skills of the 2nd Battalion commander. Draw sword slash. Swish, swish, swish. Several crimson glowing slashes swept out. Lu Xingyuan shared not only the 2nd Battalion commander's skill but also its profound understanding of the sword's way. It was as if he had gained over a decade of sword cultivation experience overnight. Lu Xingyuan swung his greatsword relentlessly. The surrounding monsters hadn't even reacted yet. They were severed in two by the successive waves of sword energy. Killed Minotaur, experience plus 100. Killed Minotaur, experience plus 100. Killing monsters above my level still gives decent EXP. Soon, only Lu Xingyuan remained standing in this Minotaur gathering spot. Whether it was from killing too many in-game dungeons, or because he had been anticipating this moment for so long. At that moment, his entire body trembled slightly. This was not fear, but extreme excitement. Zhang Yuli wasn't idle either, her spear stained with blood. When she finally dispatched the monster before her and turned to look at Lu Xingyuan, she was utterly stunned. Already finished? This guy really is a madman. She'd seen people with strong nerves before, but never someone this insane. Facing a real-world monster for the first time, yet slaughtering it with such calm composure. And when did this guy complete his first advancement? After completing a class advancement quest, a halo appears around one's body. It was obvious at a glance. Lu Xingyuan was completely immersed in the fight. Having offensive skills makes all the difference. Monster killing efficiency skyrocketed. But when it comes to monster farming efficiency, the 2nd Battalion commander has a skill even better suited for this scenario. Fierce Dog Sky-Splitting Slash. Lu Xingyuan shot forward like an arrow released from its string, leaving only phantom afterimages in his wake as he charged. In the blink of an eye, he covered over 10 meters. He severed the head of a Minotaur. Killed level 12 Minotaur, experience plus 130. Killed level 11 Berserk White Ox, EXP plus 110. While monsters in the wild weren't as densely packed as in dungeons, but their total numbers far exceed those in dungeons. Combined with the high movement speed granted by Ferocious Dog Sky-Splitting Slash, the sound of experience notifications rang out continuously. At this rate, I should level up before reaching the monster town. He'd leveled up before even entering the dungeon. Lu Xingyuan had already gained some rewards from Monster Town. 2 hours later, Lu Xingyuan caught sight of the monster town's outline. He didn't rush to enter. Instead, he halted where he stood. With a slight shift in his thoughts, faint wisps of blood mist began gathering behind him. Soon, it coalesced into a 2-meter tall giant with a human body and a dog's head. Clad in the war wolf suit, the 2nd Battalion commander appeared even more imposing. Master. The 2nd Battalion commander's expression remained as loyal and dependable as ever. Slaughter every monster here. He handed the frost giant's sword to the 2nd Battalion commander. Lu Xingyuan began grilling meat. Even the beef was freshly slaughtered, absolutely additive-free and pollution-free. While eating the barbecue, he watched his experience points steadily increase. Killed level 11 Minotaur, experience plus 100. The 2nd Battalion commander's monster slaying efficiency, though not as high as Lu Xingyuan's. But unlike professionals, it was a demon reborn in blood, knowing no fatigue. Immortal and indestructible. Compared to ordinary monsters, the 2nd Battalion commander's power was overwhelming. Slaughtering other monsters of the same level was as easy as slicing through butter. Such behavior naturally drew the attention of many other professionals. That dog is too fierce. I'm done for. It's faster than our entire team's monster killing efficiency. That's insane. HP must be a boss level pet. Damn impressive. Many adventurers even considered tailing the 2nd Battalion commander to track down the owner of this formidable pet. But the 2nd Battalion commander was too fast. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from their sight. 1 hour later, a glow of advancement appeared on Lu Xingyuan's body. His level had reached 10. The 2nd Battalion commander relentlessly slaughtered monsters. This brought him a steady stream of experience points. Leveling up had never felt so effortless. The surrounding monsters were completely wiped out. Lu Xingyuan summoned the 2nd Battalion commander back. Soon, a dazzling white light surged toward them from the distance. Boom! Lu Xingyuan's barbecue grill was instantly blown to smithereens. Gazing at the dust-covered husky, Lu Xingyuan's mouth twitched slightly. Perfect. Just what I'd expect from a stereotypical Siberian husky. You stupid dog, come here. After getting thoroughly beaten by Lu Xingyuan, the 2nd Battalion commander stood beside a tree not yet as tall as himself, contemplating his mistakes before the tree. After a while, Zhang Yuli finally caught up. After a journey of slaughter, her body was also stained with copious amounts of blood. Her level had also risen. Seeing the 2nd Battalion commander, Zhang Yuli was filled with questions. What is this? My pet. Lu Xingyuan made no attempt to conceal it. He intended to use the 2nd Battalion commander's power as a disguise for his true form. In his boss form, he wouldn't utilize any powers associated with the 2nd Battalion commander. This way, he could better maintain both identities. There was ample time to develop. Zhang Yuli? Earlier while grinding mobs, she had spotted this dog-headed creature. It was incredibly powerful. Its monster farming efficiency was exceptionally high. I thought it was some high-level player's pet. Who knew it actually belonged to Lu Xingyuan? Am I the one who reincarnated, or are you the one who reincarnated? Zhang Yuli was stunned. Let's go. The monster town is just ahead. Chapter 27, Dungeon opens, the invitation of the unlucky soul. Monster Town was actually an outdoor supply station. Many adventurers rest, trade, and form parties here during wilderness battles. Looking for a party. Level 13 Knight here, seeking a group. Leveling service. Level 15 Rare Class team available for carrying one. Professional boss runs. Interested parties PM. Healer needed. High healing output required. Anyone heading to the Dark Ruins? Let's team up. Hordes of adventurers gathered in the Monster Town Square, exchanging party information. Just then, buzz. A series of buzzing sounds filled the air. Suddenly, a pillar of light shot skyward from the very center of the square. Immediately, countless fine cracks appeared across that section of space. As if an invisible giant hand had torn open a fissure in the entire space. Everyone around stared in disbelief. What the hell? A dungeon. This is a new dungeon. It's right in our faces. This luck is off the charts. Newly spawned dungeons have the highest drop rates. Guys, let's go. In an instant, everyone was bursting with impatience. But upon seeing the dungeon details, everyone fell silent. Dungeon, Leifeng Pagoda. Difficulty, hard. Restriction 1, level 15 or below. Restriction 2, 5-player party only. Whoosh. A collective gasp echoed across the plaza. This is actually a hard mode dungeon? Damn. Running dungeons may not pose a threat to your life. Getting wiped is still painful. Plus, you lose tons of experience points, you might even drop a level. If you're unlucky enough to get looted too, then you're really out of luck. Of course, most players are eager to give it a shot. Hard mode dungeons are tough, but the rewards are worth it. Take a shot at it, turn your bike into a motorcycle. Charge. Healers, let's go for the first clear. Monster Town erupted in excitement. Many were rallying their friends. News of the new dungeon appearing in Monster Town spread throughout all of Luo City. Soon, a massive influx of powerful adventurers began arriving from all directions. Lu Xingyuan and Zhang Yue had already arrived. Zhang Yuli was introducing the powerful individuals present. That one wielding the lightning staff is Thunder Mage Bai Lei. He's incredibly powerful and has already joined an A-rank guild. He should have some valuable items on him. As she finished speaking, Zhang Yuli and Lu Xingyuan exchanged a glance, both letting wicked grins spread across their lips. That woman with the ample bust and revealing attire, yeah, the one you've been staring at the whole time. Zhang Yuli rolled her eyes dramatically. Her name is Poison Scorpion. She's a level 30 professional who specializes in sleeping with young guys. But she's into some pretty extreme stuff, steel wool pads and such. Anyway, most men who've been with her end up with psychological scars from the experience. Want to give it a shot? Zhang Yuli's tone was oddly off. At the mention of steel wool, Lu Xingyuan shuddered. He shook his head decisively. Though he was tough, this was something he truly couldn't handle. If you don't want to lose your eyes, behave yourself. And finally, this one berserker Xiong Fei. Zhang Yuli narrowed her eyes slightly. This man's strength wasn't particularly formidable yet. But in his previous life, it was Xiong Fei who rose to prominence in the Leifeng Pagoda dungeon. It was said he never actually cleared the dungeon. He merely obtained a treasure from within. It enhanced his class quality. From that point onward, he joined the ranks of the elite. At that very moment, a team of 3 young men drove an armored vehicle into the monster town. Qin Tian leapt out of the vehicle, his face aglow with excitement. New dungeon, here we come. With brother Qin and Su Muyu here, we might just pull off a first clear. Gui Jingyun said. Qin Tian grinned foolishly. He had no other thoughts, just a burning desire to show off. Like Lu Xingyuan, he wanted his name to echo throughout Luo City. This is a raid instance. We need a 5-man party, and we're still 2 people short. Yeah, let's find some reliable teammates first. The highest level player in Qin Tian's party was only level 8. Those genuinely aiming to clear Leifeng Pagoda had no interest in teaming up with them. The trio froze in awkward silence. What should we do, bro? Should we go level up first? Just then, Qin Tian's eyes lit up as he spotted Lu Xingyuan and Zhang Yueli in the distance. He charged straight over and slid to his knees. Brother Lu, sister Jiang, wanna team up? Want to run the Leifeng Pagoda dungeon together? Yeah, all the rewards are yours. We just want our names on the first clear record to show off. Qin Tian and Gui Jingyun were both scions of prominent families in Luo City. They weren't after anything else. They just wanted to show off, so they could hold their heads high at home. Lu Xingyuan smiled. Let's see how sincere you are. Hearing this, Qin Tian's lips twitched slightly. This guy, why does he act like he's got me figured out? Do I look like a sucker? Qin Tian and Gui Jingyun exchanged a glance. 1 million? Gui Jingyun said. Brother Lu, let's consider this a gesture of friendship. Once we're inside, we'll follow your lead without holding you back. Lu Xingyuan remained unmoved. 2 suckers in this group. Had to squeeze them for every last drop. 2 million. Deal. Lu Xingyuan didn't want to waste time either. Transfer the money first. You 2 are definitely my new friends. Qin Tian didn't hesitate, transferring the money immediately. Then he yanked the Mad Wolf greatsword from its sheath, looking eager to get started. Lu Xingyuan struggled to stifle a laugh. That sword of yours, pretty cool. How much did you pay for it? Not bad, not too pricey, just 3 million. Lu Xingyuan was stunned. What a sucker. 2 million seemed too low now. But at this point, Lu Xingyuan didn't care about that. Clearing dungeons was the top priority. And the gambling game. Zhang Yuli, standing nearby, kept her eyes fixed on the gambling board. Gamble, Leifeng Pagoda hard mode. Odds, 1000%. Time limit, 24 hours. No refunds once bets are placed. Win or lose, you're on your own. Sure enough. Without that freak Lu Xingyuan slaughtering professionals in the dungeon. The odds have dropped. A 1000% payout in her previous life. Zhang Yueli would have been ecstatic. But it's easy to go from frugality to extravagance, yet hard to go from extravagance back to frugality. After experiencing 2 consecutive dungeons with 10,000% odds, this payout is nothing to write home about. The odds are a bit low, but I'll go all in. The reward should be decent. Zhang Yuli whispered, lowering her voice. If she followed this freak through the dungeon and still couldn't clear it, she'd just have to accept defeat. Lu Xingyuan shook his head. The odds are too low. Since you mentioned it, the odds are tied to me. Then I think we can exploit a glitch. Zhang Yuli? Chapter 28, The Gambling Bug. The name of the Blood King. What bug? Zhang Yuli looked puzzled. Lu Xingyuan's lips curved into a faint smile. I'll lead them into the instance first. In the name of the Blood King, I'll slaughter the professionals inside. Then you start the betting pool, the odds should skyrocket. Then I won't grind the dungeon for ratings. After we exit, I'll team up with you and we'll clear it together. Zhang Yuli's eyes widened. You can play it like that? The thing is, it actually seemed possible. At that moment, the self-proclaimed female gambling goddess and campus beauty felt profoundly defeated. Turns out, after a lifetime of study, she still couldn't match Lu Xingyuan's flash of inspiration. Zhang Yuli pulled out a gray banner from her backpack. Take this. Soul Summoning Banner. Grade, Gold. Wearing requirements, none. Effect, a specialized spatial weapon capable of extracting souls. This was a weapon Zhang Yuli had prepared long ago. Specifically designed for raiding, to conceal Lu Xingyuan's identity. This soul summoning banner can only contain souls. No one uses it. Its price was low. However, years later, this equipment would be developed for its true purpose. A genius made a discovery. After a teammate dies in a dungeon, their consciousness can linger within the soul summoning banner for several hours. This grants a small amount of party experience and other dungeon rewards. From that point on, a practice known as carrying corpses began to spread. Learning the true purpose of the soul summoning banner, Lu Xingyuan's eyes lit up. Excellent. Excellent. This gear is fantastic. Lu Xingyuan and his group randomly invited another lucky player. They formed a party and entered the dungeon directly. Any dungeon that met the requirements was crucial to Lu Xingyuan. Because it allowed him to farm large numbers of profession-specific gear. This was Lu Xingyuan's primary path to becoming stronger. After navigating a spatial turbulence, Lu Xingyuan emerged into a world shrouded in darkness. Before him stood only a colossal ancient tower. The entire tower radiated dazzling golden light. Leifeng Pagoda. It imprisons countless demons and monsters. Those with weak resolve or insufficient strength must not enter. Leifeng Pagoda. I wonder if it's related to the legendary one. Lu Xingyuan pondered. The other 4 members gradually teleported in as well. Xin Tian approached obediently. Brother Lu, what do you need us to do? Just give the word, and we'll see it through. Lu Xingyuan's fingers lightly brushed over his storage ring. A soul-summoning banner over 2 meters tall was planted into the ground. All I need is for you to die once. Xin Tian? Gui Gingyun? Su Muyu? Upon learning the true purpose of the soul-summoning banner, the 4 were dragged back by Lu Xingyuan and brutally slashed to death one by one. Then, he waved the soul-summoning banner, sucking their consciousnesses inside. The 4 transformed into translucent figures trapped within the soul-summoning banner. You gained 180 EXP. You obtained the gold grade weapon Frenzied Wolf Greatsword. You gained 200 EXP. You obtained 1 treasure map fragment. You obtained Force Drop activated. Seeing the Mad Wolf Greatsword, Lu Xingyuan smiled. If he claimed he didn't intend to loot these people, would anyone believe him? But since it happened, adhering to the principle of not wasting anything, Lu Xingyuan deftly gathered all the items they had dropped. Along with the soul-summoning banner, he stowed them into his storage ring. The next second, he transformed into a figure clad in black, a wide, elongated health bar appearing above his head. Boss Blood King. Streams of blood energy coalesced in his hands, forming crimson spears. Lu Xingyuan quickly located the first batch of experienced babies. White Lightning. Class, Wind Thunder Mage. Quality, Legendary. Level, 12. HP, 800. Attack power, 110. Skills, Wind and Thunder Strike, Summon Lightning Seal. Truly a legendary class, and decked out in a full set of golden armor. Impressive stats. Bloodlust. Lu Xingyuan's blood surged violently throughout his body. His health bar instantly dropped by 10%, while his attack power surged by 320 points. Then, he hurled the crimson spear in his grasp with all his might. Boom! Propelled by terrifying force, the crimson spear shot forward like a cannonball. Bai Lei couldn't react in time. His entire left arm was instantly shattered by the impact. Blood spattered everywhere. Simultaneously, an exaggerated damage number popped up. 530. One hit nearly killed him instantly. Bai Lei clutched his arm, wailing in agony. In his wide, staring eyes, a shadowy figure cloaked in a mist of blood. Step by step, it approached him. Even as he strained to lift his head, Bai Lei couldn't make out the figure's features. All he saw was a long blood bar and a line of text. Boss Blood King. The next instant, his head was severed clean off at the base. With the team's core member slain first, the remaining 4 panicked. No matter how desperately they fought back, they couldn't slow the approach of death. You have slain the level 12 Wind Thunder Mage Legendary. You gain 700 EXP, 1% HP, and the legendary weapon Wind Thunder Staff. You have slain a level 14 Knight High Grade. You gain 300 EXP, 1% HP, and the Gold Grade Cloud Stepping Boots. You have slain a level 13 Priest. A cascade of rewards flashed before Lu Xingyuan's eyes. High-tier professions really pay off with generous EXP rewards. However, according to Lu Xingyuan and Zhang Yue's plan, the first round of the Leifeng Pagoda instance only requires a brief glimpse of the boss form. The crucial part was to see if they could exploit any bugs. Monster Town. 5 people were teleported in one after another, all looking utterly bewildered. What the hell was that thing? We just entered, how did we get wiped out instantly? Bai Lei's face darkened to an extreme degree. Boss Blood King. He saw it clearly. That was the boss. But how could we encounter the boss right after entering the dungeon? This was unnatural. Most crucially, his Wind Thunder Staff. That was a legendary tier weapon. Worth a fortune. And if he loses this weapon, how will he ever explain it? His father would chop off his head and feed it to the dogs. Before Bai Lei could recover from the terror of death, he was already engulfed by the horror that followed. Zhang Yuli had been watching the situation at the instance portal the entire time. Upon witnessing the Wind Thunder Mage team's elimination, she immediately checked the bets on the Wheel of Fate. Bet, Thunder Peak Pagoda Hard Mode. Odds, 13,000%. Time limit, 24 hours. No refunds, no regrets. It really changed. Lu Xingyuan is a true genius. Zhang Yueli took a deep breath and went all in. Deal the cards. I'm betting everything I have. Zhang Yuli's eyes shone brightly. Not only is the dungeon a gamble, people were too. She had bet on a teammate powerful enough. How could anyone say she wasn't a gambling god? Bai Lei had been questioning the other eliminated professionals. But aside from him, no one else had encountered the boss known as the Blood King. Bai Lei was completely shut down. Damn it! Damn it, did I hallucinate it? Lightning Peak Tower Hard Mode Dungeon. Lu Xingyuan had already figured out the rules of this dungeon. All monsters are confined within the Leifeng Pagoda. The Leifeng Pagoda has 7 floors. As you ascend each floor, the monsters encountered become higher leveled and more powerful. The 7th floor houses the final boss of the Leifeng Pagoda dungeon. Defeating the final boss alone constitutes a first clear. On the first floor of Leifeng Pagoda, Lu Xingyuan switched to his normal form. Using the Divine Concealment Ring, he disguised his class information as a swordsman. Then, Lu Xingyuan began slaying monsters. Monstrous Serpent. Level 10. HP 1800. Attack power 100. As expected of a hard mode dungeon, even the common mobs have 1800 HP. Their attack power also reaches 100 points. That's equivalent to elite mobs in normal dungeons. 415. 91. Plus 239. 439. Lu Xingyuan and that serpent monster traded blows back and forth. Soon, the strange serpent breathed its last. Lu Xingyuan's health bar remained full. You gain 108 EXP and 400 gold. Dungeon difficulty increased. The experience points have also increased. However, Lu Xingyuan's objective here wasn't to kill monsters and level up. He wasted no time on minor foes. He unleashed the fierce dog sky-splitting slash directly. He charged through the first level of Leifeng Pagoda like a skipping class, searching for the entrance to the 2nd level. Through this method, he swiftly broke through each floor one by one. Chapter 29, The Final Boss, The Sealed White Snake. Leifeng Pagoda Dungeon. In the open space before the pagoda, a dozen individuals gathered here, making final preparations. Outside the pagoda, dozens of flickering points of light could be seen on the tower's surface. Each of those points of light represented a professional adventurer. The instance had just opened. And it was a hard mode instance where every minor monster possessed formidable stats. So far, the vast majority of adventurers were still gathered on the 1st floor. Only a handful have managed to reach the 2nd floor. But suddenly, a light point appeared on the 6th floor. Outside, everyone's jaws dropped. Holy! The 6th level? That guy must be out of his mind. Impossible. And he's alone. Did his teammates all die? Holy, he's not actually going to clear it. Impossible. He must have used some special skill to force his way to the 6th floor. If anyone can solo a hard dungeon boss, I'll eat my hat. +1. So you like scamming free food, huh? Well, I'll just wait right here and see if you guys eat. Within the soul-guiding banner, a pitch-black void, illuminated only by a few greenish ghostly flames drifting in midair. For shadowy figures, white and ethereal, hung upside down in midair, bound by metallic chains. I protest. We're the bosses. How dare you treat us like this? Qin Tian complained. Beside him, the baby-faced Xingyuan gave a shy smile. Brother Qin, it's fine. As long as we clear the level. Complaining wouldn't do any good. Lu Xingyuan couldn't hear them, and even if he did, he probably wouldn't care. Qin Tian sighed. This wasn't quite the show-off act he'd imagined. Lu Xingyuan's probably going to grind for a while. Let's get some sleep first. Just as Qin Tian was about to sleep, he suddenly jumped up. Damn it! Where the hell is my mad wolf greatsword? Damn it, did Lu Xingyuan loot it? He'd spent a whopping 5 million on that blade. But now it was gone. Qin Tian felt too embarrassed to ask someone else to retrieve it. Forget it. Let's just call it the price of trying to look cool. Leifeng Pagoda, 6th level. Lu Xingyuan halted, abandoning any attempt to unleash the fierce dog sky-splitting slash. He charged straight ahead. 6 colossal serpentine statues blocked the passage to the next level. Each colossal serpentine statue bore a massive blood cocoon embedded in its chest. Serpentine statue elite monster. Level, 15. HP, 8000. Attack, 200. Skills, none. What high stats. And there are a full 6 of them. However, the statue monster has one drawback. They don't attack proactively. They only awaken when attacked. Moreover, these statues possess no skills. They're no different from targets. Lu Xingyuan shed the disguise of the divine concealment ring, transforming into his boss form. The crimson spear struck directly. Thud. Thud thud. With each successive strike from Lu Xingyuan, the health bar of the nearest serpentine statue rapidly diminished. Soon, its health dropped below half. At that moment, the remaining serpentine statues suddenly burst into a brilliant blue light. Immediately afterward, the blood-soaked cocoons on the statues' chests peeled back layer by layer. A monstrous, malevolent eye slowly opened. Serpentine statue Eye of Sin elite monster. HP, 8000. Attack, 200. Skills, Shockwave, Petrification Gaze. The serpentine statue has changed its name. And it now possesses skills. This is the true, complete form of the serpentine statue. Not just this one, the other 5 serpentine statues began to stir as well. 6 eyes of sin shone simultaneously. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 6 shockwaves surged toward Lu Xingyuan. 200. 188. 201. In an instant, over a dozen damage numbers appeared above Lu Xingyuan's head. In a single second, he lost 3,000 health points. And it wasn't over yet. As this was merely the first eye's attack. More and more shockwaves struck Lu Xingyuan. 173. 199. 182. In mere seconds, Lu Xingyuan's health plummeted by 18,000 points. The Eye of Sin's attack inflicted a petrification effect. Lu Xingyuan's body was severely restricted. He couldn't dodge. The only silver lining was that these 6 eyes of sin seemed to have limited energy. They could only sustain this wave of attacks. After the assault, all the serpentine statues froze in place. Motionless. Otherwise, Lu Xingyuan might have been instantly killed. The shockwaves finally dissipated. Lu Xingyuan breathed a huge sigh of relief. He'd nearly been wiped out. Another control skill? As a boss, being restricted by control skills is downright embarrassing, you know. As the petrification effect began to wear off, Lu Xingyuan charged straight in. Draw and slash. Ferocious dog sky-splitting slash. Blade after blade crashed down upon the 6 stone statues. Swish. 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 Empowered by bloodlust and the counterattack effect of the Abyssal Watcher set, the damage was terrifyingly high. Soon, the 6 stone statues collapsed one after another. You have obtained the gold tier equipment Eye of Sin nut. The Eye of Sin, unique effect, immunity to petrification. This special effect equipment. Only active against specific monsters. With this equipment, you'll no longer fear the Eyes of Sin on your next visit. You have defeated the serpentine statue Eyes of Sin. You gain 1000 EXP. You have obtained petrified bone fragments. You have slain the serpent folk. Although these elite monsters are extremely powerful, the experience points are also incredibly high. 6 consecutive notification sounds rang out. Lu Xingyuan's experience points skyrocketed. Level, 1088%. Killing the final boss should let me level up. Outside Leifeng Pagoda. The gathered adventurers. At the beginning, all believed that the adventurer who forcibly broke through to the 6th layer would be eliminated soon. But as time passed, that light point never faded. Damn it, he's for real. After all this time, is he really still fighting? Hard to say. Just then, the light on the 6th level suddenly vanished. The crowd below let out a collective sigh of disappointment. It ended in failure after all. But for one person to hold out that long on the 6th level, that's already incredibly strong. Yeah. This person is undoubtedly a formidable opponent. What a pity. The speaker suddenly widened his eyes, gazing toward the 7th level. The light point on the 6th floor hadn't vanished. Instead, it had moved to the 7th layer. The 7th level had only just entered. Lu Xingyuan immediately saw an enormous white snake, its scales as pure as jade. Chains bound its body, suspending its head mid-air. Lordship boss white snake sealed. Level 18. HP 15000. Attack power 1314. Skills flooding the golden mountain, white snake bone sword. Originally an entity of unfathomable power, its level, attributes, and skill potency have been drastically reduced after centuries of sealing. Upon seeing the boss's information, Lu Xingyuan's eyes flashed with sharpness. The white snake. Chapter 30, First clear achieved, sacred relic secured. Lu Xingyuan wouldn't underestimate this colossal creature just because it was sealed. For this boss's prototype was likely the legendary white snake. Streams of blood energy coalesced. The massive form of the 2nd Battalion commander materialized. Take down the boss. The command rang out. Lu Xingyuan and the 2nd Battalion commander blur into afterimages. They unleashed the fierce dog sky-splitting slash and charged forward. Swish, swish, swish. 444. 101. Damage is decent. The white snake's defense isn't that high. Just as Lu Xingyuan prepared to attack again, when a white shadow thicker than his entire body crashed down. Thud. His entire body was sent flying, crashing into the wall. 1209. Damn, that hurt. Lu Xingyuan was immune to pain. He leapt off the wall and swung his spear in a backhand thrust, driving it viciously into the white snake. The spear pierced through the scales, drawing a torrent of blood. 1418. Now that's damage. The counterattack effect of the Abyssal Watcher set was perfect for dealing with bosses like this, high damage output but low attack frequency. It worked like a charm. Unfortunately, the Abyssal Watcher set's counterattack effect has a maximum cap of 1000. Anyway, my health pool is thicker than the boss's, and my healing speed is faster than theirs. Plus, I'm immune to pain. Lu Xingyuan didn't care. Bring it on. The white snake's tail struck as promised. Lu Xingyuan was flung back once more. Then he charged back with renewed excitement. Thud. The spear pierced the white snake's body once more. The threat posed by the white snake boss to Lu Xingyuan was nowhere near as formidable as those eyes of sin on the 6th layer. At this rate, defeating the white snake boss was merely a matter of time. This happened 7 times. Compounded by the 2nd Battalion commander's constant harassment. The white snake's health bar had been whittled down by more than half. White snake HP 4515,000. Meanwhile, Lu Xingyuan's health bar were regenerating at an alarming rate. Plus 247. Plus 247. Plus 247. Plus. Amidst this relentless recovery, Lu Xingyuan's health had only suffered a minimal loss. Health 19,431, 24,736. Just as the white snake was about to cross the kill line, she suddenly halted. She ceased lashing Lu Xingyuan with her body. Instead, she slowly closed her serpentine eyes. A terrifying surge of demonic power erupted from within her. The chains binding the white snake trembled violently, as if they might shatter completely at any moment. The serpent's immense form stretched out completely. Its terrifying form enveloped the entire floor. Flood the golden mountain. A human voice echoed from the serpent's mouth. A terrifying downpour poured like buckets, each raindrop heavy as 1,000 pounds. It relentlessly pounded the walls of Leifeng Pagoda. Beams of golden light, imbued with Buddhist scriptures, flared forth, countering the torrent's force. But, in the blink of an eye, the rain submerged more than half of Leifeng Pagoda. The entire Leifeng Pagoda swayed precariously, as if it might collapse at any moment. All the practitioners inside the pagoda could see the shadowy form of a massive white serpent. One by one, they trembled in terror. Holy, what the hell is that? A snake. Huge and white. I don't even want to tell you, look at your perverted expression. Is that what you call a snake? Ha. Those inside the pagoda were protected by the Leifeng Pagoda. They remained unscathed by the floodwaters engulfing the golden mountain. The few spectator professionals lingering outside the pagoda, however, were out of luck. Instantly wiped out. They turned into white light and reincarnated outside. The group stared blankly. What the hell just happened? The floodwater, that water's messed up. How could it deal so much damage? This is embarrassing. We got one shot before the mobs even spawned. We've set a new record. Zhang Yuli frowned deeply. What? We got one shot without even seeing anything? And the rain. This doesn't sound like Lu Xingyuan's doing. Could it be the final boss? May Lu Xingyuan fare well. Zhang Yuli has staked everything she has. not knowing the situation inside. Naturally, there's still some unease. 7th level of Leifeng Pagoda. The white snake coiled its body, its enormous vertical pupils gazing down upon Lu Xingyuan. The power that flooded the Golden Mountain Temple, though sealed away by the Leifeng Pagoda. It could not harm Lu Xingyuan. Yet the side effect caused the white snake's attributes to surge dramatically. Her attack power increased by 50%. Simultaneously, a pristine jade sword materialized at the center of her brow. The sword soared skyward. Swish, swish, swish. 2,901. 2,880. In an instant, Lu Xingyuan's health bar plummeted dramatically. Lu Xingyuan? Damage this high? This weapon is insane. Lu Xingyuan didn't care anymore. He charged straight at the white snake. Based on previous encounters, the white snake would attack him once before immediately countering. Leveraging the Abyssal Watcher set and the proof of a true man, he dealt massive damage. 1911. 1999. The white snake's health bar was instantly depleted. Luo Chang announcement: congratulations to professional adventurer Lu Xingyuan for leading his team to achieve the first clear of the Leifeng Pagoda hard dungeon. Luo Chang announcement: congratulations to professional adventurer Lu Xingyuan. The sudden citywide announcement left the eliminated challengers outside the dungeon staring wide-eyed. Damn it, Lu Xingyuan? Him again? Could that be the one who soloed the 7th floor of Leifeng Pagoda? That's insane. This guy must be a hidden class. No way he'd be this good otherwise. First clear of a hard dungeon, the rewards must be huge, right? From the back of the crowd, Zhang Yuli's eyes lit up. He actually did it. May Lu Xingyuan find the treasures here. As the white snake's corpse collapsed, four translucent white figures flew out from within the soul-guiding banner. Xin Tian's eyes gleamed. They too had heard the clearance message. Big shot, Lu Xingyuan is awesome. First clear. The usually reserved Yuan Jingyun was visibly excited. Sumuyu, the hidden class, gazed at Lu Xingyuan with envy. Ding! Congratulations on defeating the Lord Boss White Snake. Rewards are being processed. You gained plus 18,888 EXP. You gained plus 10 attribute points. You gained gold plus 100,000. You obtained the White Snake Corpse X1. You have obtained the legendary weapon White Snake Spirit Sword. The first clear rewards for the hard dungeon were incredibly generous. Lu Xingyuan was dazzled by the sight. The other 4 members, upon seeing the reward notifications, wore expressions of envy and resentment. Meanwhile, they began snapping selfies beside the white snake's corpse. Lu Xingyuan smiled. He didn't rush to leave, instead taking his time to look around. Zhang Yuli had mentioned it. Within this dungeon, there was a precious treasure. One that could alter a professional's destiny. The first clear rewards did not include such an item. Soon, Lu Xingyuan spotted a spherical object radiating a golden halo at the tower's summit. Lu Xingyuan leapt forward and retrieved it. Its touch was warm. Merely holding it in his hand brought a profound sense of peace to Lu Xingyuan's heart. Holy relic. Grade, legendary. Effect 1, a supreme treasure of the Buddhist faith. Prolonged wearing purifies the soul and extends longevity. Effect 2, consuming the sacred relic can elevate one's class rank. The other 4 soul form teammates drifted over slowly. They stared in disbelief at the object in Lu Xingyuan's hand. It can enhance class ranks? The most precious treasure. Xin Tiandu was stunned. The shy Yuan Jingyun, Sumurue, and another random teammate. All had their eyes sparkling. It was the gleam of greed. Treasures that can enhance one's profession rank, each one is incredibly precious. And this one is even legendary grade. Mind-blowing, mind-blowing. Yuan Jingyun swallowed hard. I heard that a few years back, a treasure capable of increasing a professional's rank sold for over 100 billion. Chapter 31, Awaken. The second boss's minion. Learning the value of this sacred relic. Lu Xingyuan was stunned. Hundreds of billions. How many zeros does that even have? Even when gaming, he never used such units. Brother Lu, this thing isn't just expensive, it's practically priceless. You might not see one pop up for 4 or 5 years. Once word gets out, the top powerhouses will absolutely fight tooth and nail to secure it at auction. Then you'll strike it rich, Brother Lu. Xin Tian's eyes gleamed with excitement. If he could consume the sacred relic, his profession quality might just leap from legendary to epic. Unfortunately, he couldn't afford it. A treasure of this caliber was far beyond the reach of their humble clan. Lu Xingyuan was torn. He didn't seem to be short on money. As for using it himself, that was even less necessary. The boss class transcended the limitations of conventional class levels. A mere legendary tier artifact could never enhance it. Treasures that others would go mad for. In Lu Xingyuan's hands, it was nothing but a useless burden. The best choice is to give it to the 2nd Battalion commander. Before using it, let's go fishing first. Monsters Lu Xingyuan may not understand, but humans? He knows them all too well. The expressions of his 4 temporary teammates. He saw it all. Continue checking other rewards. White Serpent Spirit Sword. Quality, Legendary. Equipment requirement, exclusive to White Snake. Effect 1, attack power plus 30%. Effect 2, Divine Sword. Unleashes the most powerful strike. Effect 3, Spirituality. The White Snake Spirit Sword possesses spiritual essence, absorbing various energies to enhance weapon quality. Effect 4, White Snake's exclusive weapon. Cannot be dropped. Forged from the White Snake's millennia-old serpent bones, this spirit sword resonates with her very essence. When equipped, the White Snake Spirit Sword deals an additional 10% true damage. Hiss. Holy crap, who knew the White Snake Spirit Sword had such insane stats? Lu Xingyuan was stunned. It's just a legendary tier weapon. How could its stats be this outrageous? A growth-type weapon. A White Snake exclusive weapon? Lu Xingyuan had never seen this trait on a weapon before. It's also a legendary weapon. Compared to the White Snake Spirit Sword, the Venom Spear Lu Xingyuan had snagged for free from Jiangyu Li was utter junk. Too bad it couldn't be used. This White Snake Spirit Sword had developed sentience. It had chosen its master. No one but Bai Shi could wield it. Lu Xingyuan paid it no mind. For him, the greatest reward lay elsewhere. But rather, the corpse of the White Snake boss. This White Snake possessed extraordinary power. If it could be transformed into a blood demon, it would gain a formidable ally. Let's go. We should head out. Lu Xingyuan was eager to move. At the dungeon entrance of Leifeng Pagoda, space warped continuously. 5 figures, led by Lu Xingyuan, gradually materialized. Every adventurer in Monster Town stared in stunned silence. They're out. The one in the middle must be Lu Xingyuan. Wow, he's so handsome. The 4 behind him must be his teammates. Qin Tian. The sole heir of the Qin family, one of Luo City's 4 major clans. Yuan Dingyun. The youngest son of the Yuan family, one of Luo City's 4 great families. Though not the family heir like Qin Tian, he is still a scion of a prominent family. And the hidden profession necromancer, Su Muyu. The 4 of them trailed behind Lu Xingyuan like lackeys. Like stars surrounding the moon. Whoa. Lu Xingyuan's teammates aren't ordinary people. Heh, they certainly aren't. Aside from Lu Xingyuan, the highest level among the other 4 is only level 9. Leading a team of this level, how is that any different from Lu Xingyuan soloing it? Soloing a hard mode dungeon? And above his level, no less. That's ridiculous. Did you see that last guy? Apparently they were short a member and just invited him randomly. Seriously? For real. They invited me too, but I turned them down since they were so low level. Damn, bro. Big shot, can I ask how you took down that boss with infinite health regeneration? Lu Xingyuan stopped in his tracks. I possess a special skill that lets me evade that boss's detection. I've already encountered that boss twice. It's just a special boss, not the final boss of the dungeon. Qin Tian and his 3 companions were all well aware of their own limitations. They knew their strength paled in comparison to Lu Xingyuan's. They were about to express their gratitude and leave on their own. But Lu Xingyuan spoke up first. Hold on. I plan to run the Leifeng Pagoda dungeon again and aim for an SSS rating. Jiangyu Li and I will go together. You decide whether to continue. Hearing Lu Xingyuan's words, Qin Tian jumped up in excitement. Boss, I'm in. I want a spot. An SSS rating. This was the perfect chance to show off. Must seize it. Moreover, they discovered that the soul summoning banner provided by big shot Lu Xingyuan possessed a powerful ability. Since they hadn't left the instance, they could still receive a small amount of experience points. But since their contribution to the team was too low, this experience was extremely minimal. But it still felt pretty awesome. Qin Tian, ever the conscientious one, transferred another 2 million to Lu Xingyuan. Lu Xingyuan? There really is a sucker willing to hand over money. Me too. Su Muyu raised her hand. Another random teammate looked at Yuan Jingyun. Of course he wanted to keep going. But before he could finish, Yuan Jingyun cut him off. I've got something to do. You 3 go challenge the boss together. As he spoke, Yuan Jingyun's gaze drifted elsewhere. Lu Xingyuan didn't challenge him directly. Instead, he took time to rest and replenish his condition. In dungeon challenges, professional adventurers also experience fatigue and hunger. To challenge an SSS-rated dungeon, one crucial requirement is reducing the monster count to below 10%. This takes a considerable amount of time. Meanwhile, major guilds across the nation have been keeping a close eye on Lu Xingyuan. Upon learning he had secured another raid first clear and on a hard difficulty raid at that, guilds across the network issued announcements seeking to recruit Lu Xingyuan. War of Heaven Guild sincerely invites Lu Xingyuan to join and is willing to cultivate him as a core member. Tianxia Guild cordially invites Lu Xingyuan to join, with terms negotiable. Judgment Guild cordially invites Lu Xingyuan to join, willing to sign an S-tier prodigy cultivation agreement directly. Virtually every guild of renown nationwide proactively extended invitations to Lu Xingyuan. This spectacle sent the entire professional community into a frenzy. Holy crap, a core member? Typically, these guilds only recruit new professional adventurers during the college entrance exams. They're being unusually proactive this time. Exactly. But Lu Xingyuan is genuinely strong. Waiting for the college entrance exams, we'd be left holding the bag. Core member training. S-class genius contracts. These agreements must require at least hundreds of millions in investment. Lu Xingyuan just turned 16 and he's already getting this level of recognition. That's insane. These guilds are deep-pocketed. They're not stupid. If you can secure the first clear of a hard-level dungeon, these guilds would gladly offer you a $100 million contract. Lu Xingyuan didn't even glance at them. He teleported directly to the Blood King's core capital via the main city portal. The colossal corpse of the white serpent lay sprawled across the ground, stretching as far as the eye could see. Lu Xingyuan approached the location of the serpent's head. He extended his hand and gently placed it upon the serpent's brow. Wispy threads of blood mist coalesced into a crimson tornado. It actively enveloped the serpent's massive form. Lu Xingyuan's health points began to deplete at an unprecedented rate. 1,000. 1,000. 1,000. In the blink of an eye, Lu Xingyuan's health bar was down to just 30%. Thump, thump, thump. The blood cocoon began to swell and contract, pulsing with a thunderous heartbeat. Awaken, demon born of blood. Before the words had fully faded, the blood cocoon instantly tore apart. A massive white serpent emerged from the blood mist. The serpent was exceptionally thick, every scale gleaming like white jade, crystal clear and flawless. Master. Chapter 32, The Little Mother Snake. Writable and mighty. A gentle voice echoed. Then, the enormous white serpent transformed into a breathtakingly beautiful woman clad in white gauze. Elegant, graceful, gentle, and intelligent. Boss White Snake. Level 11. Class, Sword Master. Rarity Legendary. HP 12475. Attack Power 398. Skill Sword Mastery, Intimidation, flooding the Golden Mountain. Same as the 2nd Battalion Commander. The White Snake also possesses 50% of Lu Xingyuan's health points. However, the White Snake's class rank is Legendary. And it possesses utterly absurd attack power. Each of its 3 skills is more monstrous than the last. Intimidation. Inflicts bloodline suppression on other serpentine creatures. Sword Control. As the name implies, it allows the user to manipulate swords through the air by expending mana with psychic energy. Flooding the Golden Mountain. This is the ultimate attack previously unleashed by the White Snake boss. The damage is terrifying. It can also enhance its own attributes. Lu Xingyuan pondered briefly before accessing the White Snake's stats via shared perception. Then, with a flicker of intent, the White Serpent Spirit Sword shot upward like a roaring fighter jet, piercing through the clouds. It truly works. Though the White Snake Spirit Sword was an exclusive weapon, Lu Xingyuan had harnessed the White Snake's power. With the sword's limited sentience, it couldn't discern the difference. Hit another bug. Awesome. Lu Xingyuan gently stroked the White Snake's head. From now on, I'll call you Little White. Xiaobai nodded, but the look on its face as it regarded Lu Xingyuan was one of utter wariness. Lu Xingyuan looked himself over from head to toe. What's wrong? Nothing, nothing. It's just your clothes. As he spoke, Xiaobai reached out and began adjusting Lu Xingyuan's clothes until both sides were perfectly symmetrical. Only then did he exhale a deep sigh of relief. Then, with a deft touch, he tidied Lu Xingyuan's hair into a perfectly symmetrical center part. Lu Xingyuan? Only then did he notice. Xiaobai's clothes, hairstyle, and even the curve of her smile were perfectly symmetrical. Diagnosis complete. Severe OCD. Alright. From now on, you're my discipline monitor. According to Lu Xingyuan's reasoning, the 2nd Battalion Commander is the pet of the human avatar. Then let Xiaobai be the pet in boss form. Xiaobai is larger in stature and exudes greater presence. It fits the boss form's swagger perfectly. Crucially, Xiaobai is writable. Several hours later, Lu Xingyuan led his 4 teammates back into the Leifeng Pagoda instance. Qin Tian, Sumoyu, and another passerby all instinctively. They immediately offered up their necks. Boss, go ahead and chop us down. Brother Lu, you needn't feel the slightest guilt, this is entirely our own request. Qin Tian was utterly sincere. It made Lu Xingyuan feel a bit awkward. But. Blade flashed. His teammates' 3 heads rolled to the ground. Qin Tian and his 2 companions once again entered the soul summoning banner to become brothers. Wait, something's wrong. Inside the soul summoning banner's space, Qin Tian, suspended upside down, looked left and right. Why are only the 3 of us here? Where's Zhang Yuli? The captain didn't kill her. Choosing love over friendship? Who knew you were this kind of captain? Time to put on thermal underwear. Qin Tian looked dead serious. Zhang Yueli was a true teammate. Lu Xingyuan wouldn't kill her, of course. The key point was that Zhang Yuli was low level and couldn't grant double health points. Killing her wouldn't be worth the effort. You go farm monsters. I need to shift forms. Zhang Yuli nodded. She quickly vanished from Lu Xingyuan's sight, confirming the area was clear. Lu Xingyuan's form shifted, transforming back into a figure clad in black. The boss's health bar hovered overhead. Then, he began his slaughter. Soon, Lu Xingyuan encountered a group of adventurers on the first floor of Leifeng Pagoda. Not a single rare tier class among the 5. Yet they fought these elite monsters with methodical precision. Song Yuechang. Class, Shield Warrior. Quality, High. Level, 14. Health, 910. Attack, 22. Skills, Rock Solid Parry, Shield Bash. In this party, the frontline classes have allocated the vast majority of their attribute points to Constitution. Though their gear is average, their health bars are substantial. Mages focus solely on Spirit. The Archer focuses solely on Agility. This is a highly specialized team. Lu Xingyuan's understanding of adventurers stemmed almost entirely from combat experience. After slaying hundreds of adventurers, he discovered that such specialized builds allowed each class to maximize their unique strengths within a team. The teams they formed were the most troublesome to eliminate. Of course, the trouble he referred to was whether it took 2 or 3 strikes to fell them. Strands of blood essence coalesced behind Lu Xingyuan into 5 crimson swords. Though using real weapons would yield slightly higher attack power, Lu Xingyuan still preferred weapons forged from blood. Combining sword writing technique with blood control. Manipulating blood would grant even greater freedom. Sword control, go. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 crimson blades sliced through the air. That fully equipped 5-member squad. Before they could even reach Lu Xingyuan, they were instantly slain. Killed a level 14 professional. You gained 1000 EXP and 1% HP. You obtained 1 piece of gold equipment. You gained 800 EXP and 1% HP. You have obtained rewards streamed by the dozen, like bullet hell flashing before my eyes. Ha? That much EXP? Lu Xingyuan raised an eyebrow. This XP far exceeded what should have been rewarded. Could it be the experience bonus from the difficult dungeon? Does it also apply when slaying professional adventurers? If this continues, Lu Xingyuan's leveling speed will only accelerate. With the extra EXP rewards, Lu Xingyuan's motivation surged even higher. Now, he possesses not only health bars and regeneration rates, he also wields powerful gear and skills. His efficiency in slaughtering professionals had become exceptionally high. In the blink of an eye, he had cleared out all the professional teams on the first floor of Leifeng Pagoda. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuli was also battling monsters. However, her level was too low, and she lacked combat skills. After slaying just a few minor foes, she was already drenched in sweat. In the real world, several players who'd been kicked from the dungeon were completely dumbfounded. Holy crap, what the hell was up with that boss? A girl carrying a portable airport covered her face and crouched on the ground in agony. They had been happily grinding levels, when suddenly, a boss appeared. Before they could even get a good look at it, they were sliced to pieces by blood-red flying swords that came crashing down from the sky. This is just too insane. The others met the same fate. My gear. Damn it, I spent a fortune on that weapon, and it got looted before I even killed a few monsters. Damn it, how did everyone get looted? Bai Lei, who'd been eliminated long ago, crossed his arms and watched the chaos unfold. Ha! I told you this dungeon had another boss. Second floor of Leifeng Pagoda. Outside, someone relayed intelligence about the boss, the Blood King, to the team on the second floor. A spellcaster wielding a feather fan stood atop a high platform. All mages on the second floor, please come join me. I'm a battle formation specialist. I can buff everyone to fight that aggressive boss. Zhuge Qingfeng. Class, Battle Formation Master. Quality, Legendary. Level, 15. HP, 1200. Attack, 113. Skill, Borrow the East Wind. At his summons, 3 teams of professionals actually arrived. At the same time, a ripple emanated from the teleportation array connecting the first and second floors. Humming. A colossal creature materialized out of thin air. It was an enormous, almost absurdly large white snake. Its body glistened with crystalline clarity, each scale resembling a work of art. Perched atop its head stood a man clad in black. Boss Blood King. Boss White Serpent. Damn it, why are there 2 bosses? Zhuge Qingfeng's eyes widened. The speed at which he fanned himself with his feather fan quickened considerably. Screw it, let's do this. May the east wind aid me. Zhuge Qingfeng swung his feather fan. In an instant, a fierce wind arose. This was his sole skill at present. It could amplify the area of effect. Allies who unleash attacks will deal additional damage. 20 practitioners. Fireballs, ice spikes, arrows. Pelted relentlessly. Lu Xingyuan's health instantly dropped by 1,000 points. Damn, that's some serious damage. If they want to play at ranged attacks, Xiaobai, show them what you're made of. Yes, master. Xiaobai's serpentine eyes blazed with azure light. The white serpent spirit sword materialized from his brow and shot through the air. Whoosh. 907. 911. 899. Under Xiaobai's control, the white snake spirit sword rampaged relentlessly across the battlefield. Xiaobai's attack power was already absurdly high. Combined with the enhancement from his signature weapon, the white snake spirit sword, plus the additional true damage. Except for the frontline tanks with thicker health pools who could withstand 2 strikes. Those fragile mages are essentially one-shot kills. Zhuge Qingfeng craned his neck in disbelief. Holy, what kind of damage is this? Insta-kill? Holy. What the hell? That white flying sword wasn't just fast and dealt massive damage. It also darted left and right, elusive and unpredictable. It was impossible to guard against. These people were just a temporary group Zhuge Qingfeng had called together. They lacked cohesion. They were routed at first sight. Their fighting spirit shattered, they scattered in flight. Then, it was a one-sided slaughter by Lu Xingyuan and Xiaobai. Spirit blades danced through the air. Blood-stained blades soared through the air. They relentlessly reaped the lives of these professionals. Defeated a level 15 legendary professional. You gained 1500 EXP and 1% HP. You gained 900 EXP and 1% HP. You have gained 1320 gold coins. Within mere minutes, these adventurers were slaughtered to the last man. Only corpses remained strewn across the ground. Beside them lay looted gear, items, and a sea of glittering gold coins. Then, Lu Xingyuan swiftly began clearing out the remaining professionals within the tower. This round, he focused primarily on harvesting the professionals. Still, I hadn't killed any monsters. Soon, he had completely wiped out all adventurers across the first 5 floors. The monsters on the 6th floor this time I'm going to thoroughly crush them. Monster Town. Yuan Jingyun watched as Lu Xingyuan and the others entered the Leifeng Pagoda instance once more. The jealousy in his eyes could no longer be concealed. Why? Why do you get everything from a dungeon we all entered together? You could at least share some with me. And what about the sacred relic? That's a treasure that could change a professional's fate. If I could obtain such a treasure, I could soar to new heights. Become a legendary adventurer worthy of admiration. No one would ever dare look down on me again. No one. As these thoughts swirled through his mind, the envy on Yuan Jingyun's face slowly twisted into venomous hatred. He dialed a number. Dad, I've discovered a treasure. A treasure that could change the fate of our entire family. Yes, right here in Monster Town. In the hands of a first-class professional. Chapter 33, Dungeon Closed, Extra Rewards. Hidden danger in the town. Leifeng Pagoda, 6th floor. Lu Xingyuan once again approached the 6 serpentine statues. This time, before Lu Xingyuan could even approach, the statues began activating one after another. Then, one by one, they prostrated themselves on the ground, trembling violently. As if they had seen their king. Lu Xingyuan froze for a moment before comprehending. Intimidation. Bosses possessing this skill can exert a suppressing effect on monsters of the same species. That's why, in the earlier levels, those serpent monsters dared not approach Lu Xingyuan. Thus, these 6 serpentine statues would automatically activate and kneel to the ground. Kill them. At the command, the white serpent spirit sword sliced through the air. Swish, swish, swish. In the blink of an eye, the 6 serpentine statues met their end. They offered no resistance throughout the entire battle. Lu Xingyuan whistled in admiration. He hadn't expected the intimidation skill to be so effective. He had been pondering the petrification immunity of the Eyes of Sin. Finally, it could be put to use. He intended to thoroughly torment these 6 serpentine statues here. Unexpectedly, the 6 serpentine statues knelt before Xiaobai the moment they saw him, willingly offering up their lives. You have defeated Serpentine Statue, Eye of Sin Elite Monster. You have gained 1000 EXP. You gained 1000 EXP. You have gained. With successive system notifications, Lu Xingyuan's experience bar finally filled. Your level has risen to 12. You gain a plus 10 bonus to all attributes. His attribute panel underwent another round of enhancement. Stat panel, Lu Xingyuan. Class, Boss Blood King. First advancement. Quality unknown. Level 12 0%. Strength, 130. Agility, 130. Stamina 1300. Spirit 130. Health primary attribute, 35,344. Mana 1300. Health surged from 24,950 to 35,444. During this round of purging, Lu Xingyuan eliminated a total of 85 practitioners. Only 35 were of higher level than Lu Xingyuan. Yet he gained over 10,000 points in health rewards. The allure of exponential growth finally offered its first taste. Instead of charging straight to the 7th floor to kill the boss, instead, he turned around and prepared to head to the 5th floor. He intended to sweep through the first 5 levels once more, clearing every last monster. Achieve an SSS rank rating. Suddenly, his footsteps halted. Someone's here. At the same time, Xiaobai also sensed the presence of other humans. The white serpent spirit sword swept relentlessly through the 6th spatial layer. Thud. Finally, in a corner, it pierced an invisible target. A figure clad in warrior's attire rolled onto the ground. It's him. Lu Xingyuan's brow furrowed slightly. Zhang Yuli had introduced this man to him earlier. The berserker, Xiong Fei. And if not for his own mistake stepping on a loose stone that made a sound, neither Lu Xingyuan nor Xiaobai could sense his presence. A berserker who can cloak himself. This is getting interesting. Another sword strike landed. You have slain a level 14 professional, gaining 1300 EXP and plus 1% HP. You obtained the legendary item Ghost Veil. Ghostly Veil. Quality, legendary item. Uses, 910. Effect, when worn, grants invisibility and blocks all perception effects. Oh my. What a pleasant surprise. Lu Xingyuan tucked away the spirit hiding veil with satisfaction. The special effects of the spirit hiding veil, if used wisely, could definitely yield extraordinary results. Of course, if Zhang Yuli were to witness the effects of the spirit hiding veil, she would instantly understand how Xiong Fei had obtained the rewards from Leifeng Pagoda in his previous life. He had stolen it. Xiong Fei, who had been teleported outside the instance, was utterly bewildered. What had he arrived at? A boss spawning monsters. Could it be 2 bosses fighting over territory? Inside the Leifeng Pagoda, Lu Xingyuan commenced another massacre. This time, neither monsters nor adventurers were spared. Soon, the entire Leifeng Pagoda was cleared. Another level up was imminent. Level 1289%. Gazing at Lu Xingyuan before her, not a speck of dust clinging to his entire body. Zhang Yuli's eye twitched slightly. What a freak. He'd already cleared out every monster in the entire Leifeng Pagoda this quickly. You're so freaking crazy. Are you even giving anyone else a chance to survive? Lu Xingyuan chuckled. Let's go. We'll take down the final boss and claim our rewards. 7th floor. Seeing the enormous white serpent imprisoned there, Zhang Yuli swallowed hard. How could it be her? In her previous life. Later on, Zhang Yuli had come across a news report. It was this very white snake who had once drowned an entire city with a single skill. Such a terrifying creature. And she's in a level 15 dungeon? How absurd. Lu Xingyuan really is a monster. It's fine. She was almost getting used to this twisted guy. Zhang Yuli reassured herself. Just then, another equally massive white snake plummeted from the sky. Zhang Yuli nearly died of fright. What the hell is this? How can there be another one? Lu Xingyuan cleared his throat. Don't be afraid. It's my pet. Zhang Yuelu? Without further explanation, Lu Xingyuan and the white snake charged straight into battle. With Xiaobai's assistance, Lu Xingyuan's level had also increased. This time it took only about 10 minutes. The white snake boss was slain. Congratulations! You have cleared the Leifeng Pagoda dungeon and earned an SSS tier rating. Full report. Hide name information? No. Citywide announcement, Lu Xingyuan led a team to successfully complete the Leifeng Pagoda hard mode dungeon today, achieving a perfect SSS rank score. Citywide announcement. The residents of Monster Town stared wide-eyed. In disbelief. An extra boss appeared and wiped out the entire group. And yet, someone managed to clear it? And it's Lu Xingyuan. Holy crap, what kind of freak is this? Not only did he achieve the first clear, but he also got an SSS rank rating straight away. This is a hard difficulty dungeon. Too strong. Meanwhile, across Luo City, everyone was reeling in shock. A citywide announcement every single day? Don't you get itchy fingers if you skip a day? Mom, when I grow up, I want to be a professional as amazing as brother Lu Xingyuan. Luocheng Gaming Authority. An armed helicopter descended from the sky. A gale swept through. Vera stood motionless, straight as an arrow below. It's been a long time since I've been here. A slightly hoarse voice echoed from within the helicopter. Then, a massive shadow engulfed Vera entirely. Mr. Xinghan, welcome to Luo City. Vera immediately bowed respectfully. Click. A figure drifted down from the helicopter. This person was young, no, to be precise, he looked like a very, very small child. About 10 years old? With a baby face, he looked adorable, like a porcelain doll. You couldn't help but want to pinch his cheeks. However, no one dared to underestimate this child who appeared to be only 10 or so years old. Because he was a max-level quadruple transition professional. Just then, the citywide announcements sounded. Xingyuan froze for a moment. Is this the Lu Xingyuan you mentioned? Yes, Mr. Xingyuan. Interesting. I hope he proves worthwhile. A faint smile touched Xingyuan's lips. Otherwise, Vera hurriedly interjected, he's just a rookie practitioner. We don't need evidence to act. Leifeng Pagoda. Ding. Congratulations on defeating the Lord Boss White Snake. Rewards are being processed. You gained plus 18,888 EXP. You have leveled up, gaining plus 10 to all attributes. Primary attributes increased by 10 times. You have obtained the legendary material Millennial Serpent Bone. You have obtained the legendary material Millennium Snake Skin. You have obtained the legendary material Millennial Snake Scales. You have obtained the mysterious item Rotten Buddhist Beads. A dazzling array of rewards flashed before his eyes. Lu Xingyuan felt a pang of regret. Sure enough, only the first to defeat a boss could claim the corpse rewards. However, there was one special reward. Rotten Buddhist Beads. Description: a peculiar item, seemingly a token left behind by a powerful being. What is this thing? Just as Lu Xingyuan was puzzled, Xiaobai approached. Master, these prayer beads contain Buddhist teachings. They should be the key to Golden Light Temple. Golden Light Temple? With the Leifeng Pagoda already existing, the addition of a Golden Light Temple seemed quite plausible. Xiaobai knelt down with a thud. Master, my sister is sealed within the Golden Light Temple. I hope you can help her. Grant her a drop of your blood so she too may become your servant. Lu Xingyuan? What does this mean? I killed you, yet you bear no hatred toward me? Now you want me to kill your sister too? Xiaobai looked up in surprise. Of course. Absorbing your blood and becoming your servant grants immense power and immortality. That's the happiest thing there is. Lu Xingyuan nodded. Alright, you have potential. Zhang Yuli had been anxiously awaiting the gambling rewards, completely oblivious to what was happening outside. The others gradually returned. The residents of Monster Town, upon seeing Lu Xingyuan's arrival, immediately erupted in cheers. Welcome back. Mr. Lu has cleared a difficult level dungeon. This will be a tremendous contribution to all humanity. The higher the dungeon's difficulty rating, the stronger the boss's power. Typically, these bosses face certain limitations within the dungeon world. Upon entering the real world, they unleash even greater power, growing at an astonishing rate into colossal titans, posing immense threats to the entire human race. Therefore, any adventurer capable of closing dungeons beyond the hard difficulty level is regarded as a savior. They are revered by many. Yet some less benevolent gazes fixed intently upon Lu Xingyuan. Lu Xingyuan himself remained oblivious. Suddenly, Erha's voice echoed in his ears. Master, I sense murderous intent. Chapter 34, Ambush along the way? No, it's an experienced baby delivered right to our doorstep. He heard the 2nd Battalion commander's warning. Lu Xingyuan's eyes scanned the crowd. Whoa! Who's that stunning woman following big shot Lu Xingyuan? She's gorgeous. The genius school beauty from 3rd middle school? Looks like she's awakened a hidden class too. Yeah, it's definitely her. I heard Jiang is super aloof, hardly ever talks to anyone. However, at this moment, the icy school beauty seemed quite different from the rumors. She followed Lu Xingyuan step by step, like a little sidekick. Just then, Zhang Yueli suddenly leapt to her feet, her eyes blazing with dazzling light. It worked! This time it really worked. Just now, the reward for the wager had been unlocked. Lu Xingyuan, come with me. Lu Xingyuan had no chance to refuse. Zhang Yueli grabbed his arm and dragged him into a dilapidated little inn, leaving behind a crowd of stunned men and women. What the hell? Wait, this, the aloof goddess? Zhang Yuli dragged Lu Xingyuan into a cheap motel? Oh my god, my heart is breaking. Inside the hotel, Zhang Yueli's face was flushed crimson. She was overwhelmed with excitement. Mythic tier reward. Lu Xingyuan, we're rich. As she spoke, a massive egg, nearly as tall as Zhang Yuli herself, materialized out of thin air. The egg's surface was covered in densely packed scales that burst forth with dazzling, multicolored light. Mysterious dragon egg. Quality, mythical. Description: a dragon egg of unknown origin, yet its power is intoxicating. Should it hatch, it would undoubtedly yield a tremendous boon. Is this the prize for winning the wager? A mythic-grade dragon egg? Lu Xingyuan's jaw nearly hit the floor. Zhang Yuli had given him the rewards from her previous 2 wagers. One was a mythic tier main city order. The other was an epic tier divine concealment ring. This time it's actually a mythical dragon egg. Dragons, in any world, symbolize supreme power. They are synonymous with might. Any adventurer who possesses a mighty dragon companion can significantly boost their combat prowess. Here you go. Zhang Yuli patted the dragon egg with a hint of reluctance. You're really willing to give me such a precious reward? Lu Xingyuan was taken aback. Zhang Yuli had previously mentioned wanting to team up with him, becoming true allies. To grow stronger together. To face the crises ahead. But this dragon egg wasn't exclusive to Lu Xingyuan alone. Any practitioner could possess a pet. Just protect me, okay? Zhang Yuli waved her hand dismissively and ran off without looking back. Monster Town, in a hidden room. Several figures were plotting something in secret. Third uncle, what should we do now? Yuan Jingyun's voice trembled. The man addressed as third uncle bore a dragon tattoo over his shoulder, his bare chest exposed. He was also a level 25 professional. The tattooed man bared a mouthful of sharp teeth. Kill him, of course. Eliminate the threat. Yuan Jingyun felt a pang of worry. Third uncle, this place is too close to Luo City, and Qin Tian and Zhang Yuli are here. We can't afford to offend those two. Killing Lu Xingyuan alone wouldn't be a problem. But if we kill Qin Tian and Zhang Yuli too, that would truly be a scandal of epic proportions. The entire Yu province, no, the entire Xia kingdom would leave no place for the Yuan family to hide. The tattooed man burst into laughter. Youngster, do you really think your father and us 4 brothers could shoulder the entire clan's fate? Our true protector is the 7 transformation master of Sakura, Mr. Aoki. You just follow along. Leave the rest to us. Then, the tattooed man began conferring with the others. Lu Xingyuan has gained immensely on this trip. He'll definitely return tomorrow. We'll ambush him directly on the way. None of the powerful figures inside the room noticed. From a crack in the corner, a small snake flickered its tongue repeatedly. The white light in the snake's eyes slowly faded. Inside the inn, Xiaobai sat cross-legged on the bed, his eyes slowly opening. Master, these people are definitely targeting you. After sensing the murderous intent, Lu Xingyuan instructed Xiaobai to use his ability to control snakes. To monitor the entire monster town. Sure enough, he made a discovery. Unfortunately, these snakes possessed limited intelligence. They could only roughly discern what the other party was saying. But once their identities were confirmed, everything else fell into place. The Yuan family. You think sending a few level 20 professionals will be enough to kill me? Lu Xingyuan glanced at his attribute panel. Character panel, Lu Xingyuan. Class, Boss Blood King. First job advancement. Quality, unknown. Level 13 3%. Strength, 140. Agility, 140. Stamina 1400. Spirit 140. Health primary stat, 39041. Mana 1400. Exclusive skills Blood Furnace, Blood Tide, Blood Mastery, Demon King's Bloodline, Blood Fiend. Universal skills Shadow Chain, Bloodlust. Equipment proof of a real man legacy, Ring of Divine Concealment Epic, Abyssal Watcher said Zodiac. Reputation your infamy is unknown. Now at level 13. With absurdly inflated stats and a stack of overpowered abilities. Below level 30, I absolutely dominate. Even if you backtrack 1,000 steps. Even if I encounter an opponent I can't defeat, or if my class is exposed to a boss, I can teleport back to the Blood Court. Now I stand unbeatable. Early the next morning. Though the Leifeng Pagoda instance had closed, the square of Monster Town still gathered a crowd. Zhang Yuli approached and whispered, someone died in the town last night. The random player who joined our party. Lu Xingyuan raised an eyebrow slightly. Without another word. And simply led the group away from Monster Town. Master, 3 people are following you. They're all powerful, at least level 20-something. The 2nd Battalion commander's voice echoed in his mind. Lu Xingyuan smiled. He paid them no mind. But before departing, he secretly released the 2nd Battalion commander. The 2nd Battalion commander possessed keen perception. He could help track down those who sought to kill and steal the treasure. After all, they couldn't let anyone get away. Not long after, Lu Xingyuan halted. I have matters to attend to now. You all head back to the city first. Got it, boss. Qin Tian remained oblivious to the thick, palpable killing intent in the air, still grinning foolishly. Zhang Yuli seemed to sense something. Someone seems to have been following us the whole time. Could it be? Lu Xingyuan nodded. He shared the news that someone was planning to kill them for the treasure with the others. Let's stick together, big brother. There's a mineral vein belonging to my family up ahead. We can take cover there. Qin Tian was a true friend. Although the mining area is guarded by combat professionals, their strength was no match for the bandits. Zhang Yuli said in a low voice, I can help you escape. Sumuyu also expressed willingness to fight alongside Lu Xingyuan. Brother Lu, you led us to show off, and we're ready to face these powerful enemies alongside you. Lu Xingyuan decisively declined everyone's offer. He had no habit of sharing his experience with others. Especially not when it came to experience points offered up on a silver platter. Chapter 35, Killing Now That's a Real Big Bang. What do you intend to do? Zhang Yuli stared straight at Lu Xingyuan. After spending time with him, she understood this man well. His personality was far from the harmless-looking person he appeared to be. Because he was the boss. The real boss. Lu Xingyuan smiled. Kill them, of course. A weakling provokes the boss. There can only be one outcome. Yes. From Lu Xingyuan's perspective, he was the stronger one. As for the Yuan family, were merely one of countless challengers. The only fate awaiting them was one. Complete annihilation. Lu Xingyuan remained silent. Zhang Yueli understood. Be careful. I'll wait for you in the main city. With that, she handed him a scroll. Teleportation scroll. Effect: using this scroll allows random teleportation to any location within 100 kilometers. Lu Xingyuan's eyes lit up. Single-use scroll-type items were never cheap. This little rich girl really has money. Lu Xingyuan took the teleportation scroll and waved his hand. He turned and walked away. Watching Lu Xingyuan's figure gradually recede into the distance, Zhang Yueli dialed a number. Keep an eye on everyone in the Yuan family. If they make any sudden moves, notify me immediately. Qin Tian and Su Muyu exchanged glances from behind, shaking their heads. The Yuans are in for it now. The Zhang family had maintained a low profile these past years. Especially after the war god Zhang suffered severe injuries. The Zhang family ceased appearing at major events. But a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. If you provoke the Zhang family, not even a god could save the Yuan family. In a remote mountain forest, an off-road vehicle was parked here. Beside it lay several corpses of operatives. We absolutely cannot let any living soul see that we were here. The tattooed man bent down, stabbing each corpse repeatedly with his knife, making sure they were truly dead. Yuan Jingyun and the other young people felt a wave of dread wash over them at the sight. Just then, news came from ahead. Third brother, they've split up. Learning that Lu Xingyuan had voluntarily left the group and separated from the others, the Yuan family members all grinned. With Qin Tian and Zhang Yuli gone, their last shred of apprehension vanished. Lu Xingyuan was as good as dead. Jingyun, you youngsters wait in the carriage. We uncles will go retrieve our Yuan family treasure. Yuan Tukuan licked the blood-stained blade of his long sword, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent. Lu Xingyuan weaved through the mountain forests, leading the group deeper and deeper. They crossed the territory of the Ox-Head chieftain. The 2nd Battalion commander had already clearly sensed the strength of the men behind him. One at level 25 and 3 others just entering level 20. With such strength, they dared to try robbing others? Lu Xingyuan halted his steps. He turned back, his expression a mocking half-smile. Seeing this, Yuan Tuku and the others truly dared not advance any further. Only after confirming the area was clear. Only then did they breathe a sigh of relief. Lu Xingyuan, hand over the sacred relic and I'll let you die with your body intact. As he spoke, Yuan Tukuan and the other 3 simultaneously closed in on Lu Xingyuan, sealing off every possible escape route. Lu Xingyuan lightly tapped his storage ring. A sphere radiating a golden halo materialized out of thin air. Lu Xingyuan tossed it lightly into the air before catching it with steady precision. Want it? Yuan Tuku and the others' gazes were instantly drawn to it. It's truly a sacred relic. Ha ha ha. Heaven blesses our Yuan family. Greed nearly overflowed from their eyes. Suddenly, Yuan Tukuo sensed a chill of murderous intent approaching from behind. He instinctively swung his shield to block. Thud. A massive sword, trailing a dog-headed glow, slammed into his shield. The massive husky flipped mid-air. Its claws gripped the tree trunk, leaving it dangling mid-air. A pet? Yuan Tukuo's brows furrowed as power surged unrestrainedly from within him. This kid was prepared. Watch out. The group's auras erupted, revealing layer upon layer of green halos. First transition professionals bore white halos, while second transition bore green. 3 level 20 professionals. 1 level 25 professional. Yuan Tukuan. Class, Shield Knight 2nd class. Quality, Rare. Level, 25. Health, 2033. Attack power, 180. He glanced at the attributes of the 4. Lu Xingyuan smiled. Even combined, these 4 couldn't match a quarter of Lu Xingyuan's stats. He stowed away the sacred relic. Lu Xingyuan's expression gradually turned serious. Seems you all love this place. By this time next year, the trees here will surely be lush and thriving. As the words fell, a brilliant white light erupted from Lu Xingyuan's body, shooting skyward. The massive serpentine body instantly encircled the group. Yuan Tukuan and the others, seeing the terrifying white serpent's body and the half-human, half-dog creature, were all puzzled. Could Lu Xingyuan be a beast master? The 4 unleashed their attacks simultaneously. Fireballs and arrows. Each shot toward Lu Xingyuan, the 2nd Battalion commander, and Xiaobai. 3 exaggerated health bars appeared. Boss Wolf Lord? Boss White Snake? Boss Blood King? What the hell is this? How can the health bars be this long? It's a monster. This thing isn't human. It's you. You're the boss from the dungeon. The boss that had been appearing in dungeons one after another, hunting down adventurers. And it's this young man standing before us. This was utterly unbelievable. From the beginner dungeon to the depths of the haunted forest and even the Thunder Peak Pagoda. All 3 dungeons where the Blood King boss appeared. Lu Xingyuan has been present in all of them. And he achieved the first clear in each one. Countless people are wondering. What class is Lu Xingyuan? What kind of power does he possess? What class and what kind of power could possibly allow him to defeat such a formidable boss? But no one could have imagined. This guy was the boss itself. Suddenly, everything made sense. Yuan Tuku's eyes widened in disbelief, though he couldn't bring himself to accept it. But the truth was staring them in the face. Yuan Tuku and the other 4 exchanged glances, their expressions dark as water. At that moment, all 4 harbored a hint of regret. But now, there was no turning back. No matter how strong he is, he's still just a newbie adventurer, barely over level 10. If you take what belongs to the Yuan family, don't even think about leaving alive. Attack together and chop him down. The next moment, Lu Xingyuan slowly spread his arms. 3 crimson swords materialized behind him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The blood swords sliced through the air. Each struck one of the 3. Combined with the 2nd Battalion commander unleashing his fierce dog sky-severing slash, charging recklessly forward. In the blink of an eye, 2 level 20 professionals lay fallen on the ground. After all, Yuan Tuku was a level 25 professional. His speed could barely keep pace with Lu Xingyuan. His attacks landed several times. Yet that terrifying regeneration speed left him utterly hopeless. In an instant, it was fully restored? This sense of helplessness made Yuan Tuku feel the breath of death. Too strong. Lu Xingyuan was too powerful. Seizing the chance to block a blow, Yuan Tuku spun to flee. But then, at some unknown moment, the pure white giant serpent had blocked his path. There was no time to react. The pure white flying sword shot toward him. After severing both of Yuan Tuku's arms, it pierced the very center of Yuan Tuku's chest, pinning him to the tree trunk. Then, Xiaobai approached the corpse with a grave expression. Holding his breath, he carefully lifted one arm with his foot. He aligned it perfectly symmetrical with the other arm. Only then did he exhale in relief. Just then, a wretched wail echoed from behind. The 2nd Battalion commander crouched down, using the corpse to wipe the blood from his frost-covered greatsword. Old Deng, still trying to run. Lu Xingyuan murmured softly. You have slain a level 20 professional. You have gained 3000 EXP and 1% HP. Killing a professional in real life grants additional experience points. You have killed a level 25 professional. You have gained 5000 EXP and 1% HP. Holy crap, that much XP reward? Staring at the corpses of the 4, Lu Xingyuan was stunned. But that wasn't all. The 2nd Battalion commander handed over the storage rings and equipment from the 4 men to Lu Xingyuan. Each of their storage rings contained quite a few valuable items. Gear, items, treasures, gold coins. Everything imaginable. This was far more satisfying than only getting 1 drop in a dungeon. I love people who bring everything they own into a fight. No need to deal with corpses in the wild. Monsters and beasts will clean up every trace. Lu Xingyuan rose and headed back the way he came. Since your Yuan family struck first, you'll all die. Lu Xingyuan wasn't one to take a loss lying down. Revenge must be exacted. Cut the weeds at the root. Yuan Jingyun and the others must be waiting nearby. Chapter 36, this boss is terrifyingly powerful and vindictive. Why hasn't he come back yet? Yuan Jingyun paced back and forth, growing increasingly anxious. He even took the risk of sending a message to his 3rd uncle. Still no reply. He had no idea what had happened. What the hell are you freaking out about? A young man who looked a few years older than Yuan Jingyun lay back in his seat. He's just a rookie professional. Nothing unexpected will happen. Just wait and see. Yuan Jingyun nodded. Just as he was about to speak, he spotted a figure approaching them from the distance. Someone's coming. The dim light in the mountains made it hard to make out the person's features. Only as the figure drew nearer did Yuan Jingyun and the others' expressions grew increasingly horrified, as if they'd seen a ghost. Lu Xingyuan? It's your father. As the words fell, a 40-meter-long crimson blade crashed down. Boom! 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 The SUV was engulfed in flames, and the people inside were dead as a doornail. Yuan Jingyun was truly fortunate. He hadn't been crushed to death outright. But he was covered in blood, struggling to crawl out from under the vehicle. Lu Xingyuan walked over to Yuan Jingyun and crouched down. He grabbed a handful of blood-soaked hair and yanked his head up. Don't worry. Your father, your mother, and your entire family, they'll all be joining you down there. Yuan Jingyun's tears streamed down his face. Brother, please don't kill me. I'll tell you a secret. A big secret about our Yuan family. My father, he's actually colluding with the Sakura archipelago. Rumor has it a 7th rank professional is involved in their dealings. Lu Xingyuan's expression remained cold and indifferent. Oh? And what does that have to do with me? Yuan Jingyun hesitated, then gritted his teeth and continued. And, my third uncle said they want to kill you not just for the sacred relic, but also for old grudges. Because they killed your parents. Yuan Jingyun closed his eyes, laying bare his family's dark secrets in one breath. Lu Xingyuan's eye twitched slightly. Thank you. But. A crimson spike slowly pierced Yuan Jingyun's chest. You have killed an 11th level professional. You have gained 500 experience points. You have obtained. A series of notification sounds rang out. Lu Xingyuan watched as his experience points climbed another notch. The experience gained from slaying a professional was truly immense. Especially in the real world. The rapid rise in experience points made Lu Xingyuan realize something. He had always believed that the boss class had few restrictions. Now he realized. The greatest constraint on himself was the sheer volume of experience points. Yes. The level jumping bonuses, combined with the extra rewards for defeating class-specific enemies. The XP rewards were simply too generous. Lu Xingyuan's leveling speed is terrifying. Because he's constantly hunting high-level professionals to claim blood furnace rewards. His opponent's levels keep climbing higher. More and more experience. His leveling speed not only didn't slow down, but actually accelerated. This allows him to advance quickly. Gain exclusive skills. With an endless supply of adventurers to defeat, Lu Xingyuan needn't worry about anything. He only needed to focus on strengthening himself as quickly as possible. Half an hour later, a middle-aged woman with a toned physique swept through the sky at breakneck speed, carrying Zhang Yuli. Suddenly, the woman halted abruptly. Miss, there's a scent of blood ahead. Go check it out. Their flight descended to a lower altitude. Through the gaps in the tree's branches and leaves, a large pack of wolf-like monsters could be seen gathered here. They were relentlessly tearing at several corpses. Suddenly, the massive alpha wolf clamped its tail between its legs and let out a fearful whimper. Then, the pack was flung backward by an invisible force. The middle-aged woman swiftly examined several corpses and shook her head. Miss, these dead are all from the Yuan family. The strongest was a level 25, the other 3 brothers were level 20. They were likely killed by professionals. And there are very few signs of combat here, indicating the opponent was exceptionally powerful. A hint of admiration flickered across the middle-aged woman's otherwise sharp features. Miss, your friend here is no ordinary fighter. Jian Yu Li murmured softly. Of course he's formidable. That guy is downright twisted. Luo City, top floor of Yuan Group. Inside the conference room. A bald man with a deeply wrinkled face stood stiffly before the phone, his posture exuding utmost respect. He listened to the reprimand on the other end while bowing. Yes. Yes. Mr. Aoki, please await our good news. We will certainly deliver the sacred relic to you. He hung up the phone. A faint smile touched Yuan Miao's lips. This time, our Yuan family will soar to new heights. The expressions of the elders in the conference room, however, were far from cheerful. Xia Nation will also find no place to stand within our Yuan family. A cold gleam flashed in Yuan Miao's eyes. What's Xia Kingdom or Dong Kingdom? The nation that serves our Yuan family best is our nation. Wasn't that how our Yuan family rose to prominence in the first place? Without the royal tomb back then, I traded the lives of the Lu couple for Mr. Qingmu's investment. How else could our Yuan family have risen to become one of Luo City's 4 great families? Another stooped old man from the O family nodded. The head of the family is correct. As long as it benefits the Yuan family's future development, we will naturally give our full support. One wall of the conference room featured a wooden rack divided into over a dozen compartments. Each compartment held a crystal-clear jade token. Within each plaque, a faint glow flickered. These were the life tokens of every direct descendant of the Yuan family. At that moment, crackle crackle. 4 of the 5 jade plaques hanging at the very top shattered one after another. The conference room fell deathly silent. Everyone stared at the wooden rack in disbelief. Third brother and the others are dead? How could that be? The shattering of the life tokens signified the death of their owners. The white-haired mourning the black-haired. The elderly men all began wailing in grief. My son. Yuan Miao, didn't you say the opponent was just a rookie who'd barely completed their first transformation? If that were true, how could Koiner have died? Today, you must give us an explanation. Yuan Miao snorted coldly. A blue aura rose from beneath his feet. The overwhelming aura of a third transition professional pressed down on everyone present. So a few people died. As long as your grandson is still alive, that's all that matters. Yuan Miao's words hadn't even finished echoing. 5 more life tokens shattered. Their grandchildren. And Yuan Miao's own son. Chapter 37, The Bounty. The show begins. The entire conference room fell into complete silence. Only the heavy breathing of the crowd could be heard. Xingyuan? Yuan Miao clenched his fists. His son was dead. Along with several other young members, all the finest heirs of the Yuan family. They shouldn't have been involved in this operation targeting Lu Xingyuan. What had happened? Yuan Miao's mind raced. First off, it couldn't be Lu Xingyuan. Yuan Miao knew this Lu family son all too well. He had no backing whatsoever. His consecutive first clear victories were likely just luck. He'd landed a powerful class. But he himself was only a first-class professional. He couldn't possibly take down the third brother and his crew. Unlike Yuan Miao, who still managed to maintain a semblance of composure. The other elders of the Yuan family had all lost their minds. They were advanced in years and had long since lost their ability to bear children. Their sons and grandsons had perished simultaneously. This severed their lineage. How could they not go mad? How could they not be filled with hatred? Just then, Yuan Miao's phone suddenly vibrated. Caller ID, Yuan Dingyun. Everyone fell silent, staring intently at the information displayed on the screen. Yuan Miao pressed the answer button with a dark expression. Hello? Who is this? I am a butterfly from the African savannah. You may simply call me C and I die. Damn it, who the hell are you? Yuan Miao's face alternated between pale and flushed. Unrestrained laughter erupted from the other end. Who do you think I am? Judging by your expression, you must have received news of your brothers and sons' deaths. How does it feel? Must be agonizing, huh? Not about to shed a little pearl, are you? But don't worry. Your turn is coming soon. Wash your neck clean and wait for me. I'll come personally to slaughter your entire family. Let you reunite underground. Beep beep beep. Until the busy tone ceased. Yuan Miao slowly rose to his feet. I know who it is. Lu Xingyuan. Issue a bounty order. I want him dead. The other elders in the room were consumed by hatred as well. He must be killed. Chop him into pieces and feed him to the dogs. Yuan Miao spoke again. Quiet. We failed to kill Lu Xingyuan this time. He'll definitely be on guard now. What we've done will likely no longer be concealable. Everyone, start liquidating the family's assets immediately. But only 30% is permitted. Any more will raise suspicion. Meanwhile, professionals in Luochang were still buzzing about Lu Xingyuan. That guy is seriously badass. Yeah, apparently that bizarre boss has reappeared in the Leifeng Pagoda dungeon. And even top players couldn't handle it. Lu Xingyuan was the one who took it down. He's seriously awesome. Big shot Lu Xingyuan is this boss's nemesis, ha ha ha. A rumor spread through Luo City's black market. Wanted notice. Professional adventurer Lu Xingyuan, having seized treasures and incurred the enmity of our Yuan family's disciples, has slain multiple individuals. Reward amount, 1 billion. The moment this notice appeared, it instantly drew the attention of countless people. 1 billion. Holy, Lu Xingyuan actually crossed the Yuan family of the 4 great clans? Those Yuan family members act like saints, but I don't buy they're innocent. I'm a reasonable person, but 10 billion. Let me just say, I hope I never cross paths with Lu Xingyuan. Ha, Yuan Group talks a big game, but their financials are a complete mess. If they can actually come up with 10 billion, I'll eat my hat. Game Administration Bureau. Vera carefully poured a cup of tea for the child seated at the head of the table. The Yuan family's actions have already broken the rules of the profession. Should we intervene and help mediate the conflict between them? Both of them had seen the bounty the Yuan family had placed on Lu Xingyuan. Xinghen shook his head. It's 1 billion credits. Aren't you tempted? Vera offered an awkward yet polite smile. Xinghen shrugged. Not my style. We'll see. This is bound to turn into quite the spectacle. Beneath that innocent, adorable facade lay a cunning mind. Xinghen's journey here was solely for Lu Xingyuan. This kid was far from as simple as he appeared. But he hides it well. This was the perfect opportunity to test him. When safe, a wolf can don sheep's clothing, disguising itself as a harmless lamb. But when external pressure arises, or even when life is threatened, the wolf instinctively bares its fangs and sinks them deep into its foe. Meanwhile, news of Lu Xingyuan's return to Luo City instantly sent shockwaves through the entire city. Damn, Lu Xingyuan actually dared to return to the city under these circumstances? Doesn't he fear death? Where did he go after returning? The treasure pavilion. The kid's pretty smart. No one would dare cause trouble at the treasure pavilion. I think he's just chickened out. The treasure pavilion wouldn't get involved in something like this lightly. Inside the treasure pavilion, Hua Jin wore a white dress today, looking quite lovely. She sat in her seat, quietly observing Lu Xingyuan across from her. Let me make this clear up front, the treasure pavilion doesn't get involved in matters between professionals. So even though we're friends, Hua Jin can't do anything about it. And there's still an outstanding debt. Extending the deadline will incur additional fees, you know. Lu Xingyuan shook his head. Seems treasure pavilion isn't interested in working with me. I'll just go elsewhere then. That Qi Bao Zhai across the street looks promising. Hua Jin immediately flashed a charming smile. I was just joking around. Her posture shifted from leaning back in her chair to leaning forward. Two majestic peaks seemed poised to invert. Lu Xingyuan silently cursed her as a vixen. I hope to collaborate with Treasure Pavilion to acquire various assets from the Yuan family. Hua Jin's brows furrowed. What do you mean? Lu Xingyuan smiled. Just do as I say. Oh, and don't use Treasure Pavilion's name. It's best to have someone with no background or connections handle the acquisition. You can drive the price down as much as you like. At this point, I'm confident they'll accept any offer, no matter how low. The Yuan family colluding with Sakura. The brutal suppression of Xia Kingdom's prodigies once this scandal erupts. The Yuan family will have no place left in Xia Kingdom. They'll have no choice but to leave. With so many Yuan family assets to liquidate in such a short time, it's simply impossible. At this critical juncture, if someone were to come knocking, offering to acquire their various assets, they would have no choice but to bite the bullet and accept. Hua Jin's delicate brows furrowed. She looked utterly baffled by what Lu Xingyuan was saying. She knew nothing of the secrets hidden behind the Yuan family. After a moment's thought, Hua Jin pouted. You're trying to get something for nothing. But I can't agree to it. But since it's a deal, what do I get in return? I guarantee you can acquire substantial assets from the Dao Yuan family at an extremely low price. We'll split the profits 50-50. Lu Xingyuan had already thought it through. Hua Jin? This is still pulling a fast one with nothing to lose? Also, you must be curious. What kind of treasure could possibly be worth the Yuan family fighting so fiercely over? Hua Jin was a competent merchant. Though genuinely curious about the question, he remained composed. Once the matter is settled, I'll tell you. Lu Xingyuan left him hanging. Hua Jin hesitated for a moment before nodding. Alright, deal done. You're locked in a bitter feud with the Yuan family now. I want to know what you plan to do next? Lu Xingyuan replied matter-of-factly, to wipe them out, of course. Once Miss Hua Jin completes the first step, the Yuan family will vanish from this world entirely. Chapter 38, The Abyss Main Story? 2 days later. Yuan Group Headquarters, top floor conference room. Yuan Miao and the others wore faces as dark as storm clouds. Over the past 2 days, a wealthy businessman from out of town had somehow obtained information. Whenever they attempted to trade their assets, that man would emerge to sabotage the deal, preventing the deals from closing. Just then, a tall secretary hurried into the room. Chairman, that man called us. He said. The secretary hesitated, unsure how to proceed. Speak. What were his exact words? Yuan Miao prompted. He said, he's willing to acquire all of our group's assets at 1% of market value. 10%? He's out of his mind. Whoever sells to him is a dog. Right, a dog. I'd rather burn all this stuff to the ground than give it to him. Inside the meeting room, the Yuan family elders were fuming, their beards bristling with rage. Damn it. That bastard, if I catch him, I'll kill him. Yuan Miao cursed under her breath. The secretary composed herself and added. He also said, if we refuse, no one will be willing to take over our group's assets. Yuan Miao's expression darkened. I refuse to believe he has such extraordinary power. If I sell at rock-bottom prices, how could there be no buyers? Master, this isn't really important. As long as we can obtain the sacred relic, the rest can be purchased later. Yuan Miao narrowed his eyes slightly. Rest assured, the day Lu Xingyuan leaves the Treasure Pavilion will be the day he dies. Treasure Pavilion? Hua Jin munched on snacks while listening to her subordinate's report with a satisfied smile. That Lu Xingyuan kid, he's got some real talent. The reason he could so easily suppress the Yuan group was because Lu Xingyuan had learned in advance of their desperate need to sell assets. That's why Hua Jin could ruthlessly drive the price down to the bone. In the past, Hua Jin had only engaged in straightforward business dealings. Buying and selling favors. He'd never experienced this feeling before. This feeling of crushing someone with sheer force. So satisfying. Oh, right. Hua Jin looked up at the top floor. What's that kid doing hiding in his room all this time? Lu Xingyuan had already entered the Blood King's court. I can take care of the Yuan family for you. Jiang Yuli cut straight to the point. Lu Xingyuan waved his hands urgently. Absolutely not. I can handle this trouble myself. This Jiang Yuli beautiful, powerful, generous, and loaded. Her only flaw? She always steals experience points. Lu Xingyuan declared he would never allow it. Based on current intelligence, Yuan Miao, head of the Yuan family, his exact level is unknown. But he is undoubtedly a triple transitioned professional. Just as one gains a core class ability upon first advancement, subsequent advancements will cause attributes to surge dramatically. Additionally, they unlock class-specific skills. Third transition professionals are vastly more powerful than second transitioned ones. Although Lu Xingyuan is already quite formidable. But to be safe, I'll grind hard during this period. Equipping the Abyssal Watcher set, Lu Xingyuan departed the main city, heading toward the true depths of the abyss. A massive blood mist materialized. Xiaobai transformed into serpent form, lowering its head willingly to allow Lu Xingyuan to mount. Then, at breakneck speed, they began searching the abyss. Over the next 2 days, Lu Xingyuan spent most of his time exploring the abyss. He discovered numerous traces of mutated monsters. Yet he encountered none alive. Roar! Suddenly, Lu Xingyuan spotted several creatures. Mutated steelback boar. Level 18. HP 2300. Attack 150. Another mutated monster. This time, the mutated monster no longer took human form. This also resolved a lingering question for Lu Xingyuan. Not only humanoid monsters could be infected by mutation. Lu Xingyuan waved his hand. A slash carrying a dog-headed glow surged forward from hundreds of meters away. After slaying the monster, Lu Xingyuan continued forward. Soon, he discovered more mutated monsters. And a professional. It was a man clad in a massive magical cloak. His face was utterly bloodless, yet his sunken eyes blazed with a crimson glow. Degenerated Fire Mage. Class, Fire Mage, second job. Level 20. HP 1700. Attack power 230. Skills, Fireball, Mana Drain, Blazing Storm. A living being? Upon seeing Lu Xingyuan, the man's eyes lit up as if he'd spotted a delicious meal. The next moment, over 100 mutated monsters surged forward. Roar! 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 Lu Xingyuan flexed his limbs and a blood-stained sword shot forth. With insane speed, it sliced through the monsters ahead. Simultaneously, Xiaobai's serpent tail, like a small mountain, slammed down with tremendous force. It instantly knocked back over a dozen mutated monsters. The 2nd Battalion commander charged straight in, bearing the brunt of the fierce dog sky-splitting slash. The 3 of them instantly routed the 100-strong horde of mutated monsters led by the Fire Mage. The mutated monsters began dying at an alarming rate. The Fire Mage clearly possessed exceptional intelligence, far surpassing the mutated professionals Lu Xingyuan had encountered before. He let out a maniacal laugh. Then, blue light suddenly blazed from his eyes. Mana Devour. Lu Xingyuan's mana reserves began to steadily diminish. Not only his, but the 2nd Battalion commander and Xiaobai were also having their mana devoured. Kill him first. Lu Xingyuan and Xiaobai's flying swords, controlled by their psychic power, shot out simultaneously. Straight toward the Fire Mage. Bang, bang, bang. In just 2 exchanges, the Fire Mage's health bar was depleted. He didn't even have time to unleash any other skills. Xiaobai's abilities are highly effective against these mages. Lu Xingyuan pondered briefly. Mages, typically fragile classes boasting exceptionally high attack power. Sword control could decapitate mages from a great distance. Killing a mutated Fire Mage was like poking a hornet's nest. In the gloomy mountain forest, glowing green dots began to emerge. Dense clusters spread across the landscape. These can't all be mutated monsters, can they? Lu Xingyuan's lips twitched slightly. This place shouldn't be called the Abyss, it should be called the Mutant Zone. Though their numbers were overwhelming, Lu Xingyuan felt even more excited. Because they were all experience points and health points. Today's the day for a bloodbath. Lu Xingyuan charged forward with the White Snake and Erha. Let the slaughter begin. Now equipped with the Bloodlust technique plus Erha and Xiaobai's skills, Lu Xingyuan not only remained undefeated, but his attack power was terrifyingly strong. Taking down these mutated monsters far above his level was child's play. Experience points surge relentlessly. Only when facing these powerful mutated professionals does it take a bit more effort. Fortunately, while they possess some intelligence, it's limited. Otherwise, dealing with them would be a real pain. The Abyss knew no day or night. Lu Xingyuan had no idea how long he'd been fighting here. In any case, he now felt like he was starving to death. Looking at the rotting corpses scattered on the ground, he was tempted to crawl over and take a bite. However, Lu Xingyuan had finally slaughtered every infected practitioner and mutated monster in this place. This trip had yielded quite a haul. He leveled up. Moreover, slaying dozens of mutated professionals had further increased his health points. Standing atop the mountain peak, Lu Xingyuan froze. On the other side of the mountain, there was actually a village. Just then, a voice echoed in Lu Xingyuan's ear. Congratulations! You have received the Abyss Land main quest savior. Chapter 39, squeeze every last drop of value from the Yuan family, then leave not a single one standing. Mission briefing, you, the brave one, have uncovered the problem plaguing the Abyss. Mission requirement, travel to Dragon Hunter Village and locate the root cause of the affliction. Mission difficulty, extremely dangerous. Task penalty, none. Reward? A quest? Could this be one of the game's original main quests? But I've never heard anyone mention quests in the abyss. But then again, it makes sense no one else seems able to enter the true abyss. Lu Xingyuan frowned slightly, standing atop the mountain and gazing toward the distant village. This must be the dragon hunt village mentioned in the quest. Shrouded in gray mist, the entire village was lit only by a few flickering green lamps. It looked eerily strange. All the mutated monsters and adventurers encountered along the way originated from Dragon Hunter Village. This place might very well be the mutated monster's lair. And the most crucial thing is I'm the boss, okay? What do you mean, save the world? Let's head back first. Lu Xingyuan's health bar was already fully restored. But fighting his way from the mountain's base to its peak, he was utterly exhausted. The 2nd Battalion commander had already been killed once, reduced to a single drop of blood that had returned to Lu Xingyuan's body. Xiao Bai's health was also critically low. Moreover, as everyone knew, the newbie village was also known as the hideout for the big shots. Let's head back to prepare first, max out our combat power, and then explore the Dragon Hunter village. Mounting Xiao Bai, Lu Xingyuan swiftly departed the mountain. This journey yielded tremendous gains. Character stats: Lu Xingyuan. Class: Boss Blood King. First Ascension. Quality: Unknown. Level: 1435%. Strength: 150. Agility: 150. Stamina: 1500. Spirit: 150. Health primary stat: 53,621. Mana: 1500. Exclusive skills: Blood Furnace, Blood Tide, Blood Mastery, Demon King's Bloodline, Blood Demon. Equipment proof of a true man legacy, Ring of Divine Concealment Epic, Abyssal Watcher set Dark Gold. Fame 5. Your infamy is little known. First, leveled up to 14. All attributes increased. Slaughtered dozens of mutated practitioners. My health points surged once more. It has now surpassed 50,000. Lu Xingyuan suddenly noticed a change in the reputation column. Where did these 5 reputation points come from? Could it be related to the quest? Or does killing more mutated professionals grant reputation? No one in this world had ever claimed a quest from the Abyssal Realm. Everything before Lu Xingyuan was unknown. However, his extensive gaming experience allowed him to piece together most of the puzzle in no time. In addition to standard rewards, quests in the game world also featured an independent reputation system. What kind of rewards would they offer? Soon, Lu Xingyuan returned to the main city of the Blood King's court. Gazing at the dragon egg standing on the bed, nearly as tall as himself, Lu Xingyuan was torn. What should I do with this? A mythical grade dragon egg must be incredibly precious. It would require careful nurturing. After a moment's thought, Lu Xingyuan extended his hand, and a drop of crimson blood trickled down his fingertip. Then welcome your rebirth, O Blood King. In the name of blood, I grant you new life. 1,000. 1,000. 1,000. Lu Xingyuan's blood poured forth from every pore as if it were worthless, flooding into the dragon egg. The pungent stench of blood filled the entire city lord's residence. Soon, the massive egg, once covered in dazzling dragon scales, turned entirely blood red. It looked monstrously fierce. A faint yet palpable aura of dragon might emanated from within the egg. The blood demon's ritual had concluded. Yet unexpectedly, the dragon egg showed little change. The dragon within had not emerged. What's going on? Xiao Bai and the 2nd Battalion commander were equally puzzled. Master, could it be that this dragon hasn't been fully formed yet? The 2nd Battalion commander offered a reasonable guess. Lu Xingyuan gave him a thumbs up. This dog, aside from being clueless at times, was actually pretty sharp. As the husky said, Lu Xingyuan could sense a powerful life force brewing within the dragon egg. Dragon eggs and boss corpses were fundamentally different. Perhaps it needs some time. But who knows what kind of dragon it will be this time. Snakes and dragons are close relatives, after all. Xiao Bai, how about you help hatch the egg? Xiao Bai. If my master needs it, Xiao Bai can do anything. Though speechless, Xiao Bai agreed nonetheless. Lu Xingyuan finally decided. Let the dragon egg cool off on its own. Xiao Bai. I'll keep you to warm my bed instead. Feeling the warm, gentle caress of her palm, the fatigue from battle quickly faded. Lu Xingyuan drifted into slumber. Day and night cycled, another day passed. Luo Chang. After several days of fermenting, the online storm surrounding Lu Xingyuan and the Yuan family had only intensified. Everyone was watching this unfold. Sigh, the Yuan family is really pushing Lu Xingyuan to the brink. That's ruthless. Wait, aren't professionals supposed to be protected by the authorities? When did it become acceptable to openly put a bounty on a talented professional? Probably because someone has connections. Sigh, Lu Xingyuan is in for a rough time. Hiding in the treasure pavilion isn't a long-term solution. The top floor of the Yuan group. Fire! 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 Yuan Miao slapped himself twice in frustration. Over the past 2 days, Yuan Group had conducted multiple rounds of transactions with that mysterious tycoon. Core assets and mineral resources had been sold off almost entirely. Meanwhile, Yuan Miao had been relentlessly investigating the tycoon's background through every available connection. Just moments ago, a friend of Yuan Miao's in the Magic City called. That so-called wealthy merchant was actually an insider at the Treasure Pavilion. Damn it, that bastard Lu Xingyuan. This bastard must have teamed up with Treasure Pavilion to set us up. Below, a silver-haired woman in a suit frowned slightly. Head of the family, Lu Xingyuan certainly has a motive, but why are they so certain we'd sell our core assets at a low price? Could they know we plan to flee Xia Nation? The Yuan Group's maneuvers were extremely cautious. The transaction counterparties. There was absolutely no possibility of leaks. Could it be that someone tipped them off in advance? Xingyuan and the others. Yuan Miao's expression turned grave. Absolutely impossible. Xingyuan may not be the brightest, but he keeps his mouth shut. The crucial thing is the sacred relic. As long as we can obtain the sacred relic, we'll have the chance to make a comeback. Yuan Miao's expression darkened. My concern now is whether Lu Xingyuan will hand this treasure over to the Treasure Pavilion. Numerous high-ranking executives of the Yuan Group also wore expressions of worry. If that were to happen, then the Yuan family would truly be finished. We can't wait any longer. If that brat doesn't show up tomorrow, we'll storm the Treasure Pavilion. Agreed. Yuan Miao's eyes flashed with murderous intent. For the next few days, no one is to leave the Yuan Group. Be ready to evacuate at any moment. Treasure Pavilion? Hua Jin stood there, looking eager to take credit. Haha, this lady acquired 80% of Yuan Group's core assets at a mere 20% of their value. I was planning to keep buying up more assets, but unfortunately, my identity got exposed. Hua Jin pouted cutely. Lu Xingyuan, you've done exceptionally well. What's next? What are you planning to do? Hua Jin asked curiously. Lu Xingyuan shrugged. Of course I'll keep hiding here with you. I'm not going out to get myself killed. I'm going back to sleep. With that, Lu Xingyuan headed back to his room and shut the door. Hua Jin rolled her eyes. This guy is so sneaky. She didn't believe Lu Xingyuan would just sit around and wait to die. Inside the room, Lu Xingyuan gazed at the treasure in his hand, radiating a golden halo. This sacred relic. He would not touch it until the Yuan family was completely dealt with. This was golden bait. It could reel in a big fish. Now it was time to reel it in. Lu Xingyuan's lips curved into a faint smile. The next moment, a sheer veil draped over his form. His figure slowly faded away until he vanished completely. Lu Xingyuan strode out of the treasure pavilion with confidence. He headed toward the direction of the Yuan Group. After today, Luo City would know no more of the Yuan family. Chapter 40, The World-Shocking Demon. 2:30 a.m. The night was pitch black and windy, the streets dimly lit, with scarcely a soul in sight. A young couple, staggering drunkenly, had just emerged from a bar. They arrived at the Yuan Group building. The young man's hands were wandering, constantly groping the girl beside him in her spaghetti strap-top. I'm not drunk. Ugh. Shanxian, I'm so happy to have you as my girlfriend. The girl in the spaghetti strap-top was already flushed with embarrassment. Stop it, we're still out in public. The street was deserted. She was actually a little scared. Luo City hadn't been peaceful lately. Especially with the Yuan Group. Every night, powerful professionals came and went. They looked like complete thugs. Poor Lu Xingyuan, such a talented professional, yet targeted by that bastard Yuan family. Whoosh! A cold wind crept up the girl's strappy dress. She shivered. Goosebumps erupted all over her body. Bang! 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 The howling wind sent massive shards of glass crashing down from above, smashing into the ground and shattering into countless pieces. Ah! The girl in the spaghetti strap-top was terrified out of her wits, about to burrow into the arms of the man beside her. But the man, who had been sloshed moments before, ducked behind her instead. Before the girl in the spaghetti strap-top could even get angry, a massive white serpent reflected in the shattered glass. Above the serpent's head stood a hooded figure clad in black, arms folded behind his back. After tonight, the Yuan Group will cease to exist in Luo City. The voice was young, speaking with deliberate calm. Unlike the usual professionals entering and exiting the Yuan Group building. Upon hearing this, the young couple immediately fled without looking back, running far, far away. Only then did they dare to look back. There, a colossal white serpent coiled itself around the entire Yuan Group building. Its head was raised high, jaws wide open, as if it intended to swallow the entire building whole. Meanwhile, the man in black stood calmly with his hands behind his back atop the serpent's head. Boss Blood King. Boss White Serpent. Seeing these two icons, the young couple froze in terror, collapsing to the ground. After a long moment of shock, they finally screamed at the top of their lungs. Boss is attacking the city. The Yuan Group is under attack by the boss. Run for your lives. Yuanshire Group. Who goes there? Yuan Miao jolted awake from his sleep. Still half asleep, he stumbled to the window. Without warning, a torrential downpour had begun outside, a storm unlike any he had ever seen. It was as if someone were standing in the sky, pouring buckets of water down below. A neon flash illuminated. A massive serpent's head, drenched in rain, loomed at the window, silently staring at him. Yuan Miao could even see his own reflection in the serpent's eyes. What the hell is that? Yuan Miao instinctively stumbled backward, all traces of sleepiness vanishing instantly. Once fully awake, Yuan Miao immediately began shouting at the top of his lungs. Someone, help! Intruder! Quick, someone come! Simultaneously, a blue professional aura appeared at his feet. Yuan Miao. Class, Warrior 3rd Job Advancement. Quality, High. Level, 38. HP, 4800. Attack power, 215. Skills, Block, Draw / Dark /. Dare to invade my Yuan group? You're asking for death. As he spoke, he swung his blade out. Then he saw that terrifyingly long health bar. Boss? Yuan Miao froze in place. If it weren't for the overwhelming realism, he would have sworn he was dreaming. Otherwise, how could two bosses have appeared in the city without a sound? Lu Xingyuan and Xiao Bai didn't hesitate for a second. The blood sword and jade sword shot out simultaneously. One to the left, one to the right. Strike toward Yuan Miao. Clang! 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 A series of shrill metallic clangs echoed throughout the room. After all, Yuan Miao was a 3rd transformation professional. Using a basic blocking skill, he managed to block every strike from Lu Xingyuan and Xiao Bai's initial assault. Humph, you foolish bastards. Having blocked the combo, Yuan Miao's nerves settled, confidence rising within him. It's just a monster. How could it possibly understand the combat techniques of human professionals? Lu Xingyuan made it clear. I won't be playing games with you. Only those who can survive my full combo deserve to speak with me. The long sword hovered in midair. Xiao Bai's eyes blazed with intensity. Spirit-linked sword. In the next instant, the white serpent spirit sword transformed into a blinding white light, crashing down upon Yuan Miao. The sword in his hand shattered instantly. Without support, his entire body flew backward. He crashed through several walls before finally coming to a halt. That's insane. Lu Xingyuan couldn't help but marvel at Xiao Bai's power. Under the enhancement of water flooding metal, Xiao Bai's attributes had already received comprehensive enhancements. Combined with the specialized weapons enhancement, her attack power was nearly on par with a 4th transition class. Of course, Lu Xingyuan now shares these enhanced attributes. Moreover, he also benefits from the Bloodlust spell. His attack power is even more insane. It's already approaching 2000. Lu Xingyuan slowly lifted his foot. In the next instant, the crimson mist behind him coalesced into scarlet steps. Lu Xingyuan ascended step by step. He ascended to the top floor of the Yuan Group headquarters. He grabbed Yuan Miao by the hair and hauled the unconscious girl out of the rubble. At that very moment, a dozen or so powerful professionals rushed onto the top floor. What happened to the head of the family? There's a snake outside. This group. Some were professionals employed by the Yuan Group. Others were mercenaries. Seeing Yuan Miao held in Lu Xingyuan's grasp, limp as a dead dog, they froze in place. After all, Yuan Miao was a triple transition professional. Yet he had been captured so silently and effortlessly. For a moment, everyone was intimidated by Lu Xingyuan and the white snake's imposing presence. They stood frozen in place, unable to move. Lu Xingyuan's finger twitched slightly. A crimson longsword materialized out of thin air, piercing Yuan Miao's abdomen, pinning him to the wall. But the excruciating pain jolted Yuan Miao awake. Ugh! Help me! Put! But! With every word he uttered, a crimson sword materialized out of thin air, piercing into his body, until his sturdy frame was pierced like a hedgehog. Yuan Miao struggled desperately, but his strength as a triple transition professional was as insignificant as a child's in Lu Xingyuan's grasp. He could only watch helplessly as the blood-red blades pierced through him, until all life left him. Only then did Lu Xingyuan lift his head, glancing at the figures in the distance. He flexed his limbs and walked toward the group before him. You must be Yuan Miao's family. A family should be complete. Wouldn't you agree? Chapter 41, The Boss Appears in the City. The Vanishing Yuan Group. No. We don't know him. Right, whatever Yuan Miao or Li Miao, we don't know him. Those professionals had seen life and death countless times before. But they had never witnessed such a bloody and bizarre scene. One by one, they were so terrified their legs went weak, retreating backward. Even Yuan Miao's other sons and daughters shook their heads repeatedly, insisting they didn't know Yuan Miao. Seeing their reactions, beneath the hood, the corners of his lips, which had been slightly turned up, drooped downward. Heartless, soulless wretches. They deserve death. The icy voice sent a chill through every soul present. An old man growled fiercely. Let's fight him. There are so many of us, no matter how strong he is, it won't matter. Agreed. Fireballs, arrows, ice spikes, swords. A barrage of attacks relentlessly pounded Lu Xingyuan's body. Yet his health bar didn't even flicker. What kind of monster is this? Got it, it's that boss from the Leifeng Pagoda dungeon. I saw a video of it before. How did that boss end up here? This is insane. Fear of the unknown swallowed up the courage Liang Jingru had given them. One by one, they turned and fled without looking back. Run! There's a monster! Don't kill me! Lu Xingyuan kept his hands in his pockets. He walked forward calmly. Beneath his hood, eyes glowed with a crimson light. Blood-red swords, as if possessed by eyes, pierced into these people's bodies. These individuals were at least mid-level professionals. Yet never before had this corridor felt so interminably long. So long that, no matter how hard they tried, they could never reach the end. At that very moment, the corridor's terminus, their last shred of hope, was smashed open by a massive serpent's head. Gazing at the white serpent, its tongue flickering incessantly, those who had already reached the staircase fell into despair. Whoosh! The spirit sword pierced the throat. Though this world had been invaded by game mechanics, with health points, attack power, had all been digitized. Yet under the crushing weight of overwhelming stats, defense, health points, nothing matters. A single strike could instantly kill. Soon, the entire floor was littered with severed limbs and scattered heads, each still frozen in the terror of their final moments. Lu Xingyuan did not stop. He kept killing. He had no habit of leaving loose ends. Once he started, he would eliminate every trace. Not a single one left behind. Before arriving, Lu Xingyuan had already thoroughly investigated. The Yuan Group building housed the work areas below. Only floors 44, 43, and 42 were reserved for the Yuan family's core members. Others were forbidden from entering. Floor 43. An old man covered in age spots, gaunt as a skeleton. He wriggled restlessly on the bed. Suddenly, the door was kicked open with a loud bang. But blood spurted out as the wrinkled head flew high into the air. Then it rolled to the foot of the bed. That sword strike was too swift even in death. The expression on his face had already shifted to one of blissful relief. The woman on the bed was terrified out of her wits. She screamed. She fainted instantly. Soon, the entire third floor was cleared. The stench of blood was overwhelming. Lu Xingyuan's fingers lightly brushed the storage ring. A kerosene lighter materialized out of thin air. His fingers pinched one corner of the lighter, flicking it back and forth. Bang! A flame flared. It landed within the floor that had already been reduced to ruins. Lu Xingyuan didn't look back. He opened a teleportation scroll. Instantly vanished. The terrified young couple screamed and shouted in the street. Woken residents flung open their windows, cursing furiously. What the hell? It's the middle of the night. Get back to bed. What the hell are you howling like ghosts out here? Monsters? What monsters? If monsters were attacking the city, the alarms would have gone off ages ago. This is the core district. If monsters could reach here, Luo City would already be gone. The young couple was left speechless by the scolding. At that moment, the eastern sky was beginning to glow with the first light of dawn. Even from a great distance, the Yuan Group building was clearly visible. What giant snake? Suddenly, a shriek pierced the air. Fire! Call the fire department. Damn it! Where's the fire? Yuan Group. Can't you see? All that smoke. The young couple exchanged glances. It really wasn't an illusion. The top floor of Yuan Group. This exclusive zone belonged to the Yuan family's inner circle. They frequently held some unsavory group activities there. Therefore, these 3 floors contained no surveillance cameras, not even smoke detectors. Until a woman wrapped in a quilt frantically pulled it off. Security was busy dealing with the broken glass. Where are the bosses? Watching the blood seep down from above, the security guard grew frantic. The woman's eyes were vacant with terror, repeating only, "Dead, dead. They're all dead." Dawn was breaking. The disaster at Yuan Group caused an uproar. By early morning, crowds had gathered to watch. Holy crap! What happened to this building? Looks like some giant beast went on a rampage here. A few elderly gentlemen sipped spicy soup while watching the commotion. Just then, a young couple nearby approached. They whispered, "Seriously? It's a monster siege. Last night we both saw it. A massive white snake, with a person riding on its back. And above its head there was a boss health bar floating." The old men? You think we're kids you can fool? The old men glanced at them dismissively and ignored them. Just then, an armored vehicle bearing the game administration's insignia pulled up to the curb. 2 burly men in tactical gear approached the young couple. "You two, come with us. Don't be nervous. We just need to ask you a few questions. Treasure Pavilion. Over the past few days, Hua Jin had also been keeping a close watch on the Yuan group. Early this morning, he received the news. The core members of the Yuan family all perished last night. Not a single one survived within the Yuan group. The identity of the killer remains unknown. But there were signs suggesting a monster had been present at the scene. Lu Xingyuan. For some reason, that name popped into her mind. Hua Jin hadn't even washed her face. She sprang up at top speed and dashed toward the adjacent room. Lu Xingyuan had been killing all night and had just finished a relaxing bath. He lay on the bed in a wood-shaped position. He was about to rest, when suddenly, he heard the sound of the door being kicked open. Chapter 42, Huge Haul, Flipping Stolen Goods. What the hell are you doing? Lu Xingyuan was startled. This woman was trying to take advantage of him. Hua Jin flushed bright red. She turned away. Nothing. I thought you'd left. She felt a twinge of doubt. Could it be that last night's incident at Yuan Group really had nothing to do with Lu Xingyuan? But that was hard to believe. Yuan Group had just targeted Lu Xingyuan when it was wiped out. It was hard not to connect the two events. And then there was Lu Xingyuan's. Lu Xingyuan's uncharacteristic calm had kept Hua Jin constantly suspicious. Lu Xingyuan dressed and approached Hua Jin from behind. Miss Hua Jin, though your treasure pavilion has protected me. But we agreed beforehand the terms of our deal did not include my body. Hua Jin's eyes widened. What kind of outrageous thing are you saying now? However, the word deal caught her attention. Her merchant instincts kicked in, shifting her focus. Now that all the troubles with the Yuan Group have been resolved and I've helped you acquire a large amount of assets, now it's time for you to fulfill your promise. Of course. Lu Xingyuan agreed without hesitation. But I have quite a few treasures here. I wonder if Miss Hua Jin can handle them all. Last night, Lu Xingyuan had acquired quite a haul of valuable items, most likely to facilitate a swift escape from Xia Kingdom. The Yuan Group had neatly packed away every valuable treasure. Yuan Miao alone held over a dozen storage rings. Ultimately, it all worked out in Lu Xingyuan's favor. These were treasures a corporate family would take when fleeing for their lives. Not a single item was worthless. Each was a treasure among treasures. 5 sets of gold-grade equipment. 18 pieces of dark gold tier equipment. 3 diamond-grade items. Plus hundreds of universal skill books. Plus various precious herbs, ores, gems. The total value absolutely exceeds 500 million. Not to mention gold coins. To facilitate the transfer, Yuan Miao had been selling off family assets at bargain prices recently, amassing a solid 480 million gold coins in cash. This sum included the funds from Hua Jin's acquisition. Lu Xingyuan's lips curved into a faint smile. This move had effectively killed 2 birds with 1 stone. A conglomerate as massive as the Yuan Group surely held far more than this, but there was no time for that. Lu Xingyuan was here to plunder, not to conduct a thorough search. Most crucially, last night, Lu Xingyuan had eliminated numerous professionals. And they were all higher-level targets, many of them quite powerful. The experience rewards were incredibly generous. He leveled up instantly. He's now level 15. TSK. Everyone says leveling up is tough, but this isn't hard at all. The Yuan Group has been dealt with. Lu Xingyuan's primary objective now is the Abyss's Savior quest. Use these resources to max out my combat power. Then head straight for Dragon Hunter Village. With this plan in mind, Lu Xingyuan immediately brought out all the loot from last night and the previous Lei Feng Pagoda dungeon run. Miss Hua Jin, would the treasure pavilion be willing to purchase these items? Faced with the piles upon piles of meticulously categorized equipment, items, and medicinal herbs before her, Hua Jin was stunned. WTF? Why did Lu Xingyuan always show up in such unexpected ways? For other adventurers, getting even a few pieces of gear from a dungeon run, that's considered pretty lucky. Lu Xingyuan, this guy. Is he running a wholesale operation? Bro Lu, did you rob a bank to get all this stuff? Without realizing it, Hua Jin's tone shifted. Lu Xingyuan, just got lucky. Just got lucky. Hua Jin paused for a moment. With so many items, I think we could hold a small auction. An auction? Lu Xingyuan blinked twice. Sell stolen goods through an auction? It felt a bit off. But with the treasure pavilion's reputation here, who dares to object? Lu Xingyuan's lips curved into a faint smile. A small auction might not be sufficient. Hua Jin's eyes lit up. More treasures? A naturally formed sacred relic appeared out of thin air. In an instant, the entire room was bathed in a golden glow. Hua Jin was stunned. Sacred relic. This was the real treasure. If word got out, the world's top powers would go mad. Lu Xingyuan's lips curved into a faint smile. The sacred relic is not for sale. Only for trade. If someone can present a treasure compelling enough to interest me, I'm willing to exchange it. Equipment, artifacts, skills, anything goes. The top priority for the sacred relic was undoubtedly the 2nd Battalion commanders. But there's no rush on this matter. First, let's see if it can be traded for something even more precious. Hua Jin's breathing grew slightly ragged. The sacred relic has appeared. A small auction simply wouldn't suffice. She could host an auction that would draw the attention of major powers worldwide. Hua Jin's gaze reluctantly shifted away from the sacred relic. She handed over a black card with both hands. This is the highest tier membership card of my treasure pavilion. Holders receive a 10% discount. It also grants priority access to transactions, resource allocation, and numerous other privileges. In times of crisis, they may also receive the treasure pavilion's protection. The other benefits were easy to swallow. Resource allocation is precisely what Lu Xingyuan needs right now. Lu Xingyuan now commands a fortune worth billions. After the auction, this figure would surge dramatically. To explore the abyssal realm, combat strength must be maximized. Then I'm grateful to you, Miss Hua Jin. The auction will be held tomorrow. I'm in a bit of a hurry. Meanwhile, Game Administration Bureau. Vera and Xinghan learned of the Yuan family's massacre. Both were stunned. Overnight, every core member of the Yuan group had been slaughtered. At least 4 top-tier 4th-tier professionals. And not just one. When did such a force emerge in Luo City? Vera's sharp brows furrowed. We've already investigated. None of the surveillance around the Yuan group yielded any useful information. We have no clue who's responsible. Could it be a professional with spatial teleportation abilities? Xinghan speculated. Professionals with such abilities were extremely rare. If they so choose, no one could detect their movements. But both Vera and Xinghan believed this matter wouldn't be so straightforward. Vera narrowed her eyes slightly. There were 2 witnesses last night. They've been brought in. Interrogation Room 1. Blinding lights, stark white room. A young man sat in the chair, his legs shaking violently. Officer, I'm guilty. I'll confess everything. I shouldn't have pretended to be a rich kid to deceive girls. I also shouldn't have. Answer only what you're asked. The uniformed official across from him demanded. Name. Li Fei. Age. 22. Where were you last night? What did you see? Only then. Li Fei finally understood why he had been brought here. He let out a sigh of relief. I went to the bar first, then ran into a high school classmate. I bought him a drink, and then I hugged her. Get to the point. On the way home after drinking too much, on top of the Yuancher group building, I saw a snake. It was huge and pure white. Li Fei's voice trembled slightly. And there was a man in black standing on the snake's head. He looked pretty cool. Next door in the interrogation room, the girl in the spaghetti strap top underwent a nearly identical interrogation. There was a snake very fierce, very scary, and a man in black. Her voice softened as she spoke these words. He spoke gently, telling us to leave. His voice was very pleasant. Monitoring room. Vera. Xinghan. That's completely irrelevant. Just have them identify the sketches directly. Soon. The 2 received their answer. Blood King. Xinghan was stunned. How could it be the Blood King? He had assumed it was Lu Xingyuan. He couldn't care less about the Yuan group or any of that nonsense. Lu Xingyuan was the sole target of his mission this time. Chapter 43, Sitting on Billions. Community Outreach. The moment news of the Treasure Pavilion auction was released, it immediately drew widespread global attention. The most intriguing part was, Hua Jin did not directly reveal that the auction's crown jewel was the sacred relic. Instead, she gradually revealed bits and pieces of information. In no time, news of the Treasure Pavilion auction frequently topped trending lists. At first, the major factions paid little attention. However, upon learning that treasures capable of enhancing profession quality were involved, everyone went wild. They began scrambling for spots at the auction. In the class group chat for Senior 3, Class 4 at Luo City 3rd High School, many were also following this grand event. Rumor has it that most of the items up for auction at the Treasure Pavilion this time are geared toward low-level practitioners. Yeah, I really want to go. Is there any big brother who can get a spot? I want to broaden my horizons. Lu Xingyuan naturally saw the discussions in the group chat. He could give every student in the class a spot. But why should he? He wasn't running a charity. He closed the chat window. Lu Xingyuan entered the Treasure Pavilion's marketplace. In this world, virtual reality technology had long permeated every industry. The Treasure Pavilion's marketplace was likewise a virtual space. With a mere shift in intent, the surrounding scenery transformed automatically. First, let's check the equipment section. Filter condition, diamond tier. Instantly, a vast array of weapons appeared before Lu Xingyuan, neatly arranged in order. Swords, spears, sabers, halberds. A vast array, every type imaginable. Lu Xingyuan's primary focus, naturally, was on the swords. Both the 2nd Battalion commander and Xiao Bai wielded swords. Using swords also made it easier for Lu Xingyuan to activate their skills. Slaughter Blade. Quality, Diamond. Price, 550 million. Black Blood Blade. Quality, Diamond. Price, 490 million. Holy! Just hours ago, Lu Xingyuan had felt like he was holding a few hundred million in his hands. He was practically rich. But then he looked at his gear. He instantly felt dirt poor again. Weapons were too expensive. Better take a look at the skill books. Specific skill books were also considered luxury items for professionals. But the type Lu Xingyuan needed was different from others. Maybe he could snag a bargain. Thunder's Wrath, price 500 million. Sword Aura Surrounding, price 300 million. Soul Siphon, price 180 million. Lu Xingyuan. As evident from the Treasure Pavilion store, equipment, items, and skills command the highest prices. Diamond tier items generally cost over 100 million. At the same time, Diamond tier equipment, items, and skills represent the highest grade resources money can buy. Above Legendary tier. That's beyond what money can buy. Lu Xingyuan had flipped through numerous skill books and was about to close them. Suddenly, he spotted a skill he'd longed for. Descent of the Heavenly God. Quality, Diamond. Description, increases damage taken by 10%, grants immunity status. Price, 350 million. Immunity to control skills. This is exactly what I need right now. Though Descent of the Heavenly God has its drawbacks. But as long as it grants immunity to control effects, he'd accept it even if it meant taking 100% more damage instead of just 10%. Lu Xingyuan snapped it up immediately. He promptly closed the Treasure Pavilion shop. This thing is a money pit. That evening, the virtual auction venue of the Treasure Pavilion. The vast venue could accommodate 100,000 simultaneous viewers. On the central elevated platform, a young woman in a fiery red qipao presented the first item up for auction. First item up for auction, the Dark Gold tier weapon Venom Dragon's Fawn. Starting bid, 10 million. Bids must be in increments of 1 million. The female host's resonant voice echoed throughout the venue. Bidding cards were raised in rapid succession. 11 million. 11,500,000. 13 million. It was the season for career transitions. Which clan doesn't have young successors? Which faction doesn't need to recruit new members? Such low-level, high-quality gear is exceptionally sought after. In the end, Xin Tian secured the weapon through a bid of 15 million. Xin Tian stood behind an elderly man with snow-white hair and beard. Gone was his usual brashness. He stood remarkably still. The next item up for auction. Xin Tian was completely thrown off balance. A golden quality lord's weapon, equipped with special skills. And with extremely low equipment requirements, even new adventurers can wield it. Frenzied Wolf Greatsword. Upon hearing these 4 words, the auction hall erupted instantly. New adventurers start with few skills to begin with. Gaining even one more skill meant a massive boost to combat effectiveness. Ultimately, it sold for 3,500,000. Seeing the final bid, Xin Tian breathed a huge sigh of relief. The second time I bought one, it only cost me 3 million. This guy's definitely a sucker. Various weapons and sets were auctioned off one after another. Sealed Spirit Claw, final bid 5.5 million. Scarlet Chain Serpent Sword, sold for 1.03 million. Serpent Bone Spirit Spear, final bid 13 million. Lu Xingyuan's smile grew wider and wider. The feeling of money rolling in while doing nothing. It was incredibly satisfying. Yet the major powers seated in the VIP box above remained hesitant to make their move. The host clearly noticed this too. He immediately brought out the heavyweight treasure. Ladies and gentlemen, the next item up for auction is sure to delight everyone. With that, he swept his arm dramatically. A massive section of snakebone slowly appeared on the auction platform. The entire skeleton gleamed like jade, translucent and flawless, resembling a meticulously carved work of art. Millennium Serpent Bone. Quality, legendary grade material. Description, the bones of a 1,000-year-old spirit serpent imbued with a trace of dragon essence, making it an exceptional material for artifact forging. The entire hall fell silent. Everyone's pupils suddenly contracted, then slowly dilated. Holy! Holy! Legendary grade items? This auction actually has legendary grade materials. Materials naturally hold less value than equipment, items, or skills of the same tier. But for the major factions and guilds that employ artifact smiths, these are items they absolutely must secure. If utilized properly, they can forge top-tier equipment. Their value is immeasurable. Major factions immediately began bidding. Azura Guild, 300 million. Tianxia Guild, that's beggar's change. 350 million. Ultimately, it was secured by the Blacksmiths Guild at a final price of 580 million. Witnessing this titanic clash among the major factions, the onlookers below were stunned. Holy crap, these guys are loaded. Billions flying around like it's nothing. But that 1,000-year spirit snakebone is definitely worth the price. Yeah, the Blacksmith's Guild has an 8th-tier blacksmith at the helm. It won't be long before we see their new masterpiece. Everyone thought it would end there. But then, Treasure Pavilion unveiled the Millennium Serpent Scales and Millennium Serpent Skin one after another. Though not as precious as snakebones, these two items together fetched over 300 million. Lu Xingyuan sat in his chair, crossing his legs higher and higher. That's enough, that's enough. Stop arguing. Don't start fighting over it. By this point in the auction, his earnings had already surpassed 10 billion yuan. After this batch of materials, only the final, most prized item remained. The auctioneer solemnly brought forth a sandalwood box from the back. Ladies and gentlemen, what follows is tonight's grand finale treasure. The sandalwood box slowly opened. Even as a projection, the dazzling golden glow still made countless eyes widen in astonishment. Holy relics? Holy, the grand finale item is actually a holy relic. And a legendary one at that. Priceless treasure. I heard that treasure from a few years back, the one that could enhance class quality, sold for 5 billion? The sacred relic is far more precious than that. Not only can it instantly elevate a profession's quality to legendary tier, it also grants gradual ongoing growth afterward, with a chance to even reach epic tier. Holy. The host didn't describe the item, merely announcing the rules. Per the owner's request, this item will not be auctioned, only traded. Everyone may post details of the items they wish to exchange. The owner will make their own selection. Treasure Pavilion. Lu Xingyuan and Hua Jin scanned the listings one by one. Eye of Insight. Quality, epic item. Description, reveals the true nature of all things. Usage count 15 times. Note, if you have any requests, feel free to ask. My War Heaven Guild will do everything possible to fulfill them. Next. Legendary Tier Capital City Order. Legendary Weapon Holy Sword Seraph. Legendary Grade Skill Book Blink. Among the major factions trade request lists, not a single one falls below legendary tier. Several of them, Lu Xingyuan found himself genuinely tempted. However, the value of the holy relic remained incomparable. Lu Xingyuan shook his head. Forget it. I don't want it anymore. Hua Jin agreed with Lu Xingyuan's decision. These items truly cannot compare to legendary grade sacred relics. You've made quite a fortune this time. What are your plans for it? Lu Xingyuan stood up. What the Treasure Pavilion earns, the Treasure Pavilion spends. I'll go home and think it over carefully before deciding what to buy. After returning home, Lu Xingyuan checked his bank account balance. After deducting service fees from this auction, Lu Xingyuan's total earnings, 1.03 billion. Awesome. Now it was time to spend. He had already set his sights on several pieces of gear. Buy. First up was the set for Xiao Bai. Body is sword set. Quality, dark gold. Equipment requirement, level 15. Effect 1, blade in hand. Increases damage dealt by sword skills by 5%. Effect 2, sword chi protection. While wielding a sword-type weapon, damage taken is reduced. This set costs 300 million. Xiao Bai's class is Sword Master, one of the top combat classes. Combined with the specialized weapons enhancement, his attack power is terrifyingly high. Whether grinding monsters or taking on other players, his efficiency is exceptionally high. But without life regeneration, even the highest health pool can't withstand everything. Last time outside Dragon Hunter Village, facing those mutated monsters, it was precisely because Xiao Bai couldn't withstand the damage that we were forced to halt further exploration. This set of gear balances offense and defense. It's perfect for Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai, who was massaging her legs nearby, upon learning Lu Xingyuan intended to buy her gear, she was overjoyed. Thank you, master. Besides that, Lu Xingyuan also bought several accessories for the 2nd Battalion Commander and Xiao Bai, further boosting their attack power. He also acquired a special skill book. Battle Cry. Quality, legendary. Description, emits a battle cry, increasing all allied units' 4 core stats by 20%. Lasts 60 seconds. This skill is well suited for Landwalker. Moreover, it is a class-specific skill for the boss. It can be chosen freely. If the battle cry skill could be upgraded to an exclusive skill in the future, it should become even more powerful. Lu Xingyuan felt a surge of anticipation. Then, he took out the sacred relic. Since there was no suitable item for trade, this thing would go to the 2nd Battalion Commander. The 2nd Battalion Commander's brain was beyond saving, but his combat effectiveness had to keep up. Just then, a sudden pounding on the door echoed. Knock knock knock. Anyone home? Delivering warmth to the community residents. A slightly crisp voice echoed. Lu Xingyuan froze. Was welfare really this good in this world? No response? I'll just tear the door off. Lu Xingyuan. Chapter 44, Abyss Walker. WTF? What the hell is going on? Aren't you supposed to be spreading warmth? Why are you suddenly trying to tear down my front door? I didn't do anything to you, did I? Lu Xingyuan felt like 10,000 Siberian huskies were running wild in his mind. Xiao Baiyan, the 2nd Battalion commander, shrouded in confusion, dissolved into 2 droplets of blood and merged into Lu Xingyuan's body. He opened the door. Lu Xingyuan stared at the burly men standing a short distance away and froze. Are you guys from the Game Administration Bureau? What's this about? First off, let me make it clear, I, Lu Xingyuan, am an upright citizen who strictly abides by the law. Are you really law-abiding? A youthful voice came from below. Lu Xingyuan lowered his head and only then noticed the speaker. It really couldn't be blamed on him. The child was simply too short. About 10 years old, perhaps? He was exceptionally well-formed, with fair, delicate skin and bright, round eyes that sparkled like a porcelain doll. When adults are speaking, children should keep quiet. Lu Xingyuan turned to the burly men. Which one of you makes the decisions? Hurry up. He was in a hurry to upgrade Erha's profession. I am. The childish voice chimed in again. Lu Xingyuan. He reflexively checked the kid's profile. Scar. Class, Yin Yang Mage. 4th job advancement. Quality, Epic. HP? Attack power? Skills? Equipment? 4th class Epic tier professional? Apart from the class, the entire attribute panel is filled with question marks. This gear must have hidden information. Holy crap! A mere 4th transition class? Lu Xingyuan naturally felt no fear. But who could have imagined that a child who suddenly appeared would be a 4th transformation class? Under Lu Xingyuan's guidance, Xinghan walked through the courtyard gate with his hands behind his back. Let me introduce myself. Xinghan. I represent the Game Administration Bureau. We've come to you to gather some information. We hope you'll cooperate. A smile spread across Xinghan's adorable little face. Lu Xingyuan frowned in confusion. This kid isn't just a 4th transition epic level professional. Not a member of the Game Administration Bureau. Yet she could represent the Game Administration Bureau. This is the official body. Who could possibly wield greater authority than the official body? This kid must have some serious connections. If we get the chance to expose him, it would be a major payoff. Xingyan sat in his chair, his feet dangling above the floor, gently swaying back and forth. As if this place were his home. I'll get straight to the point. Last night's incident at the Yuan Group building, it's connected to you, isn't it? Lu Xingyuan shook his head. I slept at Hua Jin's place in Treasure Pavilion last night. There are plenty of witnesses. This morning she even forced her way into my room. If you're going to arrest someone, go arrest her. In truth, upon learning the other party represented the gaming authority, Lu Xingyuan had already guessed the purpose of the other party's visit. It was most likely related to last night's incident. But what could they do even if they suspected him? What Yuan Group? I don't know anything about it. Without evidence, how dare you accuse me? Xinghan could see Lu Xingyuan's unshakable confidence. He smiled faintly. By all logic, without evidence, there can be no investigation. But evidence isn't always necessary. But I couldn't care less about last night's incident. In a way, I even hoped you were the killer last night. Lu Xingyuan frowned deeply, utterly baffled. He couldn't fathom what the other man meant. A dangerous smile flickered at the corner of Xinghan's mouth. Did you enter the true abyss? I mean, the areas beyond the dungeons in main cities. Lu Xingyuan's pupils suddenly contracted. Only Jiang Yuli knew about this matter. But bound by a confidentiality agreement protected by rules, she absolutely couldn't reveal it. If it wasn't Jiang Yuli, then how did the other party find out? As he pondered, faint wisps of blood mist coalesced in his hands. If this child named Xinghan dared to threaten him again, then he would ensure the boy could never leave this place. Xinghan's lips curved into a faint smile, radiating complete control. Don't be nervous. I mean you no harm. In the common understanding, practitioners in this world can only enter dungeons within game worlds or guild main cities. But there are also some abnormal practitioners. Due to their professions or unique abilities, they've ventured into the true abyss, thus uncovering the true secrets of the abyss. Such individuals are rare. Some call them saviors, while others label them apocalyptic harbingers. They call themselves abyss walkers. In my view, they are neither saviors nor destroyers. They are merely solitary seekers of knowledge, journeying through the darkness to uncover the unknown. Don't be so quick to dismiss it. Since I've come this far and shared such classified intelligence with you, I am absolutely certain you possess this ability. Lu Xingyuan. He had intended to make excuses. But clearly, there was no point in hiding it anymore. Moreover, the power wielded by this organization was deeply mysterious. The other party would inevitably uncover some of Lu Xingyuan's concealed professional information. Of course, he now possesses the Bloodthirsty Court, a mythic tier sanctuary. He can freely traverse the abyssal realm. Grind mutated professionals and monsters, earn rewards, level up and grow stronger. Even if exposed, it wouldn't matter. Besides, this Xingyuan doesn't seem to care about Lu Xingyuan's professional abilities. Starscar only cares whether he can enter the abyssal realm. Lu Xingyuan spread his hands. As you said, I have indeed entered the true abyssal realm. Simultaneously, strands of blood energy silently coalesced in his palm. If this Starscar dared to threaten him with this, the crimson blade would pierce his heart. Xingyuan narrowed his eyes slightly. The abyss holds far too many secrets unknown to us. Why does it seek to merge with Blue Star? What will ultimately become of it? Why has a force called mutation emerged in the abyss? Could this force mutate further? Everything remains unknown. Only the Abyss Walkers can uncover its hidden truths. But there are too few Abyss Walkers. Your ability to enter the abyss is truly enviable. Lu Xingyuan raised an eyebrow. So then, your true purpose is? Xingyuan dangled his stubby little legs, a look of admiration appearing on his overly youthful face. It felt out of place. Lu Xingyuan, you possess remarkable talent. We Abyss Walkers need talent like yours. Lu Xingyuan's expression grew slightly peculiar. Inviting a boss to join. You must think you're not dying fast enough. Chapter 45, The Dark Sanctuary. Why should we? Lu Xingyuan's expression remained unnaturally calm. Xingyuan was taken aback by this response. This shouldn't be happening. By all logic, a normal person hearing an invitation from such a formidable, mysterious, and powerful organization, wouldn't they be thrilled and accept with gratitude? Why this kind of attitude? Xingyuan's expression hardened with a hint of arrogance. You don't seriously think that knowing about the Abyss Walkers gives you the right to refuse, do you? Before he could finish speaking, a massive hand seized his arm. Left and right fists struck simultaneously. Boom! 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 Xingyuan's body slammed repeatedly onto the ground. The immense force caused the entire villa to tremble slightly. The Game Administration Bureau members stationed outside heard the terrifying commotion and stared wide-eyed. Holy, what the hell is going on? Lord Xingyuan, he wouldn't be fighting that newcomer, would he? Should we go in and help Lord Starscar? Li Weigang crossed his arms. That guy's a fourth transformation powerhouse. A rookie. That kid's in for a world of pain. Inside the room, Starscar sat in the corner, bruised and battered, cowering with his hands over his head. He was crying. This is insane. No wonder practitioners recognized by the Dark Sanctuary aren't human. Even a mere first transition professional. He, a legendary fourth-class professional, had actually been beaten by a newbie professional. And I was just showing off a bit. Why did you have to go so hard on me? Stellar Scar wiped away his tears. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have been showing off. I merely accepted the will of the Dark Sanctuary to extend an invitation. Lu Xingyuan's expression was neither a smile nor a frown. This kid-like professional had adopted a haughty demeanor from the moment he entered. It genuinely annoyed him. Beating him up. What a relief. Now, I'll give you 1 minute to spill everything you know about the Abyss Walkers and that so-called Dark Sanctuary. Otherwise, you won't be leaving here alive. Xingyuan dared not play coy any longer. Got it, Brother Lu. The Dark Hall is an organization founded by a powerful figure 800 years ago. They traverse the Abyss and Blue Star, seeking out secrets unknown to others. To date, only 8 Abyss Walkers are known to exist nationwide. You are the 9th. Within the Dark Sanctuary lingers the residual soul of a powerful ancestor. He can sense the power entering the Dark Realm. And it dispatches outsiders like us to recruit exceptional practitioners such as yourself. But rest assured, we sign legally binding confidentiality agreements before every mission. We cannot disclose any information about you, not even my personal speculations can be shared with a second person. Lu Xingyuan smiled. So you're just an unofficial operative? What are you trying to pull? Still. This made Lu Xingyuan take a fresh look at this so-called Dark Walker. Xingyuan might give off an infuriating vibe. But a legendary Tier 4 transformation professional. Yet he's merely an auxiliary member of the Abyss Walkers. This proved the organization's formidable strength. Lu Xingyuan found himself intrigued. As everyone knew, he loved venturing into dungeon worlds alongside powerful adventurers. Seeing Lu Xingyuan still unmoved, Xingyuan felt. He felt utterly defeated. This was his mission, after all. Brother Lu, the official members of the Abyss Walkers are seriously formidable. Plus, they have 8th-tier powerhouses within their ranks who fiercely protect their own. They'll protect every member capable of exploring the Abyss at any cost. Lu Xingyuan raised an eyebrow slightly. The Lord of Luo City was only a 5th transformation practitioner. The Governor of Yuzhou is only a 6th transformation practitioner. 7th-tier practitioners are among the foremost figures in the entire world. They are the pinnacle of power capable of defending a region. 8th-tier practitioners belong to the ranks of the world's mightiest. With a flick of their wrist, they can shatter mountains and split peaks. The Abyss Walkers organization possesses such high-level figures and likely more than one. Unexpectedly formidable. Lu Xingyuan's fingers tapped lightly on the table. Does the Abyss Walker have any mandatory obligations? Xinghan answered immediately. Abyss Walkers serve no master and undertake no mandatory missions. We mostly just exchange stories about our daily explorations of the Abyss. If there's an obligation, it's exploring the Abyss. That's how it's put. But every single Abyss Walker loves stirring up trouble. They're all party wipes waiting to happen. Whenever anything related to the Abyss arises, those Abyss Walkers act like kittens driven by curiosity. They can't help but gravitate toward it. Oh, and those big shots give rewards to official members. Last time, newbies got 10 spirit crystals. Spirit crystals. A currency system even more valuable than gold coins. 1 spirit crystal equals 100 million gold coins. Few people would exchange spirit crystals for gold coins. Therefore, this exchange rate is significantly higher. Equipment, items, and skills above legendary tier are typically traded using spirit crystals. At the same time, spirit crystals are essential for high-tier practitioners. It is said that practitioners beyond the 6th transformation must absorb spirit crystals and various high-end ingredients to sustain the nutrients required by their bodies. Engage in combat. Money doesn't matter, what matters is that I'm carrying the dream of saving the world. When do I get my reward? Lu Xingyuan remained unflappable. Xinghan was momentarily taken aback. If you agree to join the Dark Sanctuary, you'll receive it. Brother Lu, since you've agreed to join the Dark Sanctuary, then please protect your identity and never reveal anything about the Abyssal Walker to anyone. Lu Xingyuan nodded. He understood that. Sneak around shooting, but don't go into the village. Besides, he wasn't one for drawing attention to himself. Xinghan retrieved a stone emitting a faint blue glow from his storage equipment. Engraved upon it was a peculiar mark resembling gibberish. This is the teleportation runestone to enter the Dark Sanctuary. The Dark Hall is bound to the Abyssal Realm. Brother Lu, you only need to channel your power into it to enter the Dark Hall. The Dark Hall will manifest a new form based on your power attributes. Lu Xingyuan nodded. The protective measures were also exceptionally thorough. He'll take this disguise. Then find an opportunity to slaughter those so-called Abyss Walkers over and over until all the good loot drops. He activated the spatial runestone. Lu Xingyuan felt darkness engulf his vision. In an instant, he appeared within a colossal structure. It was pitch black, and he could only vaguely make out that the structure was tall and majestic. Before him stood a massive circular table, with 9 chairs evenly arranged around its perimeter. Each chair's backrest bore a number from 1 to 9. Lu Xingyuan occupied the seat marked 9. A faint glow suddenly appeared beside him. It was a child whose skin shimmered with a crystalline texture, as if countless stars were hidden within its body. Was this the manifestation of Star Scar's power? Lu Xingyuan felt a surge of curiosity. Seeing Lu Xingyuan's expression, Xinghan was even more astonished. You look quite unique like this. Before entering this place, through sharing, he had utilized the power of the 2nd Battalion commander. Therefore, his appearance was that of a Siberian husky. This was the ultimate disguise. As long as the disguises are numerous enough, he will never be exposed. At that very moment, a beam of light illuminated seat 7 beside Xinghan. A woman adorned in jewels and finery appeared out of thin air. Her necklace, bracelet, and earrings were all crafted in the shape of smooth pearls. This is seat 7, codenamed Pearl. Xinghan introduced the woman's codename, then turned to Lu Xingyuan. He's the new recruit I invited. His codename is Wolf's End. Pearl paused, taken aback. Interesting name. And appearance too. Several more seats gradually lit up with faint lights. But no one appeared. This is stealth mode. Pearl propped her chin on one hand. My main focus lately has been finding the newbie villages in the game storyline. Could Wolf Extinction keep an eye out for me? Newbie villages? Do they have names? Pearl, Dragon Hunter Village, Demon Sealing Village, Shadow Village. Those are the only 3 known starter villages so far. Lu Xingyuan raised an eyebrow. Dragon Hunter Village seems to be in my area. Chapter 46, they gave us far too much. All set and ready to go to the newbie village. A moment of silence fell. Bright lights appeared over 2 more seats. Seats 3 and 5. 3 Abyss Walkers and 1 non-member all stared wide-eyed. They all looked at Lu Xingyuan. Number 3, codename, Clown. A man dressed in circus clown attire, his face painted with clown makeup. His voice was shrill and obnoxious. His speech was accompanied by exaggerated gestures. You discovered the newbie village? Holy crap, that means you might be the first professional to receive a game quest. The abyss had completely collapsed, plunging cities and factions into utter chaos. To uncover more secrets, one of the primary objectives for all Abyss Walkers was to locate the newbie village. Codename 5, Butterfly, also resembled a butterfly. She remained silent. She merely gazed silently at Lu Xingyuan. Agent 7, Pearl, was the most agitated. You didn't enter the newbie village? Lu Xingyuan, in his Shiba Inu form, cleared his throat twice. Well, how should I put it? Dragon Hunter Village is dangerous. My strength is still too weak to venture in. I'll wait a bit longer. My class is pretty solid. Once I finish my third, fourth job advancement, I'll head into the newbie village to explore. The others scratched their heads in frustration. After calming down, Pearl number 7 asked, what level are you now? Just hit level 15. Joker. Butterfly. Pearl. Everyone was speechless. Then, all eyes turned to Xinghan. Xinghan gave an awkward laugh, ha ha ha. As you all know, I won't share any information about the other members. The big shots exchanged glances. They were already cursing under their breath. What's this nonsense about danger? This wolf extinction guy won't lift a finger until he sees the rabbit. Jinju spoke first. I have an heirloom item here. See if it suits you. As she spoke, a circular jade pendant materialized out of thin air. Ancestral talisman. Quality, no level restriction. Effect, instant death immunity. When receiving fatal damage, can expend all mana to block one instance of damage. Lu Xingyuan remained impassive. Thank you. The butterfly remained silent. The Joker clutched his head with both hands, wearing an exaggerated look of frustration. I have something good here. But there's one condition, I hope you'll share some information about the newbie village with us. Lu Xingyuan's gaze fell upon the scroll covered in runes. Forbidden spell scroll. Quality, legendary. Effect, consumes a large amount of health to unleash the 8th tier forbidden spell 9 Heavens Wind and Thunder technique. Forbidden spell. Holy crap, this is a huge win. Lu Xingyuan raised the husky's paw. Once I finish exploring, I'll share all the newbie village intel with everyone. Lu Xingyuan chatted with a few other abyss walkers for a while. Benefits secured. Gained some intel. He logged off immediately. After Lu Xingyuan left, the lights on the other seats gradually dimmed one by one. Inside the villa. After logging off, Xinghan looked at Lu Xingyuan beside her. He immediately wrapped his arms around Lu Xingyuan's leg. Brother! You're my real brother. When the chance comes, Brother Lu, you absolutely have to take me to the newbie village. I want to become an abyss walker too. Lu Xingyuan grabbed Xinghan by the collar. He tossed him straight out of the villa. I've already joined the Abyss Walkers organization. Who's got time for you, you little brat? Meanwhile, at an estate in the heart of Luo City. At the dining table, a family of 3 was having a meal. Zhang Yueli glanced at the online speculation about who could have taken down the boss of the Yuan group. She covered her mouth and giggled. Ha ha. None of them know the true identity of the Blood King. This feeling was quite satisfying. The man seated in the main chair, his face slightly pale, spoke up. What are you laughing about? Chatting with that Lu guy again? What level is he at? What do you think of his potential? Our family may not be snobbish, but he can't be too mediocre. Zhang Yuli put down her phone and pouted. Oh, Dad. You don't even know him. Zhang Zhanshan sighed, pressing his hand to his forehead. Oh no, oh no. The cabbage I've been tending so carefully is about to be trampled by pigs. Zhang Yuli was helpless. She'd signed a confidentiality agreement, barring her from discussing anything about Lu Xingyuan with anyone. Anyway, he's incredibly strong. You can rest easy, Dad. These past few days, Zhang Yuli hadn't been idle. She'd been immersed in the dungeon world. Leveraging the information advantage of a reincarnated individual, she effortlessly completed her first-class advancement. She's already level 12. Moreover, she acquired a core skill she had never obtained in her previous life. Money throw? For every 10 million gold coins carried, 1% of the amount can be converted into true damage. Unfortunately, the money at home is needed to treat my father's injuries. I can't touch it. I'll earn it myself. This time, I will rewrite my father's fate. Save my father. Early the next morning, a group of powerful professionals arrived at Lu Xingyuan's doorstep. They handed a storage ring to Lu Xingyuan. Such efficiency? Lu Xingyuan was somewhat surprised. And the couriers were actually 4th-tier professionals. The treasure pavilion truly has deep roots. He distributed the equipment to Erha and Xiaobai. Lu Xingyuan's figure slowly faded from the spot. Blood King's court. Lu Xingyuan spotted Zhang Yue seated beside the dragon egg. He raised an eyebrow. Well. Haven't seen you in a few days, and you're already at level 12? Zhang Yuli lifted her head like a proud swan. I had to level up, or else someone might think I'm just a support character. As she spoke, she shared her new skill. Money Splash. For every 10 million gold coins carried, 1% of true damage can be converted. Once I start raking in the cash, my damage won't be too far behind yours. Lu Xingyuan gave him a thumbs up. Yeah. You'll soon be catching up to one of my boss pets. Lu Xingyuan removed a storage ring and handed it to Zhang Yue. At the same time, Zhang Yuli drew a massive sword with an exaggerated design covered in menacing bone spikes. Bone-shattering blade. Quality, diamond grade. Equipment requirement, level 15+. Effect 1, strength plus 10. Effect 2, inflicts bleeding status upon hitting target. Lu Xingyuan's storage ring contained 500 million gold coins. Zhang Yuli was the prize for the wager. They each took the other's item. They exchanged a knowing smile. Everything was understood without words. 500 million. But, upon seeing the gold coins inside the storage ring, Zhang Yuli's eyes widened in shock. Did you rob a bank? Lu Xingyuan bared his teeth. Not exactly. We're targeting the Yuan group. Zhang Yuli laughed until she doubled over, her breasts heaving. Simultaneously, she made a silent vow to secure greater rewards through future wagers. To help Lu Xingyuan gain even greater combat strength. By the way, Yuli, have you heard of the Abyss Walker? Zhang Yuli froze for a moment. Of course. How could she have forgotten about that? Of course she'd heard of the Abyss Walkers. But only in name. The Abyss Walkers were shrouded in mystery. In her previous life, even as one of the strongest among the human race, Zhang Yuli still knew nothing of their true identities. One thing was certain, though. The destruction that ultimately befell the previous world was most likely instigated by the Abyss Walkers. Zhang Yuli's expression turned serious. It's a highly mysterious organization. They seem to be like you, capable of entering the true abyss. From what my father said, this organization is no ordinary group. If you come into contact with them, be extremely cautious. Remember, never reveal your true identity. Lu Xingyuan nodded. No one could defy the confidentiality agreement sanctioned by the rules. After that, Zhang Yuli left the main city to continue grinding dungeons. Lu Xingyuan summoned the 2nd Battalion commander. Simultaneously, a golden relic appeared in his hand. This item is better suited for your use. With that, Lu Xingyuan flung the sacred relic directly toward him. The 2nd Battalion commander leapt forward and swallowed it whole. In the next instant, a dazzling golden pillar of light shot skyward, enveloping the 2nd Battalion commander within its glow. Boss Wolf Lord. Class, Swiftblade Soul. Quality, Legendary. Level, 15. HP, 32,713. Attack power, 280. Skills, Ferocious Hound Roar, Sword Draw Slash, Fierce Hound Sky Splitting Slash, Swift Wind Sword Technique, Gale Shattering Breath Slash. Equipment, Frost Giant Sword, War Wolf Set. New skill detected. Lu Xingyuan single tapped a 6. Chapter 47, Kill the Village Chief of the Newbie Village. These familiar skills. Lu Xingyuan marveled. Whirlwind Sword Technique. Whirlwind Slash. Both were exceptionally powerful skills. Moreover, the 2nd Battalion commander's base attack power had also significantly increased. Doggy's doing better too. His combat prowess is now barely on par with Xiaobai's. Feeling the immense power surging within him, the 2nd Battalion commander transformed into a sycophant. Master, thank you for your blessings. I've decided to learn from you humans and wear my thermal pants inside out to express my gratitude. The 2nd Battalion commander had picked up this peculiar knowledge from somewhere. But, do you know how devastating it is when a 2-meter tall Hulk with a dog's head says something like that? Lu Xingyuan wasted no time. He pinned the dog down and gave him a thorough beating. No more watching Sichuan opera, got it? Wah! The 2nd Battalion commander was utterly aggrieved. Combat readiness maxed out. Let's go, Dragon Hunter Village. After several previous sweeps, the mutated monsters in this vicinity had been largely cleared out. Along the way, we encountered no obstacles. Lu Xingyuan stood atop a small hill, gazing down at the village below. The village was eerily quiet. Not a single sound emanated from it. This was highly unusual. But the moment Lu Xingyuan stepped into Dragon Hunter Village, snap! Snap, crackle, pop. One by one, creatures huddled in the corners like skeletons slowly straightened their hunched forms. They charged toward Lu Xingyuan. The mutated apothecary. Mutated beastmaster apprentice. Mutated villager. Kill. The cold voice fell. The 2nd Battalion commander blurred into motion, charging forward. The Gale Blade technique combined with the Fierce Hound Sky-Splitting Slash. A new synergy emerged. Charging forward, he unleashed a series of whirlwind slashes. These diseased villagers had been ordinary people before their infection. Their strength was weak. In mere seconds, the 2nd Battalion commander had already cleared the entire area, including the buildings on both sides, all reduced to ruins. Damn! Swift Wind Sword Technique had become a demolition powerhouse. Lu Xingyuan marveled. Just then, a door in the distance creaked open a crack. A gaunt, skinny, yet refined-looking old man waved shakily at Lu Xingyuan. The old man whispered in a barely audible voice. "Stranger, come here." Lu Xingyuan paused briefly before walking over. The moment he entered the room, The old man immediately slammed the door shut. All the doors and windows were sealed shut, with only a few beams of light filtering in through the window. The interior was excessively dim. Lu Xingyuan couldn't make out the old man's features. Adventurer, I am the village chief of Dragon Hunter Village. You may call me Chief Long. Village Chief Long was deeply moved. Adventurer, I have heard of your heroic deeds. Thank you for slaying the mutated monsters on the outskirts. However, several powerful mutated monsters still lurk in the mountains. If you could help our village eliminate these threats, I would offer you a reward. Quest, Dragon Village Defense. Description, eliminate the mutated monsters in the back mountains. Task penalty, Dragon Hunter Village Blacklist. Reward, Bronze Grade Equipment 1. Blacklist, Lu Xingyuan was speechless. How many people the hell are in Dragon Hunter Village anyway, that they even have a blacklist? And the reward is pretty lame too. Guess it's just a typical newbie village quest. But this quest seems to conflict with the previous one. The previous one was clearly targeting the Dragon Village Chief. But now, this quest requires him to protect Dragon Hunter Village instead. It appears these two tasks were not issued by the same person. Lu Xingyuan analyzed the situation briefly and gained a rough understanding of the situation's origins. He then turned and departed, heading toward the mission location. At the rear mountain, Lu Xingyuan gripped the bone-shattering blade as he walked with the 2nd Battalion commander, one ahead and one behind. Just as they reached mid-slope, a beast's roar echoed through the air. Pairs of glowing green eyes flickered in the darkness. Finally, another mutated practitioner. Lu Xingyuan was visibly excited. Mutated Hunter. Level 19. HP 2030. Attack power 45. The mutated hunter, axe in hand, charged straight at him. Lu Xingyuan swung his massive sword down. 999. With a single swing, the hollow eyes suddenly cleared. How is this possible? Such high damage. Before he could finish, the 2nd Battalion commander had already severed his head. You have killed a professional. You gain 2000 EXP and 1% HP. Immediately after, Lu Xingyuan and the 2nd Battalion commander began sweeping the entire rear mountain. One man, one dog. Each kid fell with just a few swings. Despite the rugged terrain and dim lighting of the rear mountains, Lu Xingyuan and the 2nd Battalion commander moved with relentless speed. In just over 10 minutes, all the mutated monsters and operatives in this area were completely wiped out. The mission was complete. Lu Xingyuan also gained some experience points and health bonuses. Returning to Dragon Hunter Village, Lu Xingyuan first wandered around the village. He discovered that not a single living soul remained in the entire village. Only the old village chief remained. Could he truly still be human, having survived in such a village? Lu Xingyuan felt a twinge of doubt as he looked toward the house with its tightly shut doors and windows. So fragrant, my dear grandson, you're truly so fragrant. Before he could step inside, Lu Xingyuan heard a hoarse, frenzied voice. Through the cracks in the boarded-up windows, the scene inside became visible. There sat village chief Long on the bed, cradling a child of about 10 years old. Saliva dripped greedily from his mouth. Village chief Long's eyes glowed green as he muttered incessantly. Eat him, then I'll never be hungry again. Ah! 2 streams of tears flowed from the village chief's somewhat sunken eyes. He violently threw the child onto the bed. Then he frantically stuffed dirt and wood from nearby into his mouth. These indigestible things could increase his sense of fullness, suppress his madness. At first, it worked. But as time passed, the power of the disease grew stronger and his hunger drove him mad. I can't hold it. I can't hold it. Ah! Hold on. That new adventurer will change everything. Outside the window, Lu Xingyuan watched intently. Suddenly, a notification chime sounded. You have successfully explored Dragon Hunter Village and completed the quest. You have gained recognition from Demon Sealing Village. Main quest, Savior Part 2. Description, through observation, you have uncovered the anomaly in Dragon Hunter Village. Kill the Dragon Hunter Village Chief or report the village's anomalies to the Demon Sealing Village Chief. Quest penalty, none. Quest reward? Chapter 48, First NPC Kill. Hostile Newbie Village. What the hell is this? Is that it? Sealed Demon Village. Isn't this the other newbie village Pearl number 7 mentioned? So Demon Sealing Village is nearby too? And the 2 newbie villages are hostile to each other? Lu Xingyuan narrowed his eyes slightly. So, the savior quest was issued by Demon Sealing Village. Compared to saving the world, Lu Xingyuan preferred annihilation. After all, he was the boss. But that's beside the point. What truly matters is learning more about the Abyssal Realm. Lu Xingyuan knocked on the door. Village Chief, I've completed the task you assigned me. The room fell silent for a moment. After a while, the door opened from the inside. The old village chief's expression was somewhat unusual. Warrior, you completed the task so swiftly your strength surpasses my expectations. Here is your well-earned reward. You have completed Dragon Village Chief's quest. Quest reward, gold coins plus 10, worn ancestral necklace 1. Worn ancestral necklace. Quality, bronze. Effect, luck boost. A necklace woven from dragon bones. Legend says wearing it grants divine protection. What the hell? Lu Xingyuan's eyes widened in disbelief. Luck boost? In any game, this is one of the most prized attributes. Could a bronze tier item actually grant this kind of stat? He'd assumed the quest reward would be junk. Lu Xingyuan couldn't care less. But unexpectedly, it turned out to be extremely rare junk. Interesting. Lu Xingyuan began to feel a hint of anticipation. The old village chief stroked his beard lightly, seemingly quite pleased with Lu Xingyuan's astonished expression. You've proven your worth. Now I have a new mission for you. Here it comes. This was precisely what Lu Xingyuan had been waiting for. Main quest, World Destroying Master Part 1. Description: Xingyuan village has been stealing the power of demonic creatures, single-handedly causing the destruction of the newbie village. If they continue absorbing demonic energy unchecked, it will inevitably lead to the world's destruction. Xingyuan village must be stopped. Defeat Xingyuan village's King Shanrun and assist Dragon Village Chief in breaking the seal on Xingyuan village. Task penalty, none. Quest reward, designated skill book 1. Demon sealing village? How convenient. This proves Lu Xingyuan's theory was correct. Two newbie villages, locked in rivalry. Lu Xingyuan couldn't care less about who's good or bad. Most likely, neither is any good. Killing one and sparing another would inevitably let the bad guys slip through. Once the benefits are claimed, they'll be slaughtered to the last. 2 missions. Lu Xingyuan was prepared to try both. Lu Xingyuan seethed with righteous indignation. What I detest most in this life are those who walk hand in hand with evil. Rest assured, Village Chief Long, I will eliminate that so-called righteous man Wang. Village Chief Long paused, clearly surprised that this adventurer had agreed so readily. A smile then spread across his face. Very well, very well. Adventurer, do your best. I shall not shortchange you. Wang Shanren is formidable. I'll send 2 assistants to lend you a hand. Old fool. Trying to manipulate me. Just wait till I finish this job. You'll see what happens when I'm done with you. After accepting the mission, Lu Xingyuan turned and walked away. He headed toward the other side of the back mountain. As the old village chief had said, halfway up the slope, there was indeed a small courtyard. At that moment, 3 people were arguing inside the courtyard. Lu Xingyuan approached cautiously. Wang Shanrun was a large man with a prominent belly, a round head, and large ears. The other 2 were lean and gaunt, clad in warrior gear. Wang Shanrun. Class, Fighter 3rd Job. Level, 33. HP, 5010. Attack power, 250. Skills, Collapsing Fist, Inch Punch, Whirlwind Kick. Wang Shanren is the guardian of Xingyuan village and holds clues about the village. The other 2 appear normal, but their records reveal they are mutated warriors. Both are second class. Their strength pales in comparison to Wang Shanren's. That old fox was indeed up to no good, sending 2 second-class adventurers to have me kill a third-class adventurer. If it were anyone else, they'd likely have been brainwashed by Dragon Village Chief and charged headlong into a life-or-death battle with Wang Shanren. Wang Shanren's brows shot up. Village Chief Long is a madman. If he releases the apocalyptic boss we've been suppressing, it will utterly destroy this world. We of Sealing Demon Village have a duty to stop his actions. The other 2 warriors snorted coldly. Your demon sealing village is stealing its power too. None of us are saints here. No one gets to point fingers. The 2 sides stood locked in confrontation. Lu Xingyuan, however, gleaned valuable insights from the exchange. Sure enough, Village Chief Long had his own schemes. He intended to release a certain suppressed boss. If you're talking about this, I'm wide awake now. Lu Xingyuan exclaimed with delight. Bosses. A being that strikes fear into other adventurers. But to Lu Xingyuan, they were merely a training ground for servants. Throughout history, those who've enjoyed the benefits of suppression have always been supremely powerful beings. Be it the White Snake, the Monkey King, divine beasts, or ferocious creatures. Wang Shanren and the other 2 mutated warriors had already commenced battle. Wang Shanren was a triple transition professional. Taking on 2 opponents was child's play for him. At this rate, it wouldn't take more than a few moves to cut down the other 2. Boom! A massive bone sword descended from the sky. Lu Xingyuan had struck. The bone-shattering blade slammed into Wang Shanren's large, round belly. It sent him flying backward. 1,310. Bleeding. 33. 33. The shocking damage struck fear into the hearts of the kind-hearted. The 2 mutated warriors revealed joy in their sunken eyes. You must be the warrior the village chief sent to aid us. Join us in slaying Wang Shanren. That sword strike just now. Wang Shanren was already terrified out of his wits, waving his hands frantically. Warrior, it was I who assigned you the mission to go to Dragon Hunter Village. Help me eliminate these two, and I'll reward you handsomely. Lu Xingyuan saw the rotting flesh on the back of Wang Shanran's neck. He sneered coldly. Wang Shanran and the village chief were both infected. Lu Xingyuan said nothing. He merely kept bobbing along, watching the three diseased professionals fight each other. Without Lu Xingyuan's assistance, the two mutated warriors were about to be beaten to death. Lu Xingyuan acted decisively. One strike per target. You have killed a level 22 professional. You gain 2500 EXP and 1% HP. You have killed a level 23 professional player. The thrill of stealing kills was truly exhilarating. Wang Shanran's face lit up with delight. Thank you, brave warrior. Would you be willing to help me? But before he could finish, his expression froze. Lu Xingyuan charged forward, blade raised. You defeated a level 33 fighter. You gained 10,000 EXP and 1% HP. Wow, that's insane experience. Lu Xingyuan looted the corpse. You obtained 18 gold coins. You obtained 2 child skulls. You have obtained the method to break the ceiling formation. These must be the quest items. He rose and returned to Dragon Hunter Village. He entered the village chief's courtyard. Lu Xingyuan handed a parchment scroll inscribed with the method to break the ceiling array to Dragon Village Chief. Village Chief Long, I've completed the task. But I'm sorry to report that Master Wang is far too powerful. The 2 villagers you sent to assist me were killed by him. Lu Xingyuan looked guilty. Village Chief Long suppressed his agitation and patted him on the shoulder. Ah, none of us wanted to see this happen. But at least we've completed the mission. Here is your reward. You have completed Village Chief Long's quest. Quest reward, gold plus 10, attribute point plus 1, Dragon Eye skill book 1. Dragon Eyes. Ignores darkness, sees through illusions and illusions. Lu Xingyuan raised an eyebrow. The rewards given by this village chief were actually quite generous. There were even attribute points. The Dragon's Eye skill was also quite useful. The abyss was shrouded in black mist everywhere. Even with Lu Xingyuan's high mental strength attribute, his field of vision remains severely limited. After learning the Dragon's Eye skill, Lu Xingyuan could now see right through the fog, revealing things previously hidden from view. For instance, the bones embedded in the soil of the village chief's backyard. And those mutated monsters lurking in the darkness. Village Chief Long spoke. Warrior, by slaying Wang Shanran of Manhwa village, you've undoubtedly become their sworn enemy. Lu Xingyuan deliberately feigned panic. What should I do? Maybe I should just run away. Village Chief Long hurriedly stopped him. No. My dragon village isn't to be trifled with either. Now that we have the countermeasure, we needn't fear Manhwa village. I'll break the demon sealing village's formation, but I'll need your help. Main quest, World Destroying Master Part 2. While Village Chief Long breaks the sealed demon village's formation, hold off their powerful enemies. Task penalty, permanent banishment. Quest reward, Hunter Dragon Village's secret treasure. Finally heading to Demon Sealing Village. No one noticed. In the darkness, a frenzied power observed everything. The only adventurer to reach the newbie village in 1,000 years. Come before me, kneel at my feet. That is your only choice. Chapter 49, An Unexpected Delight, a new boss pet. Lu Xingyuan traversed the mountain path, crossing the rear hills to reach a more distant region. However, after wandering around here for quite some time, he still hadn't encountered anyone from Manhwa village. Could it be that Village Chief Long deceived me? Lu Xingyuan frowned. Just then, the 2nd Battalion commander sounded the alert. Master, someone is spying on you. Right ahead. Lu Xingyuan's gaze locked onto the forest ahead. A faint golden glow emanated from his eyes. He discerned the outline of a human figure. Come out. I've seen you. After a moment of silence, a burly man clad in animal skins emerged from the darkness. Ha ha ha. I've hunted these mountains for decades, mastering the art of concealing my presence. Even tigers and leopards can't detect me, yet you, a mere human, managed to find me. You're quite impressive. Old Hunter. Class, Hunter 3rd Job Advancement. Rarity, Rare. Level, 35. HP, 5600. Attack power, 301. Skills, Beast Mastery, Precision Shot, Hunter's Mark. The Trader of Dragon Hunter Village, the Guardian of Demon Seal Village. You must be that new adventurer. Did you kill Wang Shanran? Lu Xingyuan smiled. I did kill him. Now, I'm going to kill you. Before the words had fully left his mouth, Lu Xingyuan had already charged forward. Swish! The bone blade slashed out. The old hunter rolled like a donkey to dodge it. Young man, you have no martial ethics. Then, Lu Xingyuan unleashed his bloodlust spell and began pursuing the old hunter. The old hunter, as one who had hunted in these mountains for years. His skills weren't particularly outstanding, but his combat experience was immense. Moreover, he had set numerous traps throughout the mountains. For a time, he genuinely held Lu Xingyuan at bay. But when the old hunter was struck by a sword, the tide turned completely. Put. 1145. Bleeding. 34. 34. One strike took nearly a third of his health. The old hunter lost his composure. Stop. Stop. Hold on. Young man, no need to get so worked up. Whatever reward village chief Long gave you, I can give you too. The old hunter's plea. Quest requirement, spare the old hunter's life. Task penalty, none. Reward, the old hunter's beast taming diary. Is that it? Is this how you treat a beggar? Lu Xingyuan paid no heed, swinging his sword once more. The old hunter was both shocked and furious. You don't know a good thing when you see it. Bear, attack. Space warped around the old hunter. A shadow as massive as a mountain materialized out of thin air, crashing toward Lu Xingyuan. Boom! The ground caved in where the shadow landed. Dust and debris cleared. Lu Xingyuan saw a massive black bear, nearly 3 meters tall, clad in tattered monk's robes. It stood there, solid as a wall. Boss Black Bear Spirit. Quality, Silver. Level, 39. HP, 23,000. Attack, 400. Skills, Tough Skin, Black Wind Malevolence. What the hell? Lu Xingyuan's eyes widened. A boss? This hunter actually tamed a boss as a pet? Well, it's no surprise coming from a newbie village NPC. Turns out he's got some skills after all. Behind Lu Xingyuan, blood energy surged. The figure of the 2nd Battalion commander slowly materialized. Take out the pet first. After issuing the command, the man and his dog completely ignored the old hunter's attack. They began to forcefully kill this boss pet. Under Lu Xingyuan's command, the 2nd Battalion commander held the front line against the black bear demon, not aiming to inflict damage but solely preventing its escape. Each time Lu Xingyuan's slaughter bone blade descended, the black bear demon's health bar would dip by one segment. 1,100. 1,009. Lu Xingyuan wielded the Gale Blade technique. His attacks swept like the wind, swift and ferocious. In mere seconds, the black bear demon's health plummeted by half. The old hunter's eyes widened. He kept firing arrows. But Lu Xingyuan and the 2nd Battalion commander's health bars were too long. The old hunter's attacks couldn't threaten them in the short term. The old hunter immediately activated his skill, marking Lu Xingyuan. Black bear, take him out first. The next moment, the black bear spirit's form slowly faded, eventually vanishing completely from his original spot. It transformed into a black demonic wind, constantly sweeping around Lu Xingyuan's body. Each contact dealt damage. 301. Plus 653. 333. Plus 653. 351. Plus 653. In the blink of an eye, over a dozen strikes landed. Yet, Lu Xingyuan's health bar remained full. Seeing Lu Xingyuan's healing speed, the old hunter was dumbfounded. This is absolutely not the strength an adventurer should possess. Who exactly are you? Lu Xingyuan remained silent. He simply continued hacking away at the black bear spirit that had just finished unleashing its skill. Soon, the black bear demon lay sprawled in a pool of blood. Take the black bear demon's corpse. That skill the black bear demon unleashed earlier was formidable. Once we get back, we'll transform the black bear demon into a blood demon. Another powerful general would soon join his ranks. Lu Xingyuan grinned. He pressed the bone-shattering blade against the old hunter's body. Repeat your previous mission. The old hunter, who had been waiting for death with no will to live, suddenly flashed a sharp gleam in his eyes. He hurriedly reissued the quest. Thank you, adventurer. I offer this diary in exchange for my life. Lu Xingyuan took the tattered diary. Beast Tamer's Journal. Quality, dark gold. Description, a tattered journal containing the seasoned insights of an experienced hunter on taming wild beasts. This newbie village truly hides many talents. Just a diary, yet it's dark gold tier. The taming methods recorded within must hold valuable insights. This black bear demon boss is the best proof of that. Take me to meet your sealed demon village chief. Lu Xingyuan commanded from above. The old hunter's eyes darted back and forth before he nodded in agreement. Congratulations on achieving the first kill of the black bear demon boss. A regional announcement is imminent. Would you like to hide your name? Hide. The abyss is far too dangerous. Better keep a low profile for now. Regional announcement, congratulations to the adventurer hidden nickname for achieving the first kill of the black bear demon. Zone announcement, congratulations to adventurer hidden nickname for achieving the first kill of the black bear demon. At the entrance of a cave in the back mountains. The old village chief heard the announcement and a sly smile spread across his lips. Let him draw the attention of demon sealing village first. By the time they react, I'll have already succeeded. Guided by the old hunter, Lu Xingyuan smoothly traversed the thick fog and arrived at Fengma village. In truth, it wasn't far from Dragon Hunter Village. The crucial point was, this mountain was perpetually shrouded in thick fog, making it nearly impossible to enter without a guide. Manhwa Village was considerably larger than Dragon Hunter Village. However, the villagers here, like those in Dragon Hunter Village, they've all been infected by the disease. Soon, Lu Xingyuan met the village chief of Manhwa Village. He was a hunchbacked old man, his body covered in festering sores, his eyes sunken and hollow. But Lu Xingyuan did not underestimate him. For the energy within this old man was terrifying. And like village chief Long, his information could not be accessed. Greetings, adventurer. I am the village chief of Manhwa Village. You may call me Chief Mo. Mr. Wang has already informed me of your situation. I know you were deceived by Dragon Village Chief. Our demon sealing village has borne the responsibility of guarding the world-ending boss since ancient times. The Dragon Hunter Village Chief covets the world-ending boss's immense power and seeks to release it. Lu Xingyuan put on an Oscar-worthy performance, feigning utter surprise. Oh? Village Chief Long is that wicked? The demon village chief shook his head and sighed. It's a story that brings tears to my eyes. This world-destroying boss is immensely powerful, ferocious, and brutal. It has been sealed away for untold years and now stands on the brink of death. Therefore, Village Chief Long intends to release the world-destroying boss at this critical moment, hoping to harness its power through his beast-taming techniques. Lu Xingyuan's expression shifted to one of sudden understanding. I see. That Dragon Village Chief deserves to die. The Demon Village Chief seized Lu Xingyuan's hand, his expression radiating the joy of finding a kindred spirit. Adventurer, I beg you to aid me. Main Quest, Savior Part 3. Mission Briefing. The core artifact Bloodstone needed to unleash the ancient beast lies within the hidden spider cavern dungeon. Mission Requirement, obtain the Bloodstone. Mission Penalty, permanent banishment. Reward, secret treasure of Demon Sealing Village. Hidden dungeon? Secret treasures in Demon Sealing Village? Lu Xingyuan's eyes lit up. Chapter 50, Hidden Dungeon Spider Cavern. Soon, Lu Xingyuan arrived at the spider cave mentioned by the Demon Village Chief. As expected, a figure stood at the cave entrance. Village Chief Long. So, neither of those old fools told the truth. The Demon Sealing Village had never been sealed. The Seal Village Chief Long referred to as the Spider Cave. He also wanted the Bloodstone. The Bloodstone must be a crucial item related to the world-destroying boss. But still, the same applies. He intends to kill both the Dragon Hunter Village Chief and the Demon Sealing Village Chief. The Dragon Hunter Village's treasure, the Demon Sealing Village's treasure, the world-destroying boss. Lu Xingyuan wants them all. Village Chief Long, what brings you here? The sudden voice made the Dragon Village Chief jump in fright. Ah, it's you. Adventurer, if I'm not mistaken, you were heading to Demon Sealing Village? They sent you to find the Bloodstone, didn't they? Lu Xingyuan nodded. Village Chief Long wore an expression that screamed you've been duped, launching into a lecture. The Bloodstone is a forbidden artifact. If Manhwa Village finds it, the consequences would be unimaginable. If you manage to obtain the Bloodstone, you must hand it over to me. I will reward you handsomely. Lu Xingyuan nodded. I knew it. The Demon Sealing Village Chieftain doesn't seem like a good person. But I did help the village chief fend off Manhwa Village's powerful enemies and complete the task. Shouldn't we settle the previous reward first? The old village chief's expression grew slightly uneasy. However, he couldn't enter the spider cave. He still needed the adventurer's help. Of course. You have completed the Dragon Village Chief's quest. You have obtained Ancient Dragon Blood X1. Dragon Blood Reagent. A liquid containing dragon blood imbued with immense power. Dragon Blood. This newbie village truly holds valuable treasures. In any world, dragon-related items are always incredibly valuable. Crucially, Lu Xingyuan still possesses a mythical great dragon egg that hasn't hatched yet. Dragon blood should accelerate the hatching process. The old village chief must still have dragon blood in his possession. With this thought, Lu Xingyuan turned and entered the spider cave. Citywide announcement, professional hidden name has discovered the hidden instance spider cave. Citywide announcement, adventurer hidden name has discovered the hidden instance spider cave. A voice echoed relentlessly throughout Luo City. At the same time, in a valley outside the city, a blinding crimson light shot skyward. Damn it, a hidden dungeon? Charge. Hidden instances are the most peculiar. Any kind of monster could appear. Peril lurks at every turn. Yet they also offer incredibly rich rewards. Thus, the emergence of hidden dungeons immediately sparked a frenzy among countless adventurers. Within one such instance, Zhang Yuli stood with a long spear slung over her shoulder, her foot planted firmly on a massive orc skull. Lu Xingyuan will definitely go. That guy's probably going to go overboard again. But I farmed you 2 more diamond tier weapons. Wait for me. Let's keep exploiting the glitch. Zhang Yuli began clearing the dungeon's monsters at breakneck speed. Dark Sanctuary. Beams of light pierced the pitch-black chamber. Jinju fiddled with the pearl bracelet on her wrist, looking quite impatient. What about sharing intel like we agreed? Number 9 is the only abyss walker in history to have ever entered the newbie village. There must be a major discovery. Starscar, who wasn't allowed to sit beside them, sighed as well. He wanted to go to the newbie village too. Besides that, several other seats glowed brightly, yet no figures appeared. These big shots had been in stealth mode for hours straight. All to be the first to obtain intelligence on number 9. Just then, a husky appeared in seat 9. I've discovered 2 newbie villages. Dragon Hunter Village and Demon Sealing Village. And the 2 villages are hostile toward each other, with opposing quest lines. One is a savior quest, the other a destroyer quest. At these words, everyone grew excited. Even the true powerhouses occupying the top 3 seats revealed themselves. Number 1, the drunkard. A shadowy figure clad in black, clutching a gourd of liquor. Number 2, the great serpent. A vicious silver cobra. Number 3, Joker. A mission? You received a mission? If we could actually claim the mission, we'd uncover the true nature of the abyss. It would hold immense significance for our research. Unfortunately, I'm trapped in the Celestial Palace and can't leave at all. Number 5 Butterfly, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke up. The newbie village might be dangerous. Number 9, you're relatively weak, so be careful. Lu Xingyuan in his husky form bowed respectfully. Rest assured, everyone. Though I am admittedly weaker. If you'd be willing to lend some support, I think my chances of survival would improve significantly. A momentary silence fell. The few who had revealed themselves vanished instantly. Lu Xingyuan shrugged helplessly. These people are so stingy. Logging off. Exiting the dark sanctuary. Lu Xingyuan was already inside the spider cave instance. However, he didn't enter the dungeon through the Blue Star Passage. Instead, he entered directly through the Abyss Passage. Therefore, he was instantly teleported into a secret chamber within the core area where the boss resided. A few twisted skeletal creatures loomed ahead. Skeleton Soldier. Level 19. HP 4000. Attack 101. Lu Xingyuan did not rush to eliminate the monsters. A thought flickered through his mind. The corpse of a massive black bear materialized out of thin air. A single drop of crimson blood fell onto the bear's forehead. Lu Xingyuan expended 30% of his life force, transforming the black bear spirit into a blood demon. Boss Black Bear Spirit. Class, Fist Monk. Rarity, Rare. Level, 15. HP, 32,713. Attack, 201. Skills, Diamond Subduing Demon Fist, Black Wind Malevolent Chi. The black bear demon wore a monk's robe, one hand raised before his chest. A string of Buddhist prayer beads hung around his neck. He looked rather fierce and menacing, far too burly to be a good monk. Buddha. The black bear spirit bowed respectfully. Lu Xingyuan gave a slight nod. Go. Let me see what you're made of. The black bear demon chanted a Buddhist mantra, then transformed into a black whirlwind and charged forward. 189. 199. 176. Though the black bear demon's attack power wasn't particularly high, but the black wind's malevolent aura could unleash over a dozen attacks in an instant. Soon, all the skeleton soldiers were slain. The stone door ahead boomed open. Lu Xingyuan entered the true spider cave dungeon. It was still a cavern, but vastly larger, like an entire subterranean world. A colossal spider, its body covered in magical runes, came into Lu Xingyuan's view. Frenzied Bloodsucker Spider Elite Monster. Level 18. HP 5400. Attack 150. Skills, Life Drain, Swiftness. Elite Monster? These stats are indeed impressive. It's no wonder it's a hidden dungeon. Lu Xingyuan flicked his fingers lightly. The black bear spirit charged forward, locking horns with the blood-sucking spider. Blood-sucking spider. Lu Xingyuan had hunted numerous mutated monsters in the vicinity. He'd never encountered a spider type before. Unexpectedly, in the hidden dungeon beside the newbie village, he never expected to find so many spider-type monsters. The black bear spirit was merely a rare-tier monster with weak attack power. Lu Xingyuan acted decisively. He swiftly eliminated all the blood-sucking spiders in the vicinity. You gained 3,400 EXP. You obtained a spider leg. That much experience? Lu Xingyuan was somewhat surprised. No wonder the hidden dungeon is so popular. After taking down these elite monsters on the outskirts of the core area, Lu Xingyuan immediately entered the area where the dungeon boss resided. It was a giant spider, translucent and crystalline, resembling white jade. The dungeon boss. Chapter 51, The Dungeon Boss's Request. Boss White Jade Spider. Level 15. HP 18,000. Attack power 300. Skills, Berserk, Venomous Sting, Web Bind. We've encountered the boss this quickly? Lu Xingyuan was taken aback. Could it be that entering the instance from the abyss world could lead directly to the boss's lair? Human, intruder, die. Outsiders, do not disturb the master. Simultaneously, above the cavern, a slightly smaller black jade spider appeared. A dual boss instance. This must be a male and female pair. Spiders, the female is usually larger. Lu Xingyuan's eyes flashed with excitement. As everyone knows, multi-boss dungeons are the toughest to clear. They're a challenger's worst nightmare. But Lu Xingyuan's side had even more bosses. He snapped his fingers lightly. The giant sword-wielding, incredibly handsome yet somewhat dim-witted husky knelt on one knee before Lu Xingyuan. Master, I answer your call. Lu Xingyuan had grown accustomed to the 2nd Battalion commander's dramatic flair. He waved his hand, signaling him to rise. At the same time, Xiao Bai appeared beside Lu Xingyuan. Compared to Ha, Xiao Bai appeared far more gentle and composed. For bosses, fight 2 bosses. I thrive on unfairness. The 2 spider bosses were utterly baffled. The enemy is also a boss? Ha! They'd never seen this kind of setup before. Lu Xingyuan gave them no time to discuss. They immediately launched their assault. Spirit sword pierced the air. Swish! 1553. 1499. The 2nd Battalion commander and the Black Bear demon charged forward for close quarters combat. Lu Xingyuan's 3 pets, Xiao Bai and the 2nd Battalion commander, could each take on these 2 bosses solo. No honor in combat. 30 seconds. Both spider bosses were taken down. Rewards began floating before Lu Xingyuan's eyes. You have defeated the boss White Jade Spider. You gain 10,000 EXP. You have defeated the boss Black Jade Spider. You gain 10,000 EXP. You have obtained 50,000 gold coins. You obtained the dark gold weapon White Jade Scythe. You have obtained the dark gold weapon Black Jade Dagger. You obtained the material Spider Silk. You have obtained a White Jade Spider Corpse. You obtained a Black Jade Spider Corpse. A long string of rewards flashed before his eyes like a barrage of bullets. But in Lu Xingyuan's eyes, only the White Jade Spider's corpse remained. While it's hot. Let's get right to it. 2 drops of blood. Injected into the bodies of the male and female White Jade Spiders respectively. Swish. 2,000. 2,000. 2,000. Lu Xingyuan's health surged forth at an unprecedented rate. Both White Jade Spiders were simultaneously encased within cocoons formed from congealed blood. Only when Lu Xingyuan's health dropped below 20%. Swish, swish, swish. Sharp slashes tore through the blood-red cocoons from the inside out. A sky-filling tide of blood mist billowed upward. A man and a woman. 2 slender figures slowly coalesced from the blood mist. Black Jade Spider wore a black suit. The White Jade Spider wore a white princess dress. Neither of them could be called beautiful. Instead, they radiated a certain malevolence. How to put it? They radiated pure villainy. Master! Master! The male and female spiders performed a standard nightly salute. After transforming into blood fiends, gained the rare tier Shadow Assassin class. Spiders are already exceptionally swift by nature. Combined with their ability to move via silk threads, they could appear and vanish like ghosts. Truly suited the assassin class. Lu Xingyuan waved his hand. Xiao Bai, Black Bear Spirit. You 2 go clear out the adventurers in the dungeon. Remember, leave none alive. The 2 vanished swiftly. Lu Xingyuan's gaze, however, was fixed on the murals adorning the cave walls. The paintings on the walls were exquisitely detailed. The artist had clearly undergone systematic training in painting. They definitely weren't painted by 2 spider bosses. Who painted these murals? What do they signify? The White Jade Spider bowed respectfully before speaking. Master, these were left by our former master. The paintings tell of how she was once a princess of the Dark Knight Empire, living a carefree life from childhood. Until one day, a calamity fell from the heavens, shattering everything she possessed. Evil forces raged outside, trapping Her Highness here. The White Jade Spider suddenly leaned closer. Master, please help our former master. She has suffered so much. Please let her become your servant too. Lu Xingyuan? Meanwhile, a group of adventurers grinding spiders encountered Xiao Bai. Holy? Is this the legendary white snake boss everyone's been talking about online? Yep. Guys, retreat. If you don't want to die, get out of here fast. But facing Xiao Bai, there was no chance of escape. The white snake spirit sword whistled through the air, tracing a sweeping arc. Thud. 1551. 1831. 1734. With Xiao Bai's attributes and the white snake spirit sword's enhancement, her attack power skyrocketed. Even basic attacks interspersed with normal strikes. These level 10 professionals couldn't withstand it. In mere seconds, this fully equipped team of adventurers was completely wiped out. Xiao Bai picked up the equipment dropped by the fallen, storing them in his storage ring. He continued patrolling the dungeon. Meanwhile, the Black Bear Demon was similarly eliminating groups of adventurers. Of course, its speed was nowhere near comparable to Xiaobai's. Only when its Black Wind Malevolence skill was fully recharged could it wipe out an entire group of adventurers at once. Black Wind Malevolence consumed an enormous amount of mana. Soon, the Black Bear Demon could only rely on its thick hide and tough skin to engage adventurers in close combat. Extremely inefficient. Boss territory. Our empire's princess is noble in birth, powerful in strength, exceptionally beautiful, and possesses a fine figure. Master, the princess is worthy to serve you. Two spider bosses were frantically promoting their princess. Their sincerity was almost impossible to refuse. Lu Xingyuan was stunned. At first, he had assumed that when converting them into blood fiends this time, the brainwashing hadn't been thorough enough, leaving them still nostalgic for their former masters. Little did he expect. It had been too thorough. Do you really want your princess to become my servant? Lu Xingyuan asked in confusion. Of course. Serving you would be Her Highness the Princess's good fortune. Her Highness will thank us. Fine. Lu Xingyuan had finally grasped the true nature of the blood demon's loyalty. This was true loyalty. Having a princess warm my bed sounds rather intriguing. Why does my heart feel restless? Then let's go. Clear this dungeon completely, then go kill your princess. Chapter 52, I Want It All. Lu Xingyuan had originally planned to wait for Jiang Yue to finish the dungeon run, then exploit the bug together. Now he was growing impatient. At Lu Xingyuan's command, the white jade spider shifted into spider form. Lu Xingyuan mounted it directly. Let the slaughter begin. The spider cavern instance consisted entirely of crisscrossing tunnels. Only the white jade spider could smoothly carry Lu Xingyuan to slaughter their former subordinates. Meanwhile, with Xiaobai and the Black Bear Demon joining the fray, their efficiency in slaughtering both players and monsters was utterly staggering. Your boss Pat defeated a level 18 fighter. You gained 5000 EXP and 1% HP. Your boss Pat has killed a blood-sucking spider. You have gained 800 EXP. You obtained spider silk boots. Your boss Pat defeated a level 16 professional. You gained 3000 EXP and 1% HP. You have leveled up. All attributes plus 10. Primary attribute gains 10x bonus. A white light surged from Lu Xingyuan's body. Character stats, Lu Xingyuan. Class, Boss Blood King. First transformation. Quality, unknown. Level, 16 0%. Strength, 170. Agility, 170. Stamina 1700. Spirit 170. Health primary attribute, 76,718. Mana 1700. Exclusive skills. Universal skill Shadow Chain, Bloodlust, Battle Cry, Dragon's Gaze. Equipment. Finally hit level 16. Attributes received a comprehensive boost across the board. My health points have skyrocketed to over 70,000. Leveling up is way too fast. At this rate, I'll be ready for my second job advancement in no time. After advancing, new exclusive skills become available. Under the guidance of the spider duo, Lu Xingyuan's monster hunting efficiency soared. Soon, they reduced the dungeon's monster population to under 10%. The dungeon boss had also been defeated. They achieved an SSS tier rating. Lu Xingyuan immediately summoned all blood demons back. Then, he chose to leave the dungeon. In this report, Lu Xingyuan opted to conceal the details. Citywide announcement. Professional Hidden Nickname has achieved the first clear of the Hidden Dungeon Spider Cave and earned an SSS tier rating. Citywide announcement. Professional Hidden Nickname has achieved the first clear of the Hidden Instance Spider Cave and earned an SSS tier rating. The announcement immediately sent shockwaves through the entire city. Who the hell is this big shot? Dude, wasn't Spider Cave just opened? From opening the dungeon to getting an SSS rating it took less than 2 hours, right? An SSS rating requires not only defeating the boss but also clearing over 90% of the dungeon's monsters. How could they do it so fast? This is insane. Damn it, I'm still on my way. Damn, I'm so late I could eat and miss the heat. Normally, if dungeon monsters don't fight back and let a team of pros slaughter them, it still takes over 10 hours to clear. That's already considered highly efficient. Achieving an SSS rating? That's pure luck. This Hidden Nickname veteran cleared it in just 2 hours. Professional adventurers who had rushed from all over but hadn't yet entered the hidden dungeon were utterly stunned. Those who entered the hidden instance at the very start were utterly devastated. Damn it, glad you guys didn't come. This dungeon isn't meant for humans to clear. Holy, 5 bosses? Do you even know what it's like to be hunted down by 5 bosses? Ha! 5 bosses. Is a hidden dungeon this insane? As one screenshot after another was posted, the entire internet erupted. A dungeon with 5 bosses. Not unheard of, but extremely rare. 5 bosses? How could they clear it so fast? Impossible. Lu Xingyuan had put on a show during the earlier dungeons. His clearing speed was relatively slow. This time, with 4 boss pets plus himself, all 5 bosses were unleashed. If he still went ahead and revealed his information, it would be truly inexplicable. He must conceal his information. Lu Xingyuan's gaze swept over the rewards for clearing the dungeon and achieving an SSS rating. Congratulations! You've completed the Spider Cave dungeon for the first time. You have obtained 2 pieces of the special material Bloodstone. You have obtained Night Empire Princess's nightgown. Congratulations on achieving an SSS rating in Spider Cave. You have earned additional rewards. You have obtained 3 pieces of the special material Bloodstone. You have obtained the Dark Gold Equipment White Jade Spider Set. Lu Xingyuan stowed away all the rewards, his gaze settling on the Bloodstone. It was a red stone, seemingly unremarkable. Bloodstone. Description: a special material capable of breaking a certain ancient seal. This should be the material the 2 village chiefs requested. Objective achieved. Lu Xingyuan draped himself in the spirit hiding veil. His entire form vanished into thin air. Then teleported out of the dungeon world. Sure enough, I've appeared on Blue Star. Surveying his surroundings, Lu Xingyuan murmured softly. He hurried away. Finding a secluded spot, he teleported directly back to the Blood King's court. The city lord's mansion. Lu Xingyuan had originally intended to rush straight to the newbie village. But upon seeing that enormous dragon egg, he paused in his steps. The power within the dragon egg grew ever stronger. Moreover, it seemed to be radiating an emotion. Longing. As if it wanted to eat something? Ah, dragon blood. Lu Xingyuan produced the secret treasure of the dragon hunter village, the bottle of diluted dragon blood. The dragon egg gave a slight tremor. It seemed almost impatient. Lu Xingyuan chuckled. You little glutton, you really know your stuff. He poured the entire bottle of dragon blood directly onto the dragon egg. Gurgle gurgle. Flash after flash of crimson light flickered. Like pouring a bottle of water onto a giant sponge. Instantly absorbed, leaving not a drop behind. Then, the dragon egg transmitted a wave of joy. Such a pronounced effect. Lu Xingyuan was somewhat surprised. This time, he clearly sensed the emotion emanating from within the dragon egg. It truly accelerates the dragon egg's incubation. Lu Xingyuan mounted the white jade spider. In just half an hour, he arrived at the newbie village. Traveling on 8 legs was indeed swift. Lu Xingyuan stowed away the white jade spider. He headed toward the entrance of the spider cave. The old village chief was indeed waiting there, looking quite anxious. He spotted Lu Xingyuan approaching from outside. The old village chief looked puzzled. Adventurer, how did you? The bloodstone in Lu Xingyuan's hand cut off the dragon village chief's words. A look of excitement flashed across his somewhat gaunt face. You truly are the chosen warrior, adventurer. Thank you for bringing this precious bloodstone. You shall become the hero who destroys the Lord of Destruction. Your name shall echo throughout the entire world. The dragon village chief's brainwashing. It made Lu Xingyuan feel sick. This old fool really could talk a mile a minute. If anyone else had been in his place, they'd likely have been brainwashed into a state of mental atrophy by now. Yet Lu Xingyuan hadn't taken a single word to heart. He only wanted the benefits. Lu Xingyuan slowly withdrew the bloodstone. Village Chief Long, this bloodstone is precious. To obtain it, I exerted tremendous effort. I myself suffered severe injuries. You see. Anger flared in Village Chief Long's slightly sunken eyes. He saw through it. This adventurer was trying to jack up the price. A gold-tier piece of equipment. Lu Xingyuan shook his head. 2 pieces. Village Chief Long clenched his fists. Gold-grade equipment is already the most precious gear in the newbie village. Village Chief Long, I simply cannot offer you a better reward. Village Chief Long laid his cards on the table. Lu Xingyuan certainly wasn't lacking in gold-grade equipment. I want dragon blood. And at least diamond-grade gear. I know you have it. In Dragon Hunter Village, the only thing that caught his eye was dragon blood. As for diamond-grade gear, Lu Xingyuan wasn't even sure if the Dragon Village Chief had any. Ask first, then see. A powerful force surged around Dragon Village Chief Zhou. Lu Xingyuan's greed had finally pushed him over the edge. But recalling Adventurer's ability to infinitely resurrect, he ultimately relented. Fine. I still have a vial of dragon blood here. As for diamond-grade gear, I truly don't have any. But cursed gear, I wonder if you dare take it? The old village chief let out a faint, contemptuous laugh. He then led Lu Xingyuan to the dragon hunting village's ancestral hall. The ancestral tablets that should have been reverently enshrined now lay haphazardly scattered on the floor, covered in dust. The dragon village chief paid them no mind. He dug through the debris and pulled out a battered wooden chest. Opening the box, Lu Xingyuan saw a jet-black dragon scale. Cursed dragon scale. Quality? Description: Special equipment. Bind to view effects. Deal. The Dragon Village Chief flashed a sly grin. Since you've done so much for me, I'll give you a word of caution. This equipment consumes the user's life force. Countless individuals have sought its favor, only to meet their end. With that, Village Chief Long took the bloodstone and turned to leave. Devour life force? Lu Xingyuan was absolutely thrilled. He reached out to touch the black scales. In an instant, black scales gradually covered his left hand, and a menacing black dragon's shadow enveloped him. You are afflicted by the curse of the evil dragon. The dragon shall continually devour your health. The dragon's crimson gaze locked onto Lu Xingyuan, like a wolf spotting a fat lamb. Then, the dragon began devouring Lu Xingyuan's life force with frenzied intensity. 100. 100. 100. 100. A few minutes later, he stared at the health bar, still at full capacity. Lu Xingyuan was speechless. Is that it? You're being too polite, buddy. Let me help you out. Then, a surging tide of blood engulfed the dragon's shadow. The entire shadow of the evil dragon was dyed a deep crimson. The scales on his palms radiated a sense of satisfaction. It was full. But Lu Xingyuan was not satisfied. Hungry for so many years. I should eat more. Crimson blood energy coalesced into a pair of massive hands. They forcibly pried open the evil dragon's jaws. Blood surged like a tidal wave, flooding in. Lu Xingyuan's current maximum health is 76,718. His health regenerates at 767 points per second. At this rate, every second, 767 points of vitality flowed from his body, feeding the shadow of the evil dragon. 1 hour later, the dragon's shadow transformed from emaciated to obese. Now docile as a dog, the dragon's shadow rubbed against Lu Xingyuan's pant leg incessantly. Evil dragon's shadow. Quality? Effect 1, Dragon Curse. Daily drains a significant portion of the host's life force. Should you fail to satisfy the dragon's appetite, your soul shall be devoured. If you satisfy the dragon's hunger, you will gain the following effect. Effect 2, Blood for blood. When attacked, you may unleash the dragon's shadow to bite your opponent, draining equal health. Effect 3, Force bind. Cannot be dropped. Cannot be abandoned. This gear is powerful. The blessing of the shadow of the evil dragon. It can temporarily compensate for Lu Xingyuan's weak attack power when facing powerful enemies. Under the setting sun, the shadow of the evil dragon stretched long and far behind Lu Xingyuan. There's still the task from the Demon Sealing Village Chief to submit. Lu Xingyuan had said it long ago. The Dragon Hunter Village's secret treasure. The Demon Sealing Village's treasure. He wanted them all. Chapter 53, Two Old Farts Brawling. Manhwa Village. Seeing Lu Xingyuan dare to approach, the village chief of Demon Sealing Village was furious. Oomph. Adventurer. You gave the bloodstone to the Dragon Hunter Village chieftain, yet you dare come to our Demon Sealing Village? Don't you fear I'll kill you? Clearly, the Demon Village chief had learned of Lu Xingyuan's deal with the Dragon Village chief. Lu Xingyuan offered no defense. He simply produced a bloodstone. Since the Demon Village chief doesn't want it, I'll take this bloodstone to trade with the Dragon Village chief instead. I believe Village Chief Long will surely offer me a fair price. The Demon Village chief immediately broke into a warm smile. Oh dear, look what a fuss this has caused. It must be a miscommunication from the subordinates. It's all a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Lu Xingyuan pursed his lips, clearly reluctant to make the trade. Village Chief Long gave me a bottle of dragon blood plus a very special piece of equipment. If your offer, Village Chief, doesn't match what Dragon Village Chief gave me, then I'll stick with Dragon Village Chief's deal. Seeing Lu Xingyuan about to leave, the Demon Village Chief's expression shifted constantly. Dragon blood. That old codger actually parted with it. Taking a deep breath, the Demon Village Chief gritted his teeth. Adventurer, I don't have dragon blood, but I do have demon blood. It can mutate your pets and enhance their combat power. Lu Xingyuan's heart skipped a beat, though his expression remained unreadable. Mutate pets? Is there such a thing? Mutations, such items surely have both advantages and disadvantages. The Demon Village Chief's expression darkened. This adventurer knows his stuff. Mutated pets will learn berserk-type skills, but their mortality rate in combat will skyrocket. Lu Xingyuan forced himself to suppress a smirk. That's absolutely garbage. Here's the deal, give me 3 vials of demon blood, and I'll give you 1 bloodstone. The Demon Village Chief's eyes widened. He wanted to kill someone. When did a lowly adventurer earn the right to bargain with him? But he had no choice. Even if he killed the adventurer, the chance of looting a bloodstone was slim. In this situation, antagonizing an immortal adventurer was unwise. The Demon Village Chief could only console himself inwardly, a loss is a blessing in disguise. 2 portions. This is my limit. Otherwise. Agreed. The Demon Village Chief's face darkened further. Damn it. I've been tricked. But there was no time to dwell on it now. Old Dragon wouldn't wait for him. Demon blood. Quality, legendary. Description: blood tainted by malevolent forces, capable of inducing partial mutations in pets. This mutation effect is extremely unstable. Use with caution. I've already given you what you wanted. Now, please leave Xingyuan village. The demon village chief began shooing him away immediately. Lu Xingyuan smiled. Don't be so hasty. Aren't you eager to take down village chief Long? Just give me the right reward, and I'll take care of him for you. The demon village chief was tempted. This adventurer, though a bit of a scoundrel. But he's genuinely powerful. Alright, I agree. If you help me, you'll be richly rewarded afterward. The demon village chief looked utterly sincere. But not even a quest log appeared. Clearly, the demon village chief just wanted a free ride. Lu Xingyuan didn't care either. What he wanted was the demon village chief's life. Lu Xingyuan followed the demon village chief, winding through the mountains until they finally reached the outskirts of a temple. It had been untouched by human hands for who knew how long. Dusty cobwebs hung from the dilapidated wooden door. Half-meter-long rats scurried incessantly over the Buddha statues. The dilapidated temple interior was thick with dust, showing no signs of human presence. Yet at the temple's entrance, numerous distinct footprints were scattered everywhere. Evidently, someone had been lingering here frequently. At that moment, Village Chief Long stood at the temple entrance, visibly excited. He placed the 4 blood stones against the weathered wooden door. Snap, crackle, pop. Visible to all. A colorless spatial barrier materialized, enveloping the entire temple. The power of the blood stones was eroding the spatial barrier. The demon village chief, who had rushed to the scene, smiled upon witnessing this. Old Dragon, after all these years, we've finally reached this point. Indeed. Village Chief Long did not turn around, merely staring blankly at the temple. Today, only one person will leave this place alive. Truthfully, I never wanted to kill you. Back then, I warned you countless times not to absorb the power of demon blood. But you wouldn't listen. That's what turned you into a madman controlled by demon blood. The demon village chief seemed to have heard the most laughable joke in the world. Ha 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 ha. I'm the madman? What about you? You think I don't know? You want to release it? You actually dared to try controlling it? That's an ancient beast of terror. You're the madman. Village Chief Long shook his head. It's been sealed away for untold centuries, its power drained to the brink of death. My beast-taming arts are so formidable, why couldn't I master it? You want to drink its blood, devour its flesh, and seize the power of an ancient beast? Isn't that madness itself? The demon village chief sighed. If that's the case, then let's fight. The survivor shall decide its mastery. As the words fell, a magnificent feathered crown appeared atop the demon village chief's head. Dark gold grade equipment. The dragon village chief sneered in disdain, and a set of heavy metal armor materialized around his body. A dark gold tier set. And a massive dark gold shield. Old geezer, I've wanted to kill you for ages. With that, Village Chief Long charged straight at Village Chief Imo, shield raised. The demon village chief kept retreating, trying to create distance. Simultaneously, he turned his head, pleading for help. Adventurers, help me. Lu Xingyuan retreated without hesitation. When dogs fight, they both get bitten. How could he possibly intervene at a time like this? These two old fools. Not a single one of them was any good. Moreover, Lu Xingyuan learned for the first time that the boss suppressing the newbie village. It was an ancient beast. What a grand gift indeed. After the battle commenced, Lu Xingyuan could finally access the information on these two village chiefs. Degenerate Dragon Hunter Village Chief. Occupation, Wilderness Hunter 4th Job Advancement. Rarity, Rare. Level, 41. HP, 10,311. Attack Power, 541. Skills, Shield Bash, Beast Taming, Heavy Punch. Lu Xingyuan was somewhat surprised. Truly the village chief of the newbie village. His stats are seriously strong. And he's even equipped with a dark gold tier set. The village chief of the corrupted demon Sealing Village. Class, Venomous Sorcerer 4th Job Advancement. Rarity, Rare. Level, 40. HP, 7,310 8091. Attack, 651. Skills, Enchant, Grasp of the Dead, Summon Demon Hound, Slow Poison. Low health? Compared to the Dragon Village Chief's straightforwardly powerful stats, the Demon Village Chief's stats are peculiar. He's actually in low health. Demonization Skill. A skill typically reserved for certain insane bosses. Chapter 54, Destroy the Newbie Village. Seeing Lu Xingyuan take half a step back, the Demon Village Chief's heart shattered. Adventurers are truly untrustworthy. The Dragon Village Chief cared not a whit. The shield in his hand slammed hard into the man's face, knocking him flat to the ground. 433. Then, the Dragon Village Chief mounted the Demon Village Chief and began delivering heavy blows. 511. 496. The The two old fools began a frenzied brawl. Actually, it was a one-sided beating. The demon village chief couldn't fight back at all. He was beaten to a pulp. But he'd managed to hold his own against Dragon Hunter Village for so many years. He couldn't possibly be that weak. A crimson aura erupted from the demon village chief. Demonization. After unleashing his skill, the demon village chief's health bar dropped sharply. Then, his entire body became enveloped in a crimson aura. All skills are enhanced, but they consume health points. Grip of the dead. Grim, blood-red hands rose from the ground. They clamped down on Dragon Village Chief's ankles. The demon village chief seized the chance to break free. He spat viciously at the Dragon Village chief, who was being held fast by the blood hands. "Brother, you forced my hand. Demon hound!" he roared. This time, the demon village chief's health plummeted by a full 500 points. Behind him, one on each side, two hideous zombie dogs, their bodies covered in rotting flesh, slowly materialized. The ferocious zombie dogs lunged forward immediately. They began tearing at the Dragon Village chief's body. 101. 69. 11. The zombie dogs' attacks also carried some sort of toxin. Huge damage numbers kept popping up. Village Chief Long's health bar plummeted by more than half. He finally broke free from the grip of the dead skill. He dispatched the two zombie dogs with effortless ease. Village Chief Long growled angrily. The demon blood mutation skill is indeed powerful. But how many times can your fragile frame endure the side effects? And you, adventurer, leave this place. Or die. Lu Xingyuan was stunned. He's threatening me? You've lost your mind. Clang! The broad slaughterbone blade slammed directly into Dragon Village Chief's head, sending him flying over 10 meters. He was finished. The Demon Village Chief stood frozen in place, staring at Lu Xingyuan. Both he and Dragon Village Chief knew this adventurer was formidable. Not just strong. But still, he was only a level 10-something professional. As fourth transition beings, they naturally dismissed Lu Xingyuan. Yet who could have imagined that Lu Xingyuan would unleash such overwhelming power the moment he acted? The moment the Demon Village Chief and Lu Xingyuan locked eyes, every hair on his body stood on end. Those eyes gave him the feeling of a predator standing at the apex of the food chain, gazing upon its prey. The Demon Village Chief waved his hands frantically. Adventurer, I didn't attack you. You know we're partners." Lu Xingyuan ignored the Demon Village Chief. He simply dragged his greatsword, advancing step by step toward the Dragon Village Chief. Suddenly, pairs of glowing green eyes surged forth from the darkness. Degenerate blacksmith. Degenerate mage. Degenerate warrior. Degenerate knight. 7 third transitioned mutated professionals emerged from the darkness. They stood guard beside the Dragon Village Chief. They were all elite warriors of Dragon Hunter Village. Each bore exceptionally lavish equipment. The least impressive among them wore gold grade sets. Moreover, all materials were exceptionally costly dragon scales, dragon armor, and the like. Thus, their attributes far surpassed those of ordinary mutated practitioners. The blacksmith helped the Dragon Village Chief to his feet. The Dragon Village Chief's expression was more vicious than ever before, his sunken eyes even flickering with a crimson glow. "You think you're so tough? You dared to strike me? Come on, hit me again and show me what you've got." His men had arrived. 8 against 1. Village Chief Long, brimming with unprecedented confidence. He was laughing wildly. Decades. Finally, success is within reach. No one can stop me now. I will become the ruler of this world. Before his words had fully faded, Village Chief Long suddenly sensed the sky darkening. He slowly raised his head. At some unknown moment, a massive white serpent stared directly at him. In those enormous serpentine eyes, he could even see his own reflection. A boss? How could a boss appear in the newbie village? No! Not just one. Village Chief Long's eyes widened as he looked behind Lu Xingyuan. Boss Wolf Lord. Boss Black Bear Demon. Boss White Jade Spider. Boss Black Jade Spider. And Boss Blood King? Where are the adventurers? This is clearly a terrifying boss? How is this possible? Village Chief Long collapsed to the ground, frantically rubbing his eyes. Boss, you're not a player, you're a boss. Run! Run! The boss is attacking the newbie village. Beneath the black hood, a faint smile played at the corners of his mouth. Leave none alive. The cold, emotionless words seemed to plunge the entire world from sweltering summer heat into an icy abyss in an instant. The boss's aura made them instinctively fear. Trembling. Damn it, run! One of the diseased practitioners turned and fled. They were still kind-hearted. They knew to carry the trembling Dragon Village Chief along as they fled. Lu Xingyuan stood atop Xiaobai's head, alongside the boss's pet, hunting down the newbie village NPC. Swift Wind Sword Technique. The 2nd Battalion commander moved fastest. With each swing of his greatsword, massive whirlwinds swept through. The mutated professionals were blown into a chaotic heap. Then, two enormous spiders descended from the sky. Behind them, the black bear demon pursued relentlessly. Ahead, the colossal white serpent and the Blood King had somehow blocked their path. Village Chief Long's eyes widened. Had they actually been surrounded by bosses? Soon, all the mutated professionals from Dragon Village were slain. Your pet has killed a level 31 mutant professional. You have gained 20,000 EXP and 1% HP. Your pet has slain a level 33 mutant professional. The Dragon Hunter village chieftain died with eyes wide open. He could not accept it even in death. After scheming for most of his life, just as his plan was about to succeed, it was ruined by a mere level 10-something professional. The 2nd Battalion commander handed over the looted equipment and 2 vials of dragon blood to Lu Xingyuan. So there really was dragon blood after all. The experience gained from slaying a professional player far above his level propelled Lu Xingyuan to level up once more. Level 17 now. Getting closer and closer to the 2nd transformation. I wonder what my next exclusive skill will be. Lu Xingyuan felt a surge of anticipation. At that very moment, a series of announcements echoed throughout the entire abyss. Server-wide announcement: the newbie village Dragon Hunter village has been completely destroyed. Server-wide announcement: the newbie village Dragon Hunter village has been completely destroyed. Chapter 55, the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the sparrow behind. More experts? Throughout the abyss lands, in cities long sealed away and now dilapidated, powerful beings awoke one after another. Eroded by time, some were nothing but withered flesh and bone. Others were nothing but skeletal frames. Yet, none of them are truly dead. The abyss bestowed upon them the gift of eternal life. It also stripped them of their humanity. Black Castle. A disciplined procession moved slowly toward the dilapidated castle gates. Eerily, every member of this procession was a burly skeleton clad in metal armor, their faces concealed by demon masks. The skeleton at the head of the line used paste to affix a yellowed parchment to the notice board at the gate. Bounty notice. Information regarding the destruction of the newbie village will be rewarded with spirit crystals. Spirit crystals. The twisted, frenzied humanoid creatures surrounding them all broke into maniacal grins. Spirit crystals. We want spirit crystals. From the rear of the crowd, a woman wrapped head to toe in coarse cloth stared at the portrait on the bounty notice. She froze in place. Destroyed the newbie village? What about number 9? Pearl immediately entered the dark sanctuary and shared the news with everyone. Lights flickered on one by one. Clown number 3's hands twisted into an eerie contortion. Number 9 isn't dead, is he? My forbidden spell. Behind the newbie village, the demon village chief watched helplessly as those terrifying bosses chased the dragon hunters away. His heart began to pound wildly. A golden opportunity. Regardless of whether the bosses or the dragon hunters prevailed, it would take them time. And the ceiling formation lay right before him. What better chance could there be than this? The village chief of Manhwa village rushed frantically toward the temple entrance, hurling the 3 bloodstones upward. Instantly, violent ripples spread across the spatial barrier. It seemed poised to shatter at any moment. The demon village chief's eyes widened as he stared fixedly at the barrier's entrance. Behind him, Lu Xingyuan, having just dealt with several mutated professionals in Dragon Hunter village. He was reviewing his attribute panel. Character panel: Lu Xingyuan. Class: Boss Blood King. First advancement. Quality: unknown. Level: 17.3%. Strength: 180. Agility: 180. Stamina: 1800. Spirit: 180. Health primary attribute: 91,766. Mana: 1800. Reputation: 100. Your infamy begins to take shape. Before I knew it, my health had climbed to 90,000. Lu Xingyuan mused. At the beginning, the base health was only 1,000 points. 1% health equated to a mere 10 points. Now, 1% of 91,766 equaled 917. The effects of each percentage point increase were starting to get absurd. But this was only the beginning. Each future stack will make this outcome even more absurd. Reputation points have also increased. Could it be related to that earlier announcement? I wonder what changes 100 reputation points will bring. He hoped some professionals would come to challenge him. Lu Xingyuan's lips curved into a faint smile. Just then, he sensed a surge of killing intent approaching from ahead. Swish! A rust-stained dagger plunged into the demon village chief's nape with a wet thud. Lu Xingyuan raised an eyebrow. Another skilled fighter? It was a burly man with a scruffy beard and strands of hair matted together. A savage? Just as Lu Xingyuan was pondering this, the demonic village chief, with a dagger still lodged in his head, spoke up. You're still alive? The savage let out a maniacal laugh. If I didn't play the part completely, how could I have fooled you too, my dear brothers? The savage seemed utterly deranged. He began recounting the trio's past. The savage was the village chief of the third newbie village, Shadow Village. The three village chiefs were brothers, born of the same father and mother. Becoming chiefs of three starter villages should have meant a bright future. But everything changed the moment they sensed the power within the ruined temple. All three now coveted that power for themselves. They began scheming and clashed violently. They even came to regard each other as mortal enemies. The village chief of Shadow Village was the youngest of the three brothers. Back then, he was the weakest. To survive, he hid in the mountains, living like a wild man, biding his time and strengthening his abilities. He witnessed his own wife being humiliated by the other two. His children were torn apart and devoured. He endured it all. He endured bitterness and humiliation, waiting 10 years before returning. Lu Xingyuan was stunned. Such endurance? Are you King Gojian, bro? At that moment, the savage drew the long blade from his waist. Splatter! He severed the head of the demon-sealing village chieftain. In the end, I'm the one who won. He casually tossed the demon-sealing chieftain's head aside. The savage didn't even glance at it. He stared intently at the dilapidated temple. Watching the transparent spatial barrier slowly dissolve, bit by bit, the savage grew increasingly agitated. Awaken! Before you stands the future king of the abyssal lands. Bow before me, and I shall grant you rebirth. Lu Xingyuan, standing behind him, felt goosebumps rise all over his skin. This savage sure has a lot of delusions of grandeur. Blood mist coalesced before him into three long swords. Swish, swish, swish. Thud. All three crimson blades pierced the Shadow Village chief's chest from behind. 1,501. 1,398. 1,476. In an instant, his health plummeted to less than a third. Guh? Guh? The Shadow Village chief knelt with a thud, turning back in disbelief. He stared at the young man approaching step by step. How is this possible? After all these years of hiding my strength, shouldn't I be returning as a conqueror to reclaim what's rightfully mine? Why is this happening? Why? Lu Xingyuan's expressionless blade sliced cleanly through his throat. He then searched the body of the demon-sealing village chieftain and found 2 drops of demon blood. Lu Xingyuan stepped into the dilapidated temple with satisfaction. Boom! The central Buddha statue, riddled with cracks, collapsed with a thunderous crash. A golden pillar of light shot skyward. A voice of sanctity emanated from within the pillar of light. Adventurer, you have finally arrived. Chapter 56, Kneel. The golden pillar gradually dimmed, revealing an underground palace. The cavern was pitch black, so dark you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. But Lu Xingyuan possessed the dragon eye skill. He could see clearly. It was a lavish underground palace, adorned everywhere with opulent gold. At the very heart of the subterranean palace lay a crystal-clear cold jade. A woman clad in an opulent gown lay still upon the cold jade bed. Lu Xingyuan's gaze swept over her from head to toe. From every angle, she was a masterpiece. Her figure was perfectly proportioned. Deep-set features. And that noble aura radiating from within. Wasn't it the boss that was sealed? Why is it a woman? The white jade spider transmitted telepathically, Master, this is our former master. The princess of the Dark Knight Empire. Lu Xingyuan raised an eyebrow slightly. He'd seen this episode before. All he had to do was kiss her, and the sleeping princess would awaken. Then he could reach the pinnacle of his life. With that thought in mind, Lu Xingyuan slowly leaned in. Smack! 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 He reached out and slapped her exquisite face a few times. What are you pretending? Wasn't that you speaking just now? The next moment, those tightly closed eyes suddenly snapped open, revealing a furious expression. A faint, sacred light began to emanate from the princess's body. She slowly rose into the air. She looked down on Lu Xingyuan from above. Her eyes brimmed with contempt and arrogance. I, Diana, princess of the Dark Knight Empire, now command you to kneel. Lu Xingyuan? You're insane. In the next instant, he activated the white jade spider's ability. His figure instantly materialized above Diana's head at an angle. He delivered a brutal kick to her face. Thud! A mangled, human-shaped hole appeared in the ground. A 45-yard footprint. Larger than her own exquisite face. Diana lay sprawled in the debris, staring at the human in disbelief. You dare challenge the dignity of an imperial princess? I will have you dead. Blinding bursts of light erupted from Diana's body. Her long dress and flowing hair whipped wildly through the air under the force of this energy surge. Boss lost. Princess Diana weakened. Class, Holy Light Elementalist 3rd Job Advancement. Quality, Epic. Level, 30. HP 110091. Attack Power 744. Skills, Healing Prayer, Wings of Purity, Holy Light Guardian, Sacred Barrier, Judgment of Justice, Holy Light Punishment, Holy Light Greatsword, Holy Light Illumination. Equipment, Sacred Staff Legacy, Guardian of the Realm Set Legendary. You're the boss? Lu Xingyuan was stunned. as a triple transitioned class. To possess such stats while weakened was already formidable. Moreover, the number of skills was substantial and their quality was exceptionally high. Not a single one was below dark gold quality. In fact, there were quite a few diamond tier skills. And 2 legendary tier skills. Truly befitting a princess. What immense wealth and power. Diana, radiating holy light, let a sneer curl her lips. Aren't you a boss too? You really think you're human? We are the bosses. We are meant to trample everything beneath our feet, sit upon the throne, and command the fear and submission of millions. Now I offer you a chance to submit to me. In the future, I will take you with me to reign supreme over all. A wolf had appeared among the sheep. No one knew his true identity. But another wolf exposed him. Lu Xingyuan smiled. Indeed. He was the boss. The boss in the eyes of Blue Star's professionals. And also the boss of the abyss. Whether monsters, adventurers, or any other chaotic entities. They're all just targets for him to harvest. Then let me show you what a true boss is. In the next instant, he shifted into his boss form. A terrifying aura. Diana's breath caught for an instant. Battle commenced. Lu Xingyuan slowly spread his arms. Blood gushed from his body as if it were worthless. Behind him, crimson swords coalesced one after another. Then, they shot out with lightning speed. Swish, swish, swish. Diana's eyes blazed with golden light. Healing prayer. Holy light protection. Sacred barrier. Wings of purity. In the blink of an eye, 10 layers of shields were activated, along with various support-type skills. Diana's health and defense surged by 50%. A life recovery skill was also activated. Her attack power surged by 30%. Diana stood motionless in place, allowing wave after wave of flying swords to strike her. 19 flying swords. Yet they only shattered a few layers of her light shield. Not a single drop of blood was shed. Lu Xingyuan was stunned. This princess was no pushover. Diana was also attacking Lu Xingyuan. Arrows of sacred light condensed and rained down from the heavens. In the blink of an eye, they pierced Lu Xingyuan like a hedgehog. But as the skill's effect faded, the smile on Diana's lips slowly faded. Because Lu Xingyuan was still at full health. And beneath that hooded face, not only did it show no sign of pain, but it was smiling? Madman. This is absolutely a madman. Diana's guard went up instantly. You have life-restoring skills too? But it doesn't matter, I have one too. Then let's keep fighting. Holy light elementalists excel at protracted battles. A great sword crystallized from holy light materialized in Diana's hand. She charged straight toward Lu Xingyuan. Their fighting styles were strikingly similar. Standing and fighting. You throw a punch, I strike with my palm. You slash me with a blade, I stab you with a dagger. Boom. 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 1011. 890. 1090. 811. The frenzied force swiftly brought the entire underground palace crashing down. Both of them crawled out of the underground ruins looking rather bedraggled. Lu Xingyuan sustained heavier damage, but Princess Diana's defenses were formidable. She also possessed a shield that reduced most damage. Plus, she possessed skills that restored her health. Diana's health bar dropped slowly. But it was steadily decreasing. In contrast, Lu Xingyuan's health bar. It remains at full health. Lu Xingyuan's health has now surpassed 90,000 points. His health regenerates over 900 points per second. Diana's attacks were nearly matching his health regeneration rate. Diana was stunned. The Holy Light Elementalist, though not a high damage class, had been sealed for a millennium, resulting in significant attribute reductions. But she was a triple transitioned class. An epic tier class. Blessed with boss level attributes. Plus a full set of top tier gear. What's up with this guy over there? Only in his teens? He's only in his teens? How the hell is he holding his own against me for this long? And he's still at full health? Could it be that this Blood King's skills are of higher quality? My mana's running low now. I must end this battle quickly. She forced down the unease in her heart. Diana pressed forward. Holy light shines. This was Diana's most powerful skill. Holy wings slowly spread behind her as she soared skyward. Then, she closed her eyes, adopting a prayerful posture. In the next instant, blazing holy light illuminated the entire world. 1999. 1999. 1999. 1999. Terrifying damage numbers continuously appeared above Lu Xingyuan's head. In an instant, 15 consecutive hits dealt a staggering 29,000 damage to Lu Xingyuan. Nearly one-third of his health. Lu Xingyuan's eyes widened in shock. Holy, that damage is terrifying. Too bad it was over too quickly. If it could have lasted just a few more seconds, it might have actually wiped out his health bar. But now, it's your turn to get beaten. Lu Xingyuan's lips curled slightly. The pitch-black shadow began to writhe and twist. The human shadow transformed into a hideous, malevolent dragon. Blood for blood. It opened its mouth full of fangs and bit down viciously on Diana. 29,000. In an instant, Diana's health bar was reduced to a mere sliver. Lu Xingyuan swept his hand. A web of restraints bound Diana's body. Then he pinned her beneath him. 3 slender, blood-clad claws extended from his fists. He pounded her body with blow after blow. Soon, her beautiful gown was torn to shreds. Her perfect form was drenched in blood, revealing a strange kind of beauty. Diana endured the excruciating pain and forcibly unleashed her holy light guardian skill. She wriggled free from beneath Lu Xingyuan's body. Her full chest heaved violently. When she looked up at Lu Xingyuan again, she realized his health bar had somehow refilled to full. Her own mana was completely depleted. And yet his health bar was still full? The look Diana gave Lu Xingyuan transformed from haughty to stunned. Now, it was fear. Infinite health regeneration. This is an existence that cannot be defeated. No one can defeat him. Lu Xingyuan mimicked Diana's initial stance, towering over her with a condescending gaze. Kneel. Submit to me, and I'll make you ruler of the world. Chapter 57. The boss suppressed in the newbie village awakens. An ancient fiend. I admit you're strong, but you're not strong enough to conquer me. Diana was scared inside, but she put on a brave front. At that moment, 2 massive blood shadows coalesced behind Lu Xingyuan, forming a colossal black spider and a colossal white spider. White Jade Spider, Your Highness, do you remember us? Diana froze, her voice uncertain. Little spiders? The White Jade Spider smiled and nodded. Yes. We are deeply grateful for saving our lives all those years ago. Your Highness, submit to our master. Black Jade Spider, our master will grant you supreme power. Diana? She never imagined that those 2 little pets from years ago had grown so powerful. Moreover, they now stood on the opposing side. At that very moment, the entire mountain began to shake violently. Rumble. A howling gale swept through, dark clouds pressing down. In an instant, the entire world plunged into pitch-black darkness, so thick you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. In the sky, menacing bolts of lightning flashed, as if wary of something. The mountain beneath Lu Xingyuan's feet was heating up at a terrifying rate. It felt as though an inferno of unimaginable heat was roasting the entire mountain. The next moment, cracks began spreading across the rock face. Boom! 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 The entire mountain collapsed in an instant. As if pulled by some terrifying force. Lu Xingyuan stowed away the 2 small spiders. He summoned his sword technique, hovering mid-air. Diana, her eyes empty and blue, reached out in despair. Save me. She was not a practitioner. If she died, she would cease to exist. But in the next instant, the area she occupied was swallowed by a spatial portal. Several lines of information appeared before Lu Xingyuan's eyes. Dungeon, Ancient Ruins. Level requirement, 1525. Difficulty, Nightmare. Description, a place where ancient beasts were sealed away. Though 10,000 years have eroded most of their power, they remain beyond human strength to overcome. This is a dungeon? Could this be the ancient beast that's been suppressing the newbie village? Lu Xingyuan speculated. He learned from the little spider. Diana had sealed herself here to evade some formidable foe. Now it seems, she must have used the seal of the ancient beast to completely evade her pursuers. If I'm not mistaken, Diana sealed herself here, likely harboring the desire to steal the power of the ancient beast. Over 1,000 years, the 2 seals have begun to intertwine. Diana's breaking free triggered the seal of the ancient beast. Thus, this current situation has arisen. At that very moment, roar! A terrifying beastly roar pierced the air, echoing up from the bottomless abyss below. Then, a series of alarms echoed throughout the entire abyss. Warning! Warning! The sealed ancient beast Xingyuan has awakened. A new ancient ruins instance is about to form. All adventurers are ordered to subdue it. The sealed ancient beast Xingyuan has awakened. A new ancient ruins dungeon is about to form. All adventurers, prepare for battle. The announcement echoed throughout the entire abyss. It roused ancient creatures that had slumbered for ages. Within a gloomy burial ground. Within the colossal dragon skeleton, an oily green glow ignited. Xingyuan has broken free from its seal. Perhaps my time is near too. Within a crumbling tower, a tall, slender witch. Her head snapped 180 degrees, eyes blazing open. In an instant, the entire room was engulfed by eyes. The slumbering king shall soon return. And Blue Star shall be utterly destroyed, becoming part of the abyss. Within the imperial capital, a skeleton clad in battle armor and crowned with a regal diadem sat silently upon the throne. The awakening of Xingyuan, the proclamation sweeping across the entire abyssal realm, roused countless slumbering powerhouses. This proclamation did not merely echo through the abyssal lands. Even adventurers grinding monsters in dungeons heard the announcement's echo. Countless adventurers were stunned. What the hell? Ancient monsters? Did I hear that wrong? Seriously, an ancient beast dungeon is about to appear. Holy crap! This has to be the first time ever. Wait, I heard there was an ancient dungeon called Scarlet Flame Golden Beast hundreds of years ago. They say whoever defeated the Crimson Flame Golden Beast became the strongest back then. An ancient dungeon. The difficulty must be insane, but the rewards will surely be massive. Wonder if there's a level requirement. A sudden global announcement. The upcoming ancient dungeon. Countries, guilds, and corporations worldwide urgently convened meetings. Moreover, strict orders have been issued. Once the ancient dungeon appears, members meeting the entry requirements must prepare immediately. At the Temple of Transcendence, a little girl wearing a red hood stood atop the building. Grandfather, an incident has occurred in the abyssal realm. Before her stood a frail, stooped old man with snow-white hair. Name? Occupation, Stargazer's 7th transformation. Quality, mythical. Level? The old man sighed. Indeed, a cataclysmic upheaval. May we humans survive this ordeal. Last night, I witnessed a doomsday star descending. Right over Luo City. Go now. Little Red Riding Hood bowed her hands in agreement. Before heading to Luo City, she first took out a talisman stone. The next moment, she materialized within the dark sanctuary. She sat down in seat 8, transformed into a teddy bear doll. The hall, perpetually shrouded in darkness, now seemed considerably brighter. For light shone upon all 8 chairs. Everyone was present except the newcomer in seat 9. And all their gazes converged upon chair 9, that empty, vacant seat. Pearl's expression grew solemn. I saw it a blazing golden light in the direction of the newbie village. Shortly after, the server-wide announcement about Zhu Yan's awakening appeared. I wonder if these two events are connected. Everyone instinctively turned their gaze toward the chair numbered 9, shrouded in darkness. The newbie village again. Chair 9 hasn't responded at all. Xiaoxing, have you heard anything from number 9? The others had no way of knowing Lu Xingyuan's whereabouts. They could only ask the non-official member Stellar Scar. Starmark shook his head. Little Red Riding Hood logged off immediately and boarded the high-speed train bound for Luo City. Newbie Village. Lu Xingyuan waited for the instance to form. Naturally, he received news from the Dark Sanctuary and others. Some even sent him private messages through runestones. After a moment's thought, Lu Xingyuan's lips curved into a faint smile as he activated the runestone to enter the Dark Sanctuary. Esteemed seniors, a dungeon featuring the ancient beast Zhu Yan has indeed appeared here. According to intelligence from the newbie village, this instance should contain some ancient secrets from the abyss. I've already learned that the instance's difficulty level ranges from 15 to 25. Those interested may keep an eye on it. Lu Xingyuan's target. Of course, it wasn't his colleagues. We're all on the same side. Now, he would never target his own people. However, these Abyss Walkers possessed formidable strength, undoubtedly backed by major factions or even serving as core figures within them. Entities of this caliber must have outstanding successors. That is Lu Xingyuan's true target now. Chapter 58, The Embodiment of War's Calamity Zhu Yan. Powerful, unmatched. Upon hearing Lu Xingyuan's words, every Abyss Walker wore solemn expressions. Is this true? The voice belonged to number 2 Great Serpent. His power manifested as a silver cobra. His vertical pupils gleamed with vicious, venomous intent. One dared not meet his gaze. If you think I'm lying, then don't go. Lu Xingyuan extended his hand, flipping him off. You want to die? The Great Serpent erupted with terrifying aura, causing the entire dark hall to tremble. Getting worked up, huh? Lu Xingyuan wasn't backing down one bit. Whether you're a 7th rank or an 8th rank, you can't even fight in the dark hall, so what the hell are you playing at? Just wait till I can finish you off. Then you'll see how I'll tear you apart. Alright. Number 1, Drunkard, was a blurry figure clutching a gourd of liquor. He placed his sour-smelling feet on the table. He gulped down a large mouthful of liquor and said, about this newbie village incident. Number 9 discovered it. Since number 9 is willing to share the intel with us, we should thank you for that. Though this dungeon contains ancient beasts, its level is too low. You may send your clan's younger members to handle it. Though old Drunkard looked unserious, it was clear he held considerable prestige among the Abyss Walkers. No one dared contradict his words. The Great Serpent snorted coldly and fell silent. Pearl asked in confusion, earlier, you mentioned a boss called the Blood King who destroyed the newbie village. Have you seen him? Lu Xingyuan nodded. I don't know what happened either. He just burst out of nowhere and destroyed the newbie village. Now I can't even finish my quests. Lu Xingyuan looked thoroughly annoyed. Little Red Riding Hood number 8, earlier, Pearl mentioned a powerful figure destroying the newbie village. Could it be Zhu Yan's minion? He destroyed the village to lift Zhu Yan's seal. Lu Xingyuan's eyes lit up. Thanks a lot for giving me a perfect excuse. That's actually possible. In the newbie village, I did uncover some ancient secrets, including one about a primordial beast sealed beneath the village. At first, I didn't know what it was, but now it seems it must be Xingyuan. They chatted briefly for a while longer. The others gradually logged off, preparing to send people to tackle the ancient ruins dungeon about to open. The drunkard took a sip of his drink. Number 9, you're pretty good. I heard you're only in your teens in levels. With such prowess, daring to confront Orochi's might head-on, there are few in the entire world who could match that. And to grasp so much about the abyss in such a short time, even this old man is impressed. I need a drink to calm my nerves. Here, take this. The drunkard casually tossed over a small, exquisitely crafted gourd flask. His form gradually faded away. Xingyuan gourd. Grade, legendary. Effect 1, contains nectar wine. Drinking it grants a 10% damage reduction effect. Duration, 30 seconds. Effect 2, contains jade nectar wine. Drinking it removes all negative effects. Holy crap, this is the real deal. This time, Lu Xingyuan had finally met all the members of the Abyss Walkers at once. Number 1 Drunkard, number 2 Great Serpent, number 3 Joker, number 4 True Marshal, number 5 Butterfly. These 5 were undoubtedly masters, each possessing formidable strength. The latter few might be slightly weaker, but most likely they were all 4th transition or higher practitioners. As Lu Xingyuan had surmised, these Abyss Walkers are all incredibly persistent. To explore the abyss, they are willing to pay a heavy price, much less entrusting their juniors to explore a dungeon. Hours later, a nationwide announcement resounded across the land. Ancient Monsters Dungeon, limited time access now open. Random portals to the ancient dungeon will appear across Xia Kingdom. Qualified adventurers meeting the level requirement may enter to challenge. Dungeon information, boss embodiment of military calamity Xingyuan. Sealed for 10,000 years, its power now stands at a mere 1/10,000th of its peak, weakened to the extreme. Warning, if Xingyuan is not slain within 1 month, it will completely break free from the seal and regain its full power. Simultaneously, across the nation, portals to ancient dungeons began appearing in great numbers. Ancient dungeons are a special type of instance. Multiple portals will appear, and anyone meeting the level requirements can enter. Quick! Guys, form a party and find an entrance. Level 21 monk with rare gear set. Seeking skilled party members. Anyone up for tackling the ancient dungeon? Light and flexible, easy to knock over. Any strong brothers willing to take a little sister under their wing? Get lost. We only recruit the strongest. Join our party to hunt ancient beasts together. Brothers of the Tianxia Guild, charge with me. All the adventurers across Xia Nation had gone mad. They began scouring the land for the entrance to the ancient dungeon. Jiang Yuli was also ready. Ancient dungeon? Another instance she'd never heard of in her previous life. I wonder how it differs from ordinary dungeons. The key point was that she could exploit bugs with Lu Xingyuan again. The thought alone made Jiang Yuli smile. Soon, she arrived at a teleportation portal. She checked the odds for the wager. 50,000%. Jiang Yuli felt a twinge of doubt. Could Lu Xingyuan have already entered? She immediately dialed Lu Xingyuan's number. Learning that the ancient dungeon itself had odds of 50,000%, Lu Xingyuan was also somewhat surprised. After all, his previous dungeon runs only offered odds slightly above 10,000%. This ancient dungeon itself had a staggering 50,000% odds. Could it be that Xingyuan is even more formidable than I am? You've successfully caught my attention. Tell Jiang Yuli not to start the betting yet. Lu Xingyuan entered the ancient fiend dungeon directly. This time, he literally pulled the boss right out of thin air. Several thousand meters ahead of Lu Xingyuan, 18 massive stone pillars soared skyward. At the base of each pillar, an exceptionally thick chain extended outward, binding the wrists and ankles of the creature standing at the center. It was a colossal beast, standing a full 100 meters tall. Its entire body was covered in steel needle-like bristles, crimson as blood-stained steel. Its eyes burned with savage, fiery red flames. Its skull was snow white, fangs bared. Nearby, a halberd forged from condensed malevolent energy stood planted in the ground. The halberd was entirely enveloped in blood-red flames. Boss War Disaster Incarnate Xingyuan. Near-death state. Quality, mythical. Level? HP, 5 million. Attack, 99,999. Skills, Berserk, Bloodstained Breath, Fierce Weapon Condensing Evil, Scorched Earth, War Domain, Graveyard of 10,000 Weapons. Holy? Lu Xingyuan was stunned. How the hell am I supposed to beat this? Chapter 59, Suicide Run. I died, and I grew stronger. Me, you call these stats near death? Lu Xingyuan was stunned. 5 million HP? Fine. But 99,999 attack power? He couldn't even survive a single hit. What the hell kind of fight is this? Lu Xingyuan waved his hand. Xiaobai, 2nd Battalion Commander, Spider Duo, Black Bear Demon. 5 bosses appeared one after another. What do you think? Can we win? Spotting the ferociously menacing giant ape in the distance, all 5 boss pets froze in place. Master, we truly can't win this fight, but if you insist on battling, your loyal dog will fight to the bitter end. The 2nd Battalion Commander faced death with resolve. But his tail was already tucked between his legs. The Spider Duo and Black Bear Demon both trembled in fear. Among bosses, there exists a pure attribute suppression. Faced with such a formidable ancient beast, they even developed a will to resist. Only Xiaobai was performing meticulous calculations. Master, if I unleash the Divine Insight Sword, I can deal 3,000 damage to it. However, with your presence, Xiaobai possesses an immortal effect, but the revival time requires 24 hours. Therefore, within a month, I can unleash the Divine Insight Sword at most 30 times. Combined with other skills, I estimate I can only expend 80,000 to 100,000 HP at most. Xiaobai can't do it. Lu Xingyuan suddenly smiled. Facing such a monstrous ancient beast with such a vast disparity in attributes, no practitioner stands a chance of victory. Yet Lu Xingyuan possessed absolute confidence in victory. A mad plan crystallized in his mind. He would claim both the adventurer and the boss. At that very moment, Zhang Yuli at the dungeon entrance noticed the odds had updated. 70,000% odds. Zhang Yuli was utterly exhilarated. These odds were insane. At the same time, she felt a twinge of worry. The Wheel of Fate possessed the ability to predict dungeon difficulty in reverse. The higher the odds, the higher the dungeon difficulty. The odds for this instance itself were 50,000%. Lu Xingyuan only had 20,000%. This indicates the boss is significantly more powerful than Lu Xingyuan. Much stronger. Zhang Yuli felt a pang of worry and sent Lu Xingyuan a message. Did you see the boss? Yes, the boss is incredibly strong. Zhang Yuli paused for a moment before replying. What should we do? You decide. If you think we can handle it, I'll go all in. Lu Xingyuan was somewhat surprised. This campus beauty really. Trust him so much. Don't worry. But don't rush into the game just yet, level up first. Once I'm ready, we'll get started. He hung up the phone. Lu Xingyuan's eyes burned with excitement and madness. He rose and walked toward Zhu Yan. The 2nd Battalion Commander let out a muffled groan. Master, you'll die. It wasn't cowardice. Wasn't preventing his master from walking into certain death another form of loyalty? Lu Xingyuan smiled. I'm going to die on purpose. 2nd Battalion Commander? Xiaobai? All 5 boss minions were utterly dumbfounded. They had no idea what their master meant. Lu Xingyuan said nothing. He simply led the bosses forward. The 2nd Battalion Commander and his men were terrified. Even if it meant death, they would shield their master. Xu Yan, eyes tightly shut, suddenly lifted his head. Within those eyes, several tiny ants were reflected. Humans? And bosses? Interesting. Xu Yan slowly rose to its feet. His massive form and terrifying strength moved with only the slightest shift. The entire earth trembled. Lu Xingyuan showed no intention of retreating. His intent issued the command. 5 bosses charged forward from different directions. Black Wind Malevolence. The Black Bear Demon struck first. Upon entering Zhu Yan's attack range, its massive form transformed into a black whirlwind. It roared as it slammed into Zhu Yan's body. 155. 141. 160. 18 consecutive hits reduced Zhu Yan's health by nearly 3,000 points. On a 1,000,000-point health bar. Barely noticeable. The moment the Black Bear Demon's skill ended and its form materialized. Crack. 98,731. Zhu Yan swatted it away as casually as swatting a fly. The Black Bear Demon instantly turned into a Black Bear Biscuit. Instant kill. Lu Xingyuan's expression remained unchanged. He kept his eyes fixed on Zhu Yan's health bar. 3,000 HP? For Zhu Yan, who possessed 5 million HP, could be completely disregarded. However, Lu Xingyuan noticed something. Zhu Yan's health regeneration was extremely slow. Virtually all bosses possess health regeneration abilities, which are typically tied to their maximum health pool. The higher the HP, the faster the regeneration. Yet, due to the suppression of the formation, Zhu Yan's health regeneration was drastically reduced. Lu Xingyuan glanced at the surrounding formation, which glowed with a faint, eerie light. He pondered briefly. The slow life recovery. This left him room to maneuver. Further testing was needed. Keep going. Lu Xingyuan's icy command rang out. The black and white spider charged forward. Web bind. The black jade spider initiated its control skill first. As expected, it failed. How could a tiny spider's web possibly trap a 100-meter-tall beast? It's laughable. Roar. Zhu Yan let out a furious roar, spewing a beam of energy from its mouth filled with vicious fangs. 99,999. The black jade spider was obliterated, leaving not even a trace behind. The white jade spider unleashed its venomous sting, but its paralysis effect also failed. It was instantly obliterated by a single swipe. The 2nd Battalion commander followed closely behind. Draw and slash. Then the fierce dog slash charged forward. Finally, the gale-shattering slash delivered the finishing blow. Mastering the swift wind sword technique, the 2nd Battalion commander possessed an utterly absurd speed. He unleashed all his skills in an instant. A single combo. It actually dealt 6,521 damage to Xingyuan's health. Then he was smashed into pulp with a single blow. Next, the strongest rookie made his move. Flooding the Golden Mountain. Torrential rain, carrying some terrifying force, poured relentlessly onto Xingyuan. 100. 100. 100. Under Lu Xingyuan's command. Xiaobai stood outside the formation, casting spells from a distance. Xingyuan raged, seeking to attack Xiaobai. But the chains binding its limbs restricted its attack range. Roar! Xingyuan let out an impatient growl. Then, instinctively, it tried to pull out the halberd stuck in the ground nearby, sealed by the formation. The surrounding formation suddenly burst into blinding light. Xingyuan failed to draw the weapon. After enduring nearly 30 seconds of torrential downpour, Xingyuan spat out another mouthful of malevolent energy. Xiaobai's eyes flashed with light. Gathering the last remnants of his blue energy, he channeled his sword control technique, unleashing his most powerful strike. Spiritual Insight Sword. 3,219. 99,999. Xiaobai was reduced to nothing but bones. Lu Xingyuan's eyes blazed with intensity. After repeated suicide attempts, Xingyuan only unleashed its skill blood-stained breath once. Earlier, it had instinctively tried to draw its weapon, but failed. So it seems, Xingyuan would only unleash the blood slaughter breath skill during its first phase. Yes. Though this was his first encounter with Xingyuan, Lu Xingyuan was certain. Xingyuan must possess a second stage. Perhaps even a third or fourth stage. After all, it was an ancient beast of terror. No matter how terrifying its power, it was only to be expected. Next, it's my turn. In Lu Xingyuan's hand, the white serpent spirit sword materialized. Bloodlust technique. Battle cry. Proof of a true man. Lu Xingyuan's attack power surged instantly. Then, a Qiankuan gourd appeared in his hand. Lu Xingyuan took a sip of the nectar wine. Gained 10% damage reduction. Swish. The white snake spirit sword shot forth. 2,498. 90,000. Lu Xingyuan's total health was only 92,683. After applying a 10% damage reduction, he barely had any health left. A sinister smile spread across Lu Xingyuan's lips. His left hand was already covered in black scales. Now it's my turn. Blood for blood. A monstrous, colossal dragon's shadow, radiating savage, greedy energy, surged skyward from Lu Xingyuan's shadow. It slammed violently into Xingyuan's body. 90,000. In an instant, Xingyuan's health plummeted by nearly 1/50th. It works. Lu Xingyuan's smile hadn't yet faded. Roar. Xingyuan was enraged. He unleashed another blood slaughter breath. 99,999. Lu Xingyuan's health bar was instantly wiped clean. But he wasn't dead yet. The ancestral talisman he always wore around his neck flashed with a dazzling light. Ancestral talisman. Quality, unranked. Effect, instant death immunity. When receiving fatal damage, can expend all mana to block one instance of damage. The ancestral talisman instantly consumed all of Lu Xingyuan's remaining mana. Instant death immunity. It saved him from certain death. Evil dragon, come again. 92,682. Xingyuan was utterly enraged. He stomped his foot heavily on the ground. Boom! 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 In an instant, the earth shook and mountains trembled, as if the entire world were collapsing. The surging blood slaughter aura, along with its accompanying damage, wiped out the last shred of Lu Xingyuan's health. Lu Xingyuan transformed into a beam of white light. He materialized outside the teleportation portal of the ancient ruins instance. The surrounding crowd, witnessing Lu Xingyuan's sudden appearance, were all astonished. Big shot Lu Xingyuan, you're here to tackle this dungeon too? Already been eliminated? What a shame. Dying is only natural. After all, cheating doesn't work in the abyss. Brother Lu, take me with you. Take you? Like hell I will, suck up. Didn't you see your big bro Lu got wiped out himself? Lu Xingyuan was dead, but he was smiling. His gaze fell upon the attribute panel. Attribute panel, Lu Xingyuan. Class, Boss Blood King. First Ascension. Quality, unknown. Level 16 0%. Strength, 170. Agility, 170. Stamina 1700. Spirit 170. Health primary attribute 91,683. Mana 1700. His level decreased, though he lost 1 level of attribute points. But for Lu Xingyuan, it didn't matter at all. The crucial point was, Lu Xingyuan confirmed that Zhu Yan's health regeneration rate was relatively slow. He had a way to kill Zhu Yan. Suicide Run. Chapter 60. Your Highness, congratulations on being killed by your master. Sacrificing oneself. Of course, it's not about foolishly charging straight at Zhu Yan's face. It requires skill. For instance, while offering yourself up, have the boss's pets farm players in the ancient ruins dungeon. This helps Lu Xingyuan rapidly increase his health points. Then, through sacrificing himself, Lu Xingyuan suppresses his own level. Simultaneously, this method partially depletes Zhu Yan's health points, allowing for testing of Zhu Yan's various abilities. This approach is feasible. Worth a try. The pets had already perished. Lu Xingyuan felt no urgency. First, maximize combat strength. Luo City. Treasure Pavilion. Hua Jin, who possessed the will of D, had been waiting at the entrance upon hearing Lu Xingyuan was coming. Mr. Lu, please follow me. Following Hua Jin, they entered the VIP lounge. Lu Xingyuan cut straight to the chase. I want to freeload. I want to run a tab. Hua Jin was speechless. She had never encountered such brazen audacity. But she gladly accepted. Because Lu Xingyuan was formidable. The annihilation of the Yuan group remains a mystery to this day. The authorities had sealed off all information. Hua Jin had its own intelligence channels. That night, 2 bosses appeared outside Yuan group. Though the entire affair seemed unrelated to Lu Xingyuan. And even a top-tier professional at level 10 or so, no matter how exceptional, shouldn't possess such power. But he had the motive to do it. I want 3 sets of dark gold tier gear. Hua Jin? Free stuff? 3 sets? And dark gold tier at that. Do you even know what you're saying? Dark gold tier sets usually go for around 500 million each. 3 sets would be 15 billion. This guy really knows how to ask for the moon. And 3 weapons, preferably all dark gold grade or higher. Stop. Stop. Hua Jin interrupted Lu Xingyuan's spellcasting. I've opened a 50 billion credit line for your account. Go buy them yourself in the virtual mall. Hua Jin's generosity, from any perspective, left Lu Xingyuan deeply impressed. Well, I'm off then. If I get any good loot from the ancient ruins dungeon, I'll come back. Back home. Lu Xingyuan began splurging in the Treasure Pavilion virtual mall. 50 billion. Spending it all would be easy enough. He sold Xiaobai's body as sword set. Then he swapped it for a diamond grade set. Shatter all resistance set. Effect 1, all attributes plus 20. Effect 2, attacks inflict armor break. Effect 3, increases normal attack damage by 5%, stacking up to 10 times. Effect 4, increases all skill damage by 10%. This set is practically tailor-made for newbies. 2.8 billion. Damn, that's extortionate. Then I bought a set each for the black and white spider and the black bear demon. Total, 1.3 billion. Then I bought 5 accessories that help restore health points. 50 billion. Not a single penny left, and I even dipped into my own savings. Treasure Pavilion. Hua Jin gritted her teeth upon seeing Lu Xingyuan's spending record. In mere minutes, he'd blown through 50 billion. This guy is truly despicable. The next day. Blood Court. Zhang Yuli looked at Lu Xingyuan in disbelief. You were killed? She couldn't fathom how such a twisted Lu Xingyuan. How he could have been killed. It was utterly absurd. Lu Xingyuan sighed helplessly. Yeah, that ancient beast boss was insane. Then, can we still place the bet? That's a 70,000% bet. If we could go all in. Her hidden class, all her gear, her balance. She'd even bet her entire self on the line. Provided Lu Xingyuan could clear the dungeon. As someone who had been reborn, Zhang Yuli naturally possessed a keen eye. Lu Xingyuan's class, his absurdly inflated stats, and his ability to capture bosses as pets. Any one of these traits alone was utterly insane. Lu Xingyuan's strength was undeniable. Zhang Yuli believed it wouldn't be long before he would join the ranks of the elite. This was also one of the key reasons Zhang Yuli had teamed up with Lu Xingyuan. Lu Xingyuan smiled. Don't worry, it's a sure win. But Zhu Yan is indeed too powerful. You should practice on your own for a few days first. I need to boost my strength first to be absolutely certain. Watching Zhang Yuelu's retreating figure, Lu Xingyuan couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This campus beauty really has something special. She hit level 15 so quickly. Fast leveling, formidable strength. Her class is downright insane. But Lu Xingyuan felt no envy whatsoever. Because he'd never been shut out. He closed the gates of the city lord's mansion. He poured several bottles of diluted dragon blood over the dragon egg. Buzz buzz buzz. The massive dragon egg shook violently. It seemed ready to hatch at any moment. Hang in there, little one. Lu Xingyuan gently stroked the dragon egg, sensing the increasingly violent power within. Whatever's inside this dragon egg probably isn't anything good. Lu Xingyuan glanced at his other pets, a look of resignation on his face. The 2nd Battalion commander was Lu Xingyuan's identity pet. He definitely couldn't join the battle. As for the other 4, Xiao Bai was the main force, while the other 3 were only moderately effective at farming profession materials. But there was magic blood. Lu Xingyuan administered 4 drops of demon blood to each of the 4 bosses, excluding the black bear demon. After devouring the magic blood, a savage aura began emanating from each of the 4 bosses. Simultaneously, a new skill called Rage appeared. When a boss activates Berserk, it usually signifies their final desperate rampage. They would soon be defeated. But the blood demon summoned by Lu Xingyuan was different. Even if it was killed, it can fully regenerate within 24 hours. Unfortunately, the quantity of demon blood is too scarce. After dealing with Zhu Yan, there'd be time to sweep through that newbie village again, see if any good loot had been missed. Distribute the gear among the 4 boss pets. Lu Xingyuan waved his hand. Let's go. They re-entered the instance through the teleportation portal in the abyssal realm. They appeared near Zhu Yan once more. Lu Xingyuan unleashed the dragon's gaze skill. Although Zhu Yan's health regeneration was slow after a full day and night, it had fully recovered. This time, Lu Xingyuan didn't charge in recklessly to sacrifice himself. Instead, he released all his pets. First, let's locate the esteemed Princess Diana. Soon, the 2nd Battalion commander discovered Diana, gravely wounded, inside a cave. Gazing at Diana, pale-faced and drenched in blood, Lu Xingyuan slowly curled his lips, revealing a mouthful of stark white teeth. Your Highness, kindly die for me. Chapter 61, Spotting the Boss, I Slide Tackle. Though a full day had passed, Diana hadn't recovered much. She turned and ran. Lu Xingyuan waved his hand. Blood energy coalesced into a rope in his hand. It wrapped around Diana's neck and pulled her back. No, don't kill me. Don't worry, I don't kill women. With that, Lu Xingyuan ended Diana's life with a few swift strokes. Except for the boss. The white jade spider and black jade spider wore expressions of delight. Her Highness the Princess has finally been slain by our master. Congratulations, Your Highness. Lu Xingyuan, while the corpse was still warm, he immediately unleashed the blood demon. Soon, a holy light shattered the blood cocoon. Diana emerged from the blood cocoon, looking somewhat dazed. Upon seeing Lu Xingyuan, her consciousness gradually returned. Master. Diana seemed somewhat unaccustomed to the term, her face flushing crimson after uttering those 2 words. Lu Xingyuan responded. It's fine. Keep calling me, and you'll get used to it. He genuinely liked this princess. But first, let's deal with Zhu Yan. Lu Xingyuan waved his hand. You 5 from this moment on, you're part of the Ancient Ruins instance, Zhu Yan's subordinates. Hunt down every single player in the dungeon. Leave none alive. Remember, act the part, shout a few slogans when you're not busy. The black bear demon scratched his head and asked in a clueless tone. What slogans? Lu Xingyuan waved his hand dismissively. Figure it out yourself. The 5 bosses scattered in different directions. Diana turned her head to look at Lu Xingyuan. Father, did you see that? From now on, your daughter will follow him. May the day come when my daughter restores the Empire's glory. Becoming Lu Xingyuan's retainer. Beyond absolute loyalty. It does not alter their own consciousness or thoughts. Ancient Ruins Dungeon. After a day's time, many adventurers have already become familiar with this instance. The monsters at the dungeon's periphery are low level, and the experience rewards are quite generous. It was ideal for leveling up. Thus, more and more adventurers poured into the ancient fiend dungeon. They began a large-scale slaughter of the minor monsters roaming the outer areas. Qin Tian led his 4 support members. Continued their 4 protect 1 formation. He was battling a vengeful spirit clad in tattered ancient soldier armor. Malevolent Spirit. Level 11. HP 1311. Attack 71. Skills Malevolent Corrosion, Wail. Qin Tian leapt backward, roaring. Watch my whirling blade. Then, completely depleted the blood demon wraith's health bar. Yet the specter did not fall. Instead, its entire body glowed crimson, swelling ever larger. Boom! The corpse of the blood demon wraith suddenly exploded. It blew a small crater in the ground. Above Qin Tian's head, health depletion notifications kept flashing. 11. 13. 14. Blood-stained wraiths are monsters formed by the influence of Zhu Yan's malevolent energy. They are extremely weak. A party of level 10 adventurers could slaughter them effortlessly. However, both skills of the blood fiend wraith are extremely troublesome. Evil Qi corrosion is a stackable curse. It continuously drains health over time. Wail is a death-triggered self-destruct ability. These 2 abilities have caused countless practitioners immense suffering. Qin Tian cursed under his breath. Suddenly, in the distance, a massive figure materialized within the crimson aura of malevolence. Boss Black Bear Demon. A massive, ferocious black bear clad in tattered monk's robes. Shouldering a thick, black club, it marched forward chanting a slogan. The Great King sent me to patrol the mountains. Shin Tian's squad was stunned. Damn it, why's a boss showing up? What the hell is this black bear demon? At that moment, the black bear demon's gaze locked onto them. Intruders, taste this old bear's mighty blow. The 3-meter tall black bear leapt into the air. It crashed down like a mountain crushing its prey. Boom. 531. Shin Tian's entire chest caved inward from the impact. He leapt to his feet, grimacing in pain. Ow ow ow. Run. We're no match for this boss. Several support players tried to flee. Shin Tian gritted his teeth. What are you afraid of? Watch this slide tackle. Before he could finish, the black bear demon had already transformed into a surge of malevolent energy, sweeping toward him. Seconds later, only 5 corpses, corroded by the black wind, remained on the ground, along with several pieces of equipment gleaming with dazzling light, especially beside Shin Tian's corpse. Venom Dragon's Fang. Dark gold grade weapon. After gathering all the spoils, the black bear demon grinned as he hoisted his massive club once more, continuing his hunt for prey. Within a blood-soaked, mist-shrouded forest of monstrous trees, the silhouettes of black and white spiders flicker and weave. Using their silk threads and the stealthy nature of the shadow assassin class, the two moved with ghostly agility. The adventurers could only catch glimpses of blurred afterimages. Their lives were swiftly taken. Ghosts! Damn it, there's a ghost here. Run! The black and white spider's speed in swarming the professionals was already quite fast. But compared to Xiao Bai, there was still a huge gap. The attack power and frequency of sword riding technique were simply terrifying, combined with the diamond grade set Lu Xingyuan had arranged for Xiao Bai, further boosting its attributes. The colossal white serpent had become synonymous with death itself. Wherever one went, broken weapons, shattered armor, and the bones of fallen warriors littered the landscape. Xiao Bai is the sharpest sword. Diana is the strongest shield. At this moment, facing Diana stood several men and women bearing dragon snake tattoos on their arms. All 5 were level 25. They were right at the level cap for this dungeon. Unlike most teams, their goal was to venture deeper into the ancient ruins dungeon. Even the final boss. Boss? Shuyan can't be some pretty girl, right? Ha ha ha. Who knew there'd be a hidden boss in the dungeon? Then let's start by taking down this princess. The leader, a young man with a nose ring, gently swung his long sword. Ghost step, accelerate. Whoosh. He charged forward with lightning speed. Instead of unleashing a skill immediately, he started with an unremarkable upward slash, aiming to overwhelm the boss with speed. Then let the others surround and attack. This was their standard tactic against humanoid bosses. But before the blade could even touch the boss's body, the nose-ringed youth felt a force blocking his blade. This boss has defensive skills. I wonder how many hits you can block. He stepped aside. The other 4 charged forward in a swarm. Bang! 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 A barrage of attack skills landed in rapid succession. The 5 retreated, panting heavily as they glanced up at the boss's health bar. Ha! Full health. What's going on? Diana's icy eyes slowly lifted. In normal mode, 5 layers of shields also surrounded her body. The attacks from those few individuals earlier had successfully shattered the first layer of shields. Intruders, die. The 5 men's pupils suddenly contracted. Something's wrong with this boss. But before they could react, a blinding holy light crashed down upon them. Grandma arrived, stepping through the holy light to greet them. Across the realm of Xia, entrances to the ancient fiend dungeon suddenly spewed out adventurers eliminated by the mysterious boss. What's going on? Didn't I tell you to clear the outer mobs and fight a protracted battle? How could you be eliminated so quickly? Shin Tian's father, Shin Duong, frowned deeply. Shin Tian was furious. Father, this time it's truly not my fault. A boss suddenly appeared in the outer area of this dungeon. That boss charged straight at me without warning and attacked. How could I back down? Shin Tian held his head high, his expression defiant. Then I slid in for a tackle and got one shot. Shin Duong. The ancient fiend dungeon, only one like it in hundreds of years. The rewards inside must be incredibly rich. As long as the gear hasn't been looted, you guys can go back in later. Shin Tian suddenly froze. Where's my sword? Shin Diwang's eyes flashed with a ruthless glint, ready to sacrifice his own kin for the greater good. That blade had cost 15 million at the auction. If it had been looted, he would truly kill his own kin for the greater good. Chapter 62, Exploiting Bugs. Powerful bosses equals unlimited stat grinding. Magic City. Outside a teleportation portal of an ancient beast, several guild flags were planted here. Led by the Tingsha Guild, several major guilds in the Demon City, dominating the area with sheer force, monopolizing this instance portal. Only one representative, acting on behalf of all the major guilds, addressed the crowd. Gentlemen, there is no need for concern. We have not seized the ancient beast dungeon for ourselves. Rather, we are helping you eliminate dangers in the outer regions to reduce your casualties. The other adventurers around them had already started cursing. Damn their legs. These bastards think we're 3-year-olds they can placate? The dungeon wasn't just filled with monsters, it also contained rare herbs and treasures, all incredibly valuable. After the big guild swept through, they certainly wouldn't kindly leave the good stuff behind for them. Though unwilling to accept it, there was nothing they could do about it. This was the only ancient beast dungeon entrance in the vicinity. Nearby, the elite members of several major guilds were engaged in lively conversation inside a tent. The Grand Elder of the Tingsha Guild, a white-haired elder wielding a serpent staff. Heh, my eldest grandson possesses the bearing of a war god. He's bound to soar to new heights in this ancient beast dungeon. Before he could finish boasting, 5 streaks of light shot out one after another from the teleportation portal. Feng? Seeing his grandson in such a disheveled state, the Grand Elder of the Tingsha Guild lost his composure entirely. Ji Ruofeng's expression was grim. We were ambushed by a boss. Could it be Zhu Yan? The Grand Elder inquired. Ji Ruofeng shook his head. It was a boss skilled in defense, the Lost Princess. Elder Ji frowned deeply. The others around him stifled their laughter. With the bearing of a war god, is this all? But soon, their smiles faded. Because their clan's core members were being eliminated one after another. Across Xia Kingdom, discussions about the ancient beasts remained heated. With such an incident occurring, it naturally spread like wildfire in no time. 5 bosses? It's true, I saw the photos. Besides the princess boss, the others have appeared in other dungeons before. White Snake, Black and White Spider, Black Bear Demon. All of them had made appearances in the Hidden Spider Cave dungeon. They even made several trending topics back then. So many people remember them. What about the Blood King? In the previous dungeon, it was clear the Blood King was their leader. The Dark Sanctuary. Everyone had been closely following news about the Ancient Fiend dungeon. Seeing these bosses, their first thought was of the Blood King. I know. The Joker erupted in maniacal laughter. It's the Blood King. Lu Xingyuan, in stealth mode, froze upon hearing his name. He hadn't even made his move yet, how could this be about him? The clown continued his frenzy. The ones who destroyed the newbie village earlier must have been the Blood King and these bosses. They're all Zhu Yan's minions. Everything the Blood King has done is to unseal Zhu Yan. Now, they're about to succeed. The Joker's speculation. Connecting it to the information Lu Xingyuan provided earlier. It all seemed to fit. The other Abyss Walkers began to believe it too. At the very least, they felt this direction was correct. Lu Xingyuan silently gave a thumbs up. Awesome, buddy. But he didn't have time to mess around with these clueless buddies. After slaying several bosses, his level returned to 17 and his health points surged dramatically. Character stats, Lu Xingyuan. Class, Boss Blood King. First job advancement. Quality, unknown. Level, 1768%. Strength, 180. Agility, 180. Stamina 1800. Spirit 180. Health primary attribute 225,885. Mana 1700. Several boss minions, 57 adventurers slain. Lu Xingyuan returned to level 17. Plus a bonus of 100 constitution points. His health points surged directly to 162,661. Then, he triggered Blood Furnace 33 times, causing his health to skyrocket to 225,885. This rate of improvement is simply outrageous. It was time to seek out Zhu Yan for another test. Inside the cave of the Ancient Ruins dungeon, Lu Xingyuan waved his hand, signaling the 2nd Battalion commander to pack up the grill, projector, game console, and other gear. He stood up and headed toward Zhu Yan's location. From a distance, Zhu Yan spotted that annoying little bug. Zhu Yan let out a furious roar. Roar! Roar! He tried to suffocate Lu Xingyuan with his stench. Zhu Yan hadn't brushed his teeth in at least a few thousand years, his breath was truly foul. Without a word, Lu Xingyuan. He forged a crimson longsword from his blood, stabbing straight for Zhu Yan's weak spot below the hips. 1,555. The damage wasn't high, but the insult was profound. This time, Zhu Yan was truly enraged. He unleashed a blood-shattering breath attack, sending Lu Xingyuan flying. 99,999. Lu Xingyuan hadn't consumed any damage-reducing potions. He took Zhu Yan's blow head-on. He lost less than half a health bar. Evil Dragon, blood for blood. A ferocious dragon silhouette slowly materialized once more from Lu Xingyuan's shadow. Then it savagely tore into Zhu Yan's neck. 99,999. Come on, keep going. Lu Xingyuan's index finger flickered slightly. The next instant, a palm the size of a house roared toward him, sending Lu Xingyuan flying hundreds of meters away. Evil dragon, take him down. Without hesitation, Lu Xingyuan issued his command. The evil dragon bared its savage fangs once more and lunged forward. 188,708. Lu Xingyuan's health regenerated far too quickly. It dealt 10,000 less damage. However, this strike still left Zhu Yan utterly stunned. Roar! In the next instant, crimson flames erupted from Zhu Yan's eyes. Its palm clenched the crimson halberd with deadly force. Boom! The instant the halberd was drawn, the entire dungeon world shook violently. Cracks even appeared on the formation sealing Zhu Yan. Lu Xingyuan examined Zhu Yan's attributes. Boss incarnation of military calamity Zhu Yan. Near-death state. Quality, mythic. Level? Health points, 5 million. Attack power, 99,999 plus 100,000. Skills, Berserk, Blood Breath, Fierce Weapon Condensation, Scorched Earth, War Domain, Graveyard of 10,000 Weapons. Equipment, Fierce Weapon War Spear. Is this the second stage? Lu Xingyuan felt a surge of excitement. The stronger Zhu Yan grew, the longer he could farm this dungeon. When he eventually subdued Zhu Yan, its potential would be all the greater. Chapter 63, The Ancient Fiend Driven Mad by Torment. Roar! Zhu Yan grew weary of this insignificant insect before him. The long spear in its hand came crashing down from midair. Crash! In an instant, massive cracks spread across the entire land. Lu Xingyuan had only a sliver of health left. Even the most basic attack would be fatal to him. And Zhu Yan was seething with rage. 199,999. 1,900,000 damage instantly triggered the passive effect of the ancestral talisman. 0 health, 0 mana. Lu Xingyuan was furious. With a sweeping gesture. Evil dragon, bite it for me. The evil dragon was not a weapon. It was a creature existing in a special spiritual state. It too had its limits. Consecutive devourings had slowed the evil dragon's movements. Nevertheless, it still gave Zhu Yan a bite. 225,885. Zhu Yan health, 4,485,485 million. In a single exchange, Lu Xingyuan had already taken out 1/10 of its health. Amidst Zhu Yan's roar, Lu Xingyuan too became a lifeless corpse. When he reappeared, he was already outside the instance. Those around him, witnessing Lu Xingyuan's efficiency in being eliminated once more. One by one, they were utterly astonished. Damn it, Lu Xingyuan died again? He was the first to clear the hard difficulty dungeon before. Looks like this ancient fiend dungeon is tougher than anyone imagined. Hang in there, brother Lu. Do your best to take down Zhu Yan and claim the ancient ruins rewards. Lu Xingyuan gave a slight nod. Thanks, everyone. I'll do my best. Among the crowd, he spotted several familiar figures. Because he'd killed them more than once. That's why they were familiar. Lu Xingyuan returned to the Blood King's court, reclining on a lounge chair in the city lord's residence. While enjoying Erha's vigorous massage, he started watching a movie. He felt a bit tired. He'd rest a bit, grind up his stats, then go torment Zhu Yan. Meanwhile, Ancient Ruins Dungeon. White Snake, Diana, White Jade Spider, Black Bear Demon. 5 bosses, each more thrilling than the last. Their maximum health pools are bound to their master. Lu Xingyuan grows stronger. They grow stronger. Initially, their health barely exceeded 40,000. Under the relentless assault of endless adventurers, they shouldn't have lasted an hour. But, while being attacked and losing health, their maximum health pool also steadily increased. Now, they all possessed around 200,000 HP. Dying? That's incredibly difficult. Xiao Bai and the others had long since grown accustomed to it. Especially the Imperial Princess Diana, who had just fallen to her knees before Lu Xingyuan. Watching her health bar surge relentlessly, her eyes gleamed with delight. She was the proud Imperial Princess. Only the truly strong could conquer her. Even if reduced to a servant, absolute loyalty to her master was non-negotiable. Yet not a shred of her pride had been diminished. Yet it was only at this moment Diana finally understood what true strength truly meant. This princess, spoiled and arrogant since childhood, had actually developed a crush on the very man who had just killed her. Soon, Lu Xingyuan appeared before Zhu Yan once more. Between Zhu Yan's nostrils, 2 puffs of white breath escaped. This little bugger is clearly weak. Yet each time it was killed, it would swiftly return before him. And with each resurrection, it grows stronger. Zhu Yan was starting to lose confidence. Lu Xingyuan, however, grew increasingly confident. Confidence born of power. Attribute panel, Lu Xingyuan. Class, Boss Blood King. First Ascension. Quality unknown. Level, 1771%. Strength, 190. Agility 190. Stamina 1900. Spirit 190. Health primary attribute 435,610. Mana 1900. Equipment Shadow of the Evil Dragon, Proof of a True Man Legacy, Ancestral Talisman Legacy, Ring of Divine Concealment Epic, Xingyuan Gourd Legendary. Zhu Yan swatted him with one palm. 93,451. Then he froze in place. This human's health points doubled again. 342,159 435,610. Zhu Yan was stunned. 40,000 health points. This little bug's health points have doubled again. Though its brain wasn't the sharpest, it vaguely remembered. The first time he'd seen this little bug, its maximum health had been just over 90,000. A single casual strike could instantly kill it. Later, the little bug's maximum health had risen to 200,000. With its terrifying health regeneration and eerie shadow, it could now deal 500,000 damage in a single life. Now, this little bug's health pool exceeded 400,000. Everything has undergone a qualitative change. Zhu Yan's attack power is indeed formidable. In its normal state, its basic attacks alone can deal over 90,000 damage. Its health regeneration rate of 4000 plus per second seemed vastly inferior in comparison. But Zhu Yan was already near death. Compounded by the constraints of formations and chains, he was unable to execute high-intensity continuous attacks. Nevertheless, Lu Xingyuan's Shadow of the Evil Dragon was also temporarily unusable. The Shadow of the Evil Dragon is a special type of equipment. Its essence is a dragon spirit that devours life force. In such a short span, it had continuously devoured vast amounts of life force from both Lu Xingyuan and Zhu Yan. The evil dragon's belly was nearly bursting from overeating. Have you ever seen a dragon with a belly as round as a soccer ball? That's exactly how the evil dragon looks now. It simply couldn't eat anymore. Without the dragon's assistance, Lu Xingyuan posed no threat to Zhu Yan. This also allowed him to focus on positioning. Zhu Yan was being pulled and tugged until it was numb. It too senses something amiss. This little bugger. Though it no longer possessed that bizarre shadow attack, its damage output was negligible. But it was incredibly hard to kill. It took Zhu Yan a full half hour to finally kill Lu Xingyuan. But this wasn't the end. It was only the beginning. In the time that followed, every time Lu Xingyuan resurrected, he would rush into the instance at top speed. To battle Zhu Yan once more. Not to slay Zhu Yan. Simply to hone his combat skills. Simultaneously, he would deliberately lower his own level. Zhu Yan could only vent his fury on Lu Xingyuan's corpse in a fit of rage. Lu Xingyuan has arrived. Lu Xingyuan died. In the blink of an eye, Lu Xingyuan's level plummeted to 11. Watching Lu Xingyuan get eliminated once more, those outside the instance couldn't help but laugh. At the beginning, many people encouraged Lu Xingyuan. After all, the Ancient Fiend dungeon was notoriously difficult. Many players were being eliminated one after another. But you can't get eliminated 6 times in a row within an hour. From level 17 all the way down to level 11. Even if you're feeding, you can't be this blatant. He's lost his mind. LOL. Guess he's not showing off anymore. Got lucky with a few first clear runs? Think he's a genius now? You guys don't know. Brother Lu's planning to stuff the monsters in the Ancient Ruins dungeon to death. When the wall falls, everyone pushes. Lu Xingyuan, the speedrunner conquering hard dungeons, is the internet's darling. Everyone wants to run dungeons with Lu Xingyuan. He was killed repeatedly. Lu Xingyuan's level dropped to 11. Naturally, he faced endless ridicule. But Lu Xingyuan didn't care about that. From this moment on, these would all be his reserve experience fodder. Lowering his level. Just so I can grind all of you through. Soon, Lu Xingyuan once again stood before Zhu Yan. Seeing this little bug again, Zhu Yan completely lost it. Roar! 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 The power within Zhu Yan boiled uncontrollably, staining the entire earth crimson. Lu Xingyuan clicked his tongue. Look at this, look at this. That once docile monkey, look what that monkey has turned him into. Chapter 64, 6th Tier Powerhouse's Dimensional Strike. The Mutated Abyssal Walker. 1,000 miles of barren land. One of Zhu Yan's core abilities. Capable of unleashing massive area, long duration area damage. It also applies the Fire Curse status effect, with damage increasing per stack. 50,000. 55,000. 60,000. 65,000. There was no escape. Lu Xingyuan could only watch helplessly as his health bar plummeted. In an instant, he was down to half health. 274,244 536,842. Fortunately, Zhu Yan was in a near-death state. It couldn't sustain this skill for long. Otherwise, this single skill could instantly kill Lu Xingyuan. Damn, that's powerful. Lu Xingyuan marveled. Zhu Yan's power perfectly matched Lu Xingyuan's requirements for a boss. He must be defeated. Lu Xingyuan continued his previous tactic. He began to pull Zhu Yan toward him. Sword-like formations of congealed blood, guided by his will, striking Zhu Yan repeatedly. Then, Lu Xingyuan began swaying left and right, constantly repositioning to evade Zhu Yan's skills. Even against basic attacks, he attempted to dodge. Ah! This is just fun. Zhu Yan's mood, however, was far from lighthearted. Roar! A torrent of blood-tinged breath erupted. A bottomless black gash was left on the ground. Lu Xingyuan, however, had long since mastered Zhu Yan's basic skills. Seeing Zhu Yan open its massive jaws, he sidestepped it. But it still grazed him. He lost 90,000 health points. Fortunately, during the struggle with Zhu Yan, Lu Xingyuan's body had been emitting a green glow. Plus 5,368. Plus 5,368. Plus 5,368. Even after being hit by Zhu Yan's breath attack, he still had a little over half his health left. Zhu Yan once again tried to forcefully pull out the weapon that was bound. Lu Xingyuan wasn't about to stand there waiting like a fool. Seizing the moment as Zhu Yan released his spear, he forged a crimson blade. He relentlessly attacked Zhu Yan. 3,231. 3,109. 2,918. The damage was negligible, but the insult was profound. By the time Zhu Yan managed to pull the weapon free, that little bugger had run off again. His rage, already on the verge of exploding, had nowhere to vent. Roar! Roar, roar, roar! His rage meter was off the charts. Zhu Yan gripped the long spear with both hands, raising it high above his head. The weapon condensed its malevolent aura. In an instant, crimson blood-tainted energy surged from Zhu Yan's body. In the sky above, they coalesced into the shapes of countless halberds. Then, they began indiscriminate attacks. Boom! 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 The entire world was enveloped in crimson spears. 199,999. 199,999. The indiscriminate area attack left Lu Xingyuan with no chance to evade. He was struck by 4 or 5 successive spears forged from malevolent energy. His health bar was instantly depleted. As death approached, Lu Xingyuan calmly waved his hand. Bye, little monkey. I'll be back. Zhu Yan completely broke down. He relentlessly pounded the surrounding stone pillars with his long spear. The entire dungeon space trembled violently. After this battle concluded, Lu Xingyuan didn't rush to continue the fight. Instead, he lay back contentedly in the cave and started watching a little movie. Waiting for Zhu Yan to cool down. Ancient Fiend Dungeon. A top-tier guild named War Against Heaven had formed a dedicated expedition to conquer the Ancient Ruins dungeon, comprising 5 elite squads. Their first target, slaying the Black Bear Demon. After suffering heavy casualties, they successfully drained the Black Bear Demon's mana. Without its special skill, Black Wind Malevolence, the Black Bear Demon was nothing more than a bear meat punching bag. But as time dragged on, they realized a problem. This punching bag was damn hard to kill. Damn it! The health bars on these bosses keep increasing? This is insane, absolutely insane. 300,000. Even a level 40 dungeon boss doesn't have health this terrifying. This is insane. As everyone knows, even bears without spiritual intelligence possess a cunning nature. The Black Bear Demon is naturally even more treacherous. As the adventurers trembled with fear, it crept closer and activated its rage skill. In one fell swoop, it annihilated the remaining 8 adventurers. At the same time, outside a portal to an ancient beast's lair, a woman veiled in gauze appeared. Tall and graceful, she wore a dazzling pearl necklace around her neck. She looked quite extraordinary. The only flaw was the faint swirl of black aura visible at her collar. Pearl stared intently at the dungeon passage ahead. She suddenly plunged a dagger into her own abdomen. Slay me. Quality, Legendary. Effect 1, stabbing yourself with this dagger temporarily reduces your character level. Effect 2, once this weapon is used, the wielder can no longer conceal their class information. Pearl let out an almost inaudible whimper. Yet he remained expressionless, gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain as he pulled the dagger free. At the same time, her level plummeted from 50 to 25. Vice President. Behind Pearl stood 4 sharp-eyed young men and women. They all looked worried. Pearl's ample chest heaved violently. Let's go. In the next instant, the group vanished into the dungeon passageway. Anyone else? Having just cleared out those groups of adventurers, the Black Bear Demon spotted another group of adventurers. Vice President, be cautious. This is the Black Bear Demon boss, possessing a special Black Wind Malevolence skill. Vice President, perhaps we should focus on locating the herbs you require first. Pearl's eyes narrowed slightly. The Sword of Severance doesn't just shave off levels. It also strips away all attributes and skills. Even her high-tier equipment became unusable. Logically speaking, they shouldn't be wasting time here. But timing is everything. This boss has just endured a fierce battle. It's in poor condition. Hearing this, the other young people's faces lit up with delight. Led by Pearl, they launched their assault on the Black Bear Demon boss. After all, Pearl was a powerful 6th tier professional. Even with her level temporarily suppressed, her prowess remained overwhelming. Her combat prowess was astonishing. The Black Bear Demon, having just endured a fierce battle, had only tens of thousands of HP remaining. It was swiftly slain by Pearl. The young men watched their experience points surge, their faces lighting up with delight. Thank you, Vice President. The Vice President is incredible. Of course. The Vice President is a hidden class. Even with his level suppressed, he's no ordinary second-class job holder to mess with. Meanwhile, Lu Xingyuan, through his contract with the Black Bear Spirit, he watched the entire battle unfold. So powerful. Lu Xingyuan's eyes gleamed. Not only because this professional's strength was formidable enough, but also because he had glimpsed the Pearl's professional profile. White Pearl Pathological. Profession, Pearl Diver's 6th transformation. Quality, Hidden. Level, 2565. HP 33512. Attack Power 2591. Skills, Pearl Mother's Protection, Moonlit Night, Heavenly Maiden Scattering Flowers, Moonlit Sea. Equipment Pearl Necklace, Pearl Earrings, Pearl Bracelet, Pearl. Chapter 65, you won't believe this, but I got ganged up on by bosses. Pearl Diver, a hidden class? With stats this insane? And she forced her way into this dungeon despite being underleveled. Level suppressing items are rare, but they do exist. But they usually come at a cost. What caught Lu Xingyuan's attention most was the White Pearl's equipment. Pearl Necklace 10. Quality, Epic. Effect, Health plus 300 stackable. Pearl Earrings 2. Quality, Near Mythic. Effect, increases skill power by 50% stackable. Pearl Bracelet 20. Quality, Epic. Effect, attack power plus 100 stackable. Description, special gear cultivated by Pearl Divers, enhancing attributes as Pearl grades improve. These pieces of equipment are no ordinary items. The woman's features and name reminded Lu Xingyuan of someone. Could this be the Abyss Walker known as Number 7? Who would have thought she was a 6th tier class? Abyss Walkers truly are no ordinary bunch. The ancestral talisman in Lu Xingyuan's hand had been given to him by this Pearl. She's ill. Lu Xingyuan's gaze fixed intently on the words pathological change displayed on the panel. Disease. This thing can actually infect human practitioners? Zhang Yuli had once told him. Mutated professionals possess the ability to directly erase a professional's soul. They could utterly annihilate a professional within a dungeon world. Therefore, Lu Xingyuan deeply feared this power. He was also attempting to uncover the root of this mutated power. Unexpectedly, he encountered an infected mutated practitioner so soon on Blue Star. And a 6th tier powerhouse at that. However, Pearl doesn't seem to have been fully consumed by the mutation yet. Speculation holds little value. Lu Xingyuan issued his command directly. Xiaobai, Black White Spider, and Diana. The 4 of you follow the direction of the Black Bear Demon's demise. Eliminate the professional known as White Pearl. Pearl led the group. They swiftly traversed the ancient fiend dungeon, with a 6th tier powerhouse leading the charge. Their presence was nothing short of a dimensional assault. Monsters that were troublesome for other 2nd tier practitioners. Pearls can be easily crushed. They also discovered many rare medicinal herbs. But none of these were what the Pearl needed. After prolonged testing, she discovered that only powerful vitality could slow the erosion of the disease mutation. Suddenly, Pearl, who had been rushing forward, halted abruptly. She stared intently at the dark crimson mist ahead. A massive shadow slowly emerged from the blood-red mist. It was a gigantic white serpent, translucent and crystalline like jade. Its body stretched at least 100 meters long. Boss White Serpent. Vice President will cover your retreat. The other 4 displayed unwavering loyalty. Without hesitation, they were willing to sacrifice their own lives to ensure Pearl's escape. But Pearl remained silent. Because several smaller shadows began to emerge from the darkness. Boss White Jade Spider. Boss Black Jade Spider. Boss the Lost Princess. Everyone froze in place. Before entering the dungeon, they had done their homework. They were well aware of these hidden bosses lurking within the ancient fiend dungeon. According to the intelligence they had gathered, these bosses were stationed at different locations within the dungeon. Why were they all appearing here at the same time? 4 hidden bosses? No, more than 4. White Pearl looked up, gazing at the white snake's head concealed within the blood-red mist. A crimson throne stood silently. Upon the blood-red throne, a hooded figure in black robes leaned arrogantly against the throne, his shadowed visage flashing fangs now and then. Blood King. This boss, possessing an exceptionally long health bar and powerful life regeneration, had sparked endless speculation among countless players not long ago. Unexpectedly, after lying low for a period. Only to emerge in the ancient ruins dungeon. Vice President, what should we do now? If there were only one boss, they could still block it with their lives. But 4 bosses? 10 lives wouldn't be enough. A dazzling radiance blossomed around Pearl. Heavenly maiden scattering flowers. From her wrists. Those crystal clear, plump, and perfectly round pearls soared into the air. They crashed down upon the Blood King. 0. 0. 0. 0. Bai Xinyu stared wide-eyed, unable to believe what she saw as she turned toward the back of the room, that strikingly beautiful woman with an extraordinary presence. The instant Pearl moved, Diana deployed several protective shields. Bai Xinju's expression turned grave. Her skills couldn't break through the shields. Let's go. White Pearl immediately prepared to lead her men to retreat. But the 5 bosses behind them pursued relentlessly. It seemed their sole purpose in coming here was to hunt them down. Vice President, could it be that we provoked these bosses' retaliation by killing the Black Bear demon earlier? And that's why these bosses are seeking revenge? Xinyu nodded slightly. She clenched a talisman stone covered in intricate symbols. She couldn't die. After level 50, each subsequent level became as difficult as climbing to the heavens. Let alone reaching level 60. If she didn't find the required herbs and died again in this dungeon, that would be a huge loss. But what to do now? Right. Number 9. Number 9 should be in the dungeon too. Let's see if he can help me out. Pearl sent a message to the newly joined number 9 through the private chat function of the talisman. 9, are you also in the ancient fiend dungeon? Lu Xingyuan, perched atop the white snake's head, watched the frantically fleeing White Pearl before him. He replied. What's up, Pearl? Pearl, you won't believe this, but I'm being chased by the boss. Lu Xingyuan assured her he believed it. Because he was the one who arranged it. Bai Xinju continued, I entered the ancient fiend dungeon and 4 bosses are hunting me down. Can you save me? I'll reward you handsomely afterward. Lu Xingyuan, I'm only in my teens. Even if I wanted to help, I'd be powerless to do so. While the two were talking, Xiao Bai swung his blade with deadly precision. He swiftly dispatched all 4 of White Pearl's teammates one after another. Even Bai Xinju herself had only a little over 1,000 health points left. White Pearl, held back by her lower level, was utterly no match for Xiao Bai. A spirit's sword soared from the white snake's brow, completely depleting Pearl's health. You have slain a level 65 professional. You gain 500,000 EXP and 1% HP. As the opponent was a hidden class, you gained an additional 1% health. You have leveled up. All attributes plus 10. Constitution attribute receives a 10-fold bonus. You have leveled up. All attributes plus 10. You have leveled up. You have leveled up. Holy crap! Lu Xingyuan leveled up. And he leveled up 5 times in a row. He's now level 16. After defeating the Pearl, a special piece of equipment dropped. Pearl Bracelet 1. Quality, Epic. Effect 1, Attack Power plus 100 stackable. Is this the special gear crafted by Pearl Divers? Pearl gear is indeed quite impressive. But that's all it is. Lu Xingyuan's primary concern was why the White Pearl had become infected and mutated. Lu Xingyuan, Pearl Boss, you must be pretty high level by now. Why did you enter the ancient fiend dungeon? White Pearl, who had been eliminated, gasped for breath. Each death inevitably cost her 1 level. This cost was far too great for a 6th transformation class. Plus, she'd lost a pearl. Each of these pearls had been crafted at considerable cost. They were priceless. This loss was simply too devastating. White Pearl composed herself before replying to Lu Xingyuan. Because I'm ill, a very peculiar illness. It requires some extremely rare medicines to suppress it. No one could say for certain whether those bosses might be lying in wait for her within the dungeon. No getting carried away. Number 9 entered the beginner village of the Abyss Lands, perhaps with more insight into the disease. And number 9 is young, unlike those other Abyss walkers who are so cunning and calculating. Let's get number 9 to help. White Pearl disregarded the risk of exposing her identity. She struck a deal with Lu Xingyuan. Lu Xingyuan would provide potent life force herbs and artifacts. White Pearl was willing to trade them at a premium price. Who would have thought this trip would bring such an unexpected bonus? Bai Xinju's appearance was entirely unexpected. It seems even professionals can be infected by mutations. This power might be even more terrifying than Zhang Yuli had described. Chapter 66, A Sure Win. Lu Xingyuan returned once more to the cave surrounding Zhuyan. He began playing the latest single-player game recently released on the market. The 2nd Battalion commander stood by, providing emotional support. Master, bite him. Master, this spot's perfect for a quick pee, leave a mark. Meanwhile, White Snake, Diana, Black Jade Spider, White Jade Spider. They continued to relentlessly farm the professionals. The monsters were endless. The same goes for the adventurers, they just couldn't kill them all fast enough. Lu Xingyuan's experience points skyrocketed like a rocket. 1 hour later, the blood furnace triggered for the 81st time. Lu Xingyuan's level rose to 17. His health points surged to 1,214,120. 2 hours later, the blood furnace was triggered 91 more times. Level increased again to 18. Life points increased to 3,003,663. Simultaneously, the white jade spiders and black jade spiders were overwhelmed and killed by the sheer numbers of the adventurers' human wave tactics. 8 hours later, Lu Xingyuan triggered the blood furnace 69 times. His level remained unchanged. His health points, however, had surged to 5,967,961. Lu Xingyuan's health pool had officially surpassed Juyan's. Xiaobai and Diana had not yet been killed by the unethical practitioners. They were no longer in a state to continue fighting. Lu Xingyuan immediately recalled them into his body. Once they recovered, he would resume hunting down the practitioners. Several hidden bosses, some dead, some fled. The ancient ruins instance became a paradise for the professionals. The adventurers began rampaging through the entire dungeon. They slaughtered all manner of monsters within. Zhang Yuli also cleared several dungeons in a row. She won several wagers. But as soon as she emerged, she heard that Lu Xingyuan had died 6 times in a row in the ancient ruins dungeon. He'd been killed down to level 11. She immediately messaged Lu Xingyuan to ask what happened. Lu Xingyuan replied with just 2 words. Let go, win. Meanwhile, boss territory. Ever since Lu Xingyuan had tormented Zhu Yan had been raving mad. After 10,000 years of sealing, Zhu Yan's cerebellum had atrophied. His intellect was limited. Yet the ancient beast's keen instincts. During the battle with Lu Xingyuan, Zhu Yan sensed the threat of death. Therefore, it began relentlessly attacking the stone pillar that held it captive with its long spear. Boom! 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 Each crushing blow sent shockwaves rippling through the earth. The entire world trembled in response. Thud! Finally, when Zhu Yan was utterly exhausted, a stone pillar was completely shattered. It broke free from part of the formation. Naturally, it unleashed a portion of its own power. Roar! Zhu Yan let out a thunderous roar. Like the beating of war drums. It echoed through every corner of the dungeon space. Every adventurer could hear that terrifying roar. What was that noise? It scared the hell out of me. Zhu Yan. It must be Zhu Yan. The boss has awakened. Could it be that after we killed all of Zhu Yan's minions? Did we forcefully awaken Zhu Yan? Will Zhu Yan attack us now? How are we supposed to play now? When you're dead, you're dead. Who cares if it's a pig or a dog? Let's just take the bastard down. A boss's fate is to be slain. Even ancient beasts must become experience points for us adventurers. Meanwhile, upon hearing of the disturbance in the ancient ruins instance, Lu Xingyuan, he immediately led his fully restored minions into the ancient ruins. Boss Wars Incarnation Juyan. Near death state. Rarity, mythic. Level? HP, 5 million plus 5 million. Attack, 99,999 plus 100,000. Skills, Berserk, Blood-Shattering Breath, Fierce Weapon Condensing Slaughter, Scorched Earth, War Domain, Graveyard of 10,000 Weapons. Equipment, Condensed Aura Battle Armor Mythic, Fierce Weapon Battle Spear Mythic. Lu Xingyuan's brow furrowed deeply. Damn it! Could it be that the power sealed within these stone pillars is all Zhu Yan's? Unexpectedly, after just one night without tormenting Zhu Yan had pulled off a major surprise. Fortunately, Lu Xingyuan kept a constant watch on the dungeon's developments. If Zhu Yan had shattered more stone pillars, its combat power would undoubtedly have grown stronger. After all, it is an ancient beast of terror. It's time to end this. Lu Xingyuan made his decision. Although Zhu Yan had grown stronger, it was not enough to instill fear in Lu Xingyuan. Because he, too, had grown stronger. Send this ancient beast to its death. Entrance to the ancient ruins. Zhang Yuli's expression was more solemn than ever before. The wager, ancient ruins. Difficulty, unknown. Odds, 100,000%. Time limit, 24 hours. No refunds once you've placed your bet. Win or lose, you're on the hook. Why did it go up again? Her stunning face instantly fell. To bet or not to bet, that is the question. Chapter 67, No Mercy Bosses Ganging Up on Bosses. Logically speaking, Zhang Yuli absolutely shouldn't have initiated this wager. She had 1,000 reasons to refuse. But, all in is a form of wisdom. The ordinary bystander of her past life, in this life, she had become a formidable power rising from nowhere. She believed Lu Xingyuan was no ordinary man. And with her, the Valkyrie, by his side. A powerful alliance, perhaps they could defeat the ancient beasts after all. Meanwhile, Lu Xingyuan, accompanied by all his boss minions, surrounded Zhu Yan. Roar! Zhu Yan let out a furious roar. Human, this time I will utterly annihilate your soul. With that, the long spear in Zhu Yan's hand slammed viciously into the black bear demon's body. Zhu Yan still remembered these bosses. Though they all possessed decent potential, they were far too weak now. A single casual strike could obliterate them. Watching the black bear demon crawl out of the ruins, Zhu Yan froze in place. Health points. How is that possible? Last time, this black bear demon's health was clearly only around 40,000. In just 2 days, its health had surged to over 3 million. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Zhu Yan would never have believed it. A 3 million health cap, though nowhere near comparable to Zhu Yan's own. But when Zhu Yan's gaze swept over the other bosses, it was impossible that only the weakest black bear demon had experienced such a massive surge in health points. The others were likely the same. Finally, Zhu Yan's gaze locked onto Lu Xingyuan. The secret to everything likely lay with this human. Human, who exactly are you? Lu Xingyuan smiled. For the first time, Zhu Yan did not call him a little bug. Your future master. Roar. Lu Xingyuan's provocation completely enraged the hot-headed Zhu Yan. It let out a furious roar. A crimson glow flickered around its body, and its already 100-meter-tall form surged even larger. Rage. It had actually activated its berserk state. 2nd Battalion Commander, Xiaobai, Black Jade Spider, White Jade Spider. Simultaneously, crimson light flickered across their bodies. Rage. Lu Xingyuan unleashed the battle cry skill. All allies gained a 20% boost to attack power. Lu Xingyuan tossed the Qiankuan gourd to several pets. Each pet took a sip. Gained 10% damage reduction. Then, they abandoned all honor, with 7 bosses closing in on Zhu Yan. Fierce Dog Sky-Splitting Slash. 1533. Draw Slash. 2345. Spiritual Insight Sword. 6031. Black Wind's Malevolent Aura. Holy Light Greatsword. Gale Shattering Slash. Flooding the Golden Mountain. One skill after another slammed into Zhu Yan, his health bar slowly draining. Zhu Yan's mouth twisted into a grin, revealing a mouthful of sharp fangs. It turned out only his health had been amplified. With one seal broken, Zhu Yan not only grew stronger, but his intelligence seemed heightened as well. It completely ignored the other bosses. It locked onto Lu Xingyuan and attacked. Boom! The long spear pierced through heaven and earth. 199,999. Lu Xingyuan's lips curled into a faint smile. Is that all you've got? Did you skip breakfast, Zhu Yan? Lu Xingyuan abruptly changed his fighting style against Zhu Yan, standing completely still without dodging or evading, allowing Zhu Yan's attacks to strike him. There was no other way. Lu Xingyuan's current health regeneration rate reached a staggering 59,679 per second. A single strike from Zhu Yan only dealt 200,000 damage. If he didn't absorb the damage quickly, his health would be fully restored. The Shadow of the Evil Dragon simply has no time to trigger its counterattack. Moreover, Shadow of the Evil Dragon has an attack cap. After a few more hits, even without being fully saturated, its attack drive would plummet. Lu Xingyuan aimed to unleash a massive strike. Provoked by Lu Xingyuan, Zhu Yan erupted in fury. Blood Slaughter Breath. 99,999. Fierce Weapon Condenses Slaughter. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. War spears condensed from malevolent energy hovered in midair, densely packed, obscuring the entire sky. Then, they began indiscriminate attacks across the entire area. 199,999. 199,999. 199,999. In an instant, a dozen war spears crashed into Lu Xingyuan's body. Within seconds, Lu Xingyuan's health plummeted by over 3 million points. 277-7961-596-7961. The ancient beast Zhu Yan was truly terrifying. With just 2 skills, it had dealt over 3 million damage to Lu Xingyuan. At the same time, amidst the relentless assault, Zhu Yan's health pool also began to diminish. 9,816,060 10 million. 7 bosses besieged Zhu Yan. During this period, they only managed to deal 180,000 damage. The disparity is stark. At that very moment, Zhu Yan unleashed its advanced skill once more. Bare Earth for 1,000 miles. Boom! The entire world began to tremble incessantly. Grim cracks spread across the land like a spider web. Terrifying damage numbers appeared above Lu Xingyuan and his 6 minions. 50,000. 60,000. 70,000. 80,000. In an instant, it dealt nearly 1 million points of damage. Clearly, after breaking free from the chains binding his right hand, Zhu Yan not only gained the ability to wield the weapon, the battle spear, and the battle armor, but also saw a significant increase in the power of his skills. Not only did it inflict immense damage within a close range, moreover, This time it truly scorched the land for miles. The entire dungeon space is engulfed by a crimson aura of malevolence. Every adventurer in the ancient ruins instance reported taking damage from the aftermath of this scorched earth effect. Damn it! What the hell was that red beam just now? It nearly one-shot me. Damn, that's one massive AoE. Boss. It's Xingyuan. Someone's fighting Xingyuan. The entire dungeon trembled incessantly. Faintly visible in the depths of the dungeon, dazzling bursts of light were erupting. Such a sight usually signaled someone was battling the boss. Everyone held their breath. Eyes fixed on the dungeon's depths, excitement radiating from their faces. That's an ancient beast. Defeating an ancient beast would surely bring unimaginable rewards. You're dreaming. Even if someone could reach Xingyuan, they wouldn't stand a chance against it. That's an ancient beast. Among the crowd, some faces lit up with excitement, hoping to witness the subjugation of the ancient beast. But most held a pessimistic outlook. Don't even mention ancient killers. Generally speaking, dungeons that trap entire classes are notoriously difficult to clear. Throughout history, human adventurers have cleared nightmare tier dungeons only a handful of times. As for hell tier dungeons, have never been cleared by any adventurer. Jiang Yuli also entered the ancient ruins instance, examining her attribute panel. Profession panel: Jiang Yuli. Class: Gambling God Apprentice. Quality: Hidden Class. Level: 311%. Strength: 40 plus 50. Agility: 44 plus 20. Constitution: 45 plus 30. Spirit: 50 plus 20. Exclusive skills: Wheel of Fate, all in bet. Class panel: Jiang Yuli. Class: Gambling God Apprentice. Quality: Hidden Class. Level: 1611%. HP: 1891 30 50. Attack power: 190 plus 50. Mana: 700. Exclusive skills: Wheel of Fate, all in bet. Universal skills. Equipment: Protector Set Legendary, Dragon Spear Legendary. Lu Xingyuan has already begun fighting Xingyuan. Jiang Yuli wasted no time. She followed Lu Xingyuan's route at top speed. The journey was unimpeded. They arrived at the boss's territory. Surrounded by scorched earth, dark red from the intense heat, Jiang Yuli held her breath. Her gaze locked onto the colossal beast towering 100 meters high. Health: 10 million? This is terrifying. The next second, she witnessed a scene she would never forget. Lu Xingyuan, accompanied by 6 bosses, was besieging Xingyuan. WTF? When did Lu Xingyuan recruit so many powerful bosses as his minions? And each one was more insane than the last. Their health bars were ridiculously high. They're actually holding their own against Xingyuan. Jiang Yuli saw it with her own eyes. That black bear demon took a direct hit from Xingyuan, losing 190,000 health points. Yet the black bear demon was completely unharmed, because its maximum health pool was a whopping 3 million. Then there was Lu Xingyuan. His maximum health had surged past 5 million, nearing 6 million. What the hell? At that moment, the female gambling goddess began questioning her existence. When did professionals gain such terrifying health pools? Wait, he's a boss. But that still didn't sit right. Even though they had the numbers advantage, Lu Xingyuan and his boss pets were already being overwhelmed by Xingyuan. This boss is just too overpowered. After Jiang Yuli saw Xingyuan's stats, she was utterly devastated. A level 10 professional could never defeat such an existence. Even Lu Xingyuan couldn't do it. Before the 100-meter-tall colossus Xingyuan, Lu Xingyuan was like a tiny ant. His health bar rapidly drained to 0. At that very moment, Jiang Yuli saw Lu Xingyuan slowly spread his arms. He was smiling. A monstrous, ferocious black dragon shadow slowly crawled out from his shadow. Then it transformed into a torrent of black energy, crashing violently into Xingyuan's body. 539-8761. Chapter 68, The Ultimate Ace, The Killing Move. I must be seeing things. Jiang Yuli's eyes nearly popped out of her head. A professional at level 10 something couldn't possibly deal such terrifying damage. This is insane. But it was undeniably real. Xingyuan's health bar was instantly halved. Combined with the damage accumulated over the previous period, Lu Xingyuan's pets had already drained over 1 million HP from Xingyuan. 3,247,825 10 million. That's terrifying, utterly insane. At that moment, the female gambling goddess Jiang Yuli completely broke down. She couldn't accept such a thing. It tore apart every shred of her understanding, then stomped it into the ground with brutal force. Jiang Yuli's understanding of professionals had completely collapsed. An 18th level professional. A single strike dealing over 5 million damage. No one would believe it if she told them. It wasn't just Jiang Yuli who couldn't believe it. Xingyuan felt the same way. The rage in its eyes completely dissipated, its gaze gradually clearing. Finally, it transformed into fear. For the second time, Zhu Yan sensed the threat of death emanating from Lu Xingyuan. War. Domain. Zhu Yan was covered in blood, drenched in it. It unleashed one of its most powerful skills without hesitation. Battlefield. The sound of war drums echoed from all directions. Every practitioner within the dungeon could hear the deafening drumbeats. The scattered bones and spirits on the ground slowly awoke at the drum's call, crawling out from beneath the earth. They began surging madly toward the core area of the ancient ruins dungeon. Soon, armored skeletons and spirits completely surrounded the core area. Dense and endless. Ancient soldier souls summoned by Zhu Yan. Health 800. Attack power 11. Skill self-destruct. So many. Lu Xingyuan frowned deeply. The ancient warrior spirits summoned by Zhu Yan were no different from the ordinary minions in this dungeon. Their strength was even weaker. But the two skills they possessed were downright annoying. And there were far too many of them. So many ancient soldier spirits detonating themselves. Lu Xingyuan and his minions couldn't withstand it. Diana. Lu Xingyuan roared. Diana's body radiated a divine glow. Holy light protection. Shimmering golden shields enveloped everyone within, protecting them from the monster's self-destruction. Diana soared into the air, arms outstretched. A dazzling beam of holy light erupted from her flawless brow. Holy light shines upon all. In this moment, light became the deadliest weapon. Unseeable, unavoidable. All ancient weapon spirits within range were enveloped in blinding holy light. Xiaobai transformed into a serpent with a human head, soaring into the air. His hands formed seals, flooding the golden mountain. This was Xiaobai's water floods the golden mountain, unleashed by expending all his magical energy. In an instant, torrential rain poured down like splashed ink, engulfing the entire area. Water floods the golden mountain deals limited damage to a single target. But its area of effect is immense. It was just right for dealing with these ancient soldier spirits. Simultaneously, the 2nd Battalion commander charged forth. His whirlwind sword technique conjured terrifying tornadoes. The dense swarm of soldier spirits was blown high into the sky. The black bear demon likewise transformed into a black whirlwind of malevolent energy, relentlessly rampaging through the dense horde of monsters. Zhang Yuli remained within Diana's protective sphere. Gripping her spear, she moved through the millions of ancient soldier spirits as if entering an empty realm. With their combined efforts, the ancient soldier spirits perished at an astonishing rate. Is Jiang Yuelu this formidable? Lu Xingyuan frowned deeply. Jiang Yuli's spear techniques and combat skills now displayed were almost too formidable. She didn't seem like a novice practitioner at all. But Lu Xingyuan couldn't afford to dwell on that now. His attention was focused entirely on Zhu Yan. As the ancient weapon spirits rapidly faded away, Zhu Yan's health bar was plummeting at an alarming rate. Could it be? Lu Xingyuan narrowed his eyes slightly. Is the war domain consuming Zhu Yan's health points? With this thought, he immediately cast Diana's holy light and Xiaobai's flood the golden mountain. He cast the two skills in opposite directions. In an instant, tens of thousands more ancient soldier souls were slain. Zhu Yan's health bar dropped by tens of thousands of points as well. Lu Xingyuan's eyes gleamed. Killing soldier souls. These soldier souls are manifestations of Zhu Yan's health points. This skill is incredibly powerful. But Lu Xingyuan happened to possess several area of effect damage skills. The ancient soldier souls were being eliminated at a pace beyond Zhu Yan's imagination. Its health plummeted to just over 2 million points. Humans. Zhu Yan rarely spoke. I admit, your strength surpasses my expectations. Therefore, I will utterly destroy you, obliterating your soul completely. Observing Zhu Yan's remaining health points, Lu Xingyuan wore a faint, ambiguous smile. 187-6663-100 million. Come on, your daddy's waiting. Zhu Yan was nearly furious. 10,000 soldiers' tomb. Buzz buzz buzz. The entire ancient ruins instance began violently shaking. The sky cracked open, the earth collapsed. The soldier spirits Zhu Yan had summoned, along with the vengeful spirits and all manner of chaotic creatures already present within the instant space. Under this force, all dissolved into grey malevolent energy gathering in the heavens, ultimately coalescing into a grey mound, resembling a small grey hill. Zhang Yuli's eyes widened. Watch out. This is a soul attack. If you get hit by this strike, you'll truly die. Lu Xingyuan felt immense pressure. He had a premonition. If this strike landed, he might truly die. Not just the avatar of the dungeon world would perish. His soul, too, might be utterly annihilated. But he felt no fear. At some point, a parchment scroll appeared in Lu Xingyuan's hand. Unfolding, the scroll reveals densely packed runes and intricate patterns of wind and thunder crisscrossing across its surface. This was Lu Xingyuan's ultimate trump card. Forbidden Spell Scroll. Quality, Legendary. Effect, consumes a massive amount of health to unleash the 8th tier Forbidden Spell 9 Heavens Wind and Thunder technique. Chapter 69, 8th tier forbidden spell instantly kills Xingyuan. Forbidden spell? Zhang Yuli's eyes widened. Lu Xingyuan had been hiding such a trump card all along. An 8th tier forbidden spell. It could absolutely wipe out Xingyuan's remaining over 1,000,000 health points. Xingyuan, of course, recognized the gravity of the situation. Fear filled its eyes. Simultaneously, it strained every ounce of strength to activate the 10,000 soldiers graveyard skill. It sought to utterly annihilate its opponent before the forbidden spell could be unleashed. Casting a forbidden spell required specific conditions. It demanded the simultaneous infusion of life force or mana from numerous individuals. But Lu Xingyuan alone was sufficient. In an instant, he poured the remaining over 1,000,000 points of life force into the forbidden spell scroll. Boom! Thunder roared, and eerie light danced through the clouds. A frigid gale howled in. 8th tier forbidden spell 9 heavens wind and thunder. A tornado connecting heaven and earth, enveloping the terrifying thunderous sky. It relentlessly ravaged the land. Where wind and thunder passed, mountains, rocks, and trees turned to dust, and all living things vanished in an instant. Even Xingyuan could not withstand its fury. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The instant the tempest from the heavens descended, Xingyuan's life bar was instantly depleted. Its eyes fixed on Lu Xingyuan with a deathly glare. That ancient, fearsome beast was treated as nothing more than a training dummy by Lu Xingyuan. In its final moments, Xingyuan prepared to unleash its fury, summoning its most devastating attack. But Lu Xingyuan forcibly cut it down. Xingyuan died with eyes wide open. With Xingyuan's demise, the entire ancient ruins instance fell into absolute silence. The crimson blood aura began to dissipate. Every monster within this instance had been born by absorbing Xingyuan's blood aura. With Xingyuan's death, the blood aura dissipated. These monsters, naturally, perished completely. All adventurers within the ancient ruins instance were gradually teleported out. Just as confusion spread among the group, a notification echoed throughout the entire Xia kingdom. National announcement: Adventurer Hidden Name led a party to defeat the ancient beast boss war scourge incarnate Xingyuan and cleared the ancient ruins instance. National announcement: Adventurer Hidden Name led a party to defeat the ancient beast boss incarnation of military calamity Xingyuan and cleared the ancient ruins instance. Across the entire Xia kingdom, everyone stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Someone actually cleared the ancient ruins dungeon? That's insane. Even the outer hidden bosses stopped countless players who'd have thought someone could defeat the final boss? Feng Ming Guild. In a room shrouded in mist, a graceful figure glided through the water. The woman wore plump, crystalline pearls that seemed to captivate the soul. A single glance was enough to make one unable to look away. Suddenly, the nationwide announcement echoed. The snow-white figure shot out of the water. White Pearl's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared outside. Someone killed Xingyuan. Bai Xinju forced her way into the ancient ruins instance. Though she didn't encounter Xingyuan, she had encountered a formidable opponent. A figure flashed through her mind. More accurately, the silhouette of a boss. The Blood King. Could it be him? White Pearl had possessed an exceptionally keen sixth sense since childhood. A bold suspicion suddenly took root in her mind. The Blood King. Perhaps he didn't go to save Xingyuan at all. He went for his own gain. That's why he destroyed the newbie village in the abyss and opened the ancient ruins dungeon. Could it be enslavement? White Pearl leaned against the edge of the pool. This pool held priceless life-giving water, the primary reason White Pearl could delay the progression of her disease. A sheer white veil draped over her alluring form. She entered the dark sanctuary. Tungsha Guild. Conference room. A woman with a shadowed expression, venomous as a serpent, sat in the seat of authority. So not only were you eliminated in the outer rounds, but you also lost the precious equipment entrusted to you by your clan? Ji Ruyan's voice was icy cold. A faint aura of murderous intent emanated from her, turning the entire conference room into a frozen cavern. Head of the family, please do not be angry. This isn't really Ruofling's fault. The ancient ruins dungeon was just far too difficult. We couldn't make any progress. It wasn't just Ruofling and his team, most of the elite squads sent by other guilds were eliminated too. Even those who survived gained little of value. The Grand Elder hurriedly offered his explanation. Hearing this, Ji Ruyan's expression in the seat of honor softened slightly. It didn't matter if the Ji family gained nothing as long as others gained nothing either. At that very moment, news of Xingyuan's slaying spread nationwide. Ji Ruyan's expression instantly turned cold. She turned and departed immediately, activating the teleportation runestone of the Dark Hall. Dark Hall. As the news of Xingyuan's death spread, the vast majority of Abyss Walkers appeared here. Xingyuan has been slain. Does anyone here have inside information? Clown number 3 swayed his body, yet his gaze took in every subtle expression on everyone's face. Snake number 2 flicked its tongue repeatedly, emitting a hoarse voice. I'd also like to know, has anyone here personally entered this ancient ruin? Besides number 9, probably no one else could get in, said number 8, Little Red Riding Hood, in a cute voice. My people encountered the boss Blood King inside. White Pearl spoke. The information she provided immediately captured everyone's attention. Abyss Walkers were all-powerful figures and big shots. The vast majority had sent their clan's younger generations into the ancient ruins dungeon. Therefore, they were well aware of the formidable power of the hidden bosses within the dungeons. The White Snake, the Lost Princess, the Black Jade Spider, the White Jade Spider, and the Black Bear Demon. Most of these bosses are connected to the Blood King. Many speculated that the Blood King might also be within the dungeon. Yet no one has ever laid eyes on him. Now it seems to be true. White Pearl continued her speculation. I suspect this ancient ruins instance was orchestrated by the Blood King himself. He likely aims to enslave Xingyuan, just as he enslaves the bosses under his command. The moment these words left her mouth, immediately drew everyone's attention. Lu Xingyuan, who remained hidden, was greatly surprised. This White Pearl. I only exposed you once. Why are you targeting me so relentlessly? After defeating the White Pearl, Lu Xingyuan grew even more curious about the other Abyss Walkers. These people must have plenty of valuable items on them. But now was not the time to dwell on such thoughts. Lu Xingyuan's reward for slaying Xu Yan materialized as a barrage of text messages, flashing rapidly before his eyes. Ding! Congratulations on defeating the ancient fiend boss embodiment of military calamity Xu Yan. Rewards are being processed. Chapter 70, An Unprecedented Haul. The strongest boss pet. You gain 580,000 EXP. You have leveled up. All attributes increased by plus 10. Primary attributes receive a 10x boost. You have closed the Ancient Ruins instance, earning double experience rewards. You gained plus 580,000 EXP. You have leveled up. All attributes increased by plus 10. Primary attributes receive a 10x boost. You obtained Mythic Tier equipment, Beast God's Helm, Beast God's Chestplate, Beast God's Leggings, Beast God's Boots, Beast God's Bracers. You gained 1,000 free attribute points. You obtained the Mythic Grade material Ancient Fiend's Fur. You obtained the Mythic Tier material Ancient Ferocious Beast's Blood. You have obtained 10 million gold coins. You have obtained the corpse of an ancient beast. Such generous rewards? No wonder it's an ancient relic dungeon. Lu Xingyuan happily inspected the rewards. First came the equipment. Beast God Set. Quality, Mythic. Equipment requirement, Constitution 1000 plus. Effect 1, plus 1000 to all 4 primary attributes. Effect 2, Warlord's Might. Inflicts 1 layer of Ferocious Beast Mark upon attack, increasing damage by 15%. Effect 3, Scorched Earth. Inflicts scorching damage on nearby enemies equal to your Constitution attribute. Effect 4, Beast God Descends. Activate the Xu Fiendish Spirit, boosting all attributes by 50%. After activating Beast God Descent, the effects of Effect 1, Effect 2, and Effect 3 are doubled. Holy, this is powerful. All 4 attributes instantly gain plus 1000. The other set effects are equally outrageous. It can temporarily compensate for Lu Xingyuan's slight deficiency in attack power. Beyond that, there are also 1000 points of free attributes. Lu Xingyuan pondered briefly. He allocated all of them to strength. Let's boost his attack power. And Xu Yan's fur? Looking at the curled hair in his hand, Lu Xingyuan's expression turned slightly disgusted. What the hell part of its body is this hair from? Why is it curved? Whoever wants it can have it. Lu Xingyuan absolutely refuses to use Xu Yan's hair. The rest were standard rewards, nothing particularly noteworthy to Lu Xingyuan. As for the biggest haul, it was naturally Xu Yan's corpse. Zhang Yuli may be a slacker. She still got a little reward. She leveled up too. She was now at level 17. Seeing the Beast God set shared by Lu Xingyuan, Zhang Yuli's eyes lit up. Holy crap, is this thing seriously that overpowered? With the Beast God set, no need to switch gear at all. This is insane. Let's get out of here fast. My bet reward won't be any worse than the Beast God set. Zhang Yuli was beyond excited. A 100,000% bet reward. It absolutely won't be inferior. Lu Xingyuan stepped before Zhang Yui and waved his hand. The ghost veil shrouded them both. This instance is too unique. It's best not to reveal that we were the ones who killed the boss. Zhang Yuli felt the man's presence mere inches away. A faint blush crept across her cheeks. This guy actually looks kinda handsome when he's quiet. The space shifted. In an instant, the two appeared atop Blue Star. The teleportation portal of the Ancient Ruins instance had vanished. Only the surrounding people, still discussing matters related to the instance. Lu Xingyuan and Zhang Yui had no mind to pay attention to these matters. The two instantly teleported to the Blood King's court. Zhang Yuli activated the gambling reward. A dazzling rainbow of light burst forth. Spatial Divine Stone. Quality, Mythic. Description, a stone imbued with the legacy of spatial divine power. Absorbing its energy allows one to alter their class traits and master spatial forces. What the hell? Zhang Yuli and Lu Xingyuan both blurted out curses involuntarily. A divine stone? Divine inheritance? And a spatial one at that. This was beyond absurd. As everyone knows, in that world, space and time are both considered the absolute pinnacle. But then again, it makes sense. With Xu Yan and Lu Xingyuan teaming up, Zhang Yuli's odds of clearing the ancient ruins dungeon are 100,000%. Moreover, Zhang Yuli has staked absolutely everything she possesses, including her profession and everything else. Receiving such a reward seemed entirely justified. Nothing to lose or win at all. Zhang Yuli silently recited the creed of the gambling god profession. The bold thrive, the timid starve. This time, she won again. The next moment, Zhang Yuli's face fell completely. Good news, she had obtained the spatial divine stone. The bad news? She couldn't use it. The spatial divine stone was no ordinary artifact. It possessed a spirit of its own. Only those who resonate with it can harness its power. Zhang Yuli lacks this ability. Neither did Lu Xingyuan. Both felt a sense of helplessness. At that very moment, the dragon egg placed at the center of the city lord's mansion hall suddenly began to violently tremble. Buzz, buzz. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Although the creature within the dragon egg had not yet fully completed its blood pact with Lu Xingyuan, it was already 80% complete. As the creature within the dragon egg grew, Lu Xingyuan could now effortlessly sense its emotions. You want to devour the spatial divine stone? Lu Xingyuan was uncertain. This was the real deal, a true gold-devouring beast. First dragon blood, now a spatial divine stone. It only goes for the most valuable things. The dragon egg was so excited it jumped up in place. Zhang Yuli shrugged. I have no objections. Though she desperately wanted spatial power to enhance her profession's offensive capabilities. But such things couldn't be forced. Lu Xingyuan, however, was quite pleased. He could harness the power of his pets. If the dragon egg could master the divine power of space, he too would wield that power in the future. He placed the spatial divine stone atop the dragon egg. That irregular stone. Instantly, the entire space began to warp. As if even the heavens could not tolerate such a perversion of spatial power. Arcs of lightning crashed down from the heavens, striking the dragon egg with pinpoint accuracy. Boom! 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 Holy crap, this dragon egg really absorbed the power of the spatial divine stone. Lu Xingyuan and Zhang Yue were both utterly astonished. Perhaps, after absorbing the space divine stone, this dragon egg will finally hatch completely. This dragon egg was already mythical grade. Having absorbed a mythical grade spatial divine stone, it would undoubtedly grow even more powerful. Lu Xingyuan felt a surge of anticipation. After Zhang Yuli departed, Lu Xingyuan retrieved Zhu Yan's corpse. Ancient monstrous beast Zhu Yan, from now on, you shall be my pet. A blood-bound contract was imprinted upon Zhu Yan's corpse. In an instant, a torrent of blood surged in, enveloping Zhu Yan's massive form. Zhu Yan was immensely powerful. The life force it absorbed was terrifying. Lu Xingyuan's nearly 6 million health points were almost completely devoured before it finally ended. Roar! Accompanied by a roar that shook the heavens and earth. Zhu Yan awoke from its blood cocoon. It was no longer the boss who hated Lu Xingyuan with a vengeance. Instead, it was his most loyal servant. Master. Zhu Yan's voice was deep and resolute. It gave off an air of dependability. However, the last person who gave Lu Xingyuan this feeling was the 2nd Battalion Commander. Boss War's Incarnation Zhu Yan. Class, War Machine. Quality, Mythic. Level, 20. HP, 2,985,480. Attack, 99,999. Skills, Berserk, Blood Breath, Fierce Weapon Condensation, Scorched Earth, War Domain, Graveyard of 10,000 Soldiers. Chapter 71, Main Quest Continuation, Ascending the Throne. The Ancient Beast Zhu Yan. Transformed by Lu Xingyuan into a blood demon. Its skills remain largely unchanged from before transformation. Health points. Not increased, but decreased. However, Lu Xingyuan believes that through his own efforts and sweat, it wouldn't be long before Zhu Yan's health surpassed its original limit. Wait, what the hell is this attack power? Lu Xingyuan rubbed his eyes. The purification process reduced its strength by a third. Pets previously converted by Lu Xingyuan would have their levels lowered, resulting in a partial reduction of their attack power. Zhu Yan, however, remained completely unaffected. 99,999. This attack power is simply unbeatable. Equip the Beast God set. Lu Xingyuan opened the system panel. Attribute panel, Lu Xingyuan. Class, Boss Blood King. First Ascension. Quality, Unknown. Level, 20%. Strength, 1210 plus 1000. Agility, 210 plus 1000. Stamina, 2100 plus 1000. Spirit, 210 plus 1000. Health primary stat, 5,970,961. Attack Power 2210. Mana 12100. Exclusive skills Blood Furnace, Blood Tide, Blood Dominion, Demon King's Bloodline, Blood Fiend. Universal skill Shadow Chain, Bloodlust, Battle Cry, Descent of the God, Dragon's Gaze. Equipment, Shadow of the Evil Dragon, Beast God Set Mythic, Proof of a True Man Legacy, Ancestral Talisman Legacy, Ring of Divine Concealment Epic, Zhenkuan Gourd Legendary. Pets, Xingyuan Mythic, Diana Epic, Wolf Lord Legendary, White Snake Legendary, White Jade Spider, Black Bear Spirit. Reputation 1000, your infamy begins to sharpen. This run through the Ancient Ruins dungeon yielded truly absurd loot. First off, my health points have multiplied several times over. It now approaches 6 million. Other attributes have also seen significant increases. Plus, I got a Mythic Tier Beast God set. Another reputation reward? Could it be that news of my slaying Xingyuan has already spread throughout the abyss? Through the previous destruction of the newbie village, Lu Xingyuan was already aware. Reputation points are tied to the abyss. Causing trouble in the abyss would increase his reputation points. The greatest reward, of course, was a Mythic Tier minion. Zhu Yan. This is a true combat unit. And the mysterious dragon egg with untold potential. Lu Xingyuan was genuinely curious after absorbing divine essence. What kind of being would hatch from it? At that moment, White Pearl sent Lu Xingyuan a private message through the Dark Sanctuary's runestone. Number 9, you shouldn't linger in the newbie village for now. In my city, powerful figures are offering bounties for the mastermind behind the destruction of the newbie village. Many have already gone there. They're all extremely powerful, and most have been infected with the mutation. What a stroke of luck. Lu Xingyuan chuckled. He'd been worried about finding more natives of the abyss. Meanwhile, after defeating Zhu Yan, he gained an overwhelming amount of experience points. Lu Xingyuan's level was now stuck at 20. Unless he completed the advancement quest, he won't be able to receive any further rewards. It's somewhat like hitting a realm bottleneck. Without breaking through, he cannot continue to grow stronger. Break through, and the sky's the limit. Ding! Your level has reached 20. You may now undertake the second job advancement quest. Note, before completing the first job advancement quest, the level cap is 20, and no rewards of any kind can be obtained. Ding! Boss class players, please select your second job advancement quest. Quest 1, Shadow Chain. Quest 2, Bloodlust. So the question arises. Which skill should I choose as my new signature ability? Lu Xingyuan's gaze swept back and forth over the skills he possessed. Finally, Lu Xingyuan's gaze settled on Bloodlust. Let's prioritize attack power first. Moreover, exclusive skills come with primary attribute bonuses. Specifically, a bonus to health points. With enough health points, even a low bonus becomes terrifying. Ding! Boss Blood King has claimed the second transformation advancement quest Wrath of the King. When a commoner's rage erupts, blood splatters 5 steps. The Wrath of a King leaves corpses floating for 1,000 miles. Proceed to the Crouching Tiger Temple instance and hunt down the King of Beasts, Boss Mountain Lord. Devour its power and fuse it into a new exclusive skill. Tiger Lying Temple? Lu Xingyuan logged into the professional portal to search for information about this dungeon. Currently, on the adventurer's website, 9 out of 10 top posts were related to Ancient Ruins dungeons. The 10th one? That was Tiger Hiding Temple. Is this even a new dungeon? Lu Xingyuan clicked in with curiosity to check the details. Dungeon, Tiger Hiding Temple. Difficulty, hard. Level requirement, 1923. He simultaneously sent a message to Zhang Yuli, asking her if she wanted to join him in the Tiger Lying Temple dungeon. In a mansion within the heart of Luo City, Zhang Yuli, wrapped in a towel, was applying a face mask in front of the mirror. What's it called? Wohu Temple. Zhang Yuli flung the mask aside. She had some recollection of the Tiger Hiding Temple instance. In a past life, he heard that a professional adventurer named Ji Ruofeng obtained a special immortal pill after clearing the Tiger Lying Temple. It could significantly boost attributes. Ji Ruofeng used this immortal pill to build an early advantage. Step by step, he ascended the path of the strong. This was something he absolutely had to go for. Plus, he could exploit the glitch alongside Lu Xingyuan. But my level isn't high enough. She'd been grinding in the Ancient Ruins dungeon. She's only just hit level 18. No more sleep. Zhang Yuli tossed the towel aside and donned her battle gear. She sprang to her feet and dashed toward the city gates. No sleep tonight. All-nighter grinding for a level. Tomorrow, I'll run dungeons with Lu Xingyuan. Meanwhile, Lu Xingyuan brought Princess Diana back to the newbie village. He heard someone was trying to kill him. So he came. And to see if there was anything worthwhile left here. At the Dragon Hunter village chief's house, Lu Xingyuan found 2 more bottles of dragon blood. And the body of a little boy. The boy had been murdered. His skin was alarmingly pale, as if he had never seen the sun. Infected villager. Based on the information, he had been infected by the disease. Yet outwardly, there were no visible signs of mutation. Lu Xingyuan studied him for a moment. Finally, his gaze settled on the jade pendant in the boy's hand. Blessing of the White Dragon. Quality, inherited. Wearing requirements, none. Effect, enhanced curse resistance. This is actually an heirloom item. Lu Xingyuan was somewhat surprised. He had only intended to return for a brief visit. He never expected to actually gain something worthwhile. This necklace could actually resist disease mutation. Which meant, disease mutation is actually a kind of curse? This was merely Lu Xingyuan's conjecture. Then, Lu Xingyuan followed Diana to her sealed chamber. Most of this subterranean chamber had been utterly destroyed during the previous battle. However, a stone tablet remained. Engraved with characters. What immortality! What eternal life! In this digital world, everything is a lie. Degeneration is the ultimate destiny. Degeneration, endless, immortal and indestructible. Degeneration has no cure. It's not me infected by mutation, it's this world. Any world targeted by mutation is doomed to perish in madness. It was so in the past, it was so in the abyss, and it will be so for the future Blue Star. The writing grew increasingly sloppy toward the end, the final characters barely legible. Every single one was the character for death. It was evident that the engraver's mental state was dire. Lu Xingyuan's brow furrowed slightly. How long did your Dark Knight Empire endure under the erosion of the mutation? Diana's eyes reddened slightly. 3 months. This duration was far shorter than Lu Xingyuan had anticipated. After all, Blue Star had been resisting the abyssal lands for 800 years. He had assumed the abyss had also spent many years battling the mutation. Little did he know. It had taken only 3 months. Diana understood her master's thoughts and explained. No, the mutation is different from the abyss. Among the monsters that invaded Blue Star before, none possessed the power of mutation. Otherwise, even with the power of the professionals, Blue Star wouldn't have been able to hold out for long. Now, those creatures bearing mutation power have awakened. Blue Star doesn't have much time left. Diana took a deep breath. For what you're about to face next are the heroes of the Dark Knight Empire, its most elite forces. And the formidable alien races and legends of the abyssal lands. Infected by the mutation, they will grow stronger, more dangerous, more frenzied. Once infected by the mutation, they become puppets of obsession. Only through slumber or slaughter can the infected prolong their existence. Now, they have awakened. Blue Star will be utterly destroyed by the mutation. This world is utterly beyond salvation. Diana, like the owner of this monument, both held a pessimistic outlook. Lu Xingyuan couldn't care less. If there's no hope, then let it be utterly destroyed. After all, I'm the boss, not the savior. Lu Xingyuan's reaction left Diana somewhat stunned. She watched the faint, almost imperceptible smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Diana's cheeks flushed slightly. Her master truly was no ordinary person. Just then, the stone tablet engraved with characters transformed into a beam of light. Main quest, Ascend to the Throne. Chapter 72, The Reincarnation Chant. Objective, Purge the Dark Knight Empire. Mission briefing, I am the king of the Dark Knight Empire, now afflicted by a deadly mutation and nearing my end. Thus, I leave the steel behind, awaiting one destined to fulfill my will. Mission requirement, awaken Princess Diana of the Dark Knight Empire. Mission penalty, none. Quest reward, special skill book. Is there more to the main quest? Lu Xingyuan was somewhat surprised. He glanced at Diana, who was bouncing around energetically nearby. He had completed this quest ahead of schedule. Lu Xingyuan accepted the quest. He received the reward immediately. Ding! You have completed the main quest, Ascend to the Throne, but you have obtained the special skill reward Reincarnation Chant. Skill, Reincarnation Chant. Quality, Epic. Description, a unique skill formed from the collective final wishes of the fallen Knight Empire. Effect, for each Knight Empire citizen tormented by mutation you liberate, you gain 1 random attribute point. Ding! Main quest, Ascend to the Throne Part 2. Liberate all citizens of the Knight Empire, and you shall ascend the throne as king. Lu Xingyuan rubbed his eyes. The disease is incurable, so liberation in the quest means killing. Are you serious? I guarantee I'll clear the entire nation for you. He used the skill book and learned the reincarnation chant. There was nothing of value left in the newbie village. Lu Xingyuan returned to the main city. After battling so long in the ancient ruins dungeon, it's time to relax. I'll catch some sleep and give Jiang Yuli some time to level up. Lu Xingyuan glanced at the menacing-looking bosses and waved his hand dismissively. Go pick a room and get some sleep. 2nd Battalion Commander, Little White, Black Bear Demon, White Jade Spider, Black Jade Spider. The bosses all began selecting rooms. Only Zhu Yan stood frozen in place, staring blankly. What sleeping position should I use? Lie down. Zhu Yan, how do I lie down? Flat on your back. Zhu Yan, for how long? Lu Xingyuan sighed helplessly. About 8 hours. Zhu Yan has some issues. This wasn't sarcasm, but fact. Probably because he'd been sealed away for too long. Its brain just doesn't work right. How to put it? It's kinda stubborn. A boss with insane power, but a brain that's not quite right. That actually sounds more intimidating. Lu Xingyuan returned to his room and snapped his fingers. Snap. The lights in the bedroom began to flicker off one by one. He had just lain down on the bed. A timid voice reached his ears. Master. Darkness meant nothing to Lu Xingyuan, who possessed the dragon eye skill. It was like holding a magnifying glass. He could see into the endless distance. The steep mountain peaks and 2 patches of crimson dawn. The next day. At noon. Lu Xingyuan clutched his waist and drew in a sharp breath. Last night had been a bit excessive. But it also served as a reminder to Lu Xingyuan. Some things can't be handled recklessly just because one possesses superior attributes. He needed to incorporate more practical combat training going forward. He patted the princess beside him, her eyes half closed like a sleepy kitten. Time to go. Now it was time to attend to another important matter. On the bullet train. 4 young people sat facing each other. My dad said our Tingsha guild snagged a dungeon run, so I'm just tagging along to level up. Otherwise, I'd never set foot on that so-called tiger hiding mountain. But anyway, I've already passed my first transfer exam. I'll get into a top-tier university straight out of high school. The one talking nonstop was a slightly ugly, yellow-haired youth decked out in designer clothes. The girl beside him looked at him with admiration. Yeah, thanks to you, Master G, I get to tag along to Tiger Lying Mountain too. The girl in the other seat was nearly driven to distraction. Lee Siki was speechless. What a show-off. Is being rich really that impressive? Isn't it all thanks to her family's connections? Fortunately, beside the fly, there was a handsome guy who could rival the reader. Lee Siki's gaze fixed intently on the boy across from her. He looked tired, as if he hadn't slept well last night. He fell asleep as soon as he got on the bus. That's why. Lee Siki could stare at him unabashedly. His features were delicate yet handsome and radiant. And that physique toned and muscular without being overly bulky. Lee Siki's gaze grew dreamy. Suddenly, the boy opened his eyes. Those eyes were so beautiful yet seemed to radiate a certain sense of authority. Lee Siki found herself utterly captivated. You need something? His warm voice snapped Lee Siki back to her senses. By the time she realized it, her entire face had flushed crimson. And no, nothing. Caught staring at someone else, caught red-handed. Lee Siki wished she could dig a 3-bedroom apartment out of the ground with her toes and crawl inside. So embarrassing. Lu Xingyuan felt that after this nap, he was mostly recovered. This state was perfect for tackling dungeons. Just then, the boy across from her initiated a greeting. Hi, I'm Ji Ruoyu from the Tingsha Guild. I'm a first-class professional, a rare class known as the Battle Mage. Our guild has secured the Tiger's Den dungeon. Where are you headed, buddy? Want to run the Crouching Tiger Mountain dungeon together? Lu Xingyuan naturally had no time to deal with such a show-off. But this man named Ji Ruoyu seemed oblivious to Lu Xingyuan's disinterest. He kept going on about his own power. Lu Xingyuan wasn't the type to tolerate others disgusting him. Faint wisps of blood energy began to emanate from his body. In an instant, Ji Ruoyu felt his hair stand on end and his mouth snapped shut. The entire world fell silent. Soon, the high-speed train pulled into the station. All 4 passengers disembarked simultaneously. Seeing Lu Xingyuan walking ahead, Ji Ruoyu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Earlier, she hadn't known what had come over her. It felt like some enormous monster was staring at him. He nearly peed his pants. Thankfully, the 2 girls hadn't noticed. Ji Ruoyu immediately began buttering them up. It's still quite a distance to Wuhu Mountain, and there are real monsters along the way. It could be dangerous. But our Tingsha Guild has arranged a dedicated shuttle. Let's go, Siki. Lee Siki glanced at Lu Xingyuan and flashed a bright smile. Where are you headed? Want to come along? Lu Xingyuan shook his head. No need. Someone's picking me up. With that, he walked toward the exit. Across the street, a battle vehicle resembling a steel beast drew countless stares. What truly drew attention, however, wasn't the vehicle itself. It was the girl leaning against it. She wore form-fitting combat gear that accentuated her figure perfectly. Her body bore numerous bloodstains. These were marks left only by real-world slaughter. This caused the surrounding men and women to merely stare from afar, none daring to approach her. Just then, Jiang Yuli broke into a smile. Lu Xingyuan, you finally arrived. Chapter 73, Lu Xingyuan can't cut it? Lu Xingyuan's gone completely off the rails again. Jiang Yuli's smile lit up the entire world. The men and women around them all lost their composure. Holy crap, is this guy really that good? The man and 2 women from the high-speed train earlier, upon seeing Lu Xingyuan climb into that ferocious battle vehicle. Is this really a master? Have you heard of the tiger-lying mountain dungeon? Lu Xingyuan had overheard the conversation between the people next to him on the high-speed train. The Wohu Mountain dungeon they mentioned sounded somewhat similar to Wohu Temple. Zhang Yuli shook her head. She had never heard of it. It was probably just a coincidence that the names sounded similar. For Zhang Yuli, the most important place was the tiger-lying temple. It contained the immortal pill. In her previous life, the Tingsha Guild publicly claimed that the immortal pill could significantly boost attributes. But they never disclosed any details about the elixir. Zhang Yuli's eyes flickered with doubt. That elixir might possess other effects. Perhaps it could even aid in healing father's injuries. This was the true reason Zhang Yuelu had spent the entire night sleepless, relentlessly slaying monsters to level up and farm this dungeon. Outside the tiger hiding temple instance, a crowd had gathered. Dude, how'd you get eliminated so fast? You have no idea how disgusting this dungeon is. A bunch of rats with crossbows hiding on the mountain and sniping from 8 kilometers away. I didn't even get to kill a single monster before I got kicked out. Hearing the young man's rant, the teams that had been preparing to tackle the dungeon started murmuring among themselves. They debated whether to proceed. Die once, lose a level. Plus, there's a chance of losing gear. The cost was simply too high. Just then, a heavily armored, extravagantly designed battle vehicle pulled up at the entrance to the Crouching Tiger Temple instance. A young man and woman stepped out of the vehicle. Their appearance immediately drew the attention of many. At first, most were stunned by their striking looks. But soon, some recognized their identities. Lu Xingyuan, the badass who cleared the Leifeng Pagoda dungeon. That was a hard mode dungeon. Zhang Yuli is also incredibly strong. Rumor has it she has a hidden class. The Temple of the Reclining Tiger is also a hard mode dungeon. Master Lu Xingyuan, you haven't cleared that one too, have you? Even though they're both hard mode dungeons, Wuhu Temple is way tougher than Leifeng Pagoda. And, haven't you heard? Lu Xingyuan got wiped multiple times in the Ancient Fiend dungeon earlier. His level must be pretty low now. A lot of people say he's not that skilled. Just as Lu Xingyuan and Zhang Yueli approached, the players who had been criticizing the pair immediately put on a show of changing their tune. They fawned over them, inviting Lu Xingyuan and Zhang Yuli to run the dungeon together. Lu Xingyuan ignored them. After forming a party with Zhang Yueli, he entered the dungeon alone. Zhang Yuli's gaze remained fixed on the Wheel of Fate gambling game. Gamble, Temple of the Hidden Tiger hard mode. Odds, 80,800%. Time limit, 24 hours. No refunds once placed. Win or lose, you're on the hook. After Lu Xingyuan entered, the dungeon's odds skyrocketed from 800% to 80,800%. All in. No need to think twice. Tiger-lying temple dungeon. This is a desolate mountain forest. The sky was gloomy, and fierce winds howled. From time to time, the roar of wild beasts echoes through the air. It was truly terrifying. Unlike before, this time Lu Xingyuan did not transform into a boss to slaughter adventurers. The most important thing now was to complete the job change quest. Zhang Yuli's sole objective was the immortal pill. Without wasting a moment, the two plunged deeper into the dungeon. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, a volley of arrows erupted from a concealed spot halfway up the slope. 111. 151. 137. Dense clusters of damage icons appeared above Lu Xingyuan's head. Yet his health bar showed no change whatsoever. This had nothing to do with life recovery. With a health bar nearing 6 million, a few hundred points of damage were simply too insignificant to register. Even with a magnifying glass, no change would be visible. Lu Xingyuan charged straight through the hail of arrows, racing up the mountainside. Soon, he spotted the monster firing the arrows. Archer Rat Demon Elite. Level 21. HP 15,119. Attack power 233. Skills, arrow shot, triple shot. Its stats are surprisingly high. Lu Xingyuan stood before the rat demon. The passive effect of his beast god set, Scorched Earth, triggered. It dealt damage equal to his constitution attribute per second to surrounding enemies. 3,100. 3,100. 3,100. Within 4 seconds, the rat demon wielding the crossbow had its health depleted and collapsed to the ground. Its flesh was scorched black. Zhang Yuli? Her eyes widened in disbelief. What kind of damage was this? A few days ago, while Lu Xingyuan was exploring the abyss, she had also cleared several dungeons. She'd exchanged the rewards from the wagers for a lot of money. She now possessed 13 billion credits. Combined with the all-in ability, it could deal an additional 130% true damage. Even so, Zhang Yuli's damage output still couldn't break the 1,000 mark. Lu Xingyuan stood motionless, dealing over 3,000 damage per second? That's absolutely insane. Using the monsters in the dungeon, Lu Xingyuan briefly tested his various abilities. He charged straight into a gathering spot of rat demons. Mutated two-headed rat demon. Level 25. HP 34,311. Attack 309. Skills self-destruct, backstab, ambush. Jiang Yuli frowned deeply. Monsters with self-destruct abilities were the type most despised by professionals. The damage from their explosions was often devastating. One misstep, and you'd be dragged down with it. Except for this freak. Lu Xingyuan glided through the swarm of dagger-wielding two-headed rat demons like a dragon. Beyond the over 2,000 damage per second from scorched earth. Lu Xingyuan's own attack power had grown to absurd levels. Even his basic attacks dealt over 2,000 damage. A casual skill cast dealt over 3,000 damage. Combined with his terrifying, unimaginable health pool. And it's clear that, through his recent training, Lu Xingyuan has developed a combat style perfectly suited to him. No defense, only relentless offense. This fighting style is utterly reckless. For practitioners of other professions, the mortality rate would be extremely high. But Lu Xingyuan had no such reservations. Jiang Yuli stood frozen in place, watching Lu Xingyuan slaughter the dungeon's monsters at a terrifying pace. Who could possibly defeat you? Jiang Yuli seriously doubted it. If this guy kept growing like this, he'd become a force more terrifying than any world boss in the future. Hours passed. The pair swept through the dungeon. Countless monsters fell beneath their blades. Lu Xingyuan and Jiang Yuli arrived at the entrance of a temple shrouded in the stench of blood. 3 large characters were inscribed on the dilapidated door plaque tiger-lying temple. Before they even entered the temple gates, a thunderous snoring sound like rolling thunder could faintly be heard. Most ordinary people would be terrified by such a sound. Lu Xingyuan, however, wore an expression of excitement. Boom! He kicked the temple gate of Woda Temple flying open. Step by step, Lu Xingyuan ascended the temple's 100+ stone steps. He entered the temple's interior. Before his eyes lay a massive pool, but instead of water, it held a sea of crimson blood. The pungent stench assaulted his nostrils. It was almost suffocating. Roar! A massive, terrifyingly muscular figure lay sprawled within the blood pool. Tiger-headed and human-bodied, it bore a great sword upon its back. The king character tattooed across its forehead was grotesque and blindingly vivid. Boss Mountain Lord. Level 30. Health points 250,000. Attack power 1158. Skills military boxing, tiger roar in the forest, sword chi slash, bloody storm. The Mountain Lord lay sprawled in a pool of blood, its barbed tongue lapping at the crimson liquid. Damn it all, I do enjoy using you two-legged beasts as snacks with my drinks. But eating too much of it still gets old. Chapter 74, Invincible Attack Power, Immortal Pill secured. Gazing at the pool of blood, Lu Xingyuan smiled. He slowly extended his palm. An invisible force surged forth, causing the once calm pool of blood to boil violently. Under Lu Xingyuan's control, the blood continuously compressed. Finally, with a loud boom, it exploded completely. It transformed into a sky-filling rain of blood, drifting down slowly. The Mountain Lord was enraged. One hand held a sword finger pressed against his chest, while the other slowly drew the long sword from his back. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 bloody sword chi slashed through the air. Lu Xingyuan neither dodged nor retreated, walking steadily forward. 1,509. 1,617. 1,583. Plus 59,709. Seeing this life recovery value, the Mountain Lord's pupils suddenly contracted. Fear flickered in those fierce tiger eyes. It simply couldn't fathom how a professional could possess such an absurdly rapid life recovery rate. The mountain tiger knew full well. He absolutely could not kill this kind of professional. He turned to flee. Lu Xingyuan's mind moved. Shadow chains. One by one, crimson chains shot out from the blood pool, binding the mountain beast's limbs completely. No matter how fiercely the mountain beast struggled, it could not break free. Lu Xingyuan pointed a finger toward the heavens. Fierce weapon condenses evil chi. In an instant, blood-red swords imbued with malevolent energy coalesced behind Lu Xingyuan. Dense clusters of crimson blades formed a 360-degree circle behind him. Then, they transformed into crimson afterimages and shot forth. Swish, swish, swish. 3,561. 4,004. 3,891. Lu Xingyuan unleashed Zhuyan's skill, dealing a staggering 80,000 damage in one strike. Though the Mountain Lord had broken free from the Shadow Chain's grip, fear gripped him even tighter. This is simply not human. What human class could be this powerful? The boss, the Mountain Lord, trembled in fear as Lu Xingyuan struck it down. Congratulations on completing the first clear of the Tiger Temple hard mode dungeon. Rewards are being processed. You gained plus 181,818 EXP. You obtained Mountain Lord Corpse 1. You obtained the Dark Gold Tier Lord's Weapon Tiger King Sword. You obtained the Rare Grade Material Tiger Skin. You obtained a Rare Grade Material Tiger Bone. You obtained a rare grade material tiger penis. The rewards for clearing a dungeon for the first time remain as generous as ever. Of course. That wasn't the crucial part. The crucial point is that Lu Xingyuan completed his second-class advancement quest. Ding! Congratulations on completing the second advancement quest. You gain plus 100 to all 4 attributes, with your primary attribute receiving a 10x boost. You have acquired the exclusive skill Blood Rage. Blood Rage, an infinitely scaling skill. For every 100 points added to your maximum HP, your attack power increases by 1. The bluntly straightforward description made Lu Xingyuan's eyes widen. Holy crap. This. Now he's truly unstoppable. Attribute panel, Lu Xingyuan. Class, Boss Blood King. First job advancement. Quality unknown. Level, 20%. Strength, 1310 plus 1000. Agility, 310 plus 1000. Stamina 3100 plus 1000. Spirit 310 plus 1000. Health primary stat, 6,961. Attack power 62319. Mana 13100. Exclusive skills Blood Furnace, Blood Tide, Blood Dominion, Demon King's Bloodline, Blood Fiend, Blood Rage. After attribute enhancements, Lu Xingyuan's maximum health points are 6,961. In other words, his attack power has surged to 62,319. Exclusive skills is indeed as absurdly powerful as ever. After transitioning to a boss class, Lu Xingyuan gained infinitely scalable health and health regeneration. This alone granted him near invincible potential. First job advancement, gained super broken pet abilities. Upon second job advancement, he directly gained attack power boosted by his health points. This is just too ridiculous. Next, he needed to find a target to test it out. Zhang Yuli clearly had no idea how profoundly Lu Xingyuan had changed. She was currently exploring every corner of the Tiger Hiding Temple, searching for the legendary Immortal Pill. Boom! Zhang Yuli's palm merely brushed against the weathered Buddha statue. Beneath the blood-stained pool, a hidden passageway opened. Lu Xingyuan and Zhang Yuli exchanged a glance. They descended immediately. There were no monsters inside. Instead, there was a portal. And a box shimmering with golden light. Ancient Immortal Pill Fake. Quality, Legendary. Effect, increases speed attribute by 100 points. Ancient Immortal Pill Fake. Quality, Legendary. Effect, increases strength attribute by 100 points. A total of 4 elixirs. Each enhances a different attribute, strength, agility, constitution, or spirit. Keep in mind that even mythic tier practitioners only gain 20 free attribute points per level. A single immortal pill grants 100 points. That's equivalent to 5 levels. For stacked together represent a massive boost for any practitioner. A massive boost. Except for Lu Xingyuan. Such a small stat boost was truly negligible to him. Lu Xingyuan took out the speed enhancing pills from the pile. The rest is yours. What he cared about more was the spatial portal beside him. Wohu Mountain Instance. Difficulty, hard. Level requirement, below level 24. This was actually the entrance to a dungeon. Tiger Lying Mountain. Lu Xingyuan's eyes lit up. Who would have thought that the Tiger Lying Temple and Tiger Lying Mountain dungeons were connected? Could there be some connection between these two instances? Lu Xingyuan felt a surge of curiosity. Zhang Yuli, however, did not continue exploring. She needed to settle the winnings from the wager. These few immortal pills fell short of Zhang Yuli's expectations. But they could increase physical constitution by 100 points. They should help her father hold on a little longer. Next, I'll be tackling the advanced quest. I won't be able to run dungeons with you anymore. Zhang Yuli left the dungeon with a hint of regret. After teleporting out, she immediately activated the rewards. Congratulations! You've won the wager and obtained the genuine Immortal Pill. Ancient Immortal Pill. Quality, near mythical. Description, significantly enhances the physical attributes of practitioners. The greater the practitioner's inherent strength, the greater the enhancement. This is the true Immortal Pill. Although Zhang Yuli desperately needed this pill, she immediately asked Lu Xingyuan if he needed it. Lu Xingyuan's constitution and vitality required no external enhancement. Zhang Yuli needed it more. After exchanging a few words with Zhang Yuli, Lu Xingyuan began the contract with the Mountain Lord. Soon, the ritual was completed. Boss Mountain Lord. Class, Ancient Martial Artist. Rarity, Rare. Level, 20. HP, 2,985,480. Attack Power, 533. Skills, Military Boxing, Tiger Roar in the Forest, Sword Chi / Bloody Storm. Mountain Lord knelt on one knee, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he gazed at the lying Tiger Mountain portal beside him. Master, the boss on the other side of Tiger's Lair Mountain is my old man. Lu Xingyuan paused. So, do you want to go visit your old man? Shan Jun nodded excitedly. If you're willing to kill my dad and make him your servant too, he'd be overjoyed. Lu Xingyuan. Chapter 75, Guild Dungeon? I choose soloing the guild. Outside the tiger hiding mountain portal. The banner of the Tingsha Guild stood planted here. Dozens of powerful adventurers were arrogantly shoving weaker, ordinary adventurers outside. A few were even beating up a young couple. The dungeon belongs to everyone. Why should your Tingsha Guild monopolize it? I'm reporting you. The young man, beaten until his face was a bruised mess and his arm twisted into an unnatural angle, still refused to back down. A player wearing the Tingsha Guild emblem sneered contemptuously. Idiot. So what if we bully you? What's the big deal if we beat you up? Even if we killed you, what could you do about it? The surrounding adventurers were all too terrified to utter a word. We can't afford to cross them. This is the Tingsha Guild, one of Xia Kingdom's top factions. Sigh. That's just how the world works. Weakness is your original sin. As long as you have power, you can break the rules and do whatever you want. This world doesn't even have guild dungeons. So-called guild dungeons are simply portals to dungeons monopolized by powerful guilds. They block others from entering. Thus, these naturally become their guild's exclusive dungeons. Spatial shift. Lu Xingyuan and Shan Jun arrived together at the base of a towering mountain. Shan Jun pointed toward the summit. Master, my father resides in a cave atop that peak. It was plain to see. The mountain lord was thrilled, genuinely wanting Lu Xingyuan to kill his father. To transform his father into his servant as well. This was the true meaning of filial piety. With the young lord, the mountain tiger, leading the way. Not a single guard on the mountain dared to intervene. Lu Xingyuan strode right in, entering the very heart of Tiger Lying Mountain. The lair of the boss. Roar! Who gave you the audacity to enter my lair while I sleep? A voice echoed from the depths of the cavern, shrouded in darkness. A colossal monster slowly emerged from the shadows. It was far more robust than the mountain lord, standing nearly 5 meters tall at the shoulders. Its body was covered in scars of all sizes. Its fur resembled dry, tangled weeds, matted and disheveled. One eye was missing, blind. Lu Xingyuan raised an eyebrow. Judging by its appearance, the father of the mountain lord was clearly no good. Boss Mad Tiger. Level 30. HP 300,000. Attack power 2309. Skills Berserk, Triple Claw Strike, 7 Wound Claw. Judging by the panel information, Mad Tiger's attributes are stronger than Mountain Lord's. However, its skill set is not as comprehensive as the Mountain Lord's. The current Mountain Lord has gained half of Landwalker's health. He can easily slaughter Mad Tiger. You have the nerve to return? Mad Tiger's face darkened with savage intent as he stared at his son, Mountain Tiger. Father, I've come to kill you. Shan Jun shifted aside, revealing Lu Xingyuan's figure. Human. The mockery vanished from Mad Tiger's face, replaced by a thick aura of murderous intent. This weak human adventurer gave you courage? Lu Xingyuan shook his head. Not me. It's Liang Jingru. Go. Kill your father. I will transform him into a blood demon like yourself. Shan Jun clasped his hands together in a respectful salute. Thank you, Master, for granting me this opportunity. Before the words had fully faded, the sharp whistling of claws cutting through the air echoed from behind. Swish, swish, swish. Useless. To actually swear allegiance to a human. Mad Tiger sneered with contempt. From beneath massive paw pads, gleaming claws extended in unison. Roar. When two tigers fight, one must be injured. Mad Tiger showed no mercy despite the opponent being his own son. His attack was a killing blow. Triple Claw Strike. Claws over 30 centimeters long, sharp as steel blades. They pierced repeatedly into the mountain tiger's body. Mad Tiger lived up to his name. Frenzied and ferocious. Once it seized control, it showed no mercy. Until death. 1876. 1967. 1901. The claws pierced the mountain lord's body. Soon, the massive form was drenched in blood. Though the Mad Tiger had maintained control throughout, it suddenly retreated in shock. Because it saw its son's health bar. 296-875-6298-5480. Mad Tiger? Impossible. Your maximum health. Mad Tiger was stunned. His son had received a special inheritance from a young age. He had mastered powerful skills. But since the young tiger was still immature, his base stats were far inferior to his own. Had the cub's vitality become so terrifying? In the split second, Mad Tiger froze in shock. The young tiger seized the opportunity. Heavy fists pounded relentlessly into Mad Tiger's body. Each strike and move displayed remarkable precision. Mad Tiger fought like a heretic cultivator, extreme and frenzied. The Mountain Lord, however, was a disciple of a legitimate sect with a complete lineage. He possessed a complete skill chain. His combat style, too, was highly methodical. At some point, Lu Xingyuan, who had been watching the fight, had already reclined on a lounge chair. A pair of slender, fair hands massaged his shoulders. Congratulations, master. You're about to gain another formidable servant. Diana smiled. Lu Xingyuan chuckled. He particularly enjoyed pets with Mad Tiger's temperament. Mad Tiger had been cornered by the mountain tiger. On the brink of death. Wait. Mad Tiger raised both hands above his head and dropped to his knees with a thud. I surrender. Don't kill me. I'll serve you as your slave. Lu Xingyuan's lips curved into a faint smile. I still prefer your defiant, untamed demeanor from the start. A crimson longsword sliced through the air. Swish. 61,919. A single strike wiped out Mad Tiger's health bar. Lu Xingyuan's eyes flashed with excitement. This insane attack power feels so damn satisfying. This was Lu Xingyuan's first attack after acquiring Blood Rage. It could only be described as a truly satisfying experience. All that could be said was, this number is insane. Ding. Congratulations on achieving the first kill of Mad Tiger in the Tiger Temple dungeon. Rewards are being processed. You have gained 18,931 EXP. You have obtained the Gold Tier Lord's Equipment One-Eye Tiger Head Cap. You have obtained. Shan Jun dragged his father's corpse over, his face beaming with excitement. Lu Xingyuan directly infused life force into him. The procedure went smoothly. Mad Tiger tore through the blood cocoon and knelt respectfully before Lu Xingyuan. Thank you, Master, for granting me limitless potential. Transformed into blood fiends, they would now be bound to Lu Xingyuan. Lu Xingyuan grew stronger. They would grow stronger. And this cycle would continue without end. Boss Mad Tiger. Class, Berserker. Rarity, Rare. Level, 20. HP, 2,985,480. Attack Power, 1309. Skills, Berserk, Triple Claw Strike, 7 Wounds Claw, Bloodlust. After transforming into a blood demon, Mad Tiger acquired the class known as Berserker. He also gained the Bloodlust skill. Lu Xingyuan's Blood Rage evolved from this very skill. The Bloodlust skill itself is incredibly powerful. There should be plenty of adventurers grinding monsters in the Wulong Mountain dungeon right now, right? Lu Xingyuan asked. Earlier on the bullet train, he overheard a few people nearby discussing. The Tengsha Guild had taken over the Woto Mountain dungeon. A guild dungeon? Then I'll just solo your entire guild. Chapter 76. Even if we all charge in together, we won't all get wiped out. Woto Mountain dungeon. At the foot of the mountain. Dozens of professionals from the Tengsha Guild gathered here. After thorough investigation, they had chosen Wuhu Mountain as their leveling ground. The Crouching Tiger Mountain dungeon is well suited for a human wave tactic. Unlike ordinary adventurers who typically form parties of 3 or 5, they all hail from the same guild, enabling unified command and coordinated combat. This dramatically increased their efficiency in clearing monsters. Most crucially, the minor enemies in this dungeon are rat demons that love to shoot arrows. They're easy to target. Raise shields. The commander of the Tengsha Guild issued the order. The front row a dozen or so tank-type classes simultaneously raised massive shields, holding them high before them. Then, the entire squad began advancing in a mighty procession. Whoosh! 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 Soon, a dense hail of arrows rained down from the mountain. Most of them only struck the shields. Using this tactic, they reached the gathering place of the rat demons without suffering any losses. The archers were closed in on. There was only one way out: death. Ji Ruothing charged forward with wild excitement, reveling in the thrill of grinding experience points. Ji Ruoyu, who had entered the instance alongside him, lagged behind at the rear of the party. His mind was entirely on the girl. Isn't grinding like this a blast? Ji Ruoyu and his 2 teammates teamed up to finish off a low-health monster. Having tasted success, Li Siki couldn't help but change her opinion of Ji Ruoyu. She never imagined he actually had some connection to the Tengsha Guild. Not only could he enter the dungeon occupied by the Tengsha Guild, he could even bring 2 outsiders like them inside. Ji Ruothing was furious. I'm out here slaving away killing monsters. You're ING sitting back there with your arms around them? That useless piece of trash controlled by his lower half from now on. No resources from the Tengsha Guild are to be shared with him. Ji Ruothing prepared to exercise his authority as the family heir. But before he could finish his ultimatum, a massive black shadow crashed down from the sky. Boom! Through the billowing dust, a colossal monster spread its arms wide, charging straight toward the members of the Tengsha Guild. Roar! Swish, swish, swish. Boss Mad Tiger. Damn, what's going on? How'd the boss spawn so fast? Aren't you supposed to be the final boss? Aren't you supposed to be lurking in your lair waiting for us to challenge you? Why the hell did you just charge out on your own? The Tengsha Guild members were still happily grinding levels a second ago. The next second, they were scrambling for cover. Fortunately, the Tengsha Guild had an exceptionally level-headed commander. He steadied the troops. It's just a boss. With our numbers, we can take it down easily. Don't panic. We have the numbers form up and surround the boss. The Tingsha Guild members gradually quieted down and began focusing their fire on the boss. A barrage of skills rained down. Yet the Mad Tiger boss's health bar barely dipped. Everyone was stunned. Holy crap, how thick is this health bar? 3 million? How do we even fight against such a terrifying health bar? Ji Ruofeng's eyes flashed with excitement. Don't panic. The stronger the boss, the richer the rewards. With all of us here, we can absolutely take down this boss. When the time comes, everyone will get their fair share. Where there's a big reward, there will be brave men. Most of the professionals in the Tingsha Guild grew excited. Follow orders and begin the assault on the Mad Tiger boss. Just then, another vicious roar echoed from behind. Boss Mountain Lord. 2 bosses? I'll be damned. Before Ji Ruofeng could finish his sentence, 3 bloody sword chi pierced through his body. Sword energy slash. Bloody storm. Tiger roar in the forest. One skill after another was unleashed. Members of the Tingsha Guild began dying at an alarming rate. In the blink of an eye, the 100-strong squad was utterly wiped out. Inside the cave, Xiaobai wasn't about to be outdone. She began massaging Lu Xingyuan's shoulders. Xiaobai's small hands were soft and boneless, carrying a faint chill. When it came to massage alone, it felt far more soothing than Diana's technique. Lu Xingyuan drifted into a drowsy state under the massage. Just then, a series of notifications flashed before his eyes. Your pet Mad Tiger has slain a level 23 professional. You have gained 2369 EXP and 1% HP. Your pet Mountain Lord has slain a level 24 professional. You have gained 2580 EXP and 1% HP. Congratulations on leveling up. All attributes plus 10. Constitution attribute gains a 10x boost. Dense notifications, like a torrent of bullet hell, flashed before Lu Xingyuan's eyes. Prior to this, Lu Xingyuan's maximum HP was 5,970,961. 1% equaled over 59,000. Each stack would cause this number to increase further. This wave triggered the blood furnace effect 33 times. His health surged from 5,970,961 to 8,291,814. 8 million. Lu Xingyuan himself was somewhat astonished. The rate at which his health was increasing was becoming increasingly terrifying. Outside Wulong Mountain, witnessing members of the Tingsha Guild being successively eliminated, the surrounding professionals who had been bullied immediately began gloating. Haha, they love picking on people. That's hilarious. Got taught a lesson by the boss, huh? Serves you right. Hearing the crowd's mockery, Ji Ruofeng felt his face flush with embarrassment, his complexion shifting from pale to crimson. We can't just let this slide. The commander beside him shook his head. Young Master Ji, those 2 bosses each have around 3 million hit points. That's beyond our capabilities. If we persist, the losses could be devastating. Ji Ruofeng snorted coldly. We were ambushed earlier, throwing our formation into chaos. Had we maintained our formation, we still had a chance to win. Because I have this. Ji Ruofeng produced a scroll. Forbidden Spell Scroll. Quality, Legendary. Description, effect, consumes a massive amount of health to unleash the 7th tier forbidden spell 10,000 miles of frozen ice. The middle-aged man in command fell silent upon seeing the forbidden spell. Fell silent. Damn it. This guy's insane. To take down a level 20 dungeon boss, he actually wants to use a forbidden spell. Won't he get his legs broken when he gets back? Of course. He'd never say that out loud. The commander flashed a fawning smile. Young Master Ji is truly wise. Using a forbidden spell scroll to kill a level 20 boss is a bit like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. But these 2 bosses are clearly abnormal. Defeating them will surely yield exceptionally rich rewards. Ji Ruofeng relished the flattery. Ever since being killed by that peculiar boss in the ancient ruins dungeon last time, Ji Ruofeng had made thorough preparations. He carried not only forbidden spell scrolls, but also scrolls of other high-tier spells. How clever of me. Ji Ruofeng's lips curved into a faint smile. At his command, the entire Tingsha Guild used their reset crystals. Re-entered the dungeon. Chapter 77, Congratulations, you've defeated my pet through relentless effort. The Hidden Tiger Mountain Dungeon. The members of the Tingsha Guild have returned here once more. Gazing at the 2 fearsome-looking bosses, Ji Ruofeng sneered with utter contempt. What are you pretending to be? Just watch me take you down in one fell swoop. He then drew a small, exquisitely crafted staff. Infinite Staff. Quality, Legacy. Effect, consumes 100 mana and 100 health per second, continuously dealing 1000 true damage to the target. True damage is most vulnerable against targets with excessively high maximum health. But Ji Ruofeng didn't bring it out just to show off. The Infinity Staff is a weapon passed down through generations of the Ji family. For centuries, the bug in the Infinity Staff had long been discovered. It could be passed between users in dungeons. A dozen frontline tank classes would sacrifice themselves to absorb damage at the forefront. Ji Ruothling led the others in launching consecutive attacks through the infinite staff. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. One after another, energy orbs slammed into the bodies of Mad Tiger and Mountain Lord, father and son. Their health bars began to decrease at a slow yet steady rate. 1,000. 1,000. 1,000. Soon, Mad Tiger and Mountain Lord were both down to half health. The members of the Tingsha Guild were once again completely wiped out. This time, the onlookers were stunned. Damn it, we're out again. What a death. But seriously, isn't this dungeon just too broken? They weren't exactly the Serpent Guild's elite, but still. This dungeon must be rigged. Ji Ruothling stared blankly at his empty hands. Where's my staff? The others looked equally bewildered. Bro, my gear got looted too. Both times I died, my gear got looted. Killed twice in a row. Ji Ruoyu could barely get his words out straight. Us too. This dungeon is definitely glitched. The middle-aged professional in charge of command frowned deeply. Young master, what should we do now? The ultimate strategy for a hired gun. Always follow the leader's lead, never offer unsolicited advice. Ji Ruothling's expression darkened. The Infinity Staff. That was the equipment passed down through generations of the Ji family. If it were lost, his father would kill him. It must be retrieved. We already whittled those two bosses down to half health earlier. Just go in one more time. Once inside, use the forbidden spell scroll immediately to take them down. Ji Ruothling charged ahead, rushing into the dungeon. At the mountaintop, Lu Xingyuan gained another level. This wipeout of the Tingsha Guild triggered the blood furnace effect 26 times. His health surged dramatically once more. From 82,918,140, it skyrocketed to 107,400,240. Breaking the 10 million mark. Lu Xingyuan felt a surge of excitement. But the gains didn't stop there. Through the shared vision, he witnessed everything unfolding below. Shan Jun picked up a staff from beside Ji Ruothling's corpse. The Infinity Staff. An heirloom item. This was a valuable item. After seeing the attributes of the Infinite Staff, Lu Xingyuan felt a bit surprised. Back when they were running the Ancient Ruins dungeon, Diana had already taken down a group of Tingsha Guild members, and several decent pieces of gear had dropped then. He never expected there'd be an heirloom quality item among them. This Tingsha Guild is something else. Just then, the Tingsha Guild members once again flooded into the Wuhu Mountain dungeon. This time, Ji Ruothling didn't bother with MOG. He directly instructed other guild members to begin channeling mana and vitality into the forbidden spell scroll. The forbidden spell was unleashed. In an instant, the heavens darkened and waves of icy chill spread out. Not a single snowflake fell, yet the entire Wuhu Mountain froze over with a layer of ice. Mad Tiger and Mountain Lord had been frozen solid into colossal ice blocks. Seeing the two bosses' health bars drained to zero, Ji Ruothling's lips curled into a faint smile as he strode forward with arrogant steps. Then he gently pushed over the two massive ice blocks. The corpses of Mountain Lord and Mad Tiger shattered into countless fragments. Ji Ruothling stood with his hands clasped behind his back, facing away from the crowd. He waited silently for the report and his reward. 1 minute later. 10 minutes later. Ji Ruothling blinked in confusion. Where's my reward? Where's my lord's gear? What the hell? Forget the first kill boss reward. Not even the extra EXP bonus. Ji Ruothling was utterly dumbfounded. He'd risked his life to take down these two bosses. He even used forbidden spells. And what was the result? Forget about generous rewards? Not a single feather. This time, he'd have no way to explain it. Ji Ruothling and the team leader stared at each other, both utterly dumbfounded. To be precise, there were some gains. For instance, within the forbidden spell's range, they'd slaughtered a ton of minor monsters. This earned Ji Ruothling a considerable amount of experience points. But that alone was nowhere near enough. Just then, the sky suddenly darkened. A crimson mist spread, revealing a massive, monstrous blood-red throne. Upon the throne, a hooded figure in black loomed, gazing down upon all. Against the light and at such a great distance, the members of the Tingsha Guild could only make out the vague outline of the enormous crimson throne. Could this be the real boss? It's possible. Young master, should we go up and take a look? The members of the Tingsha Guild had never encountered such a scene before. They were all flustered. A faint smile played on Lu Xingyuan's lips. Congratulations. After relentless effort, you've managed to kill my two boss pets. But I have many more of the same kind. Behind him, a menacing black dragon silhouette flickered in and out of view through the blood mist. 100-meter-long colossal white serpent, bloodthirsty black and white spiders. Most terrifying of all was the colossal beast, towering a full 100 meters high. Its entire body was covered in steel needle-like bristles, crimson as blood-stained fabric, its eyes burning with vicious red flames. Its head was snow white, fangs bared. Boss Wars Incarnation Xingyuan. Boss Lost Princess Diana. Boss White Snake. All of them are bosses? Holy crap. Zhu Yan. Zhu Yan isn't dead. Holy crap, Zhu Yan is still alive. If it were only the other bosses, they might have just been surprised. But Zhu Yan actually appeared. This is the final boss of the Ancient Ruins dungeon. He was clearly defeated. How could it still be alive? And it had appeared in another dungeon world. At that very moment, Ji Ruofeng saw Zhu Yan kneel before the blood-stained throne. The mysterious figure seated upon the throne had actually subjugated the ancient beast Zhu Yan. How could this be? Lu Xingyuan waved his hand. Kill them all. Zhu Yan, how should I kill them? Lu Xingyuan pondered for a moment. Reduce them all to ashes. For a guild that thrived on bullying others with their power, Lu Xingyuan felt no need to hold back. Zhu Yan understood. Chapter 78, Massive Harvest, health points doubled again. Lu Xingyuan and Zhu Yan's conversation. The members of the Tingsha Guild all heard it. That mysterious figure seated upon the throne was actually the master of the ancient beast Zhu Yan. This was utterly insane. Ji Ruofeng quickly stepped back, shielding the Tingsha Guild members with his body. Stop it. Stop Zhu Yan for me. A murderous aura surged around Zhu Yan, its eyes spewing scorching flames. 1,000 miles of barren land. Boom. 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 The earth itself seemed shattered, searing flames rising from the fissures. 50,000. 60,000. 70,000. Dense clusters of terrifying damage numbers appeared above the heads of the members of the Tingsha Guild. In an instant, everyone was instantly wiped out. Even so, Zhu Yan did not stop. Not until every last corpse had turned to ash. The effect of the skill devastated land finally ceased. Your pet Zhu Yan has slain a level 23 professional. You have gained 2345 EXP and 1% HP. Your pet Zhu Yan has slain a level 22 professional player. You have leveled up, gaining plus 10 to all attributes. Primary attributes increased tenfold. Once again, the Tingsha Guild was wiped out. Lu Xingyuan's level rose once more. Having defeated these same opponents twice in a row, they'd both dropped 2 levels. Few remained above Lu Xingyuan's level. The blood furnace effect triggered only 21 times. His health points barely increased by around 3 million. Attribute panel, Lu Xingyuan. Class, Boss Blood King. Second transformation. Quality, unknown. Level, 22.5%. Strength, 1330 plus 1000. Agility, 330 plus 1000. Stamina 3300 plus 1000. Spirit 330 plus 1000. Health primary stat, 13,235,919. Attack power 134,689. Mana 13300. Pet Xingyuan, Wolf Lord, White Snake, Diana, Mountain Lord, Mad Tiger, White Jade Spider, Black Bear Spirit. Before entering the instance, Lu Xingyuan's maximum health was only 5,900,000. Now it has surpassed 13 million. Doubled outright. Under the effect of blood rage, his attack power has surged past 100,000. Even surpassing Zhu Yan's attack power. Under the influence of the blood tide, his life recovery rate also surpassed 100,000. Lu Xingyuan's lips curved into a faint smile. He wasn't getting cocky. He simply wanted to ask. Who else is there? After the Tingsha Guild members were collectively eliminated from the dungeon for the 3rd time, everyone was stunned. Ji Ruofeng slumped lifelessly to the ground. It's over, it's over. Though this group couldn't quite be called the guild's elite yet, they were all professionals with considerable potential. They were likely to become the backbone of the Tingsha Guild in the future. In just one day, they collectively dropped 3 levels. He had also wasted a forbidden spell. And the inherited equipment, the infinite staff. Yet in the end, he gained nothing. Even as the young master of the Ji family, he'd have no way to justify this. Most crucially, he hadn't even retrieved the heirloom equipment. That alone would be bad enough. But another epic tier equipment piece. It got looted too. This is truly the end. Just then, the team leader approached, baring his teeth. Congratulations, young master. Congratulations, young master. Ji Ruofeng's face darkened instantly. What the hell are you talking about? Killed 3 times in a row. I don't even know how much gear I lost. And you're congratulating me? Are you afraid I'm dying too slowly? Ha. Young master, you've forgotten the head of the family takes particular delight in studying instances where unusual circumstances arise. This tiger-lying mountain, it certainly qualifies as special, doesn't it? Report this situation to the head of the family. You might not only avoid punishment but even receive a reward. Ji Ruofeng's eyes lit up. That makes sense. Ji Ruofeng turned to the others. Everyone sign a confidentiality agreement. No one is permitted to disclose anything about today. Tingsha Guild headquarters. Ji Ruyan's expression turned icy cold upon hearing the intelligence relayed by her grandson. Useless. The inheritance grade infinite staff and the epic grade disguiser's badge. Both were core treasures of the Ji family. Only the true heir of the family could gain the right to wield them. Both items had been looted in the dungeon. Still, the intelligence phone brought back holds considerable value. Ji Ruyan transformed in an instant. Transforming into a silver cobra, she appeared within the dark sanctuary. Old hands, log in quickly. I've got some intel here. About Zhu Yan. After the silver cobra spoke, it settled quietly into its seat to wait. Soon. Lights flickered on one by one. Everyone except number 5 butterfly had logged in. Serpent number 2 flickered its tongue and said, I've received intelligence that Zhu Yan is not dead. And he's gained the ability to access other instances. Joker covered his mouth, his entire body shaking dramatically. Holy crap! Zhu Yan is an ancient beast of terror. If it hasn't perished and regains its full power, humanity's situation will become even more perilous. Great Serpent, have you obtained any further intelligence regarding Zhu Yan? Orochi sighed. Zhu Yan had wiped us all out with a single skill. Everyone stared wide-eyed in disbelief. They didn't know the composition of the team Orochi referred to. One strike to wipe out the entire group. It was terrifying no matter how you looked at it. Zhu Yan. Truly a primordial beast of legend. Losers are losers, all they can do is make excuses. Lu Xingyuan extended his paw like a Siberian husky and flipped him off. You. The Great Serpent was furious. This number 9 was way too petty. Last time she'd only said a few words to number 9, and now he'd been targeting her non-stop. Damn it all to hell. White Pearl smiled. When she first joined the Abyss Walkers, she too had been bullied by Snake number 2. She'd had it in for this guy for ages. What's with the act, day in and day out? Got what you deserved. Finally. It was the drunkard who spoke up and put an end to the argument. They left the dark sanctuary. Lu Xingyuan's lips curved into a faint smile. He had provoked Orochi. Primarily to gauge number 2's reaction. The Great Serpent reacted so fiercely. Barring any surprises, he should also be a member of the Tingsha Guild. He just didn't know exactly who. Thanks to his status as a boss, Lu Xingyuan joined the Abyss Walkers and, in a short time, he confirmed the true identity of Unit 7 Pearl. He also narrowed down the identity of number 2 Orochi. This achievement is truly commendable. This expedition. He also acquired 2 crucial pieces of equipment. Infinite Staff. Quality, Legacy. Effect, consumes 100 mana and 100 health per second, continuously dealing 1000 true damage to the target. Disguiser's Badge. Quality, Epic. Description, allows disguise of appearance and class interface. Detection methods above epic tier are required to break the disguise. The Disguiser's Badge. To Lu Xingyuan, this item held far greater significance than the inheritance tier Infinity Staff. Just as Lu Xingyuan was about to leave the instance, Zhang Yueli sent him a message. Monsters are swarming the Blood King's court. Received. Return immediately. Chapter 79, Insane Power Surge. The overwhelming effect of the reincarnation chant. The Blood King's court. A mythic tier main city boasting formidable defensive capabilities. Even when groups of 6th and 7th tier practitioners assaulted the city, it would be extremely difficult to breach the walls. However, at this moment, the walls that once gleamed like white jade had been corroded in many places. Outside the walls, hordes of monsters swarmed densely. They furiously assaulted the Blood King's court walls with their claws, fangs, and even their heads. Mutated Minotaur Warrior. Mutated Corpse. Mutated Skeleton Archers. Mutated Blood-Crying Ravens. How could there be so many? These mutated monsters were actually capable of eroding the walls of a mythic tier main city. Fear flickered in Zhang Yuli's eyes. At that moment, a spatial fluctuation rippled across the city wall. A mysterious figure clad in black slowly materialized. Lu Xingyuan. These creatures have undergone deeper mutations. They've already mastered the power of their mutations. Not only are their attacks stronger, but they're also harder to kill. What do we do? These mutated monsters unleashed skills imbued with the power of mutation. Their health pools exceed those of monsters of the same level by several times. This is the defining characteristic of creatures capable of harnessing the power of mutation. This time, Zhang Yuli was truly panicking. Because in her previous life, she had been killed by mutated monsters. Thus, she instinctively feared these creatures. Lu Xingyuan, however, was thrilled. These must be the bounty hunters White Pearl mentioned. As luck would have it, Lu Xingyuan had also taken on a mission. And it came with a matching skill. Reincarnation Chant. Quality, Epic. Description, a unique skill formed from the collective final wishes of the departed souls of the Night Empire. Effect, for each Night Empire citizen tormented by mutation you liberate, you gain 1 random attribute point reward. Haven't tested this skill effect yet. After acquiring the skill, Lu Xingyuan departed the abyssal realm. The emergence of these mutated monsters is timely. Starting with you, I'll purge the entire Dark Knight Empire. With this thought, behind Lu Xingyuan, blood mist swirled, from which shadowy figures, some colossal, some hideously grotesque, slowly emerged. A monstrous black and white spider, its mouthparts twitching ceaselessly. A burly, blood-stained monk clad in a crimson robe, the ferocious black bear demon. The mountain lord, tiger-headed and human-bodied, bearing a great sword on his back and bearing the character meaning king on his forehead. A savage tiger, its body covered in scars, terrifying and ferocious. 100-meter-long white serpent, elegant and dignified. Princess Diana, possessing noble bearing and imperial bloodline. And then, a 100-meter-tall creature with a snow-white head and exposed fangs. Its entire body covered in steel needle-like bristles, crimson as blood-stained, its eyes burning with vicious red flames, the ancient beast Xingyuan. Roar! 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 As the bosses emerged, a terrifying aura swept through, causing the very air within the space to grow thick and stagnant. The monsters besieging the blood court instinctively halted their attacks and retreated. Among the monsters, a strict hierarchy prevailed. Weaker monsters encountering a boss instinctively succumbed to fear and submission. And now, so many high-blooded bosses appearing simultaneously, standing directly opposed to them. Behind the mutated monsters, several figures mounted on skeletal warhorses, clad in heavy armor. Mutated Earth Knight. Class, Earth Knight 4th job. Rarity, rare. HP, 140,315. Attack, 1,411. Skills, mutation, Earth Shield. These mutated knights were all 4th class professionals. Yet even they showed fear upon seeing those bosses. So many bosses? It doesn't matter. Let those ants throw their lives away. No matter how powerful the bosses are, they will fall. Bosses were formidable entities in the original abyss. But now, the times have changed. Those who wield the power of mutation are the true embodiment of strength. Blue flames flickered within the skeletal eye sockets of a knight. That's Her Highness the Princess. Her Highness the Princess, she didn't die. If we can bring Her Highness back, the revered immortal king will surely grant us more spirit crystals. Infected by the power of mutation, one inevitably loses some sanity. Now, instinct itself had taken hold. At this moment, they had become utterly enslaved by greed. Kill! Kill! Kill them all! Those diseased monsters, wielding their weapons, began a frenzied assault on the city walls. Several massive black figures leapt down from the ramparts. Crash! Boom boom boom! The black bear demon instantly transformed into a whirlwind of malevolent energy, weaving relentlessly through the horde of mutated monsters. Defeated a level 28 mutated Tauron warrior. You gained 4,000 experience points. Spirit +1. Defeated a level 22 mutated. Strength +1. Mutated monsters still offer a generous amount of experience points. Possesses the reincarnation chant skill. Also grants additional attribute point rewards. This is awesome. Unlike before, the Black Wind Malevolence released by the Black Bear Demon has limited effect. It only killed 5 or 6 mutated monsters. It's not that the Black Bear Demon has weakened. It's because these monsters, having mastered the power of mutation, their skills and attributes had all been enhanced. Their health bars were too thick. Lu Xingyuan frowned slightly. Merely gaining preliminary control over the mutated power. Their strength has increased this much? These monsters now possess strength equivalent to bosses in normal dungeons of the same level. Add to that their ability to directly kill a professional's soul. They are indeed formidable. If these mutated monsters were to invade the dungeon world en masse, it would spell disaster for all of humanity. Unfortunately for them, they encountered Lu Xingyuan. Xingyuan, see those knights in the rear? Take them out. Xingyuan, how? Use your claws to tear them all to shreds. Receiving the precise command, Xingyuan leapt from the city wall and charged through the horde of mutated monsters with lightning speed. Thud. Thud. Thud thud thud. Each footfall shook the earth like a minor earthquake. In mere strides, he charged to the rear of the mutated monster horde. Xingyuan's claws swung wildly. 94,033. 95,333. 98,154. Each strike inflicted terrifying damage. These 4 transition knight practitioners, empowered by the force of mutation, though they each possessed over 100,000 hit points, rivaling bosses, they proved utterly helpless against the true boss. In the blink of an eye, several 4th transition mutated class players were torn to shreds by Xingyuan's claws. Your pet Xingyuan has slain a level 45 class. You have gained 54,000 EXP and 1% HP. Agility +1. Your pet Xingyuan has slain a level 41 professional. You have gained 51,000 EXP and 1% HP. Stamina +1. Your pet. Meanwhile, Xiaobai, Diana, Shanjun, and Kwang, who also joined the fray, They began a frenzied slaughter of the remaining mutated monsters. Without the knight's commanding presence, their killing pace became terrifyingly swift. A flood of rewards flashed before Lu Xingyuan's eyes. Most were experience points. Some were attribute points. Occasionally, a health reward would appear, triggering the blood furnace. Soon, a white light rose from beneath Lu Xingyuan's feet. You have leveled up. All attributes increased by +10. Primary attributes boosted by 10x. Looking down at the monsters scrambling frantically below, Lu Xingyuan grinned. In just this brief moment, he had leveled up. His health points surged from 13,235,919 to 15,366,491. Additionally, he gained several hundred random attribute points. Each time he killed a mutated monster of the Night Empire, the reincarnation chant effect would trigger, earning 1 attribute point reward. Chapter 80, The Little Match Girl. This is absolutely amazing. Watching the steadily rising attribute points and experience values, Lu Xingyuan leisurely pulled out a recliner from his storage ring. Zhang Yuli, come give the guild leader a leg massage. Zhang Yuli didn't hear Lu Xingyuan's voice at all. She was completely engrossed in watching the bosses below. It wasn't her first time seeing these boss pets of Lu Xingyuan's, but each time she saw them, their power would surge dramatically. And what's with all this health? How did they increase so much again? Over 6 million health points? Is Lu Xingyuan even human? This guy. Zhang Yuli was at a loss for words to describe Lu Xingyuan. A mutated monster. In a past life, he might have been a force capable of obliterating everything. But in this life, these mutated monsters were merely resources for Lu Xingyuan to level up and grow stronger. A boss-class existence. He is not only a boss in the eyes of humans, but also a boss to the abyss itself. All beings can only look up to him, challenge him, and ultimately become corpses beneath his feet, paving the path to his glory. First, he slew the ancient beast Juyan. Now he slaughtered the mutated monsters as easily as butchering chickens and dogs. Zhang Yuli would never admit it. She was utterly captivated by Lu Xingyuan's overwhelming power. The slaughter continued. 2.5 hours later, every last one of those frantically fleeing monsters was slain. Most of the attackers were monsters, or perhaps they had once been human. But they had been infected by the mutation for far too long. These former professionals had also become monsters. Thus, the blood forge triggered with very low frequency. Fortunately, there are enough of them. Among them, some still retained the characteristics of sustainers. Contributed some health points to Lu Xingyuan, plus a generous amount of random attribute points. With these enhancements, Lu Xingyuan's attribute panel received comprehensive enhancements. Stat panel, Lu Xingyuan. Class, Boss Blood King. Second transformation. Quality, unknown. Level, 2311%. Strength, 2139 plus 1000. Agility, 1933 plus 1000. Stamina, 4014 plus 1000. Spirit, 1311 plus 1000. Health primary stat, 17,498,500. Attack power, 178, 124. Mana, 23110. Reputation, 2001. Your infamy begins to take shape. Not a bad deal. Gazing at the vastly enhanced attribute panel, Lu Xingyuan smiled broadly. His reputation points had also increased. This is bound to attract more powerful mutated monsters. However, Lu Xingyuan had no interest in getting beaten up one-sidedly. Master, there are 2 more mutated operatives. They're fleeing southeast. Xiaobai prepared to pursue them, but Lu Xingyuan stopped him. He dispatched the Black Jade Spider and White Jade Spider to pursue them. No need to kill them. Just follow them to find their lair. Though these mutated monsters were essentially experience points on legs, Lu Xingyuan disliked being passive. Black Castle. A skeleton wearing a decayed golden crown flashed crimson light in its eyes. I sense Zhu Yan's presence. It is not yet dead. Has the scout dispatched to the newbie village reported back? Honored Immortal King, not yet. Below, a human with a face covered in rotting flesh and sunken eyes was cut off mid-sentence. Before being cut off. Immortal King, we've discovered a major city established by a professional around the newbie village. Zhu Yan, White Snake, numerous bosses have become subordinates of that city's ruler. All the fellow mutants were slaughtered. Humph. The Immortal King slammed his scepter down with a heavy thud. Professionals? Avoid conflict with them for now. Next, we must prepare to follow Her Majesty the Empress of the Void in our assault on Blue Star. Outside the Black Castle, the eyes of the Black Jade Spider and White Jade Spider reflected the vast, darkness-shrouded city. Lu Xingyuan simultaneously shared this view. The Black Castle. This must be the castle White Pearl mentioned. Earlier, before Lu Xingyuan undertook his second-class quest, White Pearl had shared some information with him. She mentioned a group of mutated monsters searching for the culprit behind the destruction of the newbie village, warning him to be cautious. Given this, it was highly probable that White Pearl was inside the Black Castle. Lu Xingyuan waved his hand. He ordered Mad Tiger, Mountain Lord, and Black Bear Spirit to head for Black Castle. Alongside the Black-White Spider, they would assault the Black Castle. These bosses are relatively weak in comparison. Use them to gauge the Black Castle's combat strength. From the castle walls, Jian Yuli gazed down at the corpses littering the ground below. She was utterly stunned. Thousands of mutated monsters, each equivalent to a minor boss of the same level. They'd been wiped out so quickly. This was simply unbelievable. The two exchanged a few casual words. Upon learning that Lu Xingyuan could convert slain bosses into his own pets, he immediately became excited. Although this life had taken a completely different path from her previous one, there were still many similarities. For instance, Jiang Yuli's memories contained numerous powerful bosses. She could take Lu Xingyuan with her to conquer each of those bosses one by one. At the same time, they could keep exploiting bugs and grinding dungeons for extra rewards. Oh, right. Jiang Yuli suddenly jumped up, excitedly rushing to Lu Xingyuan's side. I've heard some news a very special boss will appear in the Gaokao dungeon. You could try to subdue it. The Gaokao? Lu Xingyuan frowned deeply. He hadn't planned to participate, but if there was a powerful boss, he might reconsider. Through the battles over this period, Lu Xingyuan had come to realize only truly formidable bosses, after transforming into blood fiends, can be worth cultivating. Bosses like the Black Bear Demon, White Jade Spider, and Black Jade Spider. These relatively mediocre bosses, even after inheriting Lu Xingyuan's absurdly high health pool, their utility remains quite limited. Against formidable opponents, they could only serve as meat shields. With this thought in mind, Lu Xingyuan departed the Blood King's court. Soon, he boarded the high-speed train. On the way back to Luo City, nothing else went wrong. After getting off the bus, Lu Xingyuan spotted a little girl dressed in red, wearing a red hat. She was adorable, with big, round eyes that sparkled with life. Only her chest was a bit too exposed. She was completely not Lu Xingyuan's type. Just then, ripples spread out from those large, round eyes. Brother, want to buy a match? The girl's voice echoed relentlessly in Lu Xingyuan's mind. Layered upon layer. Like a dream, like an illusion. The scene before his eyes had somehow transformed from the high-speed rail station into a terrifying hellscape. Chapter 81, The Apocalypse Prophet's Prophecy. Lu Xingyuan, confess your crimes. A cold, commanding voice echoed from all directions. The distorted images before Lu Xingyuan gradually solidified. Without warning, the scenery around him transformed into a gloomy Chinese-style building. Fierce and terrifying demons stood on either side. Seated directly ahead, a human figure wearing a demon mask spoke with an authoritative voice. Lu Xingyuan, you have dared to act with reckless abandon, slaughtering practitioners without restraint. You have now been cast down into the netherworld. Do you not confess your crimes? Lu Xingyuan? This is an illusion-type skill. The effect is so realistic. Had he not significantly boosted his mental attributes beforehand through the reincarnation chant? I might have fallen for it. Never mind. I'll play along with her for now. See what she wants to do. Spare me. Lu Xingyuan channeled his inner Oscar-winning actor and launched into his performance. I slay monsters, what crime is that? The demonic judge slammed his fist hard on the table. Oomph. You dare to argue? The slaughter of the Yuan family wasn't that your doing? A dangerous glint flashed in Lu Xingyuan's eyes. I'm just a rookie practitioner. How could I possibly stand against a colossus like the Yuan Corporation, let alone kill the entire Yuan family? After a brief pause, the figure on the platform swept his hand through the air. A phantom figure clad in a black hood materialized midair. The Yuan group wasn't destroyed by you, but by it. The Blood King, he appeared alongside you in multiple instances. Those instances no one else could pass them. Why were you the only one who could? Step by step, the demon judge voiced the question he truly sought to ask. Lu Xingyuan's expression went blank as he retrieved the spirit hiding veil from his storage ring. I possess a special artifact that can evade the Blood King's perception. Upon witnessing the effect of the spirit hiding veil, behind the demonic mask, a look of utter bewilderment spread across the youthful face. Li Hongyue was dumbfounded. What was going on? Could it really not be Lu Xingyuan? But grandfather's artifact pointed to this very person. Just then, Li Hongyue felt the scene before her eyes constantly shifting. She was shrinking rapidly. The young man before her, who had been bound and gagged moments ago, now transformed into a colossal figure. She could only look up at him. Li Hongyue's sanity gradually faded as she knelt on the ground, her eyes vacant. Lu Xingyuan slowly ascended to the main seat, bent down, and pinched Li Hongyue's head between his thumb and forefinger. He lifted her up. Of all these people, why did you interrogate me? Li Hongyue, the caster of the illusion spell, suffered its backlash. Her eyes were vacant, answering every question without hesitation. I possess the dark star compass. According to prophecy, it can locate the objects or beings foretold. As she spoke, Li Hongyue retrieved an object resembling a uniquely shaped spoon from her storage bracelet. Dark star compass. Quality, none. Description, a unique compass forged from meteorite by the mythical profession stargazer. Guides to the location of a target according to prophecy. Prophecy? What prophecy? Lu Xingyuan inquired. My grandfather, Li Yunlai, was a mythic tier professional stargazer with the ability to foretell the future. This compass can precisely pinpoint the objects or beings prophesied by grandfather. Li Hongyue explained in great detail. Stargazer. Dark star compass. So, Li Hongyue's grandfather, Li Yunlai, had made a prophecy. And the target was me. What did your grandfather prophesy? The destroyer of worlds. Lu Xingyuan. This stargazer's prophecy seems flawless. He's a boss capable of infinite growth. Calling him the destroyer of worlds is spot on. What Lu Xingyuan hadn't anticipated, however, that there actually existed practitioners with precognitive abilities. Though the prophecy was vague, combined with the dark star compass, it proved utterly terrifying. These practitioners truly shouldn't be underestimated. Then, Lu Xingyuan continued his interrogation. He uncovered all the secrets hidden behind Li Hongyue. She hailed from the Li clan, one of the 4 great families of Xia Nation. Her grandfather was a mythic tier stargazer at the 7th transformation. Her grandmother was a legendary tier practitioner at the 6th transformation. Her father was an 8th tier war god. Her mother was a 7th tier support class professional. Li Hongyue herself is an epic tier professional mind manipulator. She can manipulate objects through space using psychic energy and control opponents with illusions. Most crucially, Li Hongyue had another identity. She was actually Lu Xingyuan's deskmate among the Abyss Walkers. Number 8, Little Red Riding Hood. This family sure doesn't keep idle hands. This is bound to blow up. Lu Xingyuan felt almost guilty toward himself. After a moment's thought, Lu Xingyuan decided to invite Li Hongyue to join the Blood Court Guild. And he crafted a custom-made indenture contract for her, titled Contract. Blood Court Guild Membership Agreement. Guild Benefits. The guild leader Lu Xingyuan will assist guild member Li Hongyue within his capabilities. Protection fee. As a guild member, Li Hongyue must unconditionally share all information, including all intelligence regarding the family and the Abyss Walkers organization. Confidentiality agreement. No information related to the guild leader may be disclosed to anyone. Leakers shall die with their blood completely drained from their bodies. Unequal agreement. The guild leader reserves the right to terminate this agreement at any time. Beyond this, members may not voluntarily withdraw. Even upon leaving the guild, all terms of this agreement remain in full force. Mythic tier capital seal, once bound to the guild. Its most unique feature lies here, the ability to freely establish various rules. Afflicted by the backlash of illusions, Li Hongyue's consciousness would remain in a dazed state for a short time. But even as a little cutie, she could tell something was terribly wrong with this rule. Very wrong. Even slave masters shouldn't exploit people like this. Yet, gazing at Lu Xingyuan's expressionless face, Li Hongyue reluctantly signed her name. After all, the world consciousness would never endorse such a completely unequal rule. But, to Li Hongyue's utter astonishment, that agreement transformed into starlight and vanished mid-air. The rules had validated the contents of that agreement. Li Hongyue stared in disbelief, her eyes wide. How is this possible? Lu Xingyuan smiled. I paid a tremendous price for this. You'll understand later. The extent of my assistance far exceeds your imagination. Lu Xingyuan had always sensed that the Dark Sanctuary concealed some immense secret. He needed someone to gather intelligence. Next, he would thoroughly interrogate this formidable Little Red Riding Hood. Li Hongyue, you don't want to. Chapter 82, The Dragon Emerges. Don't call me daddy. Li Hongyue was a sensible person. When others wield the knife, I am but the fish on the chopping block. She cooperated fully. Whatever Lu Xingyuan asked, she answered. What shocked Lu Xingyuan most was this. Her status as an Abyss Walker was hereditary. The Dark Sanctuary's teleportation runestone had been passed down to her by her grandfather. Her grandfather had once struck some sort of agreement with the will of the Dark Hall. This piqued Lu Xingyuan's curiosity. It was said that the will of the Dark Hall was one of the founders of the Dark Hall 800 years ago. One of the founders of the Dark Sanctuary. He had been dead for centuries. In other words, he still maintained his self-awareness. In the form of a soul, he has resided within the Dark Sanctuary for centuries. Then, Lu Xingyuan arrived at the treasure pavilion. Mr. Lu, welcome. Your presence truly graces our entire treasure hall. The 2 rows of maids dressed in black silk at the entrance, upon seeing Lu Xingyuan, their faces lit up with bright smiles. Hua Jin remained dressed in her plain-colored qipao. Mr. Lu, please come this way. In the VIP lounge, looking at the two piles of equipment before her, Hua Jin's lips curved into a knowing smile. Every time Lu Xingyuan came over, this was the inevitable scene. She had grown somewhat immune to it. After tallying the count, total black iron grade equipment 81 pieces, silver grade equipment 159 pieces, gold grade equipment 43 pieces, dark gold tier equipment 16 pieces, legendary grade equipment 3 pieces. Weixiao credit account balance 1.858565 billion yuan. Listening to the pleasant notification sound, Lu Xingyuan's lips curved into a faint smile. The money he earned from a single dungeon run was a sum other adventurers could only dream of achieving in a lifetime of effort. The reason for such a bountiful haul this time? Was largely thanks to the support of the Tingsha Guild members. Without their collective 3 waves of support, Lu Xingyuan would never have earned this much. Mr. Lu's haul this time is even more substantial, isn't it? Hua Jin was also delighted. The vast quantities of high-quality gear Lu Xingyuan consistently supplied. For the treasure pavilion, profit was secondary. The most important thing was reputation. These high-quality items attract more adventurers. A few casual words. Lu Xingyuan browsed the treasure pavilion but found nothing worth buying. He simply left. After returning home from the treasure pavilion, Lu Xingyuan entered the blood court directly. He kept his eyes fixed on the dragon egg. Ever since absorbing the spatial divine stone, this mythical great dragon egg had been on the verge of hatching at any moment. Lu Xingyuan had a feeling. The dragon egg will hatch today. Waiting for the dragon egg to hatch, Lu Xingyuan received a flood of information. From Mountain Lord, Mad Tiger, several bosses the spoils of attacking Black Castle. Your pet Mountain Lord defeated a level 31 professional. You gain 10,081 EXP and 1% HP. You gain 3087 EXP. Several bosses slaughtered masses of monsters. And the infected residents within the city. This brought Lu Xingyuan considerable experience. Level up again. He reached level 24. The reincarnation chance skill also granted Lu Xingyuan over 1,000 attribute points as a reward. However, at that very moment, Lu Xingyuan received consecutive notifications that the boss had been defeated. Your pet boss Furious Tiger has been killed. Your pet boss Black Jade Spider has been killed. All of them killed? From the viewpoints of several pets, Lu Xingyuan could only see a massive skeletal hand. Several bosses were instantly killed one after another. 8 million health bars. Instantly wiped clean. Indeed, a formidable presence dwells within the Black Castle. Snap, crackle, pop. Suddenly, a crisp sound snapped Lu Xingyuan back to reality. A minute crack appeared on the eggshell covered in dazzling dragon scales. Then, like a spider's web, cracks spread across the dragon egg. Crack, crack, crack. A flash of azure light erupted as an 8 or 9-year-old girl emerged from the shell. Her cheeks bore the distinctive baby fat of a child, giving her an adorable appearance. Most distinctive were the 2 tender, blue-purple dragon horns sprouting from her forehead. The other bosses gathered around, all curious. They wanted to see what this creature hatched from a dragon egg. What made it so special? Seeing such an adorable little girl, Diana instinctively reached out to stroke her cheek. A mischievous smile flashed across the little dragon girl's face. The next moment, she vanished into thin air. When she reappeared, she was already hundreds of meters away. Spatial displacement ability? Diana was somewhat surprised. 1,000 years ago, the Dark Knight Empire was teeming with powerful beings. Yet few could wield spatial power. And yet, this was merely a newborn girl who could already wield spatial abilities with such skill. It wasn't just Diana. The other bosses were well aware of the immense power and uniqueness of spatial abilities. They began to surround and intercept her, determined to capture the newly born dragon girl. To uncover the truth. But, no matter how fast they moved, they could not catch up to the young dragon maiden. For she could defy the constraints of space. Lu Xingyuan's figure flickered. In an instant, he materialized behind Xia Longnu, grabbing her by the collar. Xiao Longnu struggled desperately. Yet no matter how she struggled, she couldn't break free from Lu Xingyuan's powerful grip. Because, the moment Xiao Longnu was born, Lu Xingyuan had also seized control of her abilities. Boss Star Realm Dragon. Class, Spackwalker. Quality, Mythic Plus. Level, 0. HP, 8,744,250. Attack, 1,158. Skills, Rift Claw, Blink, Void Walk, Great Starfall. Rending Claw, tears through space, inflicting devastating damage. Blink, transposes oneself and surrounding space. Void Walk, performs long-range spatial teleportation. Great Starfall, summons celestial bodies from beyond to traverse space, crashing down in an instant to inflict unknown damage. This skill possesses world-ending potential. Use with extreme caution. Lu Xingyuan understood. This is the true world-destroying master. The Great Starfall technique is utterly insane. It directly pulls an extraterrestrial celestial body into our sky. You're not the world destroyer? Then I am? Diana was utterly speechless upon seeing the information about the Star Realm Dragon. This is actually the legendary Star Realm Dragon? When I was little, my grandmother told me a story. She said the astral dragon was a cosmic dragon race that could traverse the universe, defying all boundaries. One of the most powerful races in the entire cosmos. I never imagined it wasn't just a legend, but actually real. But she's still so young. Master, nurturing a young astral dragon to maturity requires considerable resources, you know. Lu Xingyuan lifted the newly hatched dragonlet to eye level. Raising a beautiful young girl? This might be interesting. From now on, I'll call you Sparkle. Sparkle, yes, Daddy. Lu Xingyuan. Don't call me Dad. Call me Boss. Shanshua, okay, Dad. Lu Xingyuan. No. The spatial walk skill can break through spatial barriers. Doesn't that mean? From now on, he can bypass instance restrictions entirely. Shifting through space, entering the instance. Chapter 83, as long as it's not too embarrassing, it's a win. Just as Lu Xingyuan prepared to experience the sensation of traversing space, he sensed the Dark Sanctuary's summons. Someone was calling him. Lu Xingyuan activated the talisman stone. The next moment, the surrounding space shifted. Lu Xingyuan entered the Dark Sanctuary. Today, the Dark Hall was eerily quiet. Not a single glimmer of light existed. None of the other Abyss Walkers were online. Even their seats were shrouded in darkness as thick as ink. They had all been blocked. Access to the Dark Sanctuary was impossible. Only the light shone down upon seat 9, where he sat. Lu Xingyuan's brow furrowed slightly. At that very moment, rhythmic footsteps echoed from the distance. Lu Xingyuan looked up. A 10-year-old child holding an oil lamp approached him. Brother Lu, the will of the Dark Hall wishes to see you. Xingyan bowed respectfully before leading the way ahead. Lu Xingyuan's brow furrowed. The will of the Dark Hall? In the intelligence he had obtained earlier from Li Hongyue at Unit 8. Her grandfather had also once conversed with the will of the Dark Temple. He never imagined it would be his turn so soon. He had no idea how far he'd traveled. Guided by Xingyan, Lu Xingyuan disregarded the rules of this place. He emerged from the Dark Temple. For the first time, Lu Xingyuan saw the Dark Temple from the outside. It was an ancient tower. Like a pillar supporting the heavens, it stood atop a mountain peak soaring into the clouds. At the edge of a distant cliff, a shadowy figure stood. The figure turned its head, saying nothing, merely gazing silently at Lu Xingyuan. Xingyan introduced. Brother Lu, this is one of humanity's strongest practitioners from 800 years ago. He's also one of the founders of our Abyss Walkers. His codename is Mr. Qing. Master Qing sacrificed himself in the fight against the Abyss. But to continue the struggle, he bound his soul to the Dark Temple. After centuries, Mr. Qing has now become the very will of the Dark Sanctuary. Lu Xingyuan gazed at the shadowy figure. In other words, Boss Qing's physical body had perished. Yet his soul has endured for 800 years. Such an existence transcended all practitioners Lu Xingyuan knew. Even mythic tier practitioners couldn't live that long. Therefore, is he truly human? Or rather, could he still be called human at all? Lu Xingyuan felt a surge of curiosity. Among the Abyss Walkers, there were indeed even greater secrets. Starscar was pleased with the astonishment on Lu Xingyuan's face and continued. Of the 9 existing Abyss Walkers, only 2 know of Boss Qing's existence. Brother Lu, you are the third. It was clear that Xingyan was a fervent follower of Boss Qing. But Lu Xingyuan despised people who tried to manipulate him like this. In that case, I suppose I should feel honored. I wonder what task Boss Qing has in mind for me to grant such an honor. Lu Xingyuan cut straight to the chase. He wanted no idle chatter. The dark, translucent figure let out a soft chuckle. For this college entrance exam. And for the very survival of humanity. Lu Xingyuan, among all Abyss Walkers, you possess the greatest potential. Therefore, I intend to share the intelligence I recently obtained with you. A forbidden entity from the Abyss intends to target Xiao Nation during this Gaokao. Abnormal monsters may appear in this Gaokao dungeon. Among the Abyss Walkers, only you are eligible to participate in this year's examination. If you choose to participate, prepare thoroughly. As the words fell, the dark figure slowly dissipated. Lu Xingyuan also departed the Dark Hall, returning to the real world. He sensed something off about that Mr. Qing. He didn't seem like a spirit at all. More like a genuine living being. Xingyan's identity was likely quite special as well. Otherwise, how could he possibly know of Boss Qing's existence? Of course, all this was merely Lu Xingyuan's conjecture. He needed more information to grasp the crux of the matter. Thump! 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 A rhythmic knocking echoed. Before Lu Xingyuan could open the door, he heard various voices outside. Is Lu Xingyuan home? Who knows? Ever since he cleared the beginner dungeon, he hasn't been to school. Nobody knows what's going on. Anyway, his skills are definitely in a league of their own. After all, he's the one who soloed that hard dungeon. If Lu Xingyuan decides to take the college entrance exam, our Luocheng No. 3 high school will make a name for itself this year. Overhearing the conversation outside, Lu Xingyuan understood. Today was the final deadline for college entrance exam registration. As a prodigiously talented professional, Lu Xingyuan naturally bore high expectations. Yet he hadn't registered for the exam. The teacher had come to invite him. As Lu Xingyuan opened the door, he saw their homeroom teacher, Teacher Niu Bai, along with the rarely seen principal. Teacher Niu Bai, is there something you need? Niu Bai and the principal both wore warm smiles. Lu Xingyuan, today is the final day to register for this year's college entrance exams. We still hope you will participate. Lu Xingyuan gave a slight nod. Inside the Gaokao instance, there were special bosses and the unique features Qing boss had mentioned. Lu Xingyuan was determined to investigate. Seeing Lu Xingyuan nod in agreement, the two portly middle-aged men, the homeroom teacher and the principal, jumped up in excitement. Just then, two more cars screeched to a halt outside Lu Xingyuan's residence. The vehicles bore distinctive insignia. Game Administration Bureau. A woman in a leather coat, looking quite sexy, stepped out of one of the cars. Instantly, she drew the attention of many passers-by. Holy crap, that's Director Vera, right? That's the new chief, ruthless, merciless, and feared by criminals as the venomous snake. Holy crap. That Lu family kid, hope he didn't get into trouble. Wait, am I seeing things? The Scorpion Chief is actually smiling? Vera flashed an incredibly warm smile and extended her hand toward Lu Xingyuan. Nice to meet you. I'm the chief of the Luocheng Gaming Authority. You can call me Vera. Then, Vera explained the purpose of her visit. She too had come to invite Lu Xingyuan to take the college entrance exam. Seeing Vera appear like this, Teacher Niu Bai was completely baffled. What was going on? This was the head of the gaming authority in Luo City. She represents the official stance. And she's personally come to find Lu Xingyuan? And to invite him to take the college entrance exam? Because Mr. Qing had already informed Lu Xingyuan about the college entrance exam. Therefore, Lu Xingyuan wasn't overly surprised. Lu Xingyuan boarded the high-speed train with Vera, heading for Zhangcheng. Also traveling with them were Jiang Yuli, Sumuyu, and Qin Tian. These three were the highest-ranked awakened professionals among this year's cohort in Luocheng. Is this Zhangcheng? It's huge. Soon, a colossal city came into view. Zhangcheng was the largest city in Yuzhou, more than 10 times the size of Luocheng. Following Vela, to the building housing the Job Change Temple. The assembly hall was filled with influential figures from cities across Yu Province and prodigiously talented newcomers. Among them, a gray-haired elder Yu Province's governor and a 6th-tier professional, Fu Xingchen, was addressing the assembly. I have gathered you all here for this year's college entrance examination. This is not merely an exam, it concerns the very survival of our human race. Should we fail, the Abyssal Realm will forcibly seize territory from our Xia nation, ceding territory and paying indemnities. This is something no one in Xia can allow to happen. Yet, man cannot defy heaven. Only newly promoted young soldiers could join the battle. Facing the formidable forces under the Empress of the Void was inherently an unfair battle. Sigh. A handsome young man clad in a crimson robe sighed. As long as we don't lose too badly. Chapter 84, New Adventurer Rankings. Lu Xingyuan's total domination. Who says we're bound to lose? Vera led Lu Xingyuan and the others to the center of the hall. Everyone in the conference room was utterly astonished. They weren't trying to undermine their own morale or boost the enemies. The gap was simply too vast. The true adversaries in this Gaokao were the formidable beings under the command of the Void Empress from the Abyss. They had personally faced these beings before. The weakest among them were at least 4th or 5th transcendents. To have some newly transformed recruits fight these beings, what chance did they have of winning? It's utterly impossible. At that very moment, a child of about 10 years old stepped forward. Pointing at Lu Xingyuan, he introduced. This gentleman is the pro player our Game Administration Bureau has recruited. Lu Xingyuan. Regarding the upcoming confrontation between Yuzhou and the Abyss during the college entrance exams, I propose entrusting it to Lu Xingyuan. Absolutely impossible. Xingyan, even though you're a special envoy assigned by headquarters, you can't just go around doing things like this. Inside the conference room, the major figures of Yuzhou were all shocked and furious, though their odds of victory were slim. Yet, by pooling the entire province's strength and uniting all its geniuses, there remained a sliver of hope for victory. After this period of selection, they have already formed a core team. How could they possibly rotate personnel the day before the college entrance exams? This college entrance exam is no trivial matter. This is a battle that will determine humanity's future. Governor Fu Xingqian's stance was unequivocal. The strong reigns supreme. Whether it's a mule or a horse, let's see what it can do. The crowd immediately activated the virtual arena. This pre-battle meeting had devolved into a PK before it even began, leaving the bigwigs of Yuzhou utterly dumbfounded. The virtual arena simulated a gladiatorial combat scene. Lu Xingyuan stood at the very center. Directly before him were numerous high-ranking officials of Yuzhou and powerful new professional practitioners. Among them stood a youth with sharp brows and piercing eyes, clad in a white robe. White Star, the bearer of the legendary Overlord Sword class. Another, a hot-tempered, plain-looking youth named Yi Yen, an epic tier hunter class holder from the military. And there was another epic tier class holder, the War King. Beyond these, there were over a dozen legendary tier rookie professionals. This gathering represented the absolute pinnacle of new professional practitioners across the entire Yu province. Zhang Yuli's gaze swept over those few individuals. Sure enough, just as in her previous life, the human side began to enter a period of explosive growth. High-tier practitioners began appearing in large numbers. However, in her previous life, Zhang Yuli had never heard of such things. The idea of arranging duels with alien races in the college entrance exam dungeon. But that didn't matter, because this freak was here. Zhang Yuli's gaze locked onto Lu Xingyuan. The battle can commence at any moment. You may decide your order of appearance yourselves. Fu Xingqian, the governor of Yuzhou, stood in the referee's position. Lu Xingyuan's lips curled into a brazen grin, like a predator baring its fangs. Come at me all at once. His arrogant words enraged these prodigies. You're asking for it. Arrogant to the extreme. A mere nobody, and you think you can take on all of us? So what if you got a few SSS-rated clear scores? What are you trying to pull? Go! I'll go first. The greatsword flew through the air, landing securely in Bai Xing's grasp. He dragged the massive blade forward, charging with a frenzied ferocity. Shatter the heavens. Brutal charge. Boom! A piercing white blade flash erupted. The next instant, Bai Xing was sent flying backward at a speed even faster than when he had arrived. Lu Xingyuan swung his long sword, its blade transforming into a whirlwind that swept out. In an instant, he instantly defeated all challengers present. At that moment, the entire arena fell into absolute silence. Every pair of eyes widened in disbelief. Unbelieving, they stared at the scene before them. WTF? This is just too terrifying. One strike to wipe out everyone? That damage is insane. Xinghan looked at Fu Xingqian, the governor of Yuzhou. Well, Governor Fu, are you convinced? I'm thoroughly convinced, utterly convinced. Then for the Abyss mission in the Gaokao dungeon, we'll assign it to Lu Xingyuan. Having witnessed Lu Xingyuan's terrifying prowess firsthand, none of you province's elite warriors or prodigies dared to object. Originally, Fu Xingqian and the powerful figures of Yuzhou had all held pessimistic views about this battle. But Lu Xingyuan's emergence gave them hope. Hope that he might bring about an unexpected turn in this campaign. That evening, a list eagerly anticipated by countless people was unveiled to the world. The newcomer practitioner rankings. Every year before the college entrance exams, the Abyss releases a ranking compiling all new professional adventurers. First is the new professional combat power ranking. First place, Lu Xingyuan Luochang No. 3 High School. Second place, Zhang Yuli Luo City No. 3 Middle School. Third place, Longju Magic City Elite Academy. Fourth place, Luxing Imperial Capital High School. Ranking list. First place, Lu Xingyuan Level 24. Second place, Zhang Yuli Level 20. Third place, Lu Xing Level 18. Equipment Leaderboard. First place, Lu Xingyuan. Second place, Beast God Set Lu Xingyuan. Third place, Divine Will Zhang Yuli. Fourth place, Tai Chi Compass Zhang Yuli. Fifth place, White Snake Spirit Sword Lu Xingyuan. Upon seeing the rankings, everyone was stunned. Lu Xingyuan's name had garnered significant attention immediately after the job change event concluded. Had garnered significant attention after consecutively achieving multiple SSS-rated scores. Several top-tier guilds were even willing to offer him a genius contract outright. But online hype fades as quickly as it rises. Later, Lu Xingyuan vanished from the rankings for an extended period. Netizens had even begun to forget about him. But today, his name has resurfaced in everyone's view. And in a way more shocking than ever before. Holy, this is insane. Topping every single chart. And each one has a massive lead. How did Lu Xingyuan level up to 24? Does he never sleep? The gear is the most insane part. Lu Xingyuan actually has mythic gear and it's a full set. I just want to know what gear those 4 question marks are. Why are they ranked above a mythic set? He holds 6 of the top 10 spots on the gear leaderboard? This guy's got way too many good things on him. Zhang Yuli is no pushover either. She's the only one who can barely keep up with Lu Xingyuan's pace. the gifted newbie professionals from Yuzhou who had just been defeated by Lu Xingyuan. After seeing the rankings, they all accepted their fate. Such a monstrously skilled individual, it was only natural he'd annihilate them. The entire network erupted. Everyone was fixated on the name Lu Xingyuan. This time, Lu Xingyuan's name appeared for the very first time in the entire Xia nation and indeed the entire world. Major factions gnashed their teeth in frustration. They bitterly regretted not taking this newcomer seriously earlier. Had they known, they should have spared no expense to recruit him. It's not too late now. Quickly, take advantage of tomorrow's college entrance exams and directly invite Lu Xingyuan to join. Our Tingsha Guild needs a genius professional like him too. Top floor of a 5-star hotel. Within the opulent presidential suite, Lu Xingyuan stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows, taking in the city's nightscape spread out before him. Beside him, Diana lay on the bed, her cheeks flushed, her consciousness hazy. Seeing the rankings list, Lu Xingyuan sighed helplessly. I'd love to keep a low profile, but my abilities won't let me. Lu Xingyuan clicked his tongue. Then he snapped his fingers. A surge of blood energy erupted, and the 2nd Battalion commander, clad in silver-gray armor, knelt on one knee. Master, I answer your call. Lu Xingyuan tossed the disguiser badge in his hand. Take my place in tomorrow's college entrance exam. Chapter 85. This Lu Xingyuan is pretty wild. College entrance exams. Lu Xingyuan naturally had no interest in taking. Even if so-called powerhouses from the abyss appeared, Lu Xingyuan still didn't want to waste his time. Better to cuddle the princess and go to sleep. The next day, regardless of the era, for everyone in Xia Kingdom, the college entrance exam was an incredibly important day. In this era of professionals, the college entrance exam remains profoundly significant. In preparation for this day, major battle zones across Xia Nation commenced large-scale wilderness monster purges a month in advance. Today, a large contingent of military professionals is stationed at every high-risk instance entrance to prevent any unforeseen incidents. In Zhangcheng, under the leadership of Governor Fu Xingchen, members of the Transcendence Temple have deployed a massive formation. Under the Erase power, giant portals materialized out of thin air. College entrance exam instance. Restrictions: newly transferred practitioners this year's transfers. Description: a special space opened centuries ago by the mighty of Xia Nation within the Abyssal Realm. Due to its unique rules, only new adventurers from the Xia Kingdom who changed professions this year are eligible to enter. Defeating monsters grants points. Similar to the beginner dungeons after class change, the college entrance exam dungeon is also a special instance. This dungeon's restriction is not level. Any new adventurer can enter. A dense crowd of newbie adventurers queued up outside the entrance to the Gaokao dungeon. Surrounding them gathered a large number of journalists and short video creators. They were broadcasting live from the entrance of the Gaokao dungeon. That's Lu Xingyuan, the newbie professional dominating every category. Lu Xingyuan, could you wave to the camera? Lu Xingyuan tilted his head toward the camera, his gaze carrying 3 parts coldness, 4 parts arrogance, and 5 parts disdain. Originally, he hadn't intended to acknowledge the camera. But upon seeing the stunningly beautiful hostess, he immediately walked over. Hello everyone, I'm Lu Xingyuan. Then, he casually asked for her contact information. Behind him, Jiang Yuli's head was filled with question marks. What's with this guy? There were too many people here. She couldn't say much. She could only send Lu Xingyuan a message. Lu Xingyuan explained to Jiang Yue how the 2nd Battalion commander had impersonated him. Jiang Yuli then told Lu Xingyuan about the 2nd Battalion commander using his identity to flirt with girls. Lu Xingyuan shrugged it off. He'd just break the 2nd Battalion commander's lackey's legs when he got back. Meanwhile, the 2nd Battalion commander, sporting his handsome face, watched as one girl after another came to him. His eyes gleamed with excitement. Just as he was about to ask for contact details, he suddenly shuddered. For some reason, he sensed a deep, malevolent intent. Master, I was wrong. The 2nd Battalion commander pleaded inwardly. He also restrained himself considerably. At that very moment, a dozen guild representatives led by Azura, Battle Sky, and Soaring Serpent approached Lu Xingyuan with smiles on their faces. Young friend Lu, I am the head of personnel for the Azura Guild. We have come specifically to extend an invitation to you. I wonder if you'd be willing to join my Azura Guild. No way. Lu Xingyuan's response was unexpectedly cold and aloof. The invitations from the other guilds? Lu Xingyuan, like a stubborn muzzle, rejected them all outright. Without uttering another word. The boss had given orders. If he didn't keep up the act, he'd get beaten when he returned. The 2nd Battalion commander and Jiang Yuli headed toward the portal. Those so-called genius professionals who had been thoroughly humiliated by Lu Xingyuan just yesterday. Upon seeing his face, they immediately plastered on fawning smiles. Big shot, when are we going in? Brother Lu, let's team up. I'm an epic tier pro too, I won't hold you back. Lu Xingyuan gave a slight nod. But he didn't speak to anyone. You guys form your own groups. I'll solo. Ha! The geniuses led by Xing didn't think Lu Xingyuan was showing off. After all, they had witnessed Lu Xingyuan's strength firsthand yesterday. He possessed the ability to solo the Gaokao dungeon. Though it hadn't begun yet. They were all well aware. Lu Xingyuan had already secured the top spot in the Yu province Gaokao. They were actually trying to latch onto a powerful ally. Didn't we agree to tackle the final challenge together? Why's the big shot suddenly going solo? Soloing is fine. Maybe Lu Xingyuan is aiming to break the college entrance exam score record. Anyway, we'll inevitably cross paths in the core zone eventually. Fu Xingchen personally came over to offer his regards to Lu Xingyuan. After returning last night, he had looked into this young man. His satisfaction with Lu Xingyuan only grew. Lu, don't be too nervous. Just do your best. Fu Xingchen ascended the podium. Without much preamble. He simply outlined the rules for the college entrance exam. The rules were straightforward. Kill monsters to earn points. Level 5 monsters, 1 point each. Level 10 monsters, 10 points. Level 15 monsters, 20 points. Level 20 monsters, 50 points. Elite monsters of all levels grant double points. Defeating a boss grants 10x the points. The Gaokao dungeon follows the endless challenge mode rules. As long as you have the ability, you can keep fighting indefinitely. In short, no one in history has ever cleared the Gaokao dungeon. As the formation fully activates, across every city in Xia Kingdom, beaming pillars of light shot skyward. Buzz, buzz, buzz. These newly minted adults, burdened with responsibilities never meant for their shoulders. They entered the Gaokao dungeon, facing each hideous, terrifying monster head-on. Fortunately, humanity had stolen the abilities of the game world's professionals, allowing unlimited revives within the dungeon. Otherwise, humanity would likely have been utterly annihilated long ago. The battle commenced. Live streams of the action broadcast across the entire network. Thanks to last night's release of the newbie adventurer rankings, Lu Xingyuan's livestream channel exploded with activity. The moment it went live, tens of thousands flooded in. 100,000. 1 million. Ultimately, the viewership soared past 5 million concurrent viewers. Unlike the scenes from other examinees, those monsters, upon seeing Lu Xingyuan, did not charge directly at him. Instead, after a moment of stunned hesitation, they panicked and began fleeing into the distance. It seemed. In the eyes of these monsters, Lu Xingyuan was an even more terrifying creature. This scene instantly ignited the emotions of everyone in the livestream chat. Holy? Seriously, dude? How can someone be this full of themselves? Lu Xingyuan is totally showing off, but he's also seriously cool. Monsters run away when they see him. Who else is left? Impressive. Gaokao dungeon. The 2nd Battalion commander smirked with disdain. It was the boss, after all. These lowly minions fleeing is only natural. The 2nd Battalion commander slowly drew the long sword from his back. Fierce dog sky-splitting slash. He unleashed the skill and began his pursuit. Charge into the depths of the dungeon at top speed. This scene caused the livestream chat to flood with question marks. What's going on? Using skills to rush through? Lu Xingyuan is being way too show-offy. Chapter 86, Showtime. Lu Xingyuan. Class, Swiftblade. Quality, Legendary. Level, 24. HP, 32,713. Attack power, 580. Skills, Ferocious Hound Roar, Sword Draw Slash, Fierce Hound Sky Splitting Slash, Swift Wind Sword Technique, Gale Shattering Breath Slash. After the battle commenced. Following Lu Xingyuan's instructions, the 2nd Battalion commander displayed the attribute panel disguised using the Deceiver's badge. Even though it's already quite low-key. Yet these exaggerated panel specifications still left countless people stunned. 30,000 HP max? What's going on with Lu Xingyuan? Aren't swordsman type classes supposed to be high attack, low defense? How come Lu Xingyuan has both high attack and max HP? Damn it, this isn't a legendary class at all. These stats could even rival mythic tier classes. Could it be a mutated class? Possible. No wonder Lu Xingyuan refused to show his stats earlier, turns out he's this broken. On screen, Lu Xingyuan relentlessly charged forward with his fierce dog sky-splitting slash. With each flickering of his form, he instantly appeared hundreds of meters away. In the blink of an eye, he had already left the other examinees who entered the college entrance exam dungeon far behind. Ahead, a dense swarm of monsters converged, blocking the path of the 2nd Battalion commander. Enraged Doghead. Level, 15. HP 1632. Attack power, 98. A sharp gleam flashed in the 2nd Battalion commander's eyes. Whirlwind Sword Technique. The long sword swung. Giant blades of wind swept out in a storm. Then his figure vanished completely from the spot. By the time the blade storms dissipated, the dozen or so dog-headed monsters had been utterly pulverized into mincemeat. Such a scene left countless onlookers stunned. Holy, what, ran into monsters while traveling and casually kicked them to death. Unbelievable, man. Lu Xingyuan topped the leaderboard. On the leaderboard, Lu Xingyuan's ranking instantly shot to the top. First place, Lu Xingyuan, points 1530. Second place, Zhang Yueli, points 211. Third place, Lu Xing, points 132. Fourth place. Lu Xingyuan's score had pulled so far ahead it created a gaping chasm. His score alone surpassed the combined total of the other top 10 competitors. This was an absolute rout. The college entrance exam had only begun a few minutes ago. Everyone already knew who would claim this year's top score. In the hotel, Lu Xingyuan stretched lazily and rose from the bed. Before him, a barrage of notifications flooded his screen. Your pet 2nd Battalion commander has slain a level 14 Cyclops. You have gained 1052 EXP. Your pet 2nd Battalion commander has defeated an 18-level Firehound. You have gained 1477 experience points. Your pet. After dismissing the various notifications, Lu Xingyuan got up and washed up. He tidied up briefly. Then he waved his hand lightly. A dense crimson mist materialized before his eyes. A 7 or 8-year-old girl with 2 horns on her head, as beautiful as a porcelain doll, materialized out of thin air. Seeing the entirely new, never-before-seen scene before her, her eyes sparkled with excitement. Her form flickered, and in an instant, she appeared on the large round bed. Daddy, Daddy. Is this the bed? It's so soft. Lu Xingyuan. I told you, don't call me Dad. Okay, Daddy. Lu Xingyuan sighed helplessly. Forget it. Come with me. We have important business to attend to today. A flickering palm swept lightly through the air. The void itself tore open, revealing fissures. Lu Xingyuan and Shanshua simultaneously vanished into the rifts. Lu Xingyuan monitored the live feeds from various exam venues. While making his way forward, the reminder from Mr. Qing of the Dark Hall made Lu Xingyuan take this college entrance exam quite seriously. He himself did not participate in the exam, so he could handle this matter more comprehensively. Lu Xingyuan had a feeling. This college entrance exam was highly likely to produce mutated practitioners. Roar! Gaokao Dungeon. In a lush ancient jungle. Light filtered through the dense foliage, casting dappled patterns on the ground. A humanoid creature clad entirely in black darted through the mountains and forests. Its movements were remarkably agile. In the livestream feed, the figure's path left behind a trail of afterimages. Suddenly, the figure planted both feet against a tree trunk and launched forward with lightning speed. Swish! Thud! The dagger in the black-clad figure's hand pierced straight through the neck of a college entrance exam candidate. Ugh, ugh! The student let out a strained whimper before collapsing to the ground. Blood stained the damp ground crimson. The black-clad figure slowly turned its head. Only then did the candidate's teammates finally react. Kuan. Damn it, that humanoid monster killed Kuan. Damn, it's fast. Kuan's remaining 4 teammates immediately grew alert. Their eyes locked onto the humanoid monster clad in black. Though its face was concealed by black cloth, its sunken eyeballs resembled rotten grapes, evoking a profound sense of revulsion. Beyond that, the exposed skin of the black-clad figure was covered in signs of decay. Degenerate Ninja. Class, Ninja Second Job. Rarity, Rare. Level, 23. HP, 18,391. Attack, 239. Skills, Pathogenic Transformation, Triple Body Technique Clone, Substitute, Transformation, Shuriken, Basic Stealth. A mutated ninja? This monster has a class. Monsters with classes are the most unique. They rival elite monsters, even standing shoulder to shoulder with bosses. They're incredibly tough to handle. And this particular monster was a second-class professional. The remaining members of Akun's team all looked grim. Their strength was already considered formidable among high school entrance exam candidates. The team's average level hovered around 14. They were undoubtedly in the top tier. But facing a monster like this, they could only accept their misfortune. Damn it! Just starting the exam, and we run into such a tough opponent. What a bummer. Get out of here. But it was already too late. The group suddenly realized the mutated ninja had vanished into thin air. Then, a crimson slash tore through the air from behind. Another professional was slain. Each time the mutated professional appeared, he claimed the life of a candidate. In the blink of an eye, the entire group of candidates was slaughtered. At the same time, more mutated professionals appeared within the Gaokao dungeon. Twisted black mist swirled around their bodies. A cold smile spread across their lips. The hunt begins. Chapter 87, The Mutant Professionals Emerge. The emergence of the mutated professionals. They began slaughtering the practitioners with lightning speed. This bloody, brutal scene drew the attention of many. Holy crap, is this some new special monster? A mutated ninja? And a class? Never heard of this type of monster before. Feels a bit overpowered. If there are more of these monsters, candidates will suffer massive casualties. Outside the Gaokao dungeon, the homeroom teacher of this group of examinees was utterly dumbfounded. The 5-person squad led by Akuan was the strongest team assembled in their class. Their goal was to break into the top-tier universities. Yet they'd been eliminated so quickly. As their homeroom teacher, he intended to offer them some comfort. But then he discovered something. The eliminated 5 had not been teleported out. As everyone knows, being slain in the dungeon world triggers an instant teleportation out. Why had these 5 simply vanished? Something's wrong. The homeroom teacher reacted with lightning speed. He immediately reported the incident. At the same time, the same phenomenon occurred across all college entrance exam centers nationwide. The mutated ninja was not an isolated case. More mutated ninjas continued to emerge. They carried out large-scale massacres of new practitioners within the Gaokao dungeons. Crucially, any professional killed by mutated ninjas within the Gaokao dungeon will cease to exist. In other words, they are utterly annihilated. They are permanently eliminated within the dungeon world. This incident quickly sparked a massive uproar online. People died in the dungeon. Damn it, I heard rumors a while back about monsters that could kill adventurers outright in dungeons. I didn't believe it at first, but it turns out it's true. What do we do now? These kids are the future hope of our nation. If they get slaughtered en masse in the college entrance exam dungeon, we're in big trouble. Immediately after the incident occurred, the Xia Nation Gaming Authority, the Job Change Temple, and various official organizations sprang into action. At the headquarters of the Gaming Authority, an elderly man with snow-white hair and a youthful face, clad in a yin-yang tai chi robe, dialed the number for Sakura Island. Beep beep beep. After a long wait on the emergency line, someone finally answered. What came through, however, were piercing screams and the clamor of battle cries. It seemed a brutal battle was raging on the other end. Help! Help me! Finally, the old man faintly heard the cry for help. Then the line went dead. He could no longer get through. They were calling for help? A nation's emergency communications personnel were actually calling for help. It was hard to imagine what kind of disaster had struck Sakura Island. Moreover, Sakura Island had long ceased external communication. In this era, communication between nations has grown more difficult, but it is not entirely severed. Especially among the nations bordering Xia. Thanks to Xia's strength, they withstood the pressure from the abyssal lands. They drew the attention of Blue Star's monsters. Their burdens have been significantly lightened. Relatively speaking, they found themselves in a more relaxed position. However, recent years have also witnessed numerous upheavals. Sakura Island and Hanchang have witnessed multiple rebellions and military uprisings in succession over the past few years. Internal troubles and external threats. But never before has such a situation arisen. Could Sakura Island have suffered some unimaginable catastrophe? This is truly wonderful news. Yes, but we can't say that. Whether Sakura lives or dies is none of our concern. The most important thing now is what to do about these children. Issue an immediate alert. All candidates in the college entrance exam instances must exit the instance world at once. The game administration's response was lightning fast. They began issuing the notice without delay. However, an even more devastating piece of news emerged. The Gaokao dungeons were sealed off. Entry was permitted, but exit was impossible. Everyone who entered the Gaokao instance was trapped inside. Kyoto. In an antique-style room. An elderly man dressed in a Zhongshan suit, possessing an extraordinary aura, frowned deeply. Dispatch powerful mutant operatives into the Gaokao instance. Then completely seal off the entrance to the Gaokao dungeon. This is an attempt to wipe out the future generation of our Xia Nation. Their target is every new generation practitioner in our Xia Nation. The Empress of the Void, such a treacherous scheme. The white-robed general beside him radiated a murderous aura. Didn't the Empress of the Void agree with us that this Gaokao instance was merely for competition and wagers? They're tearing up the agreement. The elderly man in the Zhongshan suit sighed. An agreement only holds when the opposing forces are evenly matched. Our strength pales in comparison to that of the abyss. Nevertheless, we absolutely cannot let them succeed this time. Issue the order immediately. All regional commanders, force open the spatial rift. We must retrieve every last one of these children. In an instant, a series of orders spread across every inch of Xia Nation. Each province was guarded by at least 1/6 transformation professional. 6th-tier practitioners. Possessing utterly monstrous attributes and a vast array of skills. Their power was utterly staggering. Without any means, they couldn't tear through the void with their bare hands. Yet through dungeon portals, they might achieve it. It would simply come at a tremendous cost. At this very moment, powerful auras surged skyward from every region of Xia Nation. Zheng Cheng, outside the Gaokao instance. Upon receiving the news, he immediately made his way here. Taking a deep breath, he slowly approached the dungeon portal. Without hesitation, he plunged both hands into the sealed portal. A terrifying aura surged skyward. In an instant, winds howled and clouds churned, the earth shook and mountains trembled. He was attempting to tear open the sealed portal with his mortal flesh alone. Fu Xingqian's muscles twitched and pulsed with blood. His once slightly frail frame transformed into a terrifyingly powerful form. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The portal shook violently. Yet, there was no sign of it opening. Fu Xingqian held on for several minutes. Blood seeped from every pore, staining his entire body crimson. Finally, he collapsed with a thud. He had failed. Fu Xingqian propped up his exhausted body, glaring at the dungeon with unwillingness. It's the Sky Sealing Stone. The Sky Sealing Stone was an extremely precious artifact. It can seal off spatial passages. It renders space exceptionally rigid. The fact that the mastermind behind this had procured so many Sky Sealing Stones to guard the passages of every dungeon. This clearly indicates meticulous planning. What about these children? At that moment, a rift in the void spread before Fu Xingqian's eyes. A porcelain doll-like little girl with twin horns on her head leapt out of the fissure. Following closely behind, a youth clad in black hooded robes, his body shrouded in swirling blood mist. Boss Blood King. Chapter 88. The Blood King descends, the mightiest mercenary emerges. Stand by. The Blood King's reputation had been growing by the day. Behind the chaos of several dungeons, the shadow of this mysterious boss loomed large. Now, the Gaokao instance faced unexpected turmoil. The Blood King has also appeared. What this signifies is self-evident. Over a dozen fourth transitioned adventurers surrounded the Blood King. Yet not a single one dares to strike. In fact, they were restrained by the Blood King's aura, their entire bodies trembling uncontrollably. Fu Xingqian forced himself to stand tall. Leave this place. Yu Zhou has no desire to antagonize the king. This boss was too mysterious. No one knows how powerful the Blood King truly is. The troubles with the Gaokao instance are already more than enough. We can't afford to provoke another powerful enemy. The beautiful little girl with twin horns on her head stood with her hands on her hips, pouting and glaring. You foolish humans. My father and I are here to help you. Fu Xingqian's expression grew grave. Boss, they can't be trusted. Beneath the hood, the Blood King rubbed his throbbing head, a faint, almost imperceptible curve forming at the corners of his lips. He slowly opened his palm. Boiling blood energy surged upward. Kings never lie. Let's go, Shimmer. A cold voice emerged from beneath the hood. The innocent, adorable little girl waved her plump little hand lightly in midair. Crackle, crackle. The reinforced sealed space, a barrier so formidable that even Fu Xingqian, the governor of Yuzhou and a 6th-tier professional, could not tear it open by burning his life force. This girl, who appeared to be only 7 or 8 years old, tore open a massive rift with a single wave of her hand. One large, one small. Both bodies gradually swallowed by the void rift. Only now did they see the little girl's information? Boss Astral Dragon. That seemingly harmless little girl is actually a boss. And her name even contains the character Dragon. Fu Xingqian wiped the blood from his lips, utterly incredulous. As everyone knows, dragons are among the mightiest creatures in existence. Whether in the legends of Blue Star or in the Abyss, dragons were synonymous with might. Soon, the crowd witnessed the Blood King and the Astral Dragon in live footage. These two bosses were charging through the dungeon. With lightning speed, they charged toward the core area of the instance. At this moment, Lu Xingyuan, disguised as Erha, joined forces with Zhang Yuli to confront a mutated practitioner. Mutated Kiri Gakur. Class, Dark Star Ninja. Quality, Legendary. Level, 35. HP, 280,000. Attack, 1811. Skills, Pathogenic Mutation, Mist Array, Mist Clone, Silent Assassination, Water Release, 1000-year Kill. Lu Xingyuan's 2nd Battalion commander charged forward, thrusting his long sword straight at the misty hidden clan member's forehead. The Mist Hider made no attempt to dodge, a flicker of contempt passing through his sunken eyes. The instant the blade touched the mist-shrouded figure, he vanished into thin air. In his place, a dense cloud of mist exploded outward. Zhang Yuli and the 2nd Battalion commander were completely engulfed by the thick fog. Whirlwind Sword Technique. The 2nd Battalion commander slashed his sword repeatedly, unleashing a series of tornado blades. He sought to disperse the thick fog. Yet the effect was negligible. He could only barely clear a radius of about 10 meters around himself. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuli closed her eyes entirely, relying solely on her innate perception. She moved slowly through the array of dawnlight. Suddenly, her spear trembled in her grasp. The spear shot forth like a dragon, stabbing straight forward. Thud! The entire spearhead sank into the forehead of the black-clad, mutated member of the Mist-Hidden clan. Yet in the next instant, the figure dissolved back into a cloud of mist. What a nuisance! Jiang Yuli frowned deeply. In her previous life, she had also dealt with these ninjas from Sakura Island. She hadn't expected the mutated ninjas to be even more troublesome. Moreover, this mutated professional possessed terrifying offensive capabilities. Add to that the unique traits of mutated practitioners. Jiang Yuli was no Lu Xingyuan. She absolutely couldn't afford to be hit. I wonder where that guy is. It's been only a short time since his rebirth. Yet without realizing it, she had already developed certain habits. Whenever she faced difficulties, she always thought of that man. Just then, a crimson figure plummeted from the sky. Swish, swish, swish. 3 crimson slashes tore through the sunset array. The Blood King's eyes flashed crimson. Empowered by the dragon's gaze skill. Ignoring the dawn array skill, Lu Xingyuan instantly locked onto the position of the diseased mist hider. 3 crimson blades materialized behind him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With a flicker of intent, Lu Xingyuan sent the blades streaking through the air. 175,203. 178,024. 164,490. In an instant, the mutated mist hider's health was depleted. You have slain the mutated practitioner. You have gained 164,440 EXP and 1% HP. Killing a professional grants double experience points. Plus the bonus for defeating a higher level target. Lu Xingyuan's haul was exceptionally bountiful. Lu Xingyuan turned to look at the two of them. I'll take care of the strongest mutated professionals in the core area. The rest is up to the two of you. Before the words had fully left his mouth, he had already leapt into the air, balancing on the crimson blade. Watching the Blood King's receding figure, Jiang Yuli was puzzled. How the hell is his attack power so high? 170,000. Wasn't that a bit too exaggerated? But Lu Xingyuan looked so cool when he transformed into his boss form. Jiang Yuli's eyes sparkled with excitement. In that instant, not a single person sent a comment. Everyone was utterly transfixed by those 3 colossal damage numbers. The next moment, the screen was flooded with question marks. What the hell is going on? Is the Blood King helping us? This boss isn't killing players, it's targeting monsters with the mutated prefix. What's up with the Blood King's damage? He never showed this kind of damage before. Damn, his health pool was already absurdly high, and now he's got this insane attack power too. No one could figure out what was going on. The Blood King was a name many knew well. This boss had previously slaughtered players en masse in several dungeons. At one point, it had driven all adventurers away from those dungeons. But now, he was actually aiding adventurers in their fight against the mutated monsters. This is indeed quite peculiar. Soon, Lu Xingyuan arrived at the core area of the Yujo Gokao instance. A variety of mechanical creatures were displayed here. Are these puppets? Lu Xingyuan was uncertain. He had never encountered an opponent who crafted puppets before. Degenerate Mechanics Master. Class, Mechanism Master. Quality, Legendary. Level, 40. HP, 400,000. Attack Power, 2055. Skills, Pathogenic Mutation, Mechanism Arts, Puppet Crafting, Puppet Manipulation, Puppet Self-Destruction. All power lies within the puppets. Interesting. A single slap shattered the humanoid puppet before him. Lu Xingyuan's lips curled into a faint smile. Still sleeping? Time to collect you. Chapter 89, The Hunt Begins. At that moment, the gaunt, diseased puppet master opened his eyes. Interesting. Very interesting. The Empress of the Void did not deceive me. There really are professionals who could break through the outer perimeter of mutated practitioners and reach the core area. The mutated puppeteer realized the figure standing before him was actually a boss. Some were still trying to grasp the situation. Who are you? The answer came in the form of a crimson longsword slicing through the air. Still 3 swords. Instantly, the mutated puppeteer's health bar vanished. You have defeated a level 40 mutated puppeteer. You have gained 150,000 EXP and 1% HP. Double EXP rewards? That's pure bliss. Just a few mutated professionals. Lu Xingyuan instantly leveled up to 25. At that very moment, the surrounding puppets began to glow with a crimson light. Bang! Bang! Explosions erupted one after another. 14,531. 20,441. 19,877. Plus 188,201. One by one, damage numbers appeared above Lu Xingyuan's head. But under the terrifying life recovery, all efforts proved futile. When the dust settled, Lu Xingyuan's health bar was already fully restored. Only the hem of his robe was slightly soiled. Shimmer's eyes sparkled. Daddy's so awesome. You scared the bad guys away in one go. Lu Xingyuan. Silly girl, wake up. We're the villains here. Let's go. Xingyuan nodded vigorously. The plump baby fat on her cheek, bruised from the snap of a finger, jiggled up and down. The next moment, she tore open the void with her bare hands. One after another, they vanished into the spatial fissure. When they reappeared, they had returned to Blue Star. Facing the two bosses, one large, one small, who had vanished mere minutes ago only to reappear before him. Fu Xingqian panicked. Don't come any closer. These two were far more terrifying than the mutated professionals in the dungeon. Lu Xingyuan, don't be afraid. I need to borrow your fighter jets. He wasn't just here to purge the mutated professionals from the Yuzhou College entrance exam dungeon, but also the mutated professionals in other dungeons. This was a rare opportunity. If you dare to reach out, be prepared for me to chop it off. Fu Xingqian wiped the sweat from his forehead. He let out a deep sigh of relief. Forget about the fighter jet. As long as this terrifying entity was willing to leave this place, he'd pay any price. 70,000 damage in a single strike. 70,000. And that was just a basic attack. What could a lowly 6th-tier practitioner like him possibly say? Xinghen, standing nearby, stepped forward. Your Excellency, the Blood King, I'll be your driver. Lu Xingyuan, kid, can you even reach the gas and brake pedals? Xinghen. Seriously? No respect? Clearing his throat twice, Xinghen replied, Your Majesty, intelligent fighter jets don't require manual brakes or accelerators. Fully autonomous. Then why do I need you? For some reason, whenever he encountered Xinghen, he felt an instinctive dislike. As if there was something about the man that he simply couldn't stand. Lu Xingyuan boarded the fighter jet alone. This was an intelligent fighter jet, requiring only voice commands to operate. It was incredibly simple. Soon, Lu Xingyuan had figured it all out. Roar! 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 Soon, the roar of massive engines filled the air. The silver intelligent fighter jet, resembling a ferocious steel beast, vanished into the sky within seconds. Minutes later, the fighter hovered above a college entrance exam portal in Suzhou. Lu Xingyuan and Shanshua leapt directly from thousands of meters above. Without parachute packs. As they neared the ground, Shanshua instantly tore open a rift in the void. Both vanished instantly. Below, the anxious crowd gathered around the portal looked up in bewilderment. How could fighter jets appear here? Wait, didn't two people just jump out of that fighter? Seems like it, but then they both vanished suddenly. Suddenly, another cry of alarm rang out. Damn it, more candidates got killed by mutated professionals. What the hell are we gonna do? Bad news, boss. Another incident. A young man with a round face, bushy beard, white socks, and meticulous attire covered his mouth and gasped. Another boss has appeared in the dungeon. Who? The Blood King boss. Everyone stared intently at the live stream feed. Though the Blood King had never appeared in the Suzhou region, they were well aware of him. This boss was no pushover. At least for these college entrance exam candidates. It was a disaster-level threat. The governor of Suzhou stared intently at the live stream of the Blood King. Wispy crimson smoke swirled around him. 100-foot-long white serpent slowly materialized from the crimson mist. Boss White Serpent. The governor of Suzhou's expression darkened further. Two bosses. At that moment, a notification arrived from the game administration headquarters. Blood King is hunting mutated professionals. Unless harming humans, avoid conflict. Just then, rip! A flash of blue light erupted. From the rift in the void, two bosses, one large and one small, slowly materialized. Upon receiving the notification from headquarters, the men had just begun to relax their guard. But suddenly, two bosses appeared before their eyes. The gathered powerhouses instinctively assumed combat stances. Lu Xingyuan's lips curved into a faint smile. What? You want to take me on? The contempt in his tone stung the nerves of these formidable professionals. After all, they were all 4th-tier or higher adventurers. When had a boss ever dared to act so brazenly in their presence? But recalling the video feed transmitted from headquarters moments ago, these professionals dared not approach. A single strike dealing over 100,000 points of damage. It seemed too unreal. But they wouldn't risk their lives to find out. Under the watchful eyes of numerous powerful professionals, the Blood King strode confidently onto the battle platform. In the days that followed, the same scene unfolded across several continents of Xia Nation. Lu Xingyuan unleashed bosses one after another in various instances, ordering them to hunt down the mutated practitioners within. White Snake, Diana, Zhuyan. These three bosses, possessing greater power, each oversaw a separate instance. The Mountain Lord and the Mad Tiger were assigned to a college entrance exam dungeon. Black Jade Spider, White Jade Spider, and Black Bear Demon oversee another high-level dungeon. Next, the hunt officially begins. The bosses unleashed by Lu Xingyuan. Each is mercilessly slaughtering the mutated practitioners. Characteristics of the mutated practitioners. High health. High attack power. Capable of directly killing the opponent's soul. But the prerequisite for all of this is the ability to kill the other party. All characteristics of the mutant class. When facing the boss Lu Xingyuan, all seemed utterly powerless. Chapter 90, Sweeping Away the Mutant Professional's Total Victory. In the days that followed, the major Gokao dungeons descended into chaos. College entrance exam candidates hunted monsters, while mutated professionals hunted candidates. Meanwhile, several powerful bosses roamed the dungeons, hunting down the mutated professionals. Shuzhou College Entrance Exam Dungeon. The white snake transformed into a humanoid serpent form. She swiftly navigates the dungeon. At first, the exam candidates, upon seeing the white snake boss, scattered in terror. But soon, they realized this white snake boss wasn't harming any of the examinees. Instead, it relentlessly hunted down the mutated professionals. Then, a few daring candidates quietly followed. They trailed behind the white snake. More and more people joined the trail behind the white snake. Xiaobai sensed it. But she had no time to spare for them. Her power fell short of Zhu Yan and Diana's. She possessed no explosive damage type area attacks. She could only rely on her sword-wielding technique. She took down the mutated professionals one by one. There was no time to deal with these professionals for now. Let them follow for now. Once I complete my master's task and eliminate all the mutated practitioners, I'll dispose of them as well, giving my master extra experience points. In another area, Diana was handling the cleanup of the Gaokao instance. With her noble bearing and striking appearance, when Diana appeared in the instance, she instantly drew crowds of both men and women. Wow, she's so beautiful and she's the boss? So what if she's the boss? If she wants to kill me, I'd gladly accept it. Kill me. Stab me. Your Highness, please crush me under your noble feet. Crush me. A cacophony of frantic cries filled the air. Diana strode forward with her long legs, quickly reaching the core area. After witnessing Diana hunting down mutated professionals everywhere, a large crowd of exam candidates gathered behind her. The mutated ninjas, seeing the candidates willingly offering themselves up, couldn't help but grin with excitement. These fools actually came right to us. They don't think sheer numbers can wear us down, do they? You Xia people, all die. Just as these diseased professionals prepared to attack, a blinding light descended from the heavens. Diana slowly floated into the air, her hands spreading wide. The sun cast a golden halo around her body. Diana slowly opened her eyes, and the golden halo instantly exploded outward. Holy light! Buzz buzz buzz. In that instant, sunlight transformed into weapons. Anywhere touched by the light inflicted massive damage. 1554. 1835. 1729. Dense clusters of damage numbers floated above the heads of the mutated practitioners and the candidates. The candidates who had once followed Diana. Before they could react, they were instantly slain. The mutated professionals, however, managed to withstand the blow. But facing a boss with over 8 million HP, death was their only path. At that moment, Lu Xingyuan lay back leisurely in his fighter jet. Through shared vision, he observed every scene within each instance. After witnessing Diana summon the holy light, a flurry of rewards flashed before his eyes. Your pet Diana defeated a level 13 professional. You gained 1733 EXP. Your pet Diana defeated a level 15 professional. You gained 1911 experience points. Your pet. The dense stream of reward notifications persisted for a full 30 seconds before slowly fading away. Lu Xingyuan leveled up instantly. Level 26. Awesome. Diana was still smart. The powerful players stationed outside the Gaokao instance witnessed the scene inside through the livestream. After unleashing its super powerful area of effect attack, knocked out the majority of the examinees. Excellent. Thanks to this princess boss. Yeah, dying to this princess only costs you levels. If you get killed by a mutated professional, you're dead. Diana had slain over 1,000 candidates. These powerful professionals had Diana to thank. In another instance, the 100-meter-tall colossal beast Zhu Yan naturally held no appeal for these candidates. No one dared approach this ancient beast. Zhu Yan let out a piercing roar to the heavens. Then it pounded its chest with tremendous force, the dull thuds echoing relentlessly throughout the dungeon. Fiery flames erupted from Zhu Yan's eyes. Scorched earth. Centered on Zhu Yan's position. The entire Gaokao dungeon was utterly overturned. Flames consumed everything. Whether they were examinees or diseased professionals, all were instantly killed by this single strike. It had to be Zhu Yan. Lu Xingyuan gave a thumbs up. Damn impressive. At the same time, Mountain Lord, Mad Tiger, Black Jade Spider, White Jade Spider, Black Bear Demon. These bosses were also wreaking havoc in different dungeons. Ignoring the players, the bosses hunted down the infected players everywhere. This scene is deeply etched into everyone's memory. Holy, that's insane. Who'd have thought we'd ever find ourselves fighting alongside the bosses? The enemy of my enemy is my friend. These mutated professionals are truly despicable. Maybe it's not because they're mutated professionals, but because they're from Sakura Island. Don't even go there, seriously. Meanwhile, Lu Xingyuan's level rose once more. Attribute panel, Lu Xingyuan. Class, Boss Blood King. Second job advancement. Quality, unknown. Level, 27-21%. Strength, 2,843 plus 1,000. Agility, 2,177 plus 1,000. Stamina 3,697 plus 1,000. Spirit 2,339 plus 1,000. Health primary stat, 19,546,856. Attack power 199,311. Mana 33390. Already level 27. After eliminating several mutated practitioners, my health has risen from 17,520,311 to 19,546,856. It's about to break through 20 million. Lu Xingyuan quickly scanned the live broadcasts from various regions. He soon detected a new anomaly. The Demon City Gaokao instance. As a coastal metropolis, this city boasts numerous powerful individuals. By all accounts, resolving this crisis should be a breeze. Several 7th transformation powerhouses joined forces and effortlessly tore open the void. Yet what met their eyes was a bare-chested youth. A faint smile played at the corners of his mouth. Ut. Sharp, bone-white spikes pierced through his skin, dripping with strands of blood as they emerged. In the blink of an eye, the eerily beautiful youth transformed into a humanoid monster covered in protruding bone spines. Simultaneously, white bone spines sealed the torn rift in the void. Boss degenerated bone-eroding ninja clan mutated. Level, 55. HP, 5,200,000. Attack, 5,000. Skills, mutation, bone spikes, bone reinforcement, hyper-regeneration, early fern dance, bloodline curse. Chapter 91, The Boss Army. They watched helplessly as the torn spatial fissure closed once more. The many powerful beings of the Demon City frowned deeply. A level 55 boss. Blessed with both mutation and aberration. A formidable foe indeed. Even for these 6th and 7th tier professionals. Had to proceed with caution. Moreover, during the massacre of the candidates earlier, this boss demonstrated formidable abilities. It simultaneously possesses rapid health regeneration and bone shields among numerous survival skills. Its attack patterns are deceptively aggressive. Endless waves of bone blades made it impossible to guard against. The most critical aspect now is, this boss can sense spatial vibrations, blocking their attempts to open spatial rifts and rescue the trapped students. Just then, a spatial ripple emanated. A youth clad in a black hooded cloak, holding the hand of a beautiful little girl with 2 horns on her head, emerged from the spatial fissure. The next instant, the girl's palm swept repeatedly through the void. Multiple spatial fissures appeared simultaneously. The dungeon boss, completely unprepared for such a sudden proliferation of rifts. They had no time to seal the rifts with skeletal barriers. The figures of the two vanished once more into the spatial fissures. The boss, bone-eroding ninja clan, stared at the 2 bosses who suddenly materialized before him. He froze for a moment. A blue eye floated on his shoulder, surrounded by a dense cluster of tentacles. We act by the Empress's command to eradicate humanity's future. You two are clearly bosses yourselves, yet you're taking sides with humanity? Shimmer crossed her arms, tilting her head back with a childishly sweet voice. What Empress? What Empress? Soon they'll all be kneeling before Daddy, just like Sister Diana. Lu Xingyuan? Don't talk nonsense. Shanchua pouted, but it's true. Lu Xingyuan grabbed the little girl by the collar and set her down behind him. His gaze remained fixed on the monstrous eye creature hovering atop the bone-eating ninja clan's shoulder. Boss Void Witch Spirit mutated. Level? HP? Attack power? Skills? This little bugger is even more mysterious than the bone-eating ninja clan. Lu Xingyuan couldn't even detect its attributes. Lu Xingyuan narrowed his eyes slightly. Rest assured, I only intend to kill you. The faces of the bone-eating ninja clan darkened instantly. Swish! A sharp bone spike pierced Lu Xingyuan's abdomen. 4,999. Seeing no reaction from his opponent, the bone-eroding ninja sect hesitated. Another dozen bone blades burst forth from his body. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 4,893. 5,001. 4,949. In an instant, a dozen high damage numbers appeared. Yet on that health bar stretching almost to the sky, this damage dealt showed absolutely no change whatsoever. Yet even so, an even more terrifying life recovery number appeared. Plus 195,468. Bone-eroding ninja clan. What the hell is this life recovery? He possessed a life recovery skill himself. But that was a skill. The Blood King before him hadn't cast any skill. This was merely his natural life recovery speed. It was absurd. What kind of boss is this? Erosion Bone Ninja stared at his 5,000 attack power. His entire face fell. The twisted eye that had been hovering above his shoulder vanished without a trace. At that very moment, Lu Xingyuan soared into the air. One finger pointed toward the heavens. Great Starfall technique. Boom! 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 The entire dungeon space trembled violently under this terrifying force. The candidates who had been fleeing for their lives halted in their tracks. Some looked around in confusion. Suddenly, someone pointed toward the sky. Look up! Something's up there. The crowd looked up. A massive fireball hurtled down from the starry sky. Everyone was stunned. Holy, that's one huge fireball. Could it be a meteorite? Maybe. Everyone's eyes widened in shock. The enormous fireball didn't plunge straight down. Instead, it kept tearing open rifts in the void, vanishing completely. Then it would suddenly reappear at a closer location. In the blink of an eye, it had traversed an unknown distance. Only then did people realize it was not a large fireball, nor a meteorite, but a colossal celestial body. In the demon city, with no further obstruction, the powerful figures tore open another spatial rift at the teleportation gate. They were about to notify the candidates to escape. Then they witnessed the colossal celestial body making contact with the dungeon's surface. Boom! The instant that colossal celestial body touched the ground, every living thing within the instance was utterly annihilated. The dust settled. The entire Gaokao dungeon lay utterly destroyed. No monsters, no examinees, no mutated professionals. Everything, in that single blow, everything was utterly annihilated. Even the instance itself had shut down immediately. What terrifying damage. This skill is just too terrifying. Blood King truly lives up to his name. Candidates slain within the instance gradually respawned around the teleportation gate. Though they'd been killed, they lost levels and had their gear looted. They were all thrilled. The Blood King killed us? That's fantastic. Yeah, if it weren't for the Blood King, who knows how many more of us would have died. The unexpected turn of events in the Gaokao dungeon, coupled with the sudden emergence of the Blood King, sent shockwaves across the entire world. Everyone across the globe was discussing it. What kind of being is this Blood King? When the Blood King first appeared, he was slaughtering professionals on a massive scale. But now he's hunting monsters and infected adventurers. Shouldn't we be thanking this boss? Many were utterly bewildered. Uncertain of the current situation, Xingyuan kept checking the Yuzhou Gaokao instance. In the live stream footage, Lu Xingyuan and Zhang Yue were battling mutated ninjas together. The Demon City Gaokao dungeon. The Blood King had just intervened, obliterating an entire instance. Xingyuan frowned deeply. Could it be? Lu Xingyuan and the Blood King really have no connection? That shouldn't be possible. However, the very existence of the Blood King left him stunned. A single strike obliterated the entire instance. Such power was terrifying. Lu Xingyuan tore open a spatial passage. He vanished with a flash into the dungeon. A variety of rewards flashed before his eyes. You defeated a level 20 golden wolf. Experience plus 1,500. You defeated a level 25 mutated ninja. Experience plus 5,000, health plus 1%. You defeated the boss, Shadow Noctis. You gained 50,000 EXP. You defeated the boss mutated bone-eating ninja clan mutant. You obtained. Your pet white jade spider defeated boss Helena of Ice. Your pet white snake has slain boss Firebrand. Your pet Juyen defeated boss Guardian Asgard. A relentless stream of rewards continued for several minutes without pause. Because Lu Xingyuan's side had finished their kills. His boss's minions continued their rampage. The defining feature of the Gaokao instance was that it featured not just one boss. To accommodate a sufficient number of examinees, the Gaokao dungeon features numerous bosses. Now, these bosses have all become targets for Lu Xingyuan to eliminate. His boss subordinates carried back the corpses of these dungeon bosses. Beneath his hood, a smug grin spread across his lips. His army of bosses officially began to form. Chapter 92, Cherry Blossom Nation destroyed. Renamed Void Realm. Major dungeons concluded one after another. The hidden hand behind it all employed every possible means, even going so far as to spend a fortune sealing off space with void-suppressing stones. Yet the outcome proved largely ineffective. Only a tiny fraction of the examinees met their end in this sudden upheaval. The vast majority remained unharmed. The Blood King, however, became an overnight sensation. He became the talk of the entire Xia kingdom. Even people from other nations caught wind of the news. Bosses typically possess high intelligence. Historically, there have been instances of bosses collaborating with human adventurers. But never before had one. A boss saving countless lives. And through slaughter. Yes. This boss killed many human adventurers. Yet those he killed did not blame him, instead, they were grateful. Thank you, Blood King. Thank goodness the Blood King's blade was swift enough, otherwise I'd have been killed by that mutated adventurer. Who'd have thought I'd ever thank a boss? What a ing mess. The entire internet is buzzing about the Blood King. Even the Blood King's originally intimidating hooded appearance has been reimagined by netizens using AI into adorable cartoon designs. In no time, it was shared countless times. Meanwhile, representatives from Xia Nation's official gaming authority, the Transcendence Temple, and the military were holding an online meeting. The focus of the meeting was naturally the Blood King. As the first person to encounter the Blood King, Fu Xingqian was providing a detailed account of every nuance of his interaction with the Blood King. Wu Haonan, an 8th-tier military powerhouse, was a bald, muscular man standing 1.8 meters tall. So, the Blood King came solely for the mutated practitioners. The head of the Game Administration Bureau was a tall, fat, and burly man. His name was Wang Long. He was also an elite 8th-rank powerhouse. Wang Long, there's only one possibility the Blood King has a grudge against these mutated professionals? At this remark, everyone present burst into laughter. An elder spoke up, it's indeed possible, based on intelligence leaked by the Abyss Walkers. The Abyss has been ravaged by these mutated practitioners. It makes perfect sense that the bosses would harbor a grudge against them. Li Yunlai, the Temple Master of Transcendence and Stargazer, croaked hoarsely. Regardless, the Blood King remains a formidable boss. A few days ago, through my class abilities, I sensed a prophecy. A world-ending master will emerge in the direction of Luo City. I haven't been able to pinpoint the target. Now it seems the Blood King is highly likely to be the world-destroying master foretold in the prophecy. Though Li Yunlai is only a 7th transformation professional, but with the enhancement of his mythic-tier Stargazer profession, his status was comparable to that of an 8th-tier practitioner. In many instances, Li Yunlai's words carry more weight than those of an 8th-tier powerhouse. The moment the World Destroyer spoke, the assembled crowd immediately grew solemn. The Blood King is indeed a formidable challenge. This boss is unique. Not only is he immensely powerful, but he seems capable of controlling other bosses. Even ancient beasts like Xingyuan have become his minions. His power and origins are shrouded in mystery. We need the Abyss Walkers' assistance. Li Yunlai sighed. I'll reach out to the Abyss Walkers. One more thing. Sakura Island. Dangerous glints flashed in Wu Haonan's eyes. Behind the Cao dungeon, many of the corrupted practitioners originated from Sakura Island. Whether intentional or not, they must answer to us. Otherwise, we'll make them answer with our fists. Wang Long rose to his feet, signaling his support. Li Yunlai did the same. While the high-level meeting was underway, the bosses Lu Xingyuan had successfully escaped from the dungeon. Lu Xingyuan sat aboard his intelligent fighter jet, swiftly traversing across several major states. Absorb these bosses into your body. Then return the intelligent fighter to its rightful owner. Thank you for the fighter. The Blood King waved to Fu Xingqian. Anyone unaware of the truth witnessing this scene would inevitably assume these two were close friends. Fu Xingqian clenched his fists tightly. The Blood King stood right before him. Should he strike down this mysterious boss? After much hesitation, he chose to stand down, watching helplessly as the Blood King and that porcelain doll-like little girl vanished together into the spatial rift. It wasn't that Fu Xingqian didn't want to save them. He simply had no certainty he could save them. The Blood King's destructive power displayed within the dungeon was too terrifying, combined with the Star Realm Dragon's ability to tear apart space. If he couldn't finish them in one strike, offending such an entity would spell utter ruin for the entire Xia Kingdom. Having witnessed the Blood King's might, when facing this boss once more, Fu Xingqian suddenly felt the Stargazer's apocalyptic prophecy was correct. The Blood King's court. Several bosses, large and small, all beamed with excitement as they flaunted their spoils. This college entrance exam dungeon run. Each boss had reaped substantial rewards. They slaughtered countless mutated professionals, college entrance exam candidates, and monsters. A 100% drop rate for slain practitioners. Their storage rings were filled to capacity. Most crucially, the boss corpses. A full 14 boss corpses. 7 of them were regular bosses from the Gaokao dungeon, all from the same series. Boss Firebrand. Boss Helena of Ice. Boss Lights Lumina. Boss Shadow no Cutis. Boss Aeolus of Wind. Boss Wood Flora. Boss Guardian Asgard. 7 corpses, each clad in full suits of armor reminiscent of medieval Western styles. Towering and imposing, they radiate an overwhelming sense of pressure. Moreover, each knight embodies a distinct elemental power. Each possesses distinct characteristics. The others are mutated bosses. The strongest, with the greatest potential, was none other than him. Boss, mutated bone-eating ninja clan mutated. Looking at these bosses, Lu Xingyuan felt quite satisfied. This is the greatest reward of all. Begin. Lu Xingyuan invoked the Blood Demon's Pact. Blood surged upward. It continuously poured into the bodies of these bosses. Lu Xingyuan's over 20 million health points was restored several times over. Only then was the ritual fully completed. 14 blood cocoons lay neatly arranged around Lu Xingyuan. Thump! 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 Terrifying energy fluctuations continuously emanated from these blood cocoons. At the same time, the entire Blue Star was thrown into uproar by a single bulletin. Global alert: Sakura Island has suffered a full-scale invasion by the Void Empress, with a professional casualty rate exceeding 90%. Sakura Island has been annihilated. Sakura Island renamed Land of the Void. Chapter 93: The World Awakens. A new chapter begins. An abrupt announcement sent shockwaves across the entire world. This announcement came far too abruptly. It caught everyone completely off guard. Who is the Void Empress? I've heard of her. She's a major boss from the Abyss. In the lore of the Abyss, the Void Empress is an existence capable of destroying everything. What a pity. Sakura Island was also a powerful nation. Our strength against the Abyss has diminished once more. The above is the international community's perspective on the matter. Within Xia Nation, there was only applause. Serves them right. These little things should have been dead a long time ago. The Void Empress isn't exactly a saint either. She orchestrated the college entrance exam dungeon incident just the other day. Why not just take them out? I think it's time we paid a visit to Sakura Island, now known as the Void Realm. The report said only 90% of the natives died. That leaves 10% still alive. That's plenty for venting our anger. Makes sense. The global bulletin reverberated across the world. Regions and factions worldwide are closely monitoring the situation. They spared no effort in gathering relevant intelligence. The next day, countries received photographs and footage of Sakura Island, now known as the Void. The footage revealed the entire Void Land was densely covered with swarming insects. These insects appeared to be insatiable monsters, devouring everything within reach: objects, living beings. Even more terrifying are certain insects. They feed on the indigenous inhabitants of this place, crawling onto people's faces or the back of their heads. Using transparent tubular appendages, they pierce into the skulls of these natives, draining the energy within. These are the insectoid mothers, incubating the offspring of the Void insectoid race. The horrifying scenes were too gruesome to behold. The entire world was in an uproar. Holy crap, this is terrifying. Under 18? Don't watch this. Those bugs, parasitizing the heads of Sakura Island's natives. They're still alive while draining nutrients from their hosts. Just seeing the footage gave me goosebumps all over. Disgusting. The ground is covered in bugs. These bugs must have terrifying abilities, otherwise they couldn't have wiped out the entire Sakura Island overnight. The Void. We must exterminate every last one of these insects. Otherwise, Blue Star is finished. The scene was too horrifying. No one cared how many survivors remained on Sakura Island. They only sought to utterly annihilate the Void Realm. To utterly annihilate those insects. Xia Nation. Most who witnessed these scenes felt both sickened and exhilarated, unable to sleep. Some iron-blood werewolves even watched the Void insect race devouring those people as they ate their meals. The footage revealed these insects seemed perpetually insatiable. Though small, most only as large as medium-sized dogs, they relentlessly devoured everything around them. Such a species is utterly terrifying. I see there are still living people in this Void. Ugh, these bugs are terrifying. We need to drop a few nukes and wipe them all out. Makes sense. I wholeheartedly agree. The Void must be utterly annihilated, or these insects will destroy the world. +1. Same here. For Xia Nation, this was news that sent the entire nation into a frenzy of excitement. Major organizations across Xia Nation were also deliberating on how to resolve the Void Realm. After all, the Void lands lay not far from their borders. If the Void insect race were allowed to develop unchecked, the Void lands would inevitably continue to expand. Xia Nation would bear the brunt of the attack. First agenda item: should we launch an indiscriminate nuclear strike against the Void lands? Wang Long's eyes gleamed. This is a golden opportunity, we can't let it slip away. Brother Haonan, nuclear annihilation is true peace. Wu Haonan nodded. It truly is a golden opportunity. But, can nuclear bombs truly annihilate the Void insect race? Li Yunlai spoke up. We can't act impulsively. Nuclear flattening of the Void land poses no difficulty. The crucial point is that we must understand who the true ruler behind the Void realm truly is. The Void Empress. One of the most powerful bosses. At this critical juncture, if we nuke the Void realm, we'd be inviting the Void Empress's furious retaliation. We must not act rashly. Blood Court. Lu Xingyuan heard the global broadcasts echoing through the air. But now he had no time for anything else. The most crucial matter was his new boss pet. As crimson ripples spread outward, a colossal aura surged skyward. 14 bosses. One by one, they tore through their blood cocoons, reborn. Master. We greet you, Master. Master, it is our honor to serve you. Led by Guardian Asgard. 7 night bosses clad in heavy armor knelt on one knee, performing the knightly salute with utmost reverence. Rise. Next came the mutated, bone-corroding shinobi clan, ninjas. 7 bosses in total. Led by the bone-eating ninja clan, whose bodies were covered in runes, they knelt on one knee. He paid respectful homage to Lu Xingyuan. Thank you, Master, for granting us new life. Boss bone-eroding ninja clan mutated. Class, bone pulse. Quality, epic. Level, 30. HP, 10,271,971. Attack, 3,200. Skills, bone spikes, bone reinforcement, hyper regeneration, early fern dance, bloodline curse. Lu Xingyuan frowned slightly. The mutation entries had vanished. The other bosses that had previously displayed mutation entries also no longer showed them. This was interesting. Could it be that transforming into a blood demon could actually purify the mutation? The mutations on these bosses were still quite minor. Further testing is needed to confirm. Zhang Yuli appeared in the blood court at an unknown moment. This was her first time witnessing Lu Xingyuan's transformation into a blood demon. At that moment, she was utterly stunned. Your profession is truly beyond belief. That's all it takes. He could turn a boss into his own pet. No need for further development. Lu Xingyuan was now utterly invincible. To put it plainly, taking on a top-tier guild single-handedly? Absolutely no problem. He'd likely wipe out the entire group without risking his own life. Only the true powerhouses of the Abyss could possibly stand against Lu Xingyuan. The Empress of the Void is among them. In her previous life, the Empress of the Void descended upon Blue Star a decade later. Her chosen target back then was still Sakura Island. Only this time, Sakura Island fell 10 years earlier than in the past. In a way, this could be considered good news. Zhang Yuli had entered the blood court in response to the global alert seeking Lu Xingyuan. I never expected to see such a shocking scene. But why does this guy look so regretful? Wasn't the destruction of Sakura Island by monsters supposed to be good news? Of course Lu Xingyuan felt regret. Damn it! He had planned to be the one to destroy Sakura Island. Now someone else beat him to it. Well, so be it. The Empress of the Void really doesn't know a good thing when she sees it. Those dedicated, great teachers would surely be caught in the crossfire. Lu Xingyuan certainly felt it was a pity. Zhang Yuli arrived at the blood court. Most importantly, she must inform Lu Xingyuan of the Void Empress's formidable power. The Empress of the Void is one of the most powerful bosses in the Abyss. In a previous life, a boss ranking list had been published. The Empress of the Void ranked among the top. These words, Zhang Yuli could not share with Lu Xingyuan. I know I can't dissuade you, but if you choose to confront the Empress of the Void, be extremely cautious. You should be advancing soon, right? I need to level up too. You better not let me overtake you, you know. Zhang Yuli's lips curved into a smile. Lu Xingyuan's arrival had shown her that even a gamble could be won without fail. Zhang Yuli looked forward to this guy growing stronger, to bring even greater shockwaves to this world. Chapter 94, The Savior's Prophecy. Watching Zhang Yuli's figure slowly fade away, Lu Xingyuan opened his attribute panel. Attribute panel, Lu Xingyuan. Class, Boss Blood King. Second transformation. Quality, unknown. Level 30%. Strength, 2,873 plus 1,000. Agility, 2,207 plus 1,000. Stamina 3,997 plus 1,000. Spirit 2,369 plus 1,000. Health primary stat, 20,546,942. Attack power 209,342. Mana 33690. Petuyan, Wolf Lord, White Snake, Diana, Bone-Eating Ninja Clan, Knights, Mountain Lord, Mad Tiger, White Jade Spider, Black Jade Spider, Poison Cat King, Octopus, Black Bear Demon. Reputation 15001. Your fearsome reputation commands respect. After sweeping through the Gaokao instance, Lu Xingyuan's attribute panel underwent significant changes. His level jumped straight to 30. Had he not reached the level cap? Lu Xingyuan felt he could have reached at least level 35. After all, he had slaughtered far too many monsters and adventurers in this wave. But it didn't matter. For Lu Xingyuan, the sole purpose of leveling up was to unlock new class-specific skills. His health points had also surpassed 20 million. He also acquired 14 new boss pets. His reputation had reached new heights. Notorious. That sounds rather interesting. Lu Xingyuan's lips curved into a faint smile. Now it was time to choose an advanced quest. Ding! Your level has reached 30. Please select your third advancement quest. Note, until the advancement quest is completed, your level cap will remain locked at 30, and you will be unable to obtain any form of reward. Advanced quests are as follows. Quest 1, Shadow Chains. Quest 2, Battle Cry. Quest 3, Descent of the Celestial. Lu Xingyuan hesitated briefly. Can I choose the reincarnation chant? The reincarnation chant was a special skill. This option was not listed among the choices. Hint, the reincarnation chant is a special skill and cannot be converted individually. You may select another skill to serve as its template. It actually worked. Lu Xingyuan's eyes lit up. He had already witnessed the reincarnation chant's immense power. He wondered what changes it would bring after evolving into a class-exclusive skill. After a moment's hesitation, Lu Xingyuan chose Shadow Chain as the template for the reincarnation chant. He hadn't forgotten the eyeball monster that had slipped through his grasp in the Gaokao dungeon. He needed a control-type skill. Ding! Boss Blood King has claimed the third transformation advancement quest, Majesty of the King. The majesty of a king is the fear of the world. Clear the tomb of the king instance and slay its boss. The king's tomb. Lu Xingyuan raised an eyebrow slightly. He had not forgotten his parents in this lifetime. They had been killed in this very dungeon. Was it coincidence? Or was it fate's design? Regardless, he was determined to enter the king's tomb instance. I wonder what the life-linked control skill would be like. Lu Xingyuan handed over part of his loot from this high-stakes dungeon run to the 2nd Battalion commander. He instructed him to use the disguiser's badge to randomly transform his appearance into that of another person. He instructed the 2nd Battalion commander to handle this shipment in his stead. Then, Lu Xingyuan arrived at the school. The moment he stepped onto campus, he was swarmed by admirers. Wow, it's Lu Xingyuan. He's here at school. They say he solo killed several mutated professionals in yesterday's college entrance exam dungeon run. That's just incredible. A few girls came walking toward us, hands covering their mouths, their wide eyes sparkling, as if they'd spotted a superstar. All along the way, everyone shouted Lu Xingyuan's name. Upon entering the classroom, the entire class stood up, jostling to greet him. Hello, Brother Lu. Long time no see, Brother Lu. Lu Xingyuan came to school today for the top scorer award, right? Lu Xingyuan had already been keeping a low profile, but his abilities wouldn't let him. In the college entrance exam simulation, the 2nd Battalion commander merely made a slight effort. Yet he crushed the entire group of prodigies. College entrance exam dungeon scores. First place, Lu Xingyuan, points, 15,800. Second place, Zhang Yuli, points, 5331. Third place, Lu Xing, points, 2509. Ninth place, Su Muyu, points, 2437. Lu Xingyuan's college entrance exam score was so high it created a gaping lead. Most crucially, he was the only candidate among all examinees to have defeated a mutated professional. Regarding his classmates' reactions, Lu Xingyuan remained calm, merely smiling and nodding. Teacher Niu Bai, grinning widely, approached Lu Xingyuan. Mr. Lu, please come with me. Someone from above wishes to commend you in person. Following the formidable teacher, they entered the school's large lecture hall. Zhang Yueli was also present. Spotting Lu Xingyuan, she stuck out her tongue at him. Lu Xingyuan ignored her completely. Someday you'll see just how formidable this president is. Just then, an elderly man with snow-white hair, clad in a light-colored robe, rushed over with an excited expression. He scanned Lu Xingyuan from head to toe, as if he had discovered some rare treasure. Li Yunlai stroked his beard. Last night, he had triggered another prophecy in his dream. It foretold that the star of salvation had descended upon the world. Among this year's examinees, Li Yunlai stayed up all night, studying every single college entrance exam candidate, ultimately zeroing in on Lu Xingyuan. In the background, Wan Long and Wu Hanan, two heavyweights from the military district and the gaming administration respectively. Is it him? Li Yunlai nodded emphatically. Child, among all college entrance exam candidates, only you can slay the mutated professional. The goddess has blessed us. Last night, she sent guidance, leading me here to meet you. I see hope in you. For you are the destined savior. At these words, the entire hall fell into dead silence. Lu Xingyuan? I'm the savior again? Chapter 95. The savior doesn't deal in emotions, only money. Savior. How delightful. Everyone here is a top-tier big shot. You can't very well show up empty-handed. To support the savior's business, it's only right to offer something worthwhile. The acting legend took center stage. Lu Xingyuan wore an expression of utter disbelief. Me? The savior? Li Yunlai nodded emphatically. Yes, you. I am a mythic tier professional from the Transcendence Temple, a stargazer. I possess a unique ability to observe past, present, and future, receiving gifts from destiny to make prophecies. The prophecy foretells the emergence of a savior. There is a high probability that you are the savior foretold. Even if not, you are one who can alter humanity's destiny in the future. You are the hope of all mankind. In the future, we hope you will shoulder the responsibility of resisting the abyss and vanquishing all manner of monsters. Whether it's your ranking on the newcomer practitioner list before the college entrance exams or your performance in the exam dungeon, you have proven yourself more than capable. I believe you will grow even stronger in the future. Young man, keep grinding those levels. The future of humanity rests upon your shoulders alone. Of course, there's also Jiang Li. The savior might not be one person, but a team. Your future is also immeasurable. Jiang Li. The guy beside her is the most terrifying boss of all. Unless Lu Xingyuan is willing. Otherwise, even if they beat her to death, she'd never be that savior. Lu Xingyuan cleared his throat twice. What kind of stargazer is this? He's clearly a PUA master. Just trying to sell me a pipe dream, huh? Fine. Lu Xingyuan bowed slightly, his expression solemn and his gaze unwavering. I understand, young man. I shall give my all, lead by example, and strive to level up. So that when future crises arise, I may contribute my strength to our human race. Li Yunlai, Wang Long, Wu Hanan. The three elders nodded in satisfaction. Lu Xingyuan's words were simple yet sincere. They were clearly words straight from the heart. This young man shows great promise for the future. But Lu Xingyuan shook his head and sighed. Nowadays, the abyss is closing in step by step, and our human race's living space is shrinking ever smaller. They've even slaughtered our kindred in the Gaokao dungeon. Witnessing this with my own eyes, my heart burns with urgency, leaving me sleepless night after night. How I hate it. I long to charge straight into the front lines and fight those monsters invading our Xia Kingdom territory to the death. But alas, my strength is still too weak. And then there's this college entrance exam dungeon run killing that mutated class in front of so many people. Who knows when I'll get crushed like an ant by those powerful monsters. Jiang Li, watching from afar, stared wide-eyed. She stared at the scene before her in disbelief. Is this Lu Xingyuan? This guy must have awakened the role of a master actor. Li Yunlai, Wan Long, and Wu Hanan all wore expressions like they had constipation. They retracted their earlier thoughts. This kid's just a reckless brat who won't act until he sees the rabbit. Alright. Li Yunlai gave Lu Xingyuan a light pat on the shoulder. Since you might be the one destined to shoulder humanity's future, as your elders, we ought to offer some encouragement. Lu Xingyuan bowed respectfully. Honored elders, your dedication to humanity's future is worth its weight in gold. This young man will not disappoint your trust. After this back and forth, the final outcome was the three elders. One bestowed a treasure upon Lu Xingyuan. Wan Long produced a 7th tier forbidden spell scroll. Forbidden spell scroll. Quality, legendary. Effect, consumes a large amount of health to unleash the 7th tier forbidden spell Demon's Curse. Though merely a 7th tier forbidden spell, the Demon's Curse possesses a unique effect, instant death curse. Under certain conditions, it can instantly kill the target. Lu Xingyuan was immensely grateful. Yet a sense of caution also stirred within him. Those elite professionals, top-tier bosses, and the strongest beings in the abyss possess monstrous abilities. Arrogance is forbidden. Wu Hanan produced a small box. Inside lay a blood-red pill. Life-devouring pill. Grade, legendary. Effect, upon ingestion, temporarily restores physical condition to peak state and unleashes enhanced attributes. After the effect wears off, all injuries sustained will worsen. Use with extreme caution. This is a valuable item. Lu Xingyuan doesn't need it. It can be given to his boss pets. Too bad there's only one. A sharp gleam suddenly flashed in Lu Xingyuan's eyes. Right. Why hadn't he paid attention to life skills all this time? Professions like alchemists, artifact craftsmen, enchanters, herbalists. If these life skills were elevated to a certain level, they could unleash tremendous power. We need to find a few subordinates skilled in these professions. Li Yunlai produced a pale golden cage. Sacred sanctuary item. Grade, epic. Effect, defensive item that can block one spell attack. Uses, 610. Lu Xingyuan's eyes lit up. Good stuff. All of them are good stuff. These top-tier professionals truly had quite a stash of valuable items. Then, a brief exchange took place. Several big shots lined up to have Lu Xingyuan scan their QR codes and add their contacts. Lu Xingyuan then departed the school. Meanwhile, the 2nd Battalion commander disguised himself as a fierce-looking bald old man. He arrived at the treasure pavilion. Upon entering, he bellowed at the top of his lungs. Where is Hua Jin? Bring Hua Jin out here. A woman dressed in luxurious attire and bearing the D will emerged from the back. Hua Jin's expression was icy, her tone indifferent. What brings you here, honored guest? The 2nd Battalion commander mimicked Lu Xingyuan's mannerisms. He emptied all the equipment from his storage ring. The gear, shimmering with multicolored light, piled up into a small mountain. This time, Lu Xingyuan brought several pets and swept through all the major exam dungeons. The haul was undoubtedly the most bountiful yet. The key point was the examinees killed by the mutated professionals. Since they were completely killed, all their equipment remained in the dungeon. Even storage rings could be directly removed. Therefore, the quantity of gear is immense. This is just a small portion. It was still far more than Lu Xingyuan had ever gathered before. Yet Hua Jin's attitude remained indifferent. Escort this guest to the VIP lounge and carefully appraise the value of the equipment. With that, she turned and walked away, her high heels clicking on the wooden floor. Tap, tap, tap. Up to the second floor. 2nd Battalion Commander? What's going on? This woman named Hua Jin never acted like this toward the master before. The gear the master brought out this time alone was more than he'd ever seen before. Hua Jin was so surprised back then. Why is she so cold this time? Indeed. Next time I disguise myself, I should make myself look more handsome. Meanwhile, the dark hall. 9 seats were gradually enveloped by dazzling light. A rare occurrence, 9 abyss walkers simultaneously gathered within the dark sanctuary. The reason, of course, was the matter of this college entrance exam dungeon. This college entrance exam dungeon is a declaration of war. The corrupted practitioners will invade the dungeon world en masse. Henceforth, the dungeon world will no longer be a paradise for leveling up. We humans will face the constant threat of death within the dungeon world. The drunkard spoke a sentence, took a sip of wine. He seemed deeply troubled. The other abyss walkers wore equally grave expressions. They, the abyss walkers, had long been dealing with mutated professionals. They were well aware of these monsters' formidable strength and relentless nature. If this matter is not handled properly, humanity might face utter annihilation in the future. And the Blood King. Chapter 96, The Demon Dynasty. The King's Tomb. At the mention of this name, everyone present fell silent for a moment. The Blood King played a pivotal role in this incident. Had the Blood King not intervened, at least half of the examinees taking the college entrance exam this time would have been killed. In the future, the Xia Kingdom would likely face a shortage of young talent, leading to a complete collapse. It can be said that the Blood King saved Xia Kingdom's future. However, the formidable power displayed by the Blood King also instilled fear in all. He was too powerful. His command over abilities was terrifying. Everyone, if anyone has intelligence regarding the Blood King, please share it promptly. In the future, the Blood King is likely to become a major problem. Serpent number 3 flickered its tongue incessantly. Only Ji Ruyan knew. The Tengshi Guild had once confronted the Blood King. That creature commands countless powerful bosses. Ji Ruyan knew a colossal secret. The bosses under the Blood King possessed the power of rebirth. During the Wulong Mountain dungeon raid, Ji Ruofeng once used forbidden spell scrolls to slay the boss's mountain lord and frenzy tiger. In the Gaokao dungeon, they reappeared. The Blood King isn't important. What matters is the Void Empress. Butterfly number 5, who had been playing the role of an invisible man all along, suddenly spoke up. The Void Empress isn't just one of the most powerful bosses in the Abyss. She also wields both the power of the Void and the power of mutation. Her power far exceeds your imagination. The intelligence Butterfly provided left everyone present somewhat astonished. Their knowledge of the Void Empress was limited. They only knew she was immensely powerful, but none had ever seen her. Butterfly number 5 was entirely different. It seemed as though she had witnessed the Void Empress with her own eyes. Lu Xingyuan in his husky form pressed one hand to his forehead, deep in thought. Among all the Abyss Walkers, number 5 was the most enigmatic. She barely spoke at all. When she did speak occasionally, it was clear she possessed deep knowledge of the Abyss. Her background must be anything but ordinary. Next, the group discussed matters concerning the Void Empress and the Blood King. Then they gradually logged off. After leaving the Dark Sanctuary, Lu Xingyuan received several more telepathic messages. One came from Pearl number 7 and the other from Little Red Riding Hood number 8, Lu Xingyuan's mole. Both messages conveyed identical information. Following the incident in the Gaokao dungeon, the will of the Dark Sanctuary Mr. Cheng had met with them privately and requested their assistance in gathering intelligence on the Blood King. Lu Xingyuan narrowed his eyes slightly. Earlier within the Dark Sanctuary, the other Abyss Walkers had also shown varying degrees of curiosity about the Blood King. If all went as planned, Madame Cheng met with each Abyss Walker individually, asking them to help search for information about the Blood King. Except for Lu Xingyuan. Interesting. It was only natural for Boss Qing to suspect Lu Xingyuan, though Lu Xingyuan never left any hard evidence. But the more one learned, the more suspicion inevitably arose. But that doesn't matter now. Lu Xingyuan's strength is already sufficient to enable him to confront many adversaries. Even if he stood against the entire world, he would fear nothing. After the 2nd Battalion commander returned, Lu Xingyuan took the Deceiver's insignia. With a flick of his wrist, into an ordinary young man. He turned and left Luo City. Next, he headed toward the king's tomb to complete the job change quest. At the same time, he would search for any traces left behind by his parents from years past. Outside the dark sanctuary, upon the summit of that towering mountain piercing the clouds, a mass of black liquid twisted and contorted, eventually taking on a human form. Are you certain? Is Lu Xingyuan truly the same person as the Blood King? Before the dark figure, Xingyan knelt on the ground, ripples of emotion spreading through his eyes. He answered blankly. Master, I confirm it. Lu Xingyuan and the Blood King are absolutely not the same person. In fact, there's a 90% probability they're completely unrelated. There are two reasons. First, during the Gaokao instance, Lu Xingyuan and the Blood King appeared simultaneously yet never interacted. Second, the Blood King's power is too immense. There's no way a newbie practitioner could ever be that strong. Not the same person. Why aren't they the same person? Xing Boss's body twisted violently, hideous tentacles frantically straining to burst free. The Blood King. Only such a formidable vessel can bear my soul. Find him. Regardless of his identity, human adventurer or boss, he must join the Dark Sanctuary. Only then can I devour his soul. Stellar Scar, Master, the Dark Sanctuary is already at full capacity. Devour their souls, and there will be room. Perfect timing. I've been feeling rather hungry lately. Master Qing roared furiously. I've been sealed away for 800 years, longer than even Sun Wukong was imprisoned. If I don't leave this place soon, I'll go mad. I must leave this place. Leave this place. The Demon Dynasty still awaits my guidance. If I can send the information from here back, I'll achieve an unparalleled feat. Become the greatest benefactor of the Demon Dynasty. I shall surely be promoted to Banner Chief of the 8 Banners. Meanwhile, Lu Xingyuan, disguised as an ordinary youth, silently arrived at the king's tomb instance. Dungeon, Tomb of the King. Difficulty, Hard. Restriction 1, levels 30-35. Restriction 2, 5-player party. Before arriving, Lu Xingyuan had specifically researched information online about the Tomb of the King dungeon. The King's Tomb dungeon had existed for over a decade. It wasn't that the dungeon was excessively difficult. Quite the opposite. The King's Tomb was remarkably easy to clear. However, no one has ever reached the core boss challenge area of the King's Tomb dungeon, much less defeat the boss within. This prevents the King's Tomb instance from being closed. Consequently, a new breed of adventurer has emerged here. Power leveling services. Lu Xingyuan had just arrived here. Several groups immediately sent party invites. Bro, I'm Huang Tianhu. A man with a cigar dangling from his mouth approached. We're a professional power leveling team. We're one short for an 8-hour speedrun, just 10,000 gold coins. We've been grinding here for years, we know the ropes. Just follow along the whole way. Guaranteed to get you through unscathed. Huang Tianhu exhaled a puff of white smoke. He lowered his voice. Bro, this is a special discount. See that young master decked out in gold gear? He paid 100,000 gold coins outright. You just need to fill the numbers. Lu Xingyuan also looked at the young master. Among this crowd, he truly stood out. His clear yet foolish eyes, combined with his body covered in gleaming gear. One glance was enough to tell he was a prime target. The other 3 middle-aged men, led by Huang Tianhu, were all level 33 professionals. Among peers of the same level, their strength was passable. But to Lu Xingyuan, they were nothing to speak of. Though the area was sparsely populated, it still offered enough players for a normal party. But Lu Xingyuan hadn't come here to grind dungeons for levels. He sought to uncover more details about the King's Tomb dungeon. For the quest. And for the sake of his predecessors' parents who had perished here. Just then, the rich kid decked out in flashy gold gear seemed to be getting impatient. Come on, bro. I'll cover the cost. Lu Xingyuan was dumbfounded. This guy was just too innocent. Or perhaps naive. Don't flaunt your wealth, even kids know that rule. Especially out here in the wilderness. Just as Lu Xingyuan had anticipated. Upon hearing those words, the 3 gold farmers' gazes toward the rich kid shifted. A hint of excitement flickered in their eyes. Lu Xingyuan took it all in without saying much. He simply joined their party. Then, the 5 of them entered the King's Tomb dungeon together. Chapter 97, All Villains. Excellent matchmaking system. Hey, I'm Lu Chen. From an ordinary family, I'm a level 30 adventurer who just completed my 3rd job advancement. The youth clad in dazzling golden gear flashed a smile. Lu Xingyuan. My head-to-toe golden gear screams I'm loaded to everyone, all the time. I'm a big spender. Yet during his self-introduction, he claimed to come from an ordinary family. What about everyone else? Lu Xingyuan almost laughed. He couldn't tell if this guy was just overly naive or playing dumb. Huang Tianhu turned to look at the 2 of them. Even though we're power leveling guides, we can't guarantee you'll survive the dungeon. In the dungeon, you must stay close to us and protect yourselves. Lu Chen patted his chest and grinned. It'll be fine. I'll protect you. Lu Xingyuan, thanks a lot. One by one, they stepped through the portal. The world spun violently. When the scene before their eyes finally steadied once more, it had become a pitch-black tunnel. Not even a hand's length could be seen. Click. Huang Tianhu and his two companions, prepared for this, activated the light sources they carried. Then, they drew their weapons, scanning their surroundings with heightened vigilance. To his astonishment, all three wielded weapons of golden grade. Lu Xingyuan was amazed. It wasn't that he thought gold grade weapons were particularly formidable. But for ordinary adventurers, gold grade was already incredibly powerful. Is leveling for others this lucrative? Keep up. The passages here are incredibly intricate. If we get separated, we'll never find each other again. Following Huang Tianhu and his two companions, they advanced swiftly forward. Soon, waves of ghostly wails and howls began to echo through the air. Huang Tianhu waved his hand. The holy light mage in the blue robes chanted an incantation and swung his staff. Golden spheres of light drifted out. Undead creatures feared holy light attributed spells above all else. Sensing the scorching heat of the holy light, the monsters turned and fled. The passage is narrow. Avoid direct confrontations with the monsters. Come on, I'll lead you through a shortcut. Then, Huang Tianhu and the others led the way ahead, winding through the intricate passages. They kept moving forward. Not a single monster appeared for over 10 minutes. Lu Chen was astonished. Not a single monster in sight. Huang Tianhu grinned. That's what you call professionalism. The other two also laughed heartily. Lu Xingyuan calmly gazed into the darkness ahead. The monsters were coming. He could already hear them. And there were many of them. The next moment, a skeleton lunged forward. Sharp bone claws dug into Lu Chen's shoulder. 188. Ah! A piercing scream echoed relentlessly through the darkness. Lu Chen was hanging onto Huang Tianhu's body. Brother Hu, save me. The other two swiftly disposed of the monsters. Huang Tianhu kicked Lu Chen aside with obvious disgust. He looked at Lu Xingyuan with some surprise. This weakling, of all people, remained surprisingly calm. Huang Tianhu paid him little mind. He turned to face the growing horde of undead creatures converging upon them. He grinned, baring his teeth. Let's get to it. Let's go. Beside him, the Holy Light Mage raised his staff high and began chanting the incantation aloud. Holy Light Goddess, protect your most devout followers. Judgment of the Holy Light. Holy Light erupted, unleashing a torrent of golden arrows that rained down in a dense hail. Benefiting from elemental advantage. The immense damage. A single skill obliterated all these weak undead creatures. Lu Chen's eyes gleamed. That's impressive. Huang Tianhu chuckled. Don't get ahead of yourself, the real show is yet to come. Then, the close combat began. The three worked together seamlessly. They cleared the monsters at an astonishing pace. They were about to emerge from the tunnel. Before them, more monsters appeared. Huang Tianhu led them to a fork in the passageway. Why are there so many monsters? Brother, what should we do now? Huang Tianhu shook his head, a hint of regret in his expression. There's nothing we can do. My weapon is decent, but it still falls short. If only the attack power were a bit higher, we could fight our way through. After he finished speaking, all three turned their gaze toward Lu Chen. Brother, your weapon is dark gold grade, right? I know this isn't ideal. But to break through, we have no choice but to ask for your help. The other two chimed in as well. Don't worry, Brother Hu just needs to borrow it. Once we're out, we'll give the gear back. Don't you trust Brother Hu's character? Lu Chen's expression shifted between light and shadow. Huang Tianhu slung an arm around his shoulder. Bro, think of the bigger picture. Alright, I'll make the call. I'll give you an extra share of the rewards later. Lu Chen's face darkened, but facing the three professionals whose eyes gleamed with menace, he could only force a smile. Of course. Brother Tianhu, take this weapon for now. With that, Lu Chen handed over the dark gold grade weapon he was holding. Huang Tianhu's eyes lit up upon seeing the dark gold grade weapon's attributes. Just then, Huang Tianhu suddenly found himself unable to move. Without warning, a golden rope had bound him. This was a control-type item. But before he could cry out for help, a deathly pale dagger pierced his chest. Pulled out, then thrust in again. Thud. Thud. 351. 366. 381. 405. In an instant, his health bar was wiped clean. Huang Tianhu's lifeless body slumped limply to the ground. From the moment Lu Chen launched his attack until it ended, he didn't even have a chance to fight back before being instantly killed. A sharp gleam flashed in Lu Xingyuan's eyes. He had misjudged him. Lu Chen was no innocent lamb. He was a wolf in sheep's clothing. Huang Tianhu and his two companions probably weren't legitimate power leveling services either. This probably wasn't their first time extorting others in dungeons. Unexpectedly, Lu Chen wasn't here to farm the dungeon either. Good grief. In this random party, not a single one of the five was decent. Oh wait. I, Lu Xingyuan, am a decent person. Lu Xingyuan set himself apart from these people. Something's off about this corpse. After Huang Tianhu's death, the weapon in his hand rolled onto the ground. All his equipment fell off his body. Even his storage ring remained on his finger. How could this be? According to dungeon rules, storage rings cannot be looted. Could it be? He was truly dead. Even his soul was annihilated? Lu Xingyuan's gaze grew solemn. In the college entrance exam dungeon, he had witnessed candidates slain by mutated professionals. It was the same situation. This Lu Chen, something's off. Chapter 98, A Transcendent Stare Across Time and Space. Lu Xingyuan remained silent. He remained an observer, watching the battle between the three of them. Lu Chen and the other two plunged into a fierce, all-out clash. Their leader had been killed. The remaining two were furious. Yet they were also intensely excited. Before, with Huang Tianhu around, they could only get scraps from every underhanded deal. Now it was their turn to feast. He's alone, and we're two. We've got this in the bag, bro. Right, don't be afraid. Huang Tianhu only got taken out instantly because he was ambushed. The kid just used his skill. Now's our chance, take him down. The two charged straight at him. Lu Chen, however, demonstrated formidable strength. His body twisted and turned in rapid succession, evading both of their skills one after another. Blade Storm. He lunged forward, closing the distance. Lu Chen's entire body spun rapidly, forming a whirlwind. Simultaneously, icy cold flashes of blade light erupted. Damage numbers kept appearing above the other two's heads. The damage wasn't high at first, but it seemed to carry an effect that amplified the damage. The damage numbers grew increasingly higher. A single skill had managed to cut both of their health bars in half. They were stunned. They immediately tried to flee. But then, Lu Chen shot a rope from his left hand. It instantly bound them both. Unable to move, they could only watch helplessly as Lu Chen plunged his blade into their bodies, until their health bars were completely drained. Lu Chen skillfully gathered all the equipment dropped by the three men, along with their storage rings. Then he turned his gaze toward Lu Xingyuan. Brother, I don't usually enjoy killing weaklings like you. But guess what? You just had some really bad luck. Hope you get a better reincarnation next time. With that, Lu Chen resorted to his old trick. Golden ropes shot toward him once more. It bound Lu Xingyuan. Lu Xingyuan offered no resistance, instead looking forward to it. He wanted to see what else this Lu Chen had up his sleeve. Then, Lu Chen began stabbing. 389. 393. 399. Lu Chen was an assassin class, boasting rapid attack speed. He stabbed over a dozen times in an instant, dealing nearly 10,000 points of damage. Lu Chen was stunned. He's still not dead? The control effect ended, and the golden rope slowly fell away. Lu Xingyuan immediately locked his throat. He lifted Lu Chen off the ground by his throat. I thought you had more good stuff. Turns out this is all you've got. Hand over the dagger and that golden rope. This time, Lu Chen truly panicked. He hastily tossed the dagger in his hand and the golden rope away. Golden cord item. Quality, dark gold. Usage count, 310. Description, can bind the target for 310 seconds. Shadow flame dagger. Quality, diamond. Effect 1, damage amplification. Damage gradually increases with consecutive attacks, up to a maximum of 30%. Effect 2, rapid strike. Slightly increases attack speed. Effect 3, infection. The wielder of this weapon can annihilate the souls of professionals within the dungeon world. Seeing the attributes listed above, Lu Xingyuan remained relatively composed. It was merely a weapon with decent stats. But then he saw Effect 3. Lu Xingyuan was stunned. Degeneration. Weapons can have mutation effects too? This is insane. Holy crap. This mutation thing. What the hell is it? It feels like it's everywhere. At that moment, Lu Xingyuan felt a chill run down his spine. Lu Chen's face was flushed crimson. He kept slapping Lu Xingyuan's arm. Don't kill me. Lu Xingyuan flashed a kindly smile. I never kill professionals. Tell me where you got this dagger and I won't kill you. He released his grip. Lu Chen collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. I found it in that Shadow All dungeon. Then I came here to rid the world of this menace. Brother, these people are truly evil. I was ridding the world of a menace. Please don't kill me. Please, I beg you. Lu Xingyuan nodded. Deal. I won't kill you. Splatter. Before the words had even finished, the dagger, tainted with mutated power, pierced Lu Chen's throat. 203,413. Lu Chen tried to grab Lu Xingyuan's arm, only to find he couldn't control his own body. Then, he collapsed to the ground with a thud. The villain was dead. He collected all four men's equipment. Blood mist swirled around Lu Xingyuan. 7 knights clad in full plate armor emerged from the blood mist. They knelt on one knee, performing the knightly salute with utmost reverence. Master. Lu Xingyuan waved his hand. Go. Clear this instance. Whether they're adventurers or monsters. Leave not a single one behind. Aye, master. 7 knights, radiating multicolored light, charged off in different directions. Lu Xingyuan continued deeper into the dungeon. From Huang Tianhu's earlier introduction, Lu Xingyuan had formed some conjectures. The dungeon's boss and all its hidden secrets were likely concentrated in the dungeon's core area. That was a forbidden zone. Anyone who entered this area would be instantly slain. Therefore, later adventurers dare not challenge the dungeon's core area. Each time, they would bypass it entirely. They would leave the dungeon directly through the teleportation passage. Lu Xingyuan swept through relentlessly. Soon, he reached the core area. Lu Xingyuan halted his steps and looked up. A thick gray fog, like a towering wall piercing the clouds, enveloped the entire core area. This was the core area. It was also the absolute forbidden zone that no practitioner dared to enter. For here, life points would be continuously drained. No practitioner could endure it. But this happened to be Lu Xingyuan's specialty. He strode in with excitement. 1041. Plus 205,469. 1239. Plus 205,469. 1132. Plus 205,469. This is so vivid. Damage numbers and health regeneration values kept floating above Lu Xingyuan's head. Yet he appeared utterly unmoved. Over 1,000 damage per second, it's truly unbearable for ordinary practitioners. Stepping into the storm zone, tombstones came into view before Lu Xingyuan's eyes. Snap, crackle, pop. The ground trembled faintly as pale white skeletons crawled out from beneath the earth. Emitting chilling roars, they staggered forward, lunging toward Lu Xingyuan. These monsters appeared fragile and easily defeated. Yet their stats were surprisingly high. Mutated fire-stealing skeleton wolf cavalry elite monster. Level 38. HP 70,000. Attack 609. Skills, mutation, charge, soul devour, fear. These undead monsters have surprisingly high stats. Lu Xingyuan was somewhat surprised. This was merely a hard-level dungeon. A mere elite monster had a whopping 70,000 HP. And there were so many of them. This was getting ridiculous. If nothing unexpected happened, these monsters must have endured the erosion of disease for a very long time. That's why their stats are so high. Once we wipe out these monsters, we should finally face the boss. Lu Xingyuan raised his hand to the sky. Sword writing technique. Blood-red swords flew out from his body. In the blink of an eye, the entire sky became densely packed with crimson blades. As Lu Xingyuan's palm slowly descended, flying swords rained down. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 205,469. 193,000. 200,325. Each strike dealt roughly 200,000 damage. Hundreds more identical attacks followed. No monster could withstand them. In the blink of an eye, all manner of elite monsters were instantly obliterated. Only scattered fragments of bone remained on the ground. As his mental attributes grew, Lu Xingyuan's blood control grew ever more potent. He could manipulate more blood, crafting increasingly intricate attacks. It was no exaggeration to say, Lu Xingyuan's strike, to a certain extent, could barely be compared to a 7th-tier forbidden spell. Treading on the stark white bone fragments, Lu Xingyuan advanced step by step toward the core area. There, suspended mid-air, hung a coffin. Engraved upon it were countless incomprehensible symbols. Lu Xingyuan's fingers twitched slightly. Several crimson flying swords shot through the air. They severed every chain suspending the coffin. Crash! The massive coffin plunged diagonally into the earth. At that very moment, a perfectly round bead rolled out from within the coffin. From within the bead, ethereal rays of light began to emanate. The light coalesced into an image mid-air. A man and a woman. 2 figures slowly materialized. As the figures grew clearer, Lu Xingyuan's eyes widened. These 2 translucent, lingering spirits were identical to his parents as he remembered them. Chapter 99, New Class Exclusive Skill River of Shadows and Blood. Lu Xingyuan couldn't help but reach out his hand. But his hand passed right through them. This is merely a trace of the past, recorded by the Shadow Pearl. Gazing at his parents suspended midair, their bodies drenched in blood yet still relentlessly fighting, Lu Xingyuan murmured softly, "Mom and Dad. I've slaughtered every last member of the Yuan family. I've avenged you. As the words fell, he waved his hand, summoning the 2nd Battalion Commander. And 2nd Battalion Commander, it has grown stronger too. Gazing at the image above, tears instantly streamed down the 2nd Battalion Commander's face. He let out a series of wailing cries. At that moment, the lingering spirits of his parents came to a halt. Severely wounded, they leaned against a gravestone. They took out a memory orb and smiled at it. Lu Tian waved at the memory orb. Child, these years must have been incredibly difficult for you alone. We're sorry, child. As your parents, we couldn't protect you as you grew up. This is our failure. The fact that you can see this image means you must have grown up, you must have become very strong. Lu Xingyuan shook his head. Hearing these words, his eyes grew moist. Even in their final moments, his parents still thought of him. He had already sensed it. Lu Tian continued. From the 2nd Battalion Commander, you should know that the Yuan family are the beasts who drove us to our deaths. But the Yuan family isn't the real culprit. They're merely the blade. The one wielding the blade is someone else entirely. Mother Gui Jingjing sighed. It's Aoki from Sakura Island. A 7th-rank powerhouse. By all logic, we shouldn't have let you face such a formidable foe. But this is for your own safety. You needn't avenge us. Just know who our enemy is and stay vigilant. We don't have much time. Let's cut to the chase. Back then, we were fighting over weapons tainted with mutated power. Weapons carrying mutated power can directly annihilate a professional soul within the dungeon world. That weapon has most likely fallen into Aoki's hands. If you ever face him in the future, be extremely cautious. Wei Jingjing's speech grew faster and faster. Her form grew increasingly diffuse. Finally, she flashed a radiant smile. Child, I'm so glad I got to see you one last time. This is our final gift to you. As the words faded, the two, holding hands tightly, dissolved into scattered starlight and vanished into the sky. Lu Xingyuan looked up at the sky. Only when the starlight had completely faded did he lower his gaze. What a parent's love endures. The final moments of life. They gave everything they had, their every thought and action centered on Lu Xingyuan. After death, they left behind all their possessions. Beside the shadow orb lay a storage ring. Inside were numerous pieces of equipment, gold coins, and items. Some were high level, others low level. It must have been their parents' life savings. But Lu Xingyuan was too powerful. Ordinary items were utterly useless to him. Only one skill caught Lu Xingyuan's interest. Skill book, Mystic Ice Technique. Quality, legendary. Description, allows the condensation of liquids into mystic ice crystals, significantly enhances skills that manipulate liquid-type elements. This skill is typically required by water mages. But blood is also a liquid. Lu Xingyuan's eyes lit up. He learned it immediately. Sure enough, this skill enhanced Lu Xingyuan's blood control ability. Crucially, it looked way cooler. A flicker of intent. A long sword with a sharp blade, its entire body resembling a blood-red crystal, hovers silently before Lu Xingyuan. Bird-eating cricket. However, the boss of the king's tomb seemed unwilling to grant Lu Xingyuan another chance to show off. Thud. 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 A thunderous clatter erupted from the massive coffin wedged into the ground. 10 long, sharp bone spines slowly extended from the coffin lid. Then, they tore the entire coffin lid apart. A colossal butterfly, composed entirely of skeletal remains, crawled out of the coffin. Boss pathogenic skeletal shadow butterfly. Level, 45. HP, 300,000. Attack, 3040. Skills, mutation, rampage, skeletal wing slash, phantom butterfly shadow minion summon, netherflame butterfly. Quite the unique little design. Lu Xingyuan's lips curved into a faint smile. A necromantic butterfly. Never seen one before. A thought flickered through his mind. The blood crystal soared before him, whistled through the air, instantly piercing the skeletal shadow butterfly's body. 205,469. One strike, half its health gone. Before the skeletal ghost butterfly could even awaken, it entered its second stage. It activated its berserk state, its originally stark white bones now coated in a layer of crimson light. Roar! 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 Piercing, furious roars echoed through the air. The skeleton ghost butterfly's massive, broken bone wings flapped, slicing through the air with a piercing whistling sound, accompanied by ghostly blue energy afterimages. Sharp, side-like bone spines shot forth. 1,333. 1,298. Hundreds of damage numbers appeared densely clustered above Lu Xingyuan's head. Lu Xingyuan's expression remained unchanged. He unleashed another sword strike. Swish! Another 200,000 damage. In an instant, the skeleton nether butterfly's health plummeted below 10%. Phase 3. Shadow Flame Butterfly Form. The skeleton shadow butterfly was enveloped in a swirling mass of flames. Roar! Accompanied by a piercing shriek that split the heavens. before the skeleton nether butterfly could unleash its ultimate skill. Its final breath was extinguished by a single sword strike. Although Lu Xingyuan possessed the ability to ignore this boss, he disliked watching others prepare skills right before his eyes. Allowing a boss to unleash a skill with a lengthy wind-up right before his eyes, it would make him look foolish. Kill the boss. System notifications chimed one after another. Congratulations! You have achieved the first kill of boss, mutated skeleton shadow butterfly, and cleared the instance. Rewards are being processed. You have obtained the dark gold tier weapon, skeleton scythe. You have obtained the reward, Millennium Skeleton. You have obtained the reward, Millennium Spirit Crystal. You have obtained the reward, Skeleton Ghost Butterfly's Corpse. You have obtained a reward, 180,000 EXP. First kill EXP is doubled. You have obtained a reward, 100,000 gold coins. For achieving an SSS rank performance, you receive an additional 100 free attribute points. One reward after another fluttered before Lu Xingyuan's eyes. He remained motionless. These were all secondary. The crucial matter was the class advancement quest. A few seconds passed. Finally, another notification chime sounded. Congratulations, Boss Blood King. You have completed the third advancement quest. You have received a reward, all attributes plus 100, with primary attributes receiving a tenfold bonus. You have acquired the exclusive skill River of Eternal Blood. River of Eternal Blood. Unlimited growth skill. Effect 1, each target you completely eliminate grants 1 random attribute point. Effect 2, for each target you completely kill, the River of Shadows devours its soul. Effect 3, the more souls devoured, the greater the control power gained. Effect 4, when the River of Blood is sufficiently empowered, it can awaken spirits within its currents. Effect 5, upon awakening, the spirits within the river gain new abilities. Holy crap! What the hell is this River of Blood from the Netherworld? This is clearly the river-formed human emperor banner. Chapter 100, Boss Rankings. Truly a skill exclusive to the boss class. So powerful. Lu Xingyuan couldn't gauge its control capabilities. But this skill holds limitless potential. It could branch out into numerous functional applications. A flicker of intent. A blood moon slowly rose from behind Lu Xingyuan. At some unknown point, the entire dungeon world had been engulfed by a crimson river. Its expanse stretched beyond sight. The Nether Blood River remained largely empty, with only a few scattered ghostly claws reaching out from within. They dragged the lingering souls of slain monsters from the dungeon into the river's depths. The river's still too empty. Lu Xingyuan rubbed his hands together eagerly. So the question arose. Where to go for supplies? 4 words involuntarily popped into his mind. The Void. That is, the destroyed Sakura Island. This was a treasure trove tailor-made for him. Not only could he see if Aoki was still alive. If he was alive, he would kill him. If he is dead, then drag his soul into the blood river of the netherworld, condemning him to eternal torment without release. As for the natives of that place, they shall receive the same fate. Transform the skeletal ghost moths into blood demons. And add 100 points of free attributes to the primary attribute. Lu Xingyuan opened his attribute panel. Attribute panel, Lu Xingyuan. Class, Boss Blood King. Triple Transcended. Quality, Unknown. Level 30%. Strength, 2,973 plus 1,000. Agility, 2,307 plus 1,000. Stamina 5097 plus 1,000. Spirit 2469 plus 1,000. Health primary stat, 20,596,942. Attack power 209,942. Mana 34690. Exclusive skills Blood Furnace, Blood Tide, Blood Dominion, Demon King's Bloodline, Blood Fiend, Blood Rage, River of Eternal Blood. Universal skills Battle Cry, Descent of the God, Dragon's Gaze, Mystic Ice Decision. Equipment, Shadow of the Evil Dragon, Beast God Set Mythic, Proof of a True Man Legacy, Ancestral Talisman Legacy, Divine Concealment Ring Epic, Heaven and Earth Chord Legendary. Petshuyan, Wolf Lord, White Snake, Diana, Bone-Eating Ninja Clan, Night Order, Skeleton Shadow Butterfly, Mountain Lord, Mad Tiger, White Jade Spider, Black Jade Spider, Poison Cat King, Octopus, Black Bear Spirit. Reputation 15001. Your fearsome reputation commands respect. Now he truly was invincible. Lu Xingyuan now possessed a measure of confidence in his current strength. The kind of confidence he envisioned. It was one versus the entire world. Even if his identity were exposed now, it wouldn't matter. His next objective? Was to reap. To harvest every target within reach. Stack every attribute that can be stacked. When my power grows strong enough to disregard everything, then I'll thoroughly explore the true secrets of the abyss. And the root of the mutation. Outside the king's tomb instance, the numerous adventurers cleared out by Lu Xingyuan's night order. All stood there looking utterly bewildered. What the hell? What the hell? How did so many bosses suddenly appear? And they're rampaging through the dungeon like mad. These bosses aren't supposed to be in this dungeon, right? I saw those bosses clearing out the minions. All adventurers who entered the dungeon today were killed inside the dungeon. Without exception. Moreover, the most crucial point is the drop rate for loot was 100%. Everyone had their gear looted. After everyone discussed this situation among themselves, everyone was stunned. My gear. Damn it, I just lost 3 pieces of gear at once. From the back of the crowd, an elderly man with snow-white hair sighed. Lately, unexpected incidents keep popping up in the dungeon world. This isn't a good sign. Just then, a voice echoed throughout the entire city. Citywide announcement: professional adventurer Hidden Name led a party to successfully complete the Tomb of the King, hard mode, dungeon for the first time today, achieving an SSS rank perfect score. Citywide announcement. Outside the King's Tomb instance, countless adventurers heard the announcement, their eyes widening in disbelief. How is that possible? Regardless of the core area's peculiarities, professionals cannot survive in the core area. With so many powerful bosses rampaging through the King's Tomb, under such circumstances, survival itself is improbable. How could anyone possibly clear the dungeon? Who on earth? Everyone frantically scanned their surroundings. Their eyes scanned the surrounding adventurers. Lu Xingyuan had already teleported out, silently blending into the crowd. Ordinary and unremarkable. He drew no one's attention. He paid no attention to the situation here. Instead, he was looking at his phone. On the professional forum, several pinned messages appeared. Shocking. 99% of people are unaware that dungeon portals worldwide are experiencing explosive growth. Statistics show yesterday alone saw 10 times the normal number of portal openings. Shocking. Men will fall silent upon reading this. Women will weep, and children will bang their heads against walls. Statistics show over 100 adventurers perished in dungeons yesterday alone. Shocking. An increasing number of mentally unstable adventurers are emerging in dungeon worlds. Is this the result of twisted humanity or the collapse of morality? All these posts point to one thing. Massive changes are unfolding in every corner of the world. The number of dungeons is exploding. Moreover, many of these new instances are infested with mutated practitioners. Within the Dark Sanctuary, everyone is discussing this matter. None held much optimism about the situation. The dungeon portals were proliferating at an explosive rate. In the short term, it wouldn't have a significant impact on humanity. But if this continues, the pressure humanity faces will only intensify. Until one day, humanity's professional forces will collapse entirely. These dungeons gradually merge completely with Blue Star, and all the monsters within descend upon Blue Star. Humanity will then enter its final countdown to destruction. Lu Xingyuan frowned deeply. Could it be due to the mutated professionals? The fusion rate between the Abyss and Blue Star has accelerated. This was not good news. The Abyss already harbors many formidable entities, far surpassing any known bosses. If these bosses were to fully master the power of mutation, their power would undoubtedly grow even stronger. As expected, they still aren't strong enough. A dangerous smile flickered at the corner of Lu Xingyuan's mouth. Then next, we'll head to Sakura. No, to the Void Realm. The blood river of the Netherworld requires an abundance of souls. Lu Xingyuan also needed slaughter to grow stronger. At that very moment, a ranking list was unveiled before the entire world. The boss rankings. First place, Boss Artificial God. Second place, Boss Bug King, Lu Gu. Third place, Boss Black Queen. Fourth place, Hellhound. Fifth place, Boss Fairy Queen, Butterfly. Eighth place, Boss Void Empress. 10th place, Boss Blood King, Lu Xingyuan. Chapter 101, Identity Exposed? But I am invincible. 11th place, Ice Dragon King. 15th place, Boss Witch. 22nd place, Boss Astral Dragon. 27th place, Boss Embodiment of War Zhuyan. 48th, Yamada no Orochi. 50th, Lord of the City of Light. 100th, Boss Immortal King, Lord of the Black Castle. Boss rankings. Ranked according to the boss's potential. Only bosses discovered by humans are included in the rankings. Additionally, the rankings also reveal the boss's other identities. This is a rule of the world, a manifestation of its favor toward humanity. But the one who suffers is someone else. With the release of this ranking, the entire world erupted in uproar. Lu Xingyuan. The Blood King is actually Lu Xingyuan. The class group chat for Senior 3, Class 4 at 3rd Middle School. The group was in complete uproar. Their classmate was actually a boss? And the Blood King at that. Back in the beginner dungeon, he slaughtered every single one of them. Now everything made sense. No wonder Lu Xingyuan managed to clear the newbie dungeon first. No wonder Lu Xingyuan managed the first clear of the beginner dungeon. In those dungeons where the Blood King and Lu Xingyuan appeared simultaneously, Lu Xingyuan emerged as the ultimate beneficiary. Some people did notice this back then. But, What connection could a newbie adventurer possibly have with a boss? Who could have imagined there was such a profession as a boss? It's like seeing a classmate repeatedly spotted with a famous celebrity at the same mall. They're clearly from two different worlds. You'd never think they're just hanging out. Now, the impossible has become possible. Lu Xingyuan is the Blood King. As one of the first professionals tortured by the Blood King, they were filled with hatred. A seething, grinding hatred. Yet not a single one dared to Lu Xingyuan. They knew the Blood King's power. Even if 10,000 curses raced through their minds, they wouldn't dare vent it at Lu Xingyuan. This wasn't their classmate. He was the Blood King. A top 10 contender on the boss rankings. Future potential. Second only to the boss who just destroyed a nation, the Void Empress. Even the world's mightiest practitioners must tread carefully. Must tread with utmost caution. This bunch of little karamis dare not utter a word. Especially those classmates who had once bullied Lu Xingyuan. They were all trembling in fear. Terrified that Lu Xingyuan would return and slap them. Send them to meet their great-grandmother. Meanwhile, in the virtual conference room of the Magic City, the Game Administration Bureau, the military, and the Transmigration Temple, the three major factions were in session. Suddenly, a boss ranking list materialized out of thin air. The entire conference room fell into dead silence. ********************************* ing hell. Li Yunlai, the usually composed head of the Transcendence Temple, burst out cursing. He was devastated. A mythic tier stargazer. In the name of foretelling the future, guiding humanity's path forward, yet mistakenly identified a world-shaking demon as the savior. He even persuaded two other friends to provide a boss with some precious artifacts. This is embarrassing. Li Yunlai grabbed his phone, ready to confront Lu Xingyuan, demanding an explanation. Then he realized he'd been blocked. Li Yunlai was so furious he couldn't catch his breath. He nearly fainted. Wang Long and Wu Hanan beside him also discovered they'd been blocked. That little bastard. His temper is truly awful, but I think you shouldn't get too worked up. Old Li. Wang Long patted Li Yunlai on the shoulder. This might not be a bad thing. That kid is human first, and a boss second. Who says a boss can't become a savior? Li Yunlai paused, taken aback. True, Blood King had once saved countless lives in the Gaokao dungeon. He helped Xia Nation weather a catastrophe. This alone proves Lu Xingyuan was more than just a boss. If Lu Xingyuan were merely an ordinary person, he would naturally lack the qualifications to be a savior. Only someone sufficiently extraordinary, powerful enough, to possess such potential. A presence ranked among the top 10 bosses possesses such might. Luo City, Treasure Pavilion. Hua Jin sat by the window, gazing at the distant ruins of the once destroyed Yuan Group headquarters. Now, a new tower stood in its place. Lu Xingyuan, the Blood King. Such an existence should be powerful enough, shouldn't it? I hope that when we meet again, you will fulfill the promise you once made. Meanwhile, the Game Administration's high command issued orders. Li Weigang led dozens of professionals clad in black tactical gear. Fully armed, they completely surrounded Lu Xingyuan's residence. Meanwhile, several female operatives visited nearby residences, questioning residents about any information concerning Lu Xingyuan. Lu Xingyuan? I don't know him. That kid's a real good kid. I've even seen him help an old lady cross the street. He's a good person. Couldn't be a bad guy. Don't get it twisted. Li Weigang listened with a head full of question marks. The chief said there was no danger, but the more he learned, the more he felt this guy was utterly despicable. This man is a criminal against humanity. Outside the dark hall, through the swirling mist, a monstrous black figure could be seen. Twisted tentacles constantly extended from within his body, like a monster with countless tentacles. Ha 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 ha, I knew it. Lu Xingyuan, the Blood King. This body is mine now. I shall descend upon this world once more. Beside him, Xinghan knelt trembling on the ground. He had misidentified Lu Xingyuan's identity, committing a grave offense against his master. Master, what should we do now? The black figure grinned, revealing a mouthful of sharp fangs. Of course, we bring him here from the abyss. Then kill him. Seize his body. Xinghan scrambled to flatter. Master, as the commander of the 8 banners, your magical prowess is boundless. Your divine abilities vast. The dark figure grew increasingly distinct as turbulent energy surged around it. Its head slowly protruded forward, revealing a creature with the head of a dog and the body of a human. Behind Master Chang, a yellow banner shot skyward, embroidered with a 5-clawed golden dragon, its eyes wide and furious. It flapped wildly in the gale. Had Lu Xingyuan witnessed this scene, he would have been utterly shocked. For it bore an uncanny resemblance to the imperial yellow banner of the Qing dynasty in his memory. Qing boss's lips curled into an even wider grin. When I return reborn, it will be the moment my demon dynasty surges against the tide and reclaims dominion over the world. Lu Xingyuan naturally saw this list as well. However, he remained unexpectedly composed. Exposure no longer mattered. Anyway, we're strong enough now. Moreover, there are many ways to conceal one's identity. The key point is, there's Blink, capable of traversing the void. In this vast world, where cannot one go? Yet Lu Xingyuan still felt a bit restless. His gut feeling was off. It felt as though something was targeting him. Chapter 102, The Blood King's Declaration of War. One man against a nation. Blood King's Court. Zhang Yuli's expression darkened to the extreme. How could this happen? Lu Xingyuan's identity couldn't possibly be exposed on the rankings. She had seen this boss ranking list in her previous life. But in that previous life, the boss rankings only listed the boss's name. It never revealed the names of their other identities. Something was clearly off now. Glancing over at Lu Xingyuan, who lay swaying on a lounge chair, utterly unconcerned, Zhang Yueli sighed. Why don't you seem the least bit worried? Your identity's been exposed. People will come after you. Luckily, they don't know that killing professionals makes you stronger. Otherwise, you'll become the enemy of all humanity. There will be no place left for you in this world. It was rare to see Zhang Yuli so completely unguarded. Lu Xingyuan smiled broadly. What's there to fear? As long as my strength is sufficient, the great scholars will defend my cause. Speaking of which, everyone else must be itching to kill me by now. But you, Miss Campus Beauty, seem quite concerned about me. Zhang Yuli abruptly turned away, her cheeks flushing crimson. We're teammates. We're partners, right? We even have to bug hunt and run dungeons together. Of course I care about you. Zhang Yuli found an excuse and hurriedly explained. Don't give me that. Just think carefully about what you're going to do next. Lu Xingyuan gazed up at the sky. I plan to leave Xia Kingdom for a while. Where to? The void. Zhang Yuli frowned slightly. The boss rankings incident had diluted everyone's focus on the void realm. But, the Void Empress continued to relentlessly erode those islands. The Void Lands were now in utter chaos. Not only with the Void Empress's minions and the native inhabitants of the Void Lands. Now, numerous powerful adventurers have journeyed to that land, seeking to seize opportunities for plunder and gain. This place is chaotic enough, quite suitable for Lu Xingyuan. After all, this guy is incredibly powerful. Whoever crosses him is asking for trouble. Lu Xingyuan glanced at the system interface. Attribute panel, Lu Xingyuan. Class, Boss Blood King. Triple Transcended. Quality, Unknown. Level 30, 0%. Strength, 2973, plus 1000. Agility, 2307, plus 1000. Stamina 5097, plus 1000. Spirit 2469, plus 1000. Health, primary stat, 20. 596. 942. Attack power 209. 942. Mana 34690. Exclusive skills Blood Furnace, Blood Tide, Blood Dominion, Demon King's Bloodline, Blood Fiend, Blood Rage, River of Eternal Blood, Reputation 70, 322. Your fearsome reputation commands respect, whether it's due to the increasing fusion between the real world and the abyssal realm, or perhaps some other reason. After the boss rankings appeared, Lu Xingyuan's reputation points skyrocketed from 15,000 to over 70,000, and the rate of increase showed no signs of slowing. I wonder what exactly reputation points are for. Lu Xingyuan stood up. He waved to Zhang Yuli. I need to make some preparations. Zhang Yuli clenched her fists. You better not be too careless. You know, be extra vigilant against the powerful beings of the abyss. They're far more powerful than humans imagine. Lu Xingyuan, you must come back alive. Lu Xingyuan grinned. Don't worry, they'll end up kneeling before me, bowing their heads in submission. Nothing but hot air. Watching Lu Xingyuan's figure slowly fade away, Zhang Yuli's expression grew increasingly solemn. In this world, no one understood the terror of the abyss better than she. The Reborn One, those formidable bosses, amplified by the even more frenzied mutagenic power in this lifetime, would likely sweep across the entire world at an even faster pace. She needed to level up quickly too. After a period of fermentation, the Blood King's popularity across the entire network not only failed to wane, instead, it reached a boiling point. More and more people joined the discussions. More and more victims began to speak out. They recounted their brutal slaughter at the hands of the Blood King, the heartbreaking loss of their gear. They recount the Blood King's brutality and mercilessness. Of course, there are also those who claim the Blood King is a good person. For instance, the young people taking the college entrance exam this time. At that time, in the Gaokao dungeon, the situation was critical. Even the high-ranking officials of Xia Kingdom couldn't rescue them. It was a situation where death was certain. The Blood King emerged from nowhere, single-handedly slaughtering every last one of them. Though they lost levels, Though his gear was looted, he still saved their lives. Who dares call the Blood King a villain? These young people, fresh out of their college entrance exams, were already trading insults online. Two factions quickly emerged online. The Savior faction. Most members of this faction were young people. They firmly believe the Blood King is the savior, destined to emerge as the hope to oppose the abyss. The other faction is the World Destroyer faction. They equate the Blood King with the destroyer of worlds. They launch various condemnations. They advocate for the annihilation of Lu Xingyuan. Its members are a diverse and eclectic bunch. For a time, the entire internet was abuzz. Lu Xingyuan sat in the dark sanctuary, listening to several other abyss walkers analyze the Blood King. The Blood King's indiscriminate attacks and slaughter of professionals are well documented. Now that we've identified his true nature, we must eliminate this anti-human entity. Otherwise, it will spell disaster for all of humanity. Serpent No. 3. A staunch adherent of the apocalyptic faction. He believes Lu Xingyuan must be killed. Lu Xingyuan expressed understanding. After all, he had previously killed numerous members of the Tingsha Guild. However, this old fool had better watch his step. Don't let me discover where your guild's main city is located. Otherwise, I'll rain down a boss attack from the heavens. Little Red Riding Hood number 8. Who knew Lu Xingyuan's true identity? She immediately started ranting. Old dang. What the hell are you saying? How dare you call the Blood King the destroyer of worlds? He saved countless young people in Xia Nation. Those people were Xia Nation's future. Look at you. About to be laid out on a board. Tell me, what have you ever done for Xia in your entire life? Does it even compare to what the Blood King has done? Little Red Riding Hood opened her mouth to curse. The great serpent was so enraged his beard bristled and his eyes bulged. You insolent brat, showing no respect. And that Lu Xingyuan killing so many adventurers in the dungeon. Is he just going to get away with it? Pearl number 7, number 3 has been targeting the Blood King like this all along. Could it be because your youngster has been killed by the Blood King too many times? Orochi's face instantly turned green. Joker, a boss class, what a unique existence. I'd love to meet him. The commotion in the Dark Sanctuary lasted over an hour before finally subsiding. It was hard to believe these individuals were all leaders of various factions. After Lu Xingyuan left the Dark Sanctuary, he arrived in the Demon City with Shanshua. This time, he made no attempt to disguise himself. He strolled right into the most bustling beach in the city. A handsome young man, radiant in the sunlight, walked hand in hand with a stunning little girl who looked like a porcelain doll. Along the way, they drew countless admiring glances. Damn, he's so handsome. What good is being handsome? He already has a daughter. Why does this face feel so familiar? Like I've seen him somewhere before? That's Lu Xingyuan. Who's Lu Xingyuan? The Blood King. Ah, run. The boss is attacking the city. Mom. The once crowded Bund, Shanghai's most bustling waterfront, emptied in an instant. A shrill alarm blared. Amidst the flashing blue and red lights, powerful official operatives converged on the scene. Numerous journalists, positioned far away, aimed their cameras at the two figures. Lu Xingyuan's lips curved into a faint smile. His clothes gradually became enveloped in a layer of blood mist. The mist dissipated. The once sunny and handsome young man transformed into a boss radiating malevolent aura and overwhelming dominance. Blood King, relax. I'm not here to cause trouble. I just came to announce something. To be precise, a declaration of war. In the name of the Blood King, declare war upon the Void Lands. Chapter 103, Crossing the Ocean. I'm here. Damn it. The official practitioners who arrived here. Most have also posted their stance toward Lu Xingyuan, the Blood King, online. Some belong to the Savior faction. Others belong to the Doomsday faction. But that was all online. When they saw the Blood King appear in the most bustling district of the Demon City, in that instant, they were utterly engulfed by terror. The Blood King has saved countless college entrance exam candidates. Without exaggeration, he single-handedly saved the future of Xia Nation. But, no matter how great his achievements, they could not erase the people's fear of the boss. The Blood King is the boss, a formidable force, a boss ranked among the top 10 on the boss leaderboard. Witnessing that young man, from harmless to a bloodthirsty tyrant, everyone felt an instinctive dread. Not just at the scene, through the live broadcast, news of this event had spread across the nation, even across the world. Everyone was gripped by terror, eyes filled with terror. They stared at the images on the screen. If the Blood King were to go berserk in a bustling district, unleashing a killing spree, how many lives would be lost? But at that very moment, the dreaded boss turned its gaze toward the ocean. 2 days ago, the Gaokao instance. They dared to collude with the Void Realm, invade our Xia Nation, seal off the Gaokao dungeon, and slaughter the future of our Xia Nation. Today, I, the Blood King, Declare war upon the Void Realm in the name of the Blood Court. Lu Xingyuan slowly spread his arms. Boiling blood energy surged like a colossal crimson sword, piercing the heavens and tearing through the sky. Fierce, crimson beastly forms flickered in and out of view within the surging blood mist. In the next instant, his entire form was slowly swallowed by the spatial fissure. That final sentence sent every citizen of Xia into a frenzy. Asterisk 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 it. Just for that line, I'll fight black to the bitter end. Blood King, pierce through the void. Anyone who dares call this the world-destroying lord, I'll kill them. The Void Realm is the mortal enemy etched into the very bones of every Xia citizen from birth. By declaring such words before all, the Blood King became a hero to the entire nation. Within Xia Nation, many within the official factions sought to eliminate the Blood King. Yet due to the formidable power he has demonstrated, along with his ability to traverse space, everyone held him in deep awe. Furthermore, this time, the Blood King declared war on the Voidlands. He had positioned himself at the pinnacle of public opinion. This isn't some damn boss. He's practically a national hero. Anyone daring to publicly target the Blood King at this critical juncture will face the most relentless online backlash. Therefore, the entire Xia Nation is praising the Blood King. They've elevated Lu Xingyuan to godlike status. Meanwhile, dozens of miles above the sea near the demon capital, a spatial fissure suddenly appeared. One large, one small, emerged from the spatial fissure, hovering above the sea. Though Flash possessed the ability to tear through space, it was not limitless. Her power was still insufficient. The distance she could traverse at once was far too short. The scent of flesh and blood filled the air. The monsters within the sea instantly erupted into a frenzy. Roar! 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 One by one, they opened their gaping maws, revealing rows of sharp fangs, eager to sink their teeth into Lu Xingyuan's flesh. The sheer number of sea monsters is truly terrifying. In this era, the seas had become forbidden territory for humans. Only under the protection of powerful professionals could people venture across the seas. Lu Xingyuan snapped his fingers. In an instant, the clear sky was overshadowed by a pair of massive black hands. The entire sea plunged into pitch darkness. A crimson full moon slowly rose from behind Lu Xingyuan, bathing the entire sea in a dark red glow. A river of blood poured down from the heavens. One by one, stark white bone claws emerged from the river of blood. They bound the monsters that plagued these waters, then dragged them into the river of blood. You have slain a level 39 sonic shark. You gain 3500 EXP in shark fin. Strength +1. You have slain a level 45 magic pattern octopus. You have gained 13,000 EXP and an octopus tentacle. Agility +1. You have slain. Soon, the hundreds of sea monsters surrounding them were devoured entirely. They transformed from sea creatures into undead souls in the river of blood, doomed to eternal torment. They swam tirelessly through the blood river, until Lu Xingyuan summoned them forth. They would then attack everything within reach with frenzied ferocity. A dense swarm of rewards fluttered before his eyes. Lu Xingyuan's experience points surged by 5%. Simultaneously, he gained several hundred random attribute points. The blood river of the netherworld proved remarkably effective. This was the first time he'd used this skill in actual combat. Lu Xingyuan was quite satisfied. However, as his gaze swept toward the deeper oceanic regions, his expression grew increasingly grave. This is merely the shallow sea, yet these monsters are already so powerful. What must the deep sea, that absolute forbidden zone for humans, be like? Perhaps many monsters from the boss rankings are hiding there. Lu Xingyuan gazed toward the distant abyss. Pitch black, stretching endlessly below. Beneath that pitch black seabed, a gaping maw seemed to lurk. Any creature that ventured in would be swallowed whole, leaving not a trace behind. His phone vibrated repeatedly. It snapped Lu Xingyuan back to reality. His public declaration of war against the Void Realm had caused quite a stir. Several friends had sent him messages. They asked if he had truly set foot in the Void Realm. Lu Xingyuan didn't reply to any of them. He simply wanted to exterminate every living thing on the Voidlands. In a sense, this is the instinct of every Xia citizen. Once the skill cooldown ended, Blink tore open another spatial rift. The figures of the two were swallowed by the fractured space, vanishing completely from their original positions. Half an hour later, islands surrounding a void expanse. This area had not yet fallen under the dominion of the void insect race. Several short-statured men and women clad in uniform attire were being pursued by a shark-like, bipedal monster. BOSS Shark King. Level, 33. HP, 139,000. Attack, 1139. Skills, high-pressure water jet, intimidation, hunt. Lu Xingyuan remained motionless. He watched silently as the natives of the Void Realm were swallowed one by the Shark King. Then, he instantly killed the Shark King. Congratulations on defeating the Shark King boss. Rewards are being processed. You have gained 10,000 EXP. You have obtained 5,000 gold coins. You obtained shark bones, shark fins. You have obtained the Shark King's corpse. A flood of rewards flashed before his eyes. Lu Xingyuan did not use the river of eternal darkness to devour the Shark King's soul, because this was a boss. A single drop of blood was injected into the center of the Shark King's forehead. A torrent of blood surged through its veins. Soon, the transformation ritual concluded. The Shark King respectfully knelt on one knee. Master. Lu Xingyuan gave a slight nod. From the Shark King, he learned some information related to the Void Realm. Master, I normally never come ashore, but recently, a large quantity of high-grade materials has appeared here. That's why I came ashore to eliminate these individuals. Lu Xingyuan accepted the rhombic stone handed to him by the Shark King. Void Stone. Quality, legendary. Effect, a stone imbued with spatial properties. Extremely rare and costly. It is the premier choice for forging high-tier equipment. A legendary quality Void Stone? Lu Xingyuan was somewhat surprised. This item was incredibly precious. Even this tiny fragment. It was worth at least hundreds of millions. As he learned from the Shark King, after the void creatures invaded this place, vast quantities of void stones appeared here. Chapter 104, She doesn't need to say a word, I already know you're the one at fault. Several days prior, when mutated ninjas appeared in the Gaokao dungeon, the Xia Nation authorities immediately dispatched an advance team to explore this area. Most neighboring nations had also taken action. Now, they have gathered a substantial amount of intelligence. The most valuable piece of information among them is void stones. This place actually holds such priceless treasures. Several Xia Nation military professionals clad in luxurious gear had cleared out a gathering site of the void insect race. Each of them had obtained at least one void stone. This must have appeared alongside the arrival of the void creatures. Immediately relay intelligence about the void stones back to Xia Nation. We need reinforcements from more powerful allies. Rumor has it the Blood King is also heading here. Could we enlist his aid? Meanwhile, most teams from other nations had also made discoveries. Lighthouse professionals. A few fair-skinned men with high cheekbones and curly hair. Oh my god. It's actually void stone. And there's void stone everywhere. Quick! Report this to the 5-star admiral. We must seize complete control of the void lands immediately. Hancheng's professionals. Several shifty-eyed, well-groomed professionals split up, each clutching a void stone in their hands and letting out blood-curdling screams. Void stones. We were the first to discover the void stones. They rightfully belong to us. Boss, these void monsters are too powerful. We're no match for them. This void stone was merely a lucky find they'd stumbled upon. Damn it! The leader's eyes flashed with a sharp gleam. If we can't defeat the monsters, then we'll kill people. The natives here might have found void stones too. Round them all up and search them one by one. Beyond that, numerous guild factions have also arrived here. Phoenix Cry Guild's encampment. Bai Jinju also obtained a void stone. However, it was not what she needed. She came here seeking treasures capable of suppressing the pathological changes within her body. Lately, the malignant force within Bai Jinju's body had grown increasingly difficult to suppress. News of the void stones spread across the globe through various nations' factions. A mere handful of void stones would scarcely stir much commotion, but if the quantity were sufficient, they could massively enhance the equipment attributes of a nation's high-tier martial artists. Top-tier combat power. Talent determines a nation's strength. A vast quantity of voidstone is a resource capable of altering the fate of any nation or guild. Therefore, an increasing number of powerful individuals began converging on the Voidlands. The situation in the Voidlands grows increasingly chaotic. A clash is inevitable. At that very moment, at a port in the Voidlands that had been utterly destroyed, a figure cloaked in black, shrouded in swirling blood mist, descended slowly. People hiding among the surrounding ruins held their breath involuntarily. These were the native inhabitants of the Voidlands. They had heard that a large number of outsiders had come to aid Sakura, to rescue survivors. This person's aura is so powerful, they must be a formidable being. Let's go out and ask for his help. No. A short man with a tuft of hair under his nose stopped those around him. I remember him. He's from Xia Nation. If he were from another country, he might help us. But Xia people, why would they save us? For the Void Lands, the professionals sent by Xia Kingdom, could never be saviors. They are beings more monstrous than demons themselves. And what's more, this individual is the Blood King. They had received numerous messages from the outside world, including news of the Blood King's declaration of war against the Voidlands. This human is the boss. Lu Xingyuan did not glance at the surrounding ruins. His gaze, fixed intently on an Akita dog ahead. Its body was encased in twisted armor, one eye a bottomless pit still oozing blood. The other eye flickered with a blue glow. Bloodthirsty twisted void worm. Level, 18. HP, 15,000. Attack, 330. Skills, Devour. Rapid growth. Void spikes. Is this the void insectoid? Lu Xingyuan's thoughts flickered. A river of blood crashed down from the sky. In an instant, it engulfed everything around it. Souls imprisoned within the crimson torrent coalesced into blood-red palms, crawling up the body of this void worm. They bound it tightly. No matter how the void worm struggled, it could not escape this control. Even its true form could not separate from the Akita dog's body, for the control of the nether blood river extended beyond the physical form. It also imprisoned its soul. Not bad. After all, this was a newly acquired ability. Moreover, the nether blood river continues to grow and strengthen. Lu Xingyuan still needed more practice to fully grasp the skill's potential. Under Lu Xingyuan's mental command, those blood-red hands seized the limbs of the void worm, pulling it inch by inch into the depths of the blood river, constantly devouring its life force. Soon, the void worm's physical form was completely dissolved by the nether blood river. You have slain the bloodthirsty twisted void worm. You have gained 300 experience points. Strength +1. You have slain a level 11 shadow ninja. You have gained 1000 EXP. Agility +1. You have slain a level 18 low-rank ninja. You have gained 5000 experience points. Spirit +1. Lu Xingyuan's lips curved into a faint smile. Oh dear. Oops. The blood river of the netherworld accidentally killed the humans nearby too. After all, it's a new ability. Losing control is understandable, right? In the distance, hundreds of professionals, some battered and disheveled, others missing limbs or covered in wounds, were being whipped into a square by several professionals from Hanchang. Those who provide void stones or information about them may live. Got it? The greasy-haired, powdered-faced leader brandished his weapon. He kept gesturing threateningly at the crowd. The frightened crowd let out shrieks and scrambled backward. Suddenly, a man with a shriveled expression pointed at an exaggeratedly voluptuous woman. I saw her carrying a void stone with my own eyes. The entire group of beauties took off running, but after only a few steps, they collided with someone. The figure was clad entirely in black, hooded to obscure their face. Only a faint, almost imperceptible smile played at the corners of his mouth. Oh, a springy, elastic feel. Lu Xingyuan was secretly startled. This wave of beautiful women knelt down in despair. Save me. Who can save me? Before she could utter another word, Lu Xingyuan's blood crystal sword severed the pursuer's head. Some people stand on the side of justice without uttering a word, for she possessed a will surpassing even D. Chapter 105, Offer your souls to the master. This is the greatest honor of your existence. Several drops of blood slowly trickled down the deathly pale face of Kaminetsuki. Gazing at the head that rolled to her feet, she was frozen in terror. The figure cloaked in black had vanished before her eyes. He was killing, whether monsters or professionals from any nation. Anyone who dared to stand in his path would become souls lost beneath his blood crystal longsword. This is the Blood King. Kaminetsuki's eyes widened in disbelief as he cried out in shock. Lu Xingyuan turned his head, a faint smile playing on his lips. Behind him, with a flicker of intent, scarlet threads of blood coalesced, like the scythe of death itself, sliced through every person gathered in the square, into neatly severed chunks of flesh. The river of blood surged forth, devouring every soul. Simultaneously, all equipment and storage rings were collected. Then, he approached the godless moon once more. Kaminetsuki. Class, Priest. Rarity, Rare. Level, 18. Thank you for saving me. Kaminetsuki bowed repeatedly in gratitude. Simultaneously, he retrieved the void stone from his storage ring. Soul-capturing void stone. Quality, Epic. Void stone. Effect 1, a stone imbued with spatial attributes. Rare in quantity and exorbitantly priced, making it the premier choice for forging high-tier equipment. Effect 2, when forging equipment, grants an additional soul-binding effect. Epic? Lu Xingyuan had already acquired several void stones, but he'd never seen one like this. A different kind of void stone. Not only was it epic tier, but it could also grant the spirit-capturing effect when forging equipment. Spirit-binding effect. During forging, it could imbue equipment with additional attributes, a rather impressive effect. Crucially, it's attached to the materials used for forging equipment. It can be controlled manually. That makes it quite valuable. Lu Xingyuan, where did you get this void stone? Kaminetsuki paused. From a very dangerous place. There's a boss there. I was lucky to escape alive. Benefactor. You really shouldn't go there. Take me there. Lu Xingyuan's voice brooked no argument. Meanwhile, news of Lu Xingyuan's entry into the void realm had already spread across the entire world, accompanied by graphic footage of slaughter. What greeted Lu Xingyuan was, naturally, a global outcry. A demon. He's nothing but a demon. The international community must bring him to justice. The Blood King has committed mass slaughter against our cherry blossom nation. He is a demon against humanity. In the void lands, in the regions not yet consumed by the void, many people protested online, attempting to sway public opinion and draw other nations' attention to the matter. Han Chang, damn it! This Blood King slaughtering cherry blossoms is one thing, but why kill our people? He's a boss, all nations should unite against him. Unite and kill Lu Xingyuan, he's a top 10 boss on the rankings. Brahman. The Blood King is Lu Xingyuan of Xia Nation. He's rampaging through the void realm, slaughtering professionals from every nation. The Xia Nation must be held accountable for this. All nations, join us in condemning Xia. Within the borders of Xia, the scene was entirely different. Everyone was laughing. Damn it, it's gotta be the Blood King. Bosses killing players, that's perfectly reasonable, isn't it? The boss killed him, what does that have to do with us in Xia Kingdom? What Lu Xingyuan? We don't know him. This is clearly the Blood King. Scream? Keep screaming. So many adventurers, counter-killed by one person, and they still have the nerve to brag? Netizens from Xia Nation began responding on foreign forums, trading insults across the digital divide. These comments instantly shattered countless defenses. In the Void Realm, guided by Shinonome, Lu Xingyuan arrived at the core district of this coastal city. Here, all manner of twisted void creatures roamed. Humans parasitized by these creatures roamed the streets and alleys. Only a handful of powerful professionals clung to survival. Void Parasite. Level, 22. HP, 10. 100. Attack, 388. Skills, Bewitch. Parasitize. Rapid Reproduction. Mind Control. Attribute Stack. Parasite? Such high stats. Lu Xingyuan was puzzled. Kamenetsuki seemed to have anticipated his confusion and offered an explanation. Benefactor. These monsters not only possess high attributes, but they also parasitize on the bodies of practitioners. The parasite's most unique skill is Stat Stack. The parasite's attributes stack with those of its host. Therefore, the parasite's attributes are exceptionally powerful. Kamenetsuki's body trembled involuntarily. Lu Xingyuan's lips curved into a faint smile. He hadn't expected these Sakura professionals, ravaged by the parasitic beasts, to still be alive. This was truly good news. With a flicker of intent, a crimson mist began to spread. The three mutated ninjas, led by Bone-Eating Ninja Clan, kneel on one knee the moment they were summoned. With utmost reverence, Kamenetsuki gasped, covering her mouth in shock. You are Lord Bone-Eating Ninja Clan. The Bone-Eating Ninja Clan was once renowned throughout the entire Sakura Island. He was even regarded as the future of Sakura Island. Now, he has become a subordinate of the Blood King. With Sakura Island destroyed, network signals come and go. We don't know much about the Blood King. All we know is that he's incredibly powerful, but just how powerful he truly is, Kanazuki has no idea. Lu Xingyuan, see if this place looks familiar. The three ninjas turned their heads. The entire city lay in ruins, overrun by monsters. It bore no resemblance to its former prosperity. Yet, the characters visible on the shopfront still clearly revealed where they were. Master, is this our hometown? The Bone-Eating Ninja Clan could scarcely believe it. Long ago, he had been manipulated by the Empress of the Void and infected by the mutation. He had no knowledge of what had transpired on Sakura Island afterward. Lu Xingyuan nodded slightly. Yes, but Sakura Island no longer exists in this world. This is the Void. The Bone-Eating Ninja Clan's gaze drifted over their comrades, now parasitized by void creatures. These people, they were my former comrades. Now they've been brutally slaughtered and devoured by void creatures. How tragic. I have come to grant you release. Offer your souls to the master. This will be the greatest honor of your existence. Kamenetsuki? Lu Xingyuan, 6. At that moment, the Erosion Bone Ninja Clan flickered and landed lightly in the center of the street. One by one, those possessed by the void parasites turned their heads. Their gazes converged upon the Bone-Eating Ninja Clan. Roar! Roar! Kill! Accompanied by deafening roars, the possessed humans charged toward the Bone-Eating Ninja sect with frenzied ferocity. He merely spread his arms wide. Dance of the early ferns. In an instant, sharply white bone spines pierced the ground, shooting straight toward the sky. Within a radius of thousands of meters, the landscape transformed into a sea of white bones. Every living creature was pierced by the bone spines, transformed into lost souls, swallowed by the river of blood. Experience points plus 998. Constitution plus 1. Experience points plus 1000. Constitution plus 1. Experience points plus 333. Thousands of densely packed reward notifications flashed through his mind in an instant. After the reincarnation chant evolved into the river of eternal darkness, whether slaying monsters, humans, or mutated professionals, Lu Xingyuan gained attribute point rewards. His strength grew with each victory. The surrounding streets were now devoid of any living creatures. However, except for the courtyard not far ahead, A faint aura of power emanated from within the courtyard. Dare to slaughter my men? You're courting death. Chapter 106, Ruined Beyond Repair, the Void Stone Crystal. It's him. Extreme terror nearly crushed all of Kamizuki's rationality. She instinctively cowered behind Lu Xingyuan's back, seeking a shred of security. Lu Xingyuan remained silent, merely gazing calmly toward the courtyard. Boom! In the next instant, a wave of force swept through, causing the damaged courtyard wall to collapse with a thunderous crash. A man clad in samurai attire, sporting a tuft of hair beneath his nose, emerged slowly from the courtyard. Upon his head, a massive parasite clung to his head. To be precise, the parasite had completely enveloped the human's head, perched atop his shoulders. Covered in tentacles, it possessed a hideous, demonic maw. BOSS Void Puppet Worm, mutated, level, 45, HP, 800, 000, attack, 4500, skills, mutation, parasitic threads, puppet strings, thread bindings, potential awakening. Its stats are surprisingly high. Moreover, this puppet worm looks completely different from the others. It seems to be an evolved form. Lu Xingyuan stood above, watching silently. The bone-eating ninja clan leader, accompanied by two other boss minions, they were already locked in fierce combat with the puppeteer. Bone spurs. Dense clusters of bone spurs erupted from the body of the bone-eating ninja clan member. They shot straight ahead. The puppeteer's long strings transformed into a spiderweb-like pattern, effortlessly deflecting every bone spike. The next instant, the strings in his hand flew out with frenzied speed, piercing every joint in the limbs of the bone-eating ninja clan and the other two ninja bosses. Parasitic threads. The puppet insect's mouth slowly split open, revealing rows of hideous, terrifying tongues, following the white threads, piercing into the heads of the three ninja bosses. Then, the puppet worm's gaze slowly turned toward Lu Xingyuan standing atop the building. At that moment, Lu Xingyuan sat in a recliner, enjoying the kneeling service of Shinanami, his attitude, truly beyond reproach. Witnessing this scene, the parasite's eyes flashed with a dangerous gleam. You think sending just 3 minions will take care of me? Blood King, have you grown too arrogant? You know me? Lu Xingyuan was somewhat surprised. When had his name become so renowned? Even this abyss boss, newly arrived on Blue Star, knew it. Several tongues in the parasite's mouth flicked wildly. Ha 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 ha. You destroyed the newbie village and attacked Black Castle. You slew Zhu Yan. You disrupted the Void Empress's plans. And now, you're among the top 10 on the boss rankings. A creature like you is known throughout the abyss, renowned by all. Too bad you made the worst mistake of all. You provoked us, the Void Clan. Otherwise, you might have lived a few more days. Kill him. The parasite issued its command. Led by the bone-eating ninja clan, the three bosses lost all control over their own bodies. They became puppets on strings, controlled by the puppet worms. Under the puppeteer's control, they charged toward Lu Xingyuan. Lu Xingyuan loathed this kind of control ability most of all. Bone-eating ninja clan, wake up! At his command, every joint controlled by the bone-eroding ninja sect exploded violently. Blood spurted everywhere. Without skeletal support, his entire body collapsed like a pile of sludge, slumping limply to the ground. Yet, relying on his hyper-accelerated regeneration ability, within seconds, the bone-eroding ninja clan was restored to its original state. He charged toward the other two ninjas. Fools, even in death, you dare not harm your master. Dense bone spines pierced through both bodies, yet their absurdly high health pool granted them the ability to ignore all attacks. The puppet insect noticed this too. Excitement flashed in its eyes. Potential awakening. Streams of energy surged through the thread extending from the puppet bug's mouth, pouring into their bodies. Instantly, their bodies began to swell. Cracks even began to appear on their skin. Their attributes surged dramatically, yet they still could not breach the bone forest erected by the bone-eating ninja clan. Again, potential awakening. This time, the two ninja bosses could no longer endure. Fine cracks began to form across their skin. I can't take it anymore. I can't take it anymore. Boom. A deafening explosion echoed as one of the ninja bosses transformed into a miniature mushroom cloud, billowing into the city sky. They both self-detonated. Loyalty. This is what loyalty looks like. Even after being manipulated, they'd rather die than harm their master. Guess I'll have to do it myself. Lu Xingyuan's eyes flashed crimson. The blood crystal longsword materialized. Whoosh. Just as the puppet insect prepared to intercept the flying blade's trajectory, the sword vanished completely. Then, it materialized directly inside the puppet insect's mouth. Put. Minus 213,176. Then, the blood crystal sword vanished once more. It instantly traversed space, materializing directly within the puppet insect's body. In an instant, a flash of blade and shadow erupted. The puppet insect was instantly obliterated. You have slain a level 44 professional. You have gained 35,000 EXP and 1% HP. You have defeated boss void puppet bug, mutated, reward calculation in progress. You obtained 1 void stone. You obtained puppet thread. You obtained the corpse of the void puppet bug. Lu Xingyuan transformed into the blood demon while inspecting his rewards. The puppet worm quickly revived. It came back to life. It parasitized the corpse of an Akita dog. Earlier, it had been snarling and baring its teeth, its attack instincts raging. Now it had transformed into a fawning sycophant, wagging its tail and flopping its ears. Master, I know your target. I know the coordinates of one of the Void Empress's core subordinates. He holds a Void Stone crystal in his hand.